Book XXX. Scipio, aided by Massinissa, defeats the Carthaginians, Syphax and Hasdrubal, in several battles. Syphax taken by Laelius and Massinissa. Massinissa espouses Sophonisba, the wife of Syphax, Hasdrubal's daughter. Being reproved by Scipio, he sends her poison, with which she puts an end to her life. The Carthaginians, reduced to great extremity by Scipio's repeated victories, call Hannibal home from Italy. He holds a conference with Scipio on the subject of peace, and is again defeated by him in battle. The Carthaginians sue for peace, which is granted them. Massinissa reinstated in his kingdom. Scipio returns to Rome, his splendid triumph. Is surnamed Africanus. 1. Gnaeus Servilius and Caius Servilius Geminus, the consuls in the 16th year of the Punic War, having consulted the Senate respecting the state, the war, and the provinces, they decreed that the consuls should arrange between themselves, or draw lots, which of them should have the province of Bruttium, to act against Hannibal, and which that of Etruria and Liguria. That the consul to whose lot Bruttium fell should receive the army from Publius Sempronius, that Publius Sempronius, who was continued in command as proconsul for a year, should succeed Publius Licinius, who was to return to Rome. In addition to the other qualifications with which he was adorned in a degree surpassed by no citizen of that time, for in him were accumulated all the perfections of nature and fortune, Licinius was also esteemed eminent in war. He was at once a man of noble family and great wealth, possessing a fine person and great bodily strength. He was considered an orator of the highest order, both in respect of judicial eloquence, and also when engaged in promoting or opposing any measure in the Senate, or before the people. He was also accurately skilled in the pontifical law. In addition to all these recommendations, the consulship enabled him to acquire military glory. The Senate adopted the same course in the decree with respect to the province of Etruria and Liguria as had been observed with regard to Bruttium. Marcus Cornelius was ordered to deliver his army to the new consul, and with continued command to hold himself the province of Gaul, with those legions which the praetor Lucius Scribonius had commanded the former year. The consuls then cast lots for their provinces. Bruttium fell to the lot of Scipio, Etruria to the lot of Servilius Geminus. The provinces of the praetors were then put to the lot. Titus Livius obtained the city jurisdiction. Publius Lentulus, Sardinia, Publius Villius, Sicily, Quinctilius Varus, Ariminum, with 2 legions which had served under Lucretius Spurius. Lucretius also was continued in command that he might complete the building of the town of Genoa, which had been destroyed by Mago the Carthaginian. Publius Scipio was continued in command for a period not limited in point of time, but the object he had to achieve, namely, till the war in Africa had been brought to a termination. And a decree was passed, ordering a supplication to be made that the circumstance of his crossing over into Africa might be beneficial to the Roman people, the general himself and his army. 2. 3,000 men were enlisted for Sicily, and lest any fleet should go thither from Africa, as all the efficient troops that province had possessed had been transported into Africa. It was resolved that the sea-coast of that island should be guarded with 40 ships. Villius took with him into Sicily 13 ships, the rest consisted of the old ones, which were repaired. Marcus Pomponius, the praetor of the former year, who was continued in command, having been placed at the head of this fleet, put on board the fresh soldiers brought from Italy. The Senate assigned by a decree an equal number of ships to Gnaeus Octavius, who was also a praetor of the former year, with a similar privilege of command, for the protection of the coast of Sardinia. Lentulus the praetor was ordered to furnish 2,000 soldiers to put on board it. The protection of the coast of Italy was assigned to Marcus Marcius, a praetor of the former year, with the same number of ships. For it was uncertain to what quarter the Carthaginians would send a fleet, though it was supposed that they would attack any quarter which was destitute of defense. The consuls, in conformity with a decree of the Senate, enlisted 3,000 soldiers for this fleet, and 2 city legions with a view to the hazards of war. The Spains were assigned to the former generals, Lucius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidinus, who were continued in command, and retained their former armies. The operations of the war on the part of the Romans this year were carried on with 20 legions in all, and 160 ships of war. The praetors were ordered to proceed to their provinces. Directions were given to the consuls, that before they left the city they should celebrate the great games which Titus Manlius Torquatus, when dictator, had vowed to exhibit it in the 5th year, if the condition of the state remained unaltered. Accounts of prodigies brought from several places excited fresh superstitious fears in the minds of men. It was believed that crows had not only torn with their beaks some gold in the capital, but had even eaten it. At Antium mice gnawed a golden crown. An immense quantity of locusts filled the whole country around Capua, nor could it be made appear satisfactorily whence they came. At Rieta foal was produced with 5 feet. At Anagnia at first scattered fires appeared in the sky, afterwards a vast meteor blazed forth. At Frasino a circle surrounded the sun with a thin line, which was itself afterwards included within the sun's disk which extended beyond it. At Arpinum the earth sank into an immense gulf, in a place where the ground was level. When one of the consuls was immolating the first victim, the head of the liver was wanting. These prodigies were expiated with victims of the larger kind. The College of Pontiffs gave out to what God's sacrifice was to be made. 3. After these matters were finished, the consuls and praetors set out for their provinces. All, however, made Africa the great object of their concern, as though it had been allotted to them. Whether it was because they saw that the welfare of the state and the issue of the war turned upon the operations there, or that they might oblige Scipio, on whom the whole state was then intent. Accordingly, not only from Sardinia, as has been before mentioned, but from Sicily also and Spain, clothing and corn, and from Sicily arms also, together with every kind of stores, were conveyed thither. Nor did Scipio at any time during the winter relax in any of the various military operations in which he was engaged on all sides. He continued the siege of Utica. His camp was within sight of Hasdrubal. The Carthaginians had launched their ships, and had a fleet prepared and equipped to intercept his supplies. Amid these occupations he had not even lost sight of his endeavors to regain the friendship of Syphax, whose passion for his bride he thought might now perhaps have become satiated from unlimited enjoyment. From Syphax he received terms of peace with the Carthaginians, with proposals that the Romans should evacuate Africa, and the Carthaginians Italy, rather than any ground of hope that he would desert their cause if the war proceeded. For my part one am of opinion, and in this I am countenanced by the majority of writers, that these negotiations were carried on through messengers, rather than that Syphax himself came to the Roman camp to hold a conference. As Antius Valerius relates. At first the Roman general scarcely allowed these terms to be mentioned, but afterwards, in order that there might exist a plausible pretext for his emissaries to go frequently into the camp of the enemy, he rejected these same terms in a more qualified manner, holding out a hope that they might eventually come to an agreement by agitating the question on both sides. The winter huts of the Carthaginians, which were constructed from materials hastily collected out of the fields, were almost entirely of wood. The Numidians, particularly, lay for the most part in huts formed of interwoven reeds, and covered with mats, dispersed up and down without any regard to order. While some of them, having chosen the situations for their tents without waiting for orders, lay even without the trench and rampart. These circumstances having been reported to Scipio, gave him hopes that he might have an opportunity of burning the enemy's camp. 4. In company with the ambassadors whom he sent to Syphax, he also sent some centurions of the first rank, of tried valor and prudence, dressed as servants, in lieu of soldiers' drudges. In order that, while the ambassadors were engaged in conference, they might ramble through the camp, one in one direction and another in another, and thus observe all the approaches and outlets, the situation and form both of the camp in general and of its parts. Where the Carthaginians lay, where the Numidians, and what was the distance between the camp of Hasdrubal and that of the king. And that they might at the same time acquaint themselves with their customary mode of stationing outposts and watches, and learn whether they were more open to stratagem by night or by day. During the frequent conferences which were held, several different persons were purposely sent, in order that every circumstance might be known to a greater number. when the more frequent agitation of the matter had given to Syphax a daily increasing hope of peace, and to the Carthaginians through him. The Roman ambassadors at length declared that they were forbidden to return to their general unless a decisive answer was given, and that, therefore, if his own determination was now fixed, he should declare it. Or if Hasdrubal and the Carthaginians were to be consulted, he should consult them. That it was time either that an accommodation should be settled or the war vigorously prosecuted. While Hasdrubal was consulted by Syphax, and the Carthaginians by Hasdrubal, the spies had time to inspect everything, and Scipio to get together what was necessary for the accomplishment of his project. In consequence of the mention and prospect of a peace, neglect arose among the Carthaginians and Numidians, as is usually the case, to take precautions in the meantime that they might not suffer an attack of the enemy. At length an answer was returned. And as the Romans appeared excessively eager for peace, advantage was taken of that circumstance to add certain unreasonable conditions, which afforded Scipio a very seasonable pretext for putting an end to the truce according to his wishes. And telling the king's messenger that he would refer the matter to his council, he answered him the next day. He said, that while he alone had in vain endeavored to restore peace, no one else had desired it. That he must, therefore, carry word back that Syphax must hope for peace on no other condition than his abandonment of the Carthaginians. Thus he put an end to the truce, in order that he might be free to execute his designs without breaking his faith. And, launching his ships, for it was now the beginning of spring, he put on board machines and engines, with the purpose of assaulting Utica from the sea. He also sent 2,000 men to seize the eminence which commanded that place, and which he had before occupied, at once with the view of turning the attention of the enemy from the design he was endeavoring to effect to another object of concern. And to prevent any sally or attack which might be made from the city upon his camp, which would be left with a slight force to protect it, while he himself went against Syphax and Hasdrubal. 5. Having made these preparations, he called a council, and after ordering the spies to give an account of the discoveries they had made, and requesting Massinissa, who was acquainted with every circumstance relating to the enemy, to state what he knew, lastly, he himself laid before the council the plan proposed for the following night. He gave directions to the tribunes, that when, after the breaking up of the council, the trumpets had sounded, they should immediately march the legions out of the camp. Agreeably to his commands, the standards began to be carried out about sunset. About the first watch they formed the troops in marching order. At midnight, for it was 7 miles' march, they came up at a moderate pace to the camp of the enemy. Here Scipio assigned a part of his forces, together with Massinissa and the Numidians, to Laelius, ordering them to fall upon the camp of Syphax, and throw fire upon it. Then taking each of the commanders, Massinissa and Laelius, aside, he implored them separately to make up by diligence and care for the absence of that foresight which the night rendered it impossible to exercise. He said, that he should himself attack Hasdrubal and the Carthaginian camp, but that he should not begin till he saw the fire in that of the king. Nor did this delay him long. For when the fire thrown upon the nearest huts had taken effect, immediately communicating with all those which were within the shortest distance, and those connected with them in regular succession, it spread itself throughout the whole camp. The confusion and alarm which took place, in consequence of so widely extended a fire breaking out during the night, were as great as might naturally be expected. But as they concluded that it was the effect of chance, and not produced by the enemy, or connected with the war, they rushed out in a disorderly manner, without their arms, to extinguish the flames, and fell in with armed enemies. Particularly the Numidians, who on account of their knowledge of the king's camp were placed by Massinissa in convenient places at the openings of the passes. Many perished in the flames in their beds while half asleep, and many, tumbling over one another in their haste to escape, were trampled to death in the narrow passages of the gates. 6. When first the Carthaginian sentinels, and afterwards the rest, roused by the terrifying effects of a tumult by night, beheld the light emitted from the flames, they also, laboring under the same delusion, imagined that the fire had originated from accidental causes. While the shout raised amidst the slaughter and wounds, being of a confused kind, prevented their distinguishing whether it was occasioned by the trepidation of an alarm by night. Accordingly, rushing out one and all at every gate, each man taking the nearest road, without their arms, as not suspecting any hostile attack, and carrying with them only such things as might be useful in extinguishing the flames, they fell upon the Roman troops. After all these had been slain, not only with the animosity of enemies, but also that no one might escape as a messenger, Scipio immediately attacked the gates, which were unguarded in consequence of the confusion. And, having thrown fire upon the nearest huts, at first the flames blazed forth with great fury, in several places at once, in consequence of the fire having been applied to different parts. But afterwards extending themselves along the contiguous huts, they suddenly enveloped the whole camp in one general conflagration. Men and cattle scorched with the flames blocked up the passages of the gates, first in a terrible rush to escape, and afterwards with their prostrate bodies. Those who got out of the way of the fire were cut off by the sword, and the two camps were involved in one common destruction. The two generals, however, and out of so many thousand troops only 2,000 foot and 500 horsemen, escaped, half-armed, a great many of them being wounded and scorched. 40,000 men were either slain or destroyed by the flames, and above 5,000 captured. Among the captured were many Carthaginian nobles, 11 senators, with 174 military standards, above 2,700 Numidian horses, and 6 elephants. 8 elephants were destroyed either by fire or sword, and a great quantity of arms taken. All the latter the general dedicated to Vulcan and burnt. 7. Hasdrubal, in his flight, had made for the nearest city of the Africans, accompanied by a few attendants, and hither all those who survived, following the footsteps of their general had Baedeken themselves. But afterwards, fearing lest he should be given up to Scipio, he quitted that city. Soon after the Romans were received there with open gates, nor was any act of hostility committed, because the inhabitants had surrendered voluntarily. Shortly after, 2 other cities were captured and plundered. The booty found there, together with what had been rescued from the camps when burning, and from the flames, was given up to the soldiers. Syphax took up a position in a fortified place about 8 miles off. Hasdrubal hastened to Carthage, lest the apprehensions occasioned by the recent disaster should lead to any timorous measures. So great was the consternation created there on the first receipt of the news, that it was fully anticipated that Scipio, suspending his operations against Utica, would immediately lay siege to Carthage. The Sephetes, therefore, who form with them an authority similar to the consular, summoned the Senate, when the 3 following opinions were given. The first proposed, that a decree should be passed to the effect, that ambassadors should be sent to Scipio to treat of peace, the second, that Hannibal should be recalled to defend his country from a war which threatened its annihilation. The third breathed the spirit of Roman constancy under adversity. It recommended that the losses of the army should be repaired, and that Syphax should be exhorted not to abandon the war. The latter opinion prevailed, because it was that which Hasdrubal, who was present, and all the members of the Barcine faction, preferred. After this, the levy commenced in the city and country, and ambassadors were dispatched to Syphax, who was himself employing every effort to restore the war. For his wife had prevailed upon him, not, as heretofore, by caresses, powerful as they are in influencing the mind of a lover, but by prayers and appeals to his compassion, imploring him, with streaming eyes, not to betray her father and her country, nor suffer Carthage to be consumed by the same flames which had reduced the camps to ashes. In addition to this, the ambassadors informed him of a circumstance which had occurred very seasonably to raise their hopes. That they had met with 4,000 Celtiberians in the neighborhood of a city named Alba, a fine body of young men who had been enlisted by their recruiting officers in Spain. And that Hasdrubal would very soon arrive with a body of troops by no means contemptible. Accordingly, he not only returned a kind answer to the ambassadors, but also showed them a multitude of Numidian rustics, whom he had lately furnished with arms and horses. And at the same time assured them that he would call out all the youth in his kingdom. He said, he well knew that the loss sustained had been occasioned by fire, and not by battle, and that he was inferior to his adversary in war who was overcome by force of arms. Such was the answer given to the ambassadors. And, after a few days, Hasdrubal and Syphax again united their forces. This army consisted of about 35,000 fighting men. 8. Scipio, considering that Syphax and the Carthaginians could make no further efforts, gave his whole attention to the siege of Utica, and was now bringing up his engines to the walls. When he was diverted from his purpose by a report of the renewal of the war. And, leaving small forces merely to keep up the appearance of a siege by sea and land, he set out himself with the main strength of his army to meet the enemy. At first he took up his position on an eminence about 5 miles distant from the king's camp. The next day, coming down with his cavalry into a place called the Great Plains, which lay at the foot of that eminence, he spent the day in advancing up to the outposts of the enemy, and provoking them by skirmishing attacks. During the ensuing 2 days, irregular excursions were made by both sides alternately, but nothing worthy of notice was achieved. On the 4th day, both sides came down in battle array. The Romans placed their principes behind the spearmen, which latter formed the front line, and the triarii they stationed in reserve. The Italian cavalry they opposed to the enemy in the right wing, the Numidians and Massinissa on the left. Syphax and Hasdrubal, placing the Numidians against the Italian cavalry, and the Carthaginians opposite to Massinissa, received the Celtiberians into the center of their line, to face the Roman legions. Thus arranged, they then commenced the encounter. At the first charge, both the wings, the Numidians and Carthaginians, were together driven from their ground. For neither could the Numidians, who consisted principally of rustics, sustain the shock of the Roman cavalry, nor the Carthaginians, who were also raw soldiers, withstand Massinissa, who, in addition to other circumstances, was rendered formidable by his recent victory. The Celtiberian line, though stripped of the support of both the wings, stood their ground. For neither did any hope of safety by flight present itself, as they were ignorant of the country, nor could they expect pardon from Scipio, against whom, though he had deserved well both of them and their nation, they had come into Africa to fight for hire. Surrounded therefore, on all sides by the enemy, they died with obstinate resolution, falling one upon another, and, while the attention of all was turned upon them, Syphax and Hasdrubal gained a considerable space of time to effect their escape. The victors, fatigued with the slaughter, which had continued for a greater length of time than the battle, were interrupted by the night. 9. The next day Scipio sent Laelius and Massinissa, with all the Roman and Numidian cavalry, and the light infantry, to pursue Syphax and Hasdrubal. He himself, with the main strength of the army, reduced the neighboring towns, which were all subject to the Carthaginians, some by holding out hopes to them, some by threats, and others by force. At Carthage, indeed, the consternation was extreme. And it was fully anticipated there, that Scipio, who was carrying his arms to the different places around, would, after having rapidly subdued all the neighboring parts, suddenly attack Carthage itself. Their walls were repaired and protected without works, and every man individually exerted himself to the utmost in collecting from the country the requisites for holding out against a protracted siege. Mention was seldom made of peace, but not so seldom of sending deputies to recall Hannibal. The majority of them urged that the fleet, which had been equipped to intercept the convoys of the enemy, should be sent to surprise the ships stationed near Utica, which were lying in an unguarded state. It was also urged that they might perhaps overpower the naval camp, which was left under the protection of a trifling force. They chiefly inclined to the latter plan, though they thought, nevertheless, that deputies should be sent to Hannibal. For should the operations of the fleet succeed in the highest degree, the siege of Utica would be partially raised, but they had no general remaining but Hannibal, and no army but his which could defend Carthage itself. The ships were therefore launched the following day, and, at the same time, the deputies set out for Italy, and, their position stimulating them, everything was done with the greatest expedition. Each man considering, that the safety of all was betrayed in whatever degree he remitted his own individual exertions. Scipio, who drew after him an army now encumbered with the spoils of many cities, sent his prisoners, and other booty, to his old camp at Utica, and, as his views were now fixed on Carthage, he seized on Tunes. which was abandoned in consequence of the flight of the garrison. This city is about 15 miles distant from Carthage, being a place secured both by works, and also by its own natural position. It may be seen from Carthage, and itself affords a prospect both of that city and of the sea which washes it. 10. From this place the Romans, while diligently employed in raising a rampart, descried the fleet of the enemy, on its way to Utica from Carthage. Desisting from their work, therefore, orders for marching were given, and the troops began to move with the utmost haste, lest the ships which were turned towards the land, and occupied with the siege, and which were far from being in a condition for a naval battle, should be surprised and overpowered. For how could ships, carrying engines and machines, and either converted to the purposes of transports, or brought up to the walls so as to afford the means of mounting up, in lieu of a mound and bridges, resist a fleet? With nothing to impede its movements, furnished with every kind of naval implement, and prepared for action. Scipio, therefore, contrary to his usual practice in naval engagements, drew the ships of war, which might have been employed in defending the rest, into the rear, and formed them into a line near the land, opposing to the enemy a row of transports, 4 deep, to serve as a wall. And, lest these same transports should be thrown into disorder during the confusion of the battle, he bound them together by placing masts and yardarms across them, from one vessel to the other. And, by means of strong ropes, fastened them together, as it were, by one uninterrupted bond. He also laid planks upon them, so as to form a free passage along the line, leaving spaces under these bridges of communication by which the vessels of observation might run out towards the enemy, and retreat with safety. Having hastily made these arrangements as well as the time would permit, he put on board the transports about 1,000 picked men, to keep off the enemy, with a very large store of weapons, particularly missiles, that they might hold out however long the contest lasted. Thus prepared, and on the watch, they waited the approach of the enemy. The Carthaginians, who, if they had made haste would, on the first assault, have surprised their adversaries while everything was in a state of confusion, from the hurry and bustle attending the preparations, were so dismayed at their losses by land, and thereby had lost so much confidence even in their strength by sea, in which they had the advantage, that, after consuming the day, in consequence of the slow rate at which they sailed, about sunset they put into a harbor which the Africans call Rusino. The following day, at sunrise, they drew up their ships towards the open sea, as for a regular naval battle, and with the expectation that the Romans would come out to engage them. After they had continued stationary for some time, and saw that no movement was made on the part of the enemy, then, at length, they attacked the transports. The affair bore no resemblance to a naval fight, but rather had the appearance of ships attacking walls. The transports had considerably the advantage in respect of height. And as the Carthaginians had to throw their weapons upward, against a mark which was above them, most of them failed of taking effect. While the weapons thrown from the transports from above fell with increased force, and derived additional impetus from their very weight. The vessels of observation, and even the lighter kind of barks, which went out through the spaces left under the flooring, which formed a communication between the ships, were at first run down by the mere momentum and bulk of the ships of war. And afterwards they proved a hindrance to the troops appointed to keep the enemy off. For as they mixed with the ships of the enemy, they were frequently under the necessity of withholding their weapons for fear, by a misdirected effort, they should fall on their friends. At length, beams with iron hooks at their ends, called harpoons, began to be thrown from the Carthaginian upon the Roman ships. And, as they could not cut the harpoons themselves, nor the chains suspended by which they were thrown upon their ships, as each of the ships of war of the enemy, being pulled back, drew with it a transport, connected with it by a harpoon, you might see the fastenings by which the transports were joined together rent asunder, and in another part a series of many vessels dragged away together. In this manner chiefly were all the bridges of communication torn to pieces, and scarcely had the troops who fought in front time to leap to the second line of ships. About 6 transports were towed away to Carthage, where the joy felt was greater than the occasion warranted. But their delight was increased from the reflection, that, in the midst of so many successive disasters and woes, one event, however trifling, which afforded matter of joy, had unexpectedly occurred. Besides which, it was manifest that the Roman fleet would have been well nigh annihilated, had not their own commanders been wanting in diligence, and had not Scipio come up to its assistance in time. 11. It happened about the same time, that Laelius and Massinissa having arrived in Numidia after a march of about 15 days, the Massilians, Massinissa's hereditary kingdom, placed themselves under the protection of their king with the greatest joy, as they had long wished him among them. After the commanders and garrisons of Syphax had been expelled from thence, that prince kept himself within the limits of his original dominions, but without any intention of remaining quiet. Subdued by the power of love, he was spurred on by his wife and father-in-law. And he possessed such an abundance of men and horses, that a review of the resources of his kingdom, which had flourished for so many years, was calculated to infuse spirit into a mind even less barbarous and impetuous than his. Wherefore, collecting together all who were fit for service, he distributed among them horses, armor, and weapons. He divided his horsemen into troops, and his infantry into cohorts, as he had formerly learnt from the Roman centurions. With an army not less than that which he had before, but almost entirely raw and undisciplined, he set out to meet the enemy, and pitched his camp at a short distance from them. At first a few horsemen advanced cautiously from the outposts to reconnoitre, and being compelled to retire, from a discharge of javelins, they ran back to their friends. Then skirmishing parties were sent out from both sides, and the vanquished, fired with indignation, returned to the encounter with increased numbers. This is the usual incitement of battles between cavalry, when the victors are joined by more of their party from hope, and the vanquished from resentment. Thus, on the present occasion, the action commencing with a few, at last the whole body of the cavalry on both sides poured out to join in it from the zeal excited by the contest. While the cavalry only were engaged, it was scarcely possible to withstand the numbers of the Massicilians, which Syphax sent out in immense bodies. But afterwards, when the Roman infantry, suddenly coming up between the troops of horse which made way for them, gave stability to their line, and checked the enemy, who were charging furiously, at first the barbarians slackened their speed, then halted, and were in a manner confounded at this novel kind of battle. At length, they not only retired before the infantry, but were unable to sustain the shock even of the cavalry, who had assumed courage from the support of the infantry. By this time the legions also were approaching. When, indeed, the Massicilians not only dared not await their first charge, but could not bear even the sight of the standards and arms, so powerful was either the recollection of their former defeats or their present fears. 12. It was then that Syphax, while riding up to the troops of the enemy to try if, either by shame or by exposing his own person to danger, he could stop their flight, being thrown from his horse, which was severely wounded, was overpowered. And being made prisoner, was dragged alive into the presence of Laelius. A spectacle calculated to afford peculiar satisfaction to Massinissa. Cirta was the capital of the dominions of Syphax, to which a great number of men fled. The number of the slain in this battle was not so great as the victory was important, because the cavalry only had been engaged. Not more than 5,000 were slain, and less than half that number were made prisoners in an attack upon the camp, to which the multitude, dismayed at the loss of their king, had fled. Massinissa declared that nothing could be more highly gratifying to him than, having gained this victory, to go now and visit his hereditary dominions, which he had regained after having been kept out of them so long a time. But it was not proper in prosperity any more than in adversity to lose any time. That if Laelius would allow him to go before him to Cirta with the cavalry and the captive Syphax, he should overpower the enemy while all was in a state of consternation and dismay. And that Laelius might follow with the infantry at a moderate rate. Laelius assenting, he advanced to Cirta, and ordered the principal inhabitants to be called out to a conference. But as they were not aware of what had befallen their king, he was unable to prevail upon them either by laying before them what had passed, by threats, or by persuasion, until the king was presented to their view in chains. A general lamentation arose at this shocking exhibition, and while some deserted the walls in a panic, others, who sought to ingratiate themselves with the victor, suddenly came to an agreement to throw open the gates. Massinissa, having sent troops to keep guard near the gates, and at such parts of the wall as required it, that no one might have a passage out to escape by, galloped off to seize the palace. While entering the porch, Sophonisba, the wife of Syphax and daughter of Hasdrubal the Carthaginian, met him in the very threshold, and seeing Massinissa in the midst of the armed band. For he was distinguished both by his arms and also by his habiliments, she concluded, as was really the case, that he was the king. And, falling down at his knees, thus addressed him, "The gods, together with your own valor and good fortune, have given you the power of disposing of us as you please. But if a captive may be allowed to give utterance to the voice of supplication before him who is the sovereign arbiter of her life or death, if she may be permitted to touch his knees and his victorious right hand, I entreat and beseech you by the majesty of royalty, which we also a short time ago possessed, by the name of the Numidian race, which was common to Syphax and yourself. By the guardian deities of this palace, and may they receive you more auspiciously than they sent Syphax from it. That you would indulge a suppliant by determining yourself whatever your inclination may suggest respecting your captive, and not suffer me to be placed at the haughty and merciless disposal of any Roman. Were I nothing more than the wife of Syphax, yet would I rather make trial of the honor of a Numidian, one born in Africa, the same country which gave me birth, than of a foreigner and an alien. You know what a Carthaginian, what the daughter of Hasdrubal, has to fear from a Roman. If you cannot effect it by any other means, I beg and beseech you that you will by my death rescue me from the power of the Romans." She was remarkably beautiful, and in the full bloom of youth. Accordingly, while she pressed his right hand, and only implored him to pledge himself that she should not be delivered up to any Roman, her language assuming the character of amorous blandishment rather than entreaty, the heart of the conqueror not only melted with compassion, but, as the Numidians are an excessively amorous race, he became the slave of his captive. And giving his right hand as a pledge for the performance of her request, withdrew into the palace. He then set upon reflecting in what manner he could make good his promise. And not being able to hit upon any expedient, his passion suggested to him an inconsiderate and barefaced alternative. He ordered that preparations should be instantly made for celebrating the nuptials that very day. In order that he might not leave it at all open to Laelius, or Scipio himself, to adopt any measure respecting her as a captive who had become the wife of Massinissa. After the nuptials were concluded, Laelius came up, and so far was he from dissembling his disapprobation of the proceeding, that at first he would even have had her dragged from the marriage bed and sent with Syphax and the rest of the captives to Scipio, but afterwards, having been prevailed upon by the entreaties of Massinissa, who begged of him to leave it to Scipio to decide which of the two kings should have his fortunes graced by the accession of Sophonisba, he sent away Syphax and the prisoners, and, aided by Massinissa, employed himself in reducing the rest of the cities of Numidia, which were occupied by the king's garrisons. 13. When it was announced that Syphax was being brought into the camp, the whole multitude poured out, as if to behold a triumphal pageant. The king himself walked first in chains, and a number of Numidian nobles followed. On this occasion every one strove to the utmost to increase the splendor of their victory, by magnifying the greatness of Syphax and the renown of his nation. That was the king, they said, to whose dignity the two most powerful nations in the world, the Roman and the Carthaginian, had paid so much deference, that their own general, Scipio, leaving his province of Spain and his army, sailed into Africa with only 2 quinquiremes to solicit his friendship. While Hasdrubal, the Carthaginian general, not only visited him in his dominions, but gave him his daughter in marriage. That he had in his power 2 commanders, one a Roman and the other a Carthaginian, at the same time. That as both the contending parties sought the favor of the immortal gods by the immolation of victims, so had they both equally solicited his friendship. That he had lately possessed such great power, that after expelling Massinissa from his kingdom, he reduced him to such a state, that his life was protected by a report of his death, and by concealment, while he supported himself in the woods on prey after the manner of wild beasts. Thus signalized by the observations of the surrounding multitude, the king was brought into the pavilion before Scipio, who was moved by the former condition of the man compared with his present. And particularly by the recollection of their relation of hospitality, his right hand pledged, and the public and private connection which had been formed between them. These same considerations inspired Syphax also with confidence in addressing the conqueror. For when Scipio asked what had been his object in not only renouncing his alliance with the Romans, but in making war against them without provocation, he fully admitted that he had indeed done wrong, and acted like a madman. But not at that time only when he took up arms against the Roman people, that was the consummation of his frenzy, not its commencement. Then it was that he is mad. Then it was that he banished from his mind all regard for private friendship and public treaties, when he received a Carthaginian wife into his house. It was by the flames kindled by those nuptial torches that his palace had been consumed. That fury and pest had by every kind of fascination engrossed his affections and obscured his reason, nor had she rested till she had with her own hands clad him with impious arms against his guest and friend. Yet ruined and fallen as he was, he derived some consolation in his misfortunes when he saw that that same pest and fury had been transferred to the dwelling and household gods of the man who was of all others his greatest enemy. That Massinissa was neither more prudent nor more firm than Syphax, but even more incautious by reason of his youth. Doubtless he had shown greater folly and want of self-control in marrying her than he himself had. 14. These words, dictated not merely by the hatred naturally felt towards an enemy, but also by the anguish of jealousy, on seeing the object of his affections in the possession of his rival, affected the mind of Scipio with no ordinary degree of anxiety. His accusations against Massinissa derived credibility from the fact of the nuptials having been celebrated in the most violent hurry, almost amid the clash of arms, without consulting or waiting for Laelius, and with such precipitate haste, that on the very day on which he saw the captive enemy he united himself with her in matrimony, and performed the nuptial rite in the presence of the household gods of his enemy. This conduct appeared the more heinous to Scipio, because when a very young man in Spain he had not allowed himself to be influenced by the beauty of any captive. While ruminating on these circumstances, Laelius and Massinissa came up. Without making any distinction between them he received them both with a cheerful countenance, and having bestowed upon them the highest commendations before a full assembly of his officers, he took Massinissa aside and thus addressed him, "I suppose, Massinissa, that it was because you saw in me some good qualities that you at first came to me when in Spain, for the purpose of forming a friendship with me, and that afterwards in Africa you committed yourself and all your hopes to my protection. But of all those virtues, on account of which I seem to you worthy of your regard, there is not one in which I gloried so much as temperance and the control of my passions. I could wish that you also, Massinissa, had added this to your other distinguished qualities. There is not, believe me, there is not so much danger to be apprehended by persons at our time of life from armed foes, as from the pleasures which surround us on all sides. The man who by temperance has curbed and subdued his appetite for them, has acquired for himself much greater honor and a much more important victory than we now enjoy in the conquest of Syphax. I have mentioned with delight, and I remember with pleasure, the instances of fortitude and courage which you displayed in my absence. As to other matters, I would rather that you should reflect upon them in private, than that you should be put to the blush by my reciting them." Syphax was subdued and captured under the auspices of the Roman people. Therefore he himself, his wife, his kingdom, his territories, his towns and their inhabitants, in short, everything which belonged to him, is the booty of the Roman people, and it was proper that the king himself and his consort, even though she had not been a citizen of Carthage, even though we did not see her father commanding the armies of our enemies, should be sent to Rome. And that the Senate and people of Rome should judge and determine respecting her who is said to have alienated from us a king in alliance with us, and to have precipitated him into war with us. Subdue your passions. Beware how you deform many good qualities by one vice, and mar the credit of so many meritorious deeds by a degree of guilt more than proportioned to the value of its object. 15. While Massinissa heard these observations, he not only became suffused with blushes, but burst into tears. And after declaring that he would submit to the discretion of the general, and imploring him that, as far as circumstances would permit, he would consider the obligation he had rashly imposed upon himself. For he had promised that he would not deliver her into the power of any one. He retired in confusion from the pavilion into his own tent. There, dismissing his attendants, he spent a considerable time amid frequent sighs and groans, which could be distinctly heard by those who stood around the tent. At last, heaving a deep groan, he called one of his servants in whom he confided, in whose custody poison was kept, according to the custom of kings, as a remedy against the unforeseen events of fortune, and ordered him to mix some in a cup and carry it to Sophonisba. At the same time informing her that Massinissa would gladly have fulfilled the first obligation which as a husband he owed to her his wife. But since those who had the power of doing so had deprived him of the exercise of that right, he now performed his second promise, that she should not come alive into the power of the Romans. That, mindful of her father the general, of her country, and of the two kings to whom she had been married, she would take such measures as she herself thought proper. When the servant came to Sophonisba bearing this message and the poison, she said, I accept this nuptial present, nor is it an unwelcome one, if my husband can render me no better service. Tell him, however, that I should have died with greater satisfaction had I not married so near upon my death. The spirit with which she spoke was equalled by the firmness with which she took and drained the chalice, without exhibiting any symptom of perturbation. When Scipio was informed of this event, fearful lest the high-spirited young man should in the distempered state of his mind adopt some desperate resolution, he immediately sent for him, and at one time endeavored to solace him. At another gently rebuked him for expiating one act of temerity with another, and rendering the affair more tragical than was necessary. The next day, in order to divert his mind from his present affliction, he ascended his tribunal and ordered an assembly to be summoned, in which having first saluted Massinissa with the title of king, and distinguished him with the highest encomiums, he presented him with a golden goblet, a curule chair, an ivory scepter, an embroidered gown, and a triumphal vest. He increased the honor by observing, that among the Romans there was nothing more magnificent than a triumph, and that those who triumphed were not arrayed with more splendid ornaments than those with which the Roman people considered Massinissa alone, of all foreigners, worthy. He then bestowed the highest commendations upon Laelius also, and presented him with a golden crown, and gave presents to the other military characters proportioned to their respective merits. By these honors the king's mind was soothed, and encouraged to hope that he would speedily become master of all Numidia, now that Syphax was removed. 16. Scipio, having sent Caius Laelius with Syphax and the rest of the prisoners to Rome, with whom went also ambassadors from Massinissa, led his troops back again to Tunes, and completed the fortifications which he had before begun. The Carthaginians, who had experienced not only a short-lived but almost groundless joy, from their attack upon the fleet, which, under existing circumstances, was tolerably successful, were so dismayed at the account of the capture of Syphax, in whom they reposed almost greater confidence than in Hasdrubal and his army, that now listening no longer to any who advocated war, they sent 30 of their principal elders as deputies to solicit peace. With them the council of elders is held in the highest reverence, and has supreme power even to control the Senate itself. When they came into the Roman camp and entered the pavilion, they prostrated themselves after the manner of those who pay profound adoration to kings, adopting the custom, I suppose, from the country from which they derived their origin. Their language corresponded with such abject humiliation, for they did not endeavor to deny their guilt, but charged Hannibal and the favorers of his violent measures with being the originators of it. They implored pardon for their state, which had been now twice brought to the brink of ruin by the temerity of its citizens, and would again owe its safety to the indulgence of its enemies. They said, the object the Roman people aimed at in the subjugation of their enemies was dominion, and not their destruction, that he might enjoin what he pleased upon them, as being prepared submissively to obey. Scipio replied, that he had come into Africa with the hope, and that hope had been increased by the success he had experienced in his operations, that he should carry home victory and not terms of peace. Still, though he had victory in a manner within his grasp, he would not refuse all accommodation, that all the nations of the world may know that the Roman people both undertake and conclude wars with justice. The terms of peace which he prescribed were these, that they should restore the prisoners, deserters, and fugitives, withdraw their armies from Italy and Gaul, give up all claim to Spain, retire from all the islands between Italy and Africa. Deliver up all their ships of war except 20, and furnish 500,000 pecks of wheat, and 300,000 of barley. Authors are not agreed as to the sum of money he demanded. In some I find 5,000 talents. In others 5,000 pounds weight of silver, in others, that double pay for the troops was required. 3 days, he said, shall be allowed to deliberate whether you accept of peace on these terms. If you do accept it, make a truce within me, and send deputies to Rome to the Senate. The Carthaginians being thus dismissed, as they thought it proper to accept of any conditions of peace, for their only object was to gain time for Hannibal to cross over into Africa, sent some ambassadors to Scipio to conclude a truce, and others to Rome to solicit peace. The latter taking with them a few prisoners, deserters, and fugitives, in order to facilitate the attainment of peace. 17. Laelius with Syphax and the principal Numidian prisoners arrived at Rome several days before, and laying before the Senate all the transactions which had occurred in Africa in order, the greatest joy was felt for the present, and the most sanguine anticipations formed of the future. The sense of the Senate being then taken upon the subject, they resolved that the king should be sent to Alba to be kept in custody, and that Laelius should be detained until the arrival of the Carthaginian ambassadors. A supplication for 4 days was decreed. The Senate breaking up and an assembly of the people being then called, Publius Aelius the praetor accompanied by Caius Laelius, mounted the rostrum. There, on hearing that the armies of the Carthaginians had been routed, that a king of the greatest renown had been vanquished and made prisoner, that all Numidia had been overrun with brilliant success, the people were unable to refrain from expressing their delight, but manifested their transports by shouts and all the other means usually resorted to by the multitude. The praetor, therefore, immediately issued orders that the keepers should open all the temples throughout the city, and that the people should be allowed during the whole day to go round and make their adoration to the gods, and return their thanks. The next day he brought the ambassadors of Massinissa before the Senate. They in the first place congratulated the Senate on the successes of Scipio in Africa, and then thanked them, not only for having saluted him with the title of king, but for having made him one, by reinstating him in his paternal dominions, where, now that Syphax was removed, he would reign, if it was the pleasure of the Senate, without fear or opposition. Next, for having bestowed upon him the highest commendations in the assembly, and decorated him with the most magnificent presents, of which Massinissa had endeavored, and would in future endeavor, to render himself worthy. They requested that the Senate would by a decree confirm the title of king with the other favors and benefits conferred by Scipio, and, if it were not troublesome, they said, that Massinissa further requested that they would send home the Numidian captives who were detained at Rome, for that this boon would procure him the esteem and honor of his countrymen. On these points the Senate replied to the ambassadors, that they reciprocated the congratulations of the king on the successes in Africa. That Scipio was considered to have acted properly and regularly in saluting him with the title of king, and that the Senate applauded and approved of everything else he had done which was gratifying to Massinissa. They appointed by a decree what presents the ambassadors should carry to the king. They were, 2 purple cloaks, each having a golden clasp, and each accompanied with vests and broad purple borders, 2 horses arrayed with trappings, 2 suits of equestrian armor with coats of mail, together with tents and other military apparatus such as those usually provided for a consul. These the praetor was directed to send for the king. The ambassadors were severally presented with not less than 5,000 asses, their attendants with 1,000. 2 suits of apparel were presented to each of the ambassadors, and 1 to each of their attendants and to the Numidians, who were discharged from custody and given back to the king. In addition to these, dwellings, reserved by the state for such purposes, grounds, and entertainment, were assigned to the ambassadors. 18. The same summer during which these decrees were passed at Rome, and these transactions took place in Africa, Publius Quinctilius Verus, the praetor, and Marcus Cornelius, the proconsul, fought a pitched battle with Mago the Carthaginian in the territories of the Insubrian Gauls. The legions of the praetor were in the first line, Cornelius kept his in reserve, riding forward into the front himself, and the praetor and proconsul, leading on the two wings, exhorted the soldiers to attack the enemy with the utmost vigor. Finding they produced no impression upon the enemy, Quinctilius said to Cornelius, "The battle, as you perceive, does not proceed with spirit. The enemy, having succeeded in their resistance beyond expectation, have become callous to fear. And there is danger lest it should be converted into boldness. We must stir up a tempest of cavalry if we wish to disorder and drive them from their ground. Therefore, either do you sustain the fight in front, and I will lead the cavalry into the action. Or else, I will act in the front line and you send out the cavalry of the 4 legions against the enemy." The proconsul offering to take whichever part of the service the praetor pleased, Quinctilius the praetor, with his son, surnamed Marcus, a spirited youth, went off to the cavalry, and desiring them to mount, instantly led them to the charge. The confusion occasioned by these was increased by a shout raised by the legions. Nor would the line of the enemy have stood unbroken, had not Mago, as soon as he saw the cavalry in motion, immediately brought into the action his elephants, which he kept in readiness. The horses were so terrified at the snorting, the smell, and appearance of these animals, that the aid of the cavalry was rendered ineffectual. As the Roman horseman had the advantage in point of efficiency in a close fight, when he could use his javelin and sword hand to hand, so the Numidians had the advantage when throwing their darts from a distance upon enemies borne away from them by their terrified horses. At the same time the 12th legion, though a great number of them were slain, maintained their ground through shame rather than a reliance on their strength. But they would not have continued to do so longer, had not the 13th legion, brought up into the front line from the reserve, taken up the doubtful conflict. Mago, also, bringing up the Gauls from his reserve, opposed them to the fresh legion. The Gauls being routed without any great effort, the spearmen of the 11th legion formed themselves into a circular body and charged the elephants, which were now disordering the line of infantry. And as scarcely one of the javelins which they threw upon them failed of taking effect, as they were close together, they turned them all upon the line of their own party. 4 of them fell overpowered with wounds. It was then that the front line of the enemy gave ground, the whole body of the Roman infantry at the same time rushing forward to increase the panic and confusion, on seeing the elephants turn their backs. As long as Mago stood in front, the troops stepped back slowly, preserving their ranks and not relaxing their ardor in fighting. But when they saw him falling, from a wound in his thigh, which was transfixed, and carried off the field almost lifeless, in an instant they all betook themselves to flight. As many as 5,000 of the enemy were slain, and 22 military standards captured on that day. Nor did the Romans obtain a bloodless victory. 2,300 of the army of the praetor, by far the greater part of whom belonged to the 12th legion, were lost. 2 military tribunes, Marcus Ascanius and Marcus Manius, of the same legion. And of the 13th legion also, which joined in the action at its close, Gnaeus Helvius, a military tribune, fell in restoring the fight. And about 22 distinguished horsemen, together with several centurions, were trampled upon and killed by the elephants. The contest would have continued longer, had not the enemy conceded the victory, in consequence of the wound of their general. 19. Mago, setting out during the silence of the succeeding night, and marching as far at a time as his wounds would allow him, reached the sea-coast in the territory of the Ingonian Ligurians. Here ambassadors from Carthage, who had put into the Gallic Bay a few days before, came to him with directions to cross over into Africa with all speed. Informing him that his brother Hannibal, for to him also they said ambassadors had gone with similar directions, would do the same, for the affairs of the Carthaginians were not in a condition to admit of their occupying Gaul and Italy with armies. Mago, not only influenced by the command of the Senate and the danger which threatened his country, but fearful also lest the victorious enemy should be upon him if he delayed, and lest the Ligurians themselves, seeing that the Carthaginians were leaving Italy, should pass over to those under whose power they were likely soon to be placed. At the same time hoping that his wound would be less irritated by the motion of sailing than marching, and that he would have greater facilities for the cure of it, put his troops on board and set sail. But he had scarcely cleared Sardinia when he died of his wound. Several also of his ships, which had been dispersed in the main sea, were captured by the Roman fleet which lay near Sardinia. Such were the transactions by sea and land in that part of Italy which is adjacent to the Alps. The consul, Caius Servilius, without having performed any memorable achievement in Etruria, his province, and in Gaul, for he had advanced thither also, but having rescued from slavery, which they had endured for now the 16th year, his father, Caius Servilius, and his uncle, Caius Lutatius, who had been taken by the Boians at the village of Tenetum, returned to Rome with his father on one side of him and his uncle on the other, distinguished, by family, rather than by public, honors. It was proposed to the people, that Caius Servilius should be indemnified for having filled the offices of plebeian tribune and plebeian aedile contrary to what was established by the laws, while his father, who had sat in the curule chair, was still alive, he being ignorant of that circumstance. This proposition having been carried, he returned to his province. The towns Consentia, Uffugum, Vergae, Basidii, Hetriculum, Siphium, Argentanum, Clampetia, and many other inconsiderable states, perceiving that the Carthaginian cause was declining, went over to Gnaeus Servilius the consul in Bruttium. The same consul fought a battle with Hannibal, in the territory of Crotto. The accounts of this battle are not clear. Valerius Antius states that 5,000 men were slain. But this is an event of such magnitude, that either it must be an impudent fiction, or negligently omitted. It is certain that nothing further was done by Hannibal in Italy. For ambassadors from Carthage, recalling him into Africa, came to him, as it happened, at the same time that they came to Mago. 20. It is said that when Hannibal heard the message of the ambassadors he gnashed with his teeth, groaned, and scarcely refrained from shedding tears. After they had delivered the commands with which they were charged, he said, "Those who have for a long time been endeavoring to drag me home, by forbidding the sending of supplies and money to me, now recall me, not indirectly, but openly. Hannibal, therefore, hath been conquered, not by the Roman people, who have been so often slain and routed, but by the Carthaginian Senate, through envy and detraction. Nor will Publius Scipio exult and glory in this unseemly return so much as Hanno, who has crushed our family, since he could not effect it by any other means, by the ruins of Carthage." Already had his mind entertained a presentiment of this event, and he had accordingly prepared ships beforehand. Having, therefore, sent a crowd of useless soldiers under pretence of garrisons into the towns in the Bruttian territory, a few of which continued their adherence to him, more through fear than attachment. He transported the strength of his army into Africa. Many natives of Italy who, refusing to follow him into Africa had retired to the shrine of Juno Lacinia, which had never been violated up to that day, were barbarously massacred in the very temple. It is related, that rarely any person leaving his country to go into exile exhibited deeper sorrow than Hannibal did on departing from the land of his enemies. That he frequently looked back upon the shores of Italy, and, arraigning both gods and men, cursed himself and his own head that he did not lead his troops, while reeking with blood from the victory at Cannae, to Rome. Scipio, who since his appointment to the office of consul had not looked at the Carthaginian enemy in Italy, had dared, he said, to go and attack Carthage, while he, after slaying 100,000 fighting men at Trasimenus and Cannae, had suffered his strength to wear away around Casilinum, Cumae, and Nola. Amid these reproaches and complaints he was borne away from his long occupation of Italy. 21. At the same time intelligence was brought to Rome that both Mago and Hannibal had taken their departure. But the delight occasioned by this twofold source of joy was diminished by the reflection that their commanders had wanted either spirit or strength sufficient to detain them, for they had been charged by the Senate to do so. And also in consequence of the anxiety they felt for the issue of a contest, in which the whole weight of the war rested on the efforts of one general and his army. About the same time ambassadors from Saguntum arrived, bringing with them some Carthaginians who had crossed over into Spain for the purpose of hiring auxiliaries, having seized them and the money they had with them. They laid down in the vestibule of the Senate house 250 pounds weight of gold, and 800 of silver. After the men had been received and thrown into prison, and the gold and silver returned, the ambassadors were thanked, and received, besides, presents and ships to convey them back into Spain. Some of the older senators then observed, that men were less powerfully affected by prosperity than adversity. That they themselves remembered what terror and consternation had been occasioned by the passage of Hannibal into Italy. What disasters and what lamentations had followed that event. When the camp of the enemy was seen from their walls, what vows were poured forth by each and all. How often, extending their hands to heaven, exclamations were heard in their assemblies. Oh! Will that day ever arrive when we shall behold Italy cleared of her enemies and enjoying the blessings of peace? The gods, they said, had at length, in the 16th year, granted that favor, and yet there was no one who proposed that thanks should be returned to them for it. That if men received a present blessing so ungratefully, they would not be very mindful of it when it was past. In consequence of this a general shout was raised from every part of the Senate house, that Publius Aelius the praetor should lay the matter before the Senate, and a decree was passed. That a supplication should be performed at all the shrines for the space of 5 days, and that 120 victims of the larger sort should be immolated. Laelius and the ambassadors of Massinissa having been by this time dismissed, and intelligence having arrived that ambassadors of the Carthaginians, who were coming to the Senate to treat about peace, had been seen at Puteoli, and would proceed thence by land, it was resolved, that Caius Laelius should be recalled, that the negotiations respecting the peace might take place in his presence. Quintus Fulvius Gillo, a lieutenant general of Scipio, conducted the Carthaginians to Rome. And as they were forbidden to enter the city, they were lodged in a country house belonging to the state, and admitted to an audience of the Senate at the Temple of Bologna. 22. They addressed the Senate in nearly the same terms as they had employed before Scipio, laying the whole blame of the war upon Hannibal, and exculpating their state. They declared, that he had not only crossed the Alps, but the Ibris also, without the sanction of the Senate, and that he had made war not only on the Romans, but previously on the Saguntines also, on his own individual responsibility. That, if the question were viewed in its proper light, it would be found that the league between the Senate and people of Carthage and the Romans remained unbroken up to that day. Accordingly, all they had in charge to solicit was, that they might be allowed to continue in the enjoyment of that peace which was last entered into with the consul Caius Lutatius. When the praetor, according to the custom handed down from their ancestors, had given the fathers permission to ask the ambassadors any questions they might be pleased to put, and the older members who had been present at the making of the treaties had put some one question and others another, the ambassadors declared that they were not old enough to recollect, for they were nearly all of them young men. Upon this every part of the Senate house resounded with exclamations, that with Carthaginian knavery men had been chosen to solicit a renewal of the old peace who did not recollect its terms. 23. After this, the ambassadors having been removed out of the Senate house, the senators began to be asked their opinions. Marcus Livius recommended, that Caius Servilius, the consul nearest home, should be sent for, that he might be present at the proceedings relative to the peace. For as it was impossible that any subject of deliberation could occur of greater importance than the present, he did not see how it could be discussed, consistently with the dignity of the Roman people, in the absence of one or both of the consuls. Quintus Metellus, who 3 years before had been consul, and had filled the office of dictator, said that, since Publius Scipio, by destroying the armies and by devastating the lands of the enemy, had reduced them to such a state that they were compelled as supplicants to sue for peace. And as no one could estimate with more truth the intentions with which it was solicited, than he who was prosecuting the war before the gates of Carthage, the peace should be rejected or adopted on the advice of none other than Scipio. Marcus Valerius Lavinus, who had been twice consul, endeavored to show that those who had come were spies, and not ambassadors, that they ought to be ordered to depart from Italy. That guards should be sent with them to their very ships, and that Scipio should be written to not to relax in prosecuting the war. Laelius and Fulvius added, that Scipio had grounded his hopes of effecting a peace on Hannibal and Mago not being recalled from Italy. He considered that the Carthaginians would practice every species of dissimulation, in expectation of the arrival of those generals and their armies, and then, forgetful of all treaties, however recent, and all gods, would proceed with the war. For these reasons they were the more disposed to adopt the opinion of Lavinus. The ambassadors were dismissed without having accomplished the peace, and almost without an answer. 24. About the same time Gnaeus Servilius, the consul, not doubting but that he should enjoy the glory of having restored Italy to a state of peace, pursued Hannibal, whom he considered had fled before him, and crossed over into Sicily, with the intention of proceeding thence into Africa. As soon as this became known at Rome, at first the fathers gave it as their opinion, that the praetor should inform the consul by letter that the Senate thought it proper that he should return into Italy. But afterwards, the praetor declaiming that he would not heed his letter, Publius Sulpicius, who was created dictator for this very purpose, recalled the consul to Italy, in virtue of his superior authority. The remainder of the year he employed in conjunction with Marcus Servilius, his master of the horse, in going round to the cities of Italy, which had been alienated from the Romans during the war, and in taking cognizance of the cases of each. During the time of the truce, Lentulus the praetor sent over into Africa, from Sardinia, 100 transports with stores, under a convoy of 20 ships of war, without meeting with any injury either from the enemy or storms. The same good fortune did not attend Gnaeus Octavius, while crossing over from Sicily with 200 transports and 30 men of war. Having experienced a prosperous voyage until he arrived almost within sight of Africa, at first the wind dropped, but afterwards changing to the southwest, it dispersed his ships in every direction. He himself with the ships of war, having struggled through the opposing billows by the extraordinary exertions of his rowers, made the promontory of Apollo. The greater part of the transports were driven to Aegimuris, an island filling the mouth of the bay on which Carthage stands, and about 30 miles from the city. The rest were driven on shore directly opposite the city, near the warm baths. The whole occurrence was within sight of Carthage, and, accordingly, the people ran in crowds to the Forum, from every part of the city. The magistrates summoned the Senate, and the people were yelling in the vestibule of the Senate house, lest so great a booty should escape from their hands and their sight. Though some urged as an objection the obligation imposed upon them by having solicited peace, and others the restraint occasioned by the existence of a truce, the period of which had not yet expired, it was agreed in an assembly, made up almost of a mixture of the Senate and people, that Hasdrubal should cross over to Aegimuris with 50 ships, and, proceeding thence, pick up the Roman ships scattered along the coasts and in the different ports. First the transports from Aegimuris, and then those from the baths, abandoned by the crews, were towed to Carthage. 25. The ambassadors had not as yet returned from Rome, nor was it known whether the Roman Senate had pronounced in favor of peace or war, nor as yet had the period of the truce expired. Scipio, therefore, considering that the malignity of their offense was heightened by the fact, that, though they had solicited peace and a truce, they had cut off all hopes of the former and violated the latter, immediately dispatched Lucius Baebius, Lucius Sergius, and Lucius Fabius, as ambassadors to Carthage. These, having narrowly escaped violence from the assembled multitude, and perceiving that they would be exposed to similar danger on their return, requested of the magistrates, by whose aid they had been protected from violence, to send ships to escort them. 2 triremes were assigned them, which, when they had come to the river Bagradas, whence the Roman camp could be seen, returned to Carthage. The Carthaginian fleet was stationed at Utica, and from this 3 quadriremes were dispatched, which suddenly attacked the Roman quinquireme from the main sea, while doubling the promontory. Either owing to a message sent from Carthage that this should be done, or that Hasdrubal, who commanded the fleet, perpetrated the atrocity without public connivance. But neither could they strike it with their beaks from the rapidity with which it evaded them, nor could the fighting men board the higher from lower vessels. The quinquireme was gallantly defended as long as their weapons lasted. But these failing, and there being now nothing which could save them but the nearness of the land, and the multitude which had poured out from the camp upon the shore, they communicated a rapid motion to the vessel by means of their oars. And running her against the shore with all the force they could, they escaped themselves without injury, and only lost the vessel. Thus when the truce had been unequivocally violated by repeated acts of villainy, Laelius and Fulvius arrived from Rome with the Carthaginian ambassadors. Scipio told them, that although the Carthaginians had not only broken their faith pledged in the truce, but had also violated the laws of nations in the persons of his ambassadors. Yet he would not in their case do anything unworthy of the maxims of the Roman people or his own principles. After saying which, he dismissed the ambassadors and prepared for war. When Hannibal was now drawing near land, one of the sailors, who was ordered to climb the mast to see what part of the country they were making, said the prow pointed toward a demolished sepulchre, when Hannibal, recognizing the inauspicious omen, ordered the pilot to steer by that place, and putting in his fleet at Leptis, landed his forces there. 26. Such were the transactions in Africa this year. Those which followed extended themselves into that year in which Marcus Servilius Geminus, who was then master of the horse, and Tiberius Claudius Nero were consuls. However, at the close of the former year, deputies from the allied states in Greece having arrived with complaints that their lands had been devastated by the king's garrisons, and that their ambassadors, who had gone into Macedonia to demand restitution, had not been admitted into the presence of Philip. And having also brought information that 4,000 men were said to have been conveyed over into Africa, under the conduct of Sopater, to assist the Carthaginians, and that a considerable quantity of money had been sent with them. The Senate resolved that ambassadors should be sent to the king to inform him that the fathers considered that these acts were contrary to the treaty. The persons sent were Caius Terentius Varro, Caius Mamilius, and Marcus Aurelius. 3 quinqueremes were assigned to them. This year was rendered remarkable by a most extensive fire, by which the buildings on the Publician hill were burned to the ground, and by the greatness of the floods. But still provisions were cheap, not only because, as it was a time of peace, supplies could be obtained from every part of Italy, but also because Marcus Valerius Falto and Marcus Fabius Buteo, the curule aediles, distributed to the people so much for each street, at the rate of 4 asses a bushel, a great quantity of corn which had been sent out of Spain. The same year died Quintus Fabius Maximus at an advanced age, if, indeed, it be true that he was augur 62 years, which some historians relate. He was a man unquestionably worthy of the high surname which he bore, even had it begun with him. He surpassed the honors of his father, and equaled those of his grandfather. His grandfather, Rullus, was distinguished by a greater number of victories and more important battles. But one antagonist like Hannibal is sufficient to counterbalance them all. He was esteemed rather cautious than spirited. And though it may be questioned whether he was naturally dilatory, or whether he adopted that kind of conduct because it was peculiarly suited to the war which he was carrying on, yet nothing can be more clear that he was that one man who by his delay retrieved our affairs, as Aeneas says. Quintus Fabius Maximus, his son, was consecrated augur in his room. In the room of the same, for he held 2 priesthoods, Servius Sulpicius Galba was consecrated pontiff. The Roman games were repeated for 1 day, the plebeian were thrice repeated entire by the aediles, Marcus Sextius Sabinus and Gnaeus Tremellius Flaccus. Both these were elected praetors, and with them Caius Livius Salinator and Caius Aurelius Cotta. The difference in the accounts of historians renders it uncertain whether Caius Servilius the consul presided in the elections this year, or Publius Sulpicius, nominated dictator by him, because business detained him in Etruria, being engaged, according to a decree of the Senate, in making inquisitions respecting the conspiracies of the principal inhabitants. 27. In the beginning of the following year, Marcus Servilius and Tiberius Claudius, having assembled the Senate, consulted them respecting the provinces. As both were desirous of having Africa, they wished Italy and Africa to be disposed of by lots, but, principally in consequence of the exertions of Quintus Metellus, Africa was neither assigned to any one nor withheld. The consuls were ordered to make application to the tribunes of the people, to the effect, that, if they thought proper, they should put it to the people to decide whom they wished to conduct the war in Africa. All the tribes nominated Publius Scipio. Nevertheless, the consuls put the province of Africa to the lot, for so the Senate had decreed. Africa fell to the lot of Tiberius Claudius, who was to cross over into Africa with a fleet of 50 ships, all quinquiremes, and have an equal command with Scipio. Marcus Servilius obtained Etruria. Caius Servilius was continued in command in the same province, in case the Senate resolved that the consul should remain at the city. Of the praetors, Marcus Sextus obtained Gaul. Which province, together with 2 legions, Publius Quinctilius Varus was to deliver to him. Caius Livius obtained Bruttium, with the 2 legions which Publius Sempronius, the proconsul, had commanded the former year. Gnaeus Tremellius had Sicily, and was to receive the province and 2 legions from Publius Villius Tapulus, a praetor of the former year. Villius, as propraetor, was to protect the coast of Sicily with 20 men of war, and 1,000 soldiers. And Marcus Pomponius was to convey thence to Rome 1,500 soldiers, with the remaining 20 ships. The city jurisdiction fell to Caius Aurelius Cotta. And the rest of the praetors were continued in command of the respective provinces and armies which they then had. Not more than 16 legions were employed this year in the defense of the empire. And, that they might have the gods favorably disposed towards them in all their undertakings and proceedings, it was ordered that the consuls, before they set out to the war, should celebrate those games. And sacrifice those victims of the larger sort, which, in the consulate of Marcus Claudius Marcellus and Titus Quinctius, Titus Manlius, the dictator, had vowed, provided the commonwealth should continue in the same state for the next 5 years. The games were exhibited in the circus during 4 days, and the victims sacrificed to those deities to whom they had been vowed. 28. Meanwhile, hope and anxiety daily and simultaneously increased. Nor could the minds of men be brought to any fixed conclusion, whether it was a fit subject for rejoicing, that Hannibal had now at length, after the 16th year, departed from Italy, and left the Romans in the unmolested possession of it. Or whether they had not greater cause to fear, from his having transported his army in safety into Africa. They said that the scene of action certainly was changed, but not the danger. That Quintus Fabius, lately deceased, who had foretold how arduous the contest would be, was used to predict, not without good reason, that Hannibal would prove a more formidable enemy in his own country than he had been in a foreign one. And that Scipio would have to encounter not Syphax, a king of undisciplined barbarians, whose army Statorius, a man little better than a soldier's drudge, was used to lead, nor his father-in-law, Hasdrubal, that most fugacious general. Nor tumultuary armies hastily collected out of a crowd of half-armed rustics, but Hannibal, born in a manner in the pavilion of his father, that bravest of generals, nurtured and educated in the midst of arms, who served as a soldier formerly, when a boy, and became a general when he had scarcely attained the age of manhood. Who, having grown old in victory, had filled Spain, Gaul, and Italy, from the Alps to the Strait, with monuments of his vast achievements, who commanded troops who had served as long as he had himself. Troops hardened by the endurance of every species of suffering, such as it is scarcely credible that men could have supported, stained 1,000 times with Roman blood, and bearing with them the spoils not only of soldiers but of generals. That many would meet the eyes of Scipio in battle who had with their own hands slain Roman praetors, generals, and consuls, many decorated with crowns, in reward for having scaled walls and crossed ramparts. Many who had traversed the captured camps and cities of the Romans. That the magistrates of the Roman people had not then so many fasces as Hannibal could have carried before him, having taken them from generals whom he had slain. While their minds were harassed by these apprehensions, their anxiety and fears were further increased from the circumstance, that, whereas they had been accustomed to carry on war for several years, in different parts of Italy, and within their view, with languid hopes, and without the prospect of bringing it to a speedy termination, Scipio and Hannibal had stimulated the minds of all, as generals prepared for a final contest. Even those persons whose confidence in Scipio and hopes of victory were great, were affected with anxiety, increasing in proportion as they saw their completion approaching. The state of feeling among the Carthaginians was much the same. For, when they turned their eyes on Hannibal, and the greatness of his achievements, they repented having solicited peace. But when again they reflected that they had been twice defeated in a pitched battle, that Syphax had been made prisoner, that they had been driven out of Spain and Italy, and that all this had been effected by the valor and conduct of Scipio alone. They regarded him with horror, as a general marked out by destiny, and born, for their destruction. 29. Hannibal had by this time arrived at Adrumetum. From which place, after employing a few days there in refreshing his soldiers, who had suffered from the motion by sea, he proceeded by forced marches to Zama, roused by the alarming statements of messengers, who brought word that all the country around Carthage was filled with armed troops. Zama is distant from Carthage a 5 days' journey. Some spies, whom he sent out from this place, being intercepted by the Roman guard, and brought before Scipio, he directed that they should be handed over to the military tribunes, and after having been desired fearlessly to survey everything, to be conducted through the camp wherever they chose. Then, asking them whether they had examined everything to their satisfaction, he assigned them an escort, and sent them back to Hannibal. Hannibal received none of the circumstances which were reported to him with feelings of joy. For they brought word that, as it happened, Massinissa had joined the enemy that very day, with 6,000 infantry and 4,000 horse. But he was principally dispirited by the confidence of his enemy, which, doubtless, was not conceived without some ground. Accordingly, though he himself was the originator of the war, and by his coming had upset the truce which had been entered into, and cut off all hopes of a treaty, yet concluding that more favorable terms might be obtained if he solicited peace while his strength was unimpaired, than when vanquished, he sent a message to Scipio, requesting permission to confer with him. I have no means of affirming whether he did this on his own spontaneous suggestion, or by the advice of his state. Valerius Antius says, that after having been beaten by Scipio in a battle, in which 12,000 armed men were slain, and 1,700 made prisoners, he came himself with 10 other deputies into the camp to Scipio. However, as Scipio did not decline the proposal for a conference, both the generals, by concert, brought their camps forward in order to facilitate their meeting by shortening the distance. Scipio took up his position not far from the city Naragara, in a situation convenient not only for other purposes, but also because there was a watering place within a dart's throw. Hannibal took possession of an eminence 4 miles thence, safe and convenient in every respect, except that he had a long way to go for water. Here, in the intermediate space, a place was chosen, open to view from all sides, that there might be no opportunity for treachery. 30. Their armed attendants having retired to an equal distance, they met, each attended by one interpreter, being the greatest generals not only of their own times, but of any to be found in the records of the times preceding them, and equal to any of the kings or generals of any nation whatever. When they came within sight of each other they remained silent for a short time, thunderstruck, as it were, with mutual admiration. At length Hannibal thus began, "Since fate hath so ordained it, that I, who was the first to wage war upon the Romans, and who have so often had victory almost within my reach, should voluntarily come to sue for peace, I rejoice that it is you, above all others, from whom it is my lot to solicit it. To you, also, amid the many distinguished events of your life, it will not be esteemed one of the least glorious, that Hannibal, to whom the gods had so often granted victory over the Roman generals, should have yielded to you. And that you should have put an end to this war, which has been rendered remarkable by your calamities before it was by ours. In this also fortune would seem to have exhibited a disposition to sport with events, for it was when your father was consul that I first took up arms, he was the first Roman general with whom I engaged in a pitched battle. And it is to his son that I now come unarmed to solicit peace. It were indeed most to have been desired, that the gods should have put such dispositions into the minds of our fathers, that you should have been content with the empire of Italy, and we with that of Africa, nor, indeed, even to you, are Sicily and Sardinia of sufficient value to compensate you for the loss of so many fleets, so many armies, so many and such distinguished generals. But what is past may be more easily censured than retrieved. In our attempts to acquire the possessions of others we have been compelled to fight for our own. And not only have you had a war in Italy, and we also in Africa, but you have beheld the standards and arms of your enemies almost in your gates and on your walls, and we now, from the walls of Carthage, distinctly hear the din of a Roman camp. What, therefore, we should most earnestly deprecate, and you should most devoutly wish for, is now the case. Peace is proposed at a time when you have the advantage. We who negotiate it are the persons whom it most concerns to obtain it, and we are persons whose arrangements, be they what they will, our states will ratify. All we want is a disposition not averse from peaceful counsels. As far as relates to myself, time, for I am returning to that country an old man which I left a boy, and prosperity, and adversity, have so schooled me, that I am more inclined to follow reason than fortune. But I fear your youth and uninterrupted good fortune, both of which are apt to inspire a degree of confidence ill comporting with pacific counsels. Rarely does that man consider the uncertainty of events whom fortune hath never deceived. What I was at Trasimenus, and at Cannae, that you are this day. Invested with command when you had scarcely yet attained the military age, though all your enterprises were of the boldest description, in no instance has fortune deserted you. Avenging the death of your father and uncle, you have derived from the calamity of your house the high honor of distinguished valor and filial duty. You have recovered Spain, which had been lost, after driving thence 4 Carthaginian armies. When elected consul, though all others wanted courage to defend Italy, you crossed over into Africa, where having cut to pieces 2 armies, having at once captured and burnt 2 camps in the same hour. Having made prisoner Syphax, a most powerful king, and seized so many towns of his dominions and so many of ours, you have dragged me from Italy, the possession of which I had firmly held for now 16 years. Your mind, I say, may possibly be more disposed to conquest than peace. I know the spirits of your country aim rather at great than useful objects. On me, too, a similar fortune once shone. But if with prosperity the gods would also bestow upon us sound judgment, we should not only consider those things which have happened, but those also which may occur. Even if you should forget all others, I am myself a sufficient instance of every vicissitude of fortune. For me, whom a little while ago you saw advancing my standards to the walls of Rome, after pitching my camp between the Anio and your city, you now behold here, bereft of my 2 brothers, men of consummate bravery, and most renowned generals. Standing before the walls of my native city, which is all but besieged, and deprecating, in behalf of my own city, those severities with which I terrified yours. In all cases, the most prosperous fortune is least to be depended upon. While your affairs are in a favorable and ours in a dubious state, you would derive honor and splendor from granting peace. While to us who solicit it, it would considered as necessary rather than honorable. A certain peace is better and safer than a victory in prospect. The former is at your own disposal, the latter depends upon the gods. Do not place at the hazard of a single hour the successes of so many years. When you consider your own strength, then also place before your view the power of fortune, and the fluctuating nature of war. On both sides there will be arms, on both sides human bodies. In nothing less than in war do events correspond, with men's calculations. Should you be victorious in a battle, you will not add so much to that renown which you now have it in your power to acquire by granting peace, as you will detract from it should any adverse event befall you. The chance of a single hour may at once overturn the honors you have acquired and those you anticipate. Everything is at your own disposal in adjusting a peace. But, in the other case, you must be content with that fortune which the gods shall impose upon you. Formerly, in this same country, Marcus Attilius would have formed one among the few instances of good fortune and valor, if, when victorious, he had granted a peace to our fathers when they requested it. But by not setting any bounds to his success, and not checking good fortune, which was elating him, he fell with a degree of ignominy proportioned to his elevation. It is indeed the right of him who grants, and not of him who solicits it, to dictate the terms of peace, but perhaps we may not be unworthy to impose upon ourselves the fine. We do not refuse that all those possessions on account of which the war was begun should be yours, Sicily, Sardinia, Spain, with all the islands lying in any part of the sea, between Africa and Italy. Let us Carthaginians, confined within the shores of Africa, behold you, since such is the pleasure of the gods, extending your empire over foreign nations, both by sea and land. I cannot deny that you have reason to suspect the Carthaginian faith, in consequence of their insincerity lately in soliciting a peace and while awaiting the decision. The sincerity with which a peace will be observed, depends much, Scipio, on the person by whom it is sought. Your Senate, as I hear, refused to grant a peace in some measure because the deputies were deficient in respectability. It is I, Hannibal, who now solicit peace, who would neither ask for it unless I believed it expedient, nor will I fail to observe it for the same reason of expedience on account of which I have solicited it. And in the same manner as I, because the war was commenced by me, brought it to pass that no one regretted it till the gods began to regard me with displeasure, so will I also exert myself that no one may regret the peace procured by my means. 31. In answer to these things the Roman general spoke nearly to the following effect: I was aware that it was in consequence of the expectation of your arrival, that the Carthaginians violated the existing faith of the truce and broke off all hope of a peace. Nor, indeed, do you conceal the fact, inasmuch as you artfully withdraw from the former conditions of peace every concession except what relates to those things which have for a long time been in our own power. But as it is your object, that your countrymen should be sensible how great a burden they are relieved from by your means, so it is incumbent upon me to endeavor that they may not receive, as the reward of their perfidy, the concessions which they formerly stipulated, by expunging them now from the conditions of the peace. Though you do not deserve to be allowed the same conditions as before, you now request even to be benefited by your treachery. Neither did our fathers first make war respecting Sicily, nor did we respecting Spain. In the former case the danger which threatened our allies the Mamertines, and in the present the destruction of Saguntum, girded us with just and pious arms. That you were the aggressors, both you yourselves confess, and the gods are witnesses, who determined the issue of the former war, and who are now determining and will determine the issue of the present according to right and justice. As to myself, I am not forgetful of the instability of human affairs, but consider the influence of fortune, and am well aware that all our measures are liable to 1,000 casualties. But as I should acknowledge that my conduct would savor of insolence and oppression, if I rejected you on your coming in person to solicit peace, before I crossed over into Africa, you voluntarily retiring from Italy, and after you had embarked your troops. So now, when I have dragged you into Africa almost by manual force, notwithstanding your resistance and evasions, I am not bound to treat you with any respect. Wherefore, if in addition to those stipulations on which it was considered that a peace would at that time have been agreed upon, and what they are you are informed, a compensation is proposed for having seized our ships, together with their stores, during a truce, and for the violence offered to our ambassadors, I shall then have matter to lay before my council. But if these things also appear oppressive, prepare for war, since you could not brook the conditions of peace. Thus, without effecting an accommodation, when they had returned from the conference to their armies, they informed them that words had been bandied to no purpose, that the question must be decided by arms, and that they must accept that fortune which the gods assigned them. 32. When they had arrived at their camps, they both issued orders that their soldiers should get their arms in readiness, and prepare their minds for the final contest, in which, if fortune should favor them, they would continue victorious, not for a single day, but forever. Before tomorrow night, they said, they would know whether Rome or Carthage should give laws to the world, and that neither Africa nor Italy, but the whole world, would be the prize of victory. That the dangers which threatened those who had the misfortune to be defeated, were proportioned to the rewards of the victors. For the Romans had not any place of refuge in an unknown and foreign land, and immediate destruction seemed to await Carthage, if the troops which formed her last reliance were defeated. To this important contest, the day following, 2 generals, by far the most renowned of any, and belonging to 2 of the most powerful nations in the world, advanced, either to crown or overthrow, on that day, the many honors they had previously acquired. Their minds, therefore, were agitated with the opposite feelings of hope and fear. And while they contemplated at one time their own troops, at another those of their enemy, estimating their powers more by sight than by reason, they saw in them at once the grounds for joy and grief. Those circumstances which did not occur to the troops themselves spontaneously, their generals suggested by their admonitions and exhortations. The Carthaginian recounted his achievements in the land of Italy during 16 years, the many Roman generals and armies annihilated, reminding each individually of the honors he had acquired as he came to any soldier who had obtained distinction in any of his battles. Scipio referred to Spain, the recent battles in Africa, and the enemy's own confession, that they could not through fear but solicit peace, nor could they, through their inveterate perfidy, abide by it. In addition to this he gave what turn he pleased to his conference with Hannibal, which was held in private, and was therefore open to misrepresentation. He augured success, that the gods had exhibited the same omens to them on going out to battle on the present occasion, as they had to their fathers when they fought at the island's Aegates. He told them that the termination of the war, and their hardships, had arrived. That they had within their grasp the spoils of Carthage, and the power of returning home to their country, their parents, their children, their wives, and their household gods. He delivered these observations with a body so erect, and with a countenance so full of exultation, that one would have supposed that he had already conquered. He then drew up his troops, posting the hastati in front, the principes behind them, and closing his rear line with the triarii. 33. He did not draw up his cohorts in close order, but each before their respective standards, placing the companies at some distance from each other, so as to leave a space through which the elephants of the enemy passing might not at all break their ranks. Laelius, whom he had employed before as lieutenant general, but this year as quaestor, by special appointment, according to a decree of the Senate, he posted with the Italian cavalry in the left wing, Massinissa and the Numidians in the right. The open spaces between the companies of those in the van he filled with velites, which then formed the Roman light-armed troops, with an injunction, that on the charge of the elephants they should either retire behind the files, which extended in a right line, or, running to the right and left and placing themselves by the side of those in the van, afford a passage by which the elephants might rush in between weapons on both sides. Hannibal, in order to terrify the enemy, drew up his elephants in front, and he had 80 of them, being more than he had ever had in any battle. Behind these his Ligurian and Gallic auxiliaries, with Balearians and Moors intermixed. In the second line he placed the Carthaginians, Africans, and a legion of Macedonians. Then, leaving a moderate interval, he formed a reserve of Italian troops, consisting principally of Bruttians, more of whom had followed him on his departure from Italy by compulsion and necessity than by choice. His cavalry also he placed in the wings, the Carthaginian occupying the right, the Numidian the left. Various were the means of exhortation employed in an army consisting of a mixture of so many different kinds of men. Men differing in language, customs, laws, arms, dress, and appearance, and in the motives for serving. To the auxiliaries, the prospect both of their present pay, and many times more from the spoils, was held out. The Gauls were stimulated by their peculiar and inherent animosity against the Romans. To the Ligurians the hope was held out of enjoying the fertile plains of Italy, and quitting their rugged mountains, if victorious. The Moors and Numidians were terrified with subjection to the government of Massinissa, which he would exercise with despotic severity. Different grounds of hope and fear were represented to different persons. The view of the Carthaginians was directed to the walls of their city, their household gods, the sepulchres of their ancestors, their children and parents, and their trembling wives. They were told, that either the destruction of their city and slavery or the empire of the world awaited them, that there was nothing intermediate which they could hope for or fear. While the general was thus busily employed among the Carthaginians, and the captains of the respective nations among their countrymen, most of them employing interpreters among troops intermixed with those of different nations, the trumpets and cornets of the Romans sounded. And such a clamor arose, that the elephants, especially those in the left wing, turned round upon their own party, the Moors and Numidians. Massinissa had no difficulty in increasing the alarm of the terrified enemy, and deprived them of the aid of their cavalry in that wing. A few, however, of the beasts which were driven against the enemy, and were not turned back through fear, made great havoc among the ranks of the Velites, though not without receiving many wounds themselves. For when the Velites, retiring to the companies, had made way for the elephants, that they might not be trampled down, they discharged their darts at them, exposed as they were to wounds on both sides. Those in the van also keeping up a continual discharge of javelins. Until, driven out of the Roman line by the weapons which fell upon them from all quarters, these elephants also put to flight even the cavalry of the Carthaginians posted in their right wing. Laelius, when he saw the enemy in disorder, struck additional terror into them in their confusion. 34. The Carthaginian line was deprived of the cavalry on both sides, when the infantry, who were now not a match for the Romans in confidence or strength, engaged. In addition to this there was one circumstance, trifling in itself, but at the same time producing important consequences in the action. On the part of the Romans the shout was uniform, and on that account louder and more terrific. While the voices of the enemy, consisting as they did of many nations of different languages, were dissonant. The Romans used the stationary kind of fight, pressing upon the enemy with their own weight and that of their arms. But on the other side there was more of skirmishing and rapid movement than force. Accordingly, on the first charge, the Romans immediately drove back the line of their opponents. Then pushing them with their elbows and the bosses of their shields, and pressing forward into the places from which they had pushed them, they advanced a considerable space, as though there had been no one to resist them. Those who formed the rear urging forward those in front when they perceived the line of the enemy giving way. Which circumstance itself gave great additional force in repelling them. On the side of the enemy, the second line, consisting of the Africans and Carthaginians, were so far from supporting the first line when giving ground, that, on the contrary, they even retired, lest their enemy, by slaying those who made a firm resistance, should penetrate to themselves also. Accordingly, the auxiliaries suddenly turned their backs, and facing about upon their own party, fled, some of them into the second line, while others slew those who did not receive them into their ranks, since before they did not support them, and now refused to receive them. And now there were, in a manner, two contests going on together, the Carthaginians being compelled to fight at once with the enemy and with their own party. Not even then, however, did they receive into their line the terrified and exasperated troops. But, closing their ranks, drove them out of the scene of action to the wings and the surrounding plain, lest they should mingle these soldiers, terrified with defeat and wounds, with that part of their line which was firm and fresh. But such a heap of men and arms had filled the space in which the auxiliaries a little while ago had stood, that it was almost more difficult to pass through it than through a close line of troops. The spearmen, therefore, who formed the front line, pursuing the enemy as each could find a way through the heap of arms and men, and streams of blood, threw into complete disorder the battalions and companies. The standards also of the principes had begun to waver when they saw the line before them driven from their ground. Scipio, perceiving this, promptly ordered the signal to be given for the spearmen to retreat, and, having taken his wounded into the rear, brought the principes and triarii to the wings, in order that the line of spearmen in the center might be more strong and secure. Thus a fresh and renewed battle commenced, inasmuch as they had penetrated to their real antagonists, men equal to them in the nature of their arms, in their experience in war, in the fame of their achievements, and the greatness of their hopes and fears. But the Romans were superior both in numbers and courage, for they had now routed both the cavalry and the elephants, and having already defeated the front line, were fighting against the second. 35. Laelius and Massinissa, who had pursued the routed cavalry through a considerable space, returning very opportunely, charged the rear of the enemy's line. This attack of the cavalry at length routed them. Many of them, being surrounded, were slain in the field, and many, dispersed in flight through the open plain around, were slain on all hands, as the cavalry were in possession of every part. Of the Carthaginians and their allies, above 20,000 were slain on that day, about an equal number were captured, with 133 military standards, and 11 elephants. Of the victors as many as 2,000 fell. Hannibal, slipping off during the confusion, with a few horsemen came to Adrumetum, not quitting the field till he had tried every expedient both in the battle and before the engagement. Having, according to the admission of Scipio, and every one skilled in military science, acquired the fame of having marshalled his troops on that day with singular judgment. He placed his elephants in the front, in order that their desultory attack, and insupportable violence, might prevent the Romans from following their standards, and preserving their ranks, on which they placed their principal dependence. Then he posted his auxiliaries before the line of Carthaginians, in order that men who were made up of the refuse of all nations and who were not bound by honor but by gain, might not have any retreat open to them in case they fled. At the same time that the first ardor and impetuosity might be exhausted upon them, and, if they could render no other service, that the weapons of the enemy might be blunted in wounding them. Next he placed the Carthaginian and African soldiers, on whom he placed all his hopes, in order that, being equal to the enemy in every other respect, they might have the advantage of them, inasmuch as, being fresh and unimpaired in strength themselves, they would fight with those who were fatigued and wounded. The Italians he removed into the rear, separating them also by an intervening space, as he knew not, with certainty, whether they were friends or enemies. Hannibal, after performing this as it were his last work of valor, fled to Adrumetum, whence, having been summoned to Carthage, he returned thither in the 36th year after he had left it when a boy. And confessed in the Senate house that he was defeated, not only in the battle, but in the war, and that there was no hope of safety in any thing but in obtaining peace. 36. Immediately after the battle, Scipio, having taken and plundered the enemy's camp, returned to the sea and his ships, with an immense booty, news having reached him that Publius Lentulus had arrived at Utica with 50 men of war, and 100 transports laden with every kind of stores. Concluding that he ought to bring before Carthage everything which could increase the consternation already existing there, after sending Laelius to Rome to report his victory, he ordered Gnaeus Octavius to conduct the legions thither by land. And, setting out himself from Utica with the fresh fleet of Lentulus, added to his former one, made for the harbor of Carthage. When he had arrived within a short distance, he was met by a Carthaginian ship decked with fillets and branches of olive. There were 10 deputies, the leading men in the state, sent at the instance of Hannibal to solicit peace. To whom, when they had come up to the stern of the general's ship, holding out the badges of suppliants, entreating and imploring the protection and compassion of Scipio, the only answer given was, that they must come to Tunes, to which place he would move his camp. After taking a view of the site of Carthage, not so much for the sake of acquainting himself with it for any present object, as to dispirit the enemy, he returned to Utica, having recalled Octavius to the same place. As they were proceeding thence to Tunes, they received intelligence that Vermina, the son of Syphax, with a greater number of horse than foot, was coming to the assistance of the Carthaginians. A part of his infantry, with all the cavalry, having attacked them on their march on the first day of the Saturnalia, routed the Numidians with little opposition. And as every way by which they could escape in flight was blocked up, for the cavalry surrounded them on all sides, 15,000 men were slain, 1,200 were taken alive, with 1,500 Numidian horses, and 72 military standards. The prince himself fled from the field with a few attendants during the confusion. The camp was then pitched near Tunes in the same place as before, and 30 ambassadors came to Scipio from Carthage. These behaved in a manner even more calculated to excite compassion than the former, in proportion as their situation was more pressing, but from the recollection of their recent perfidy, they were heard with considerably less pity. In the council, though all were impelled by just resentment to demolish Carthage, yet, when they reflected upon the magnitude of the undertaking, and the length of time which would be consumed in the siege of so well fortified and strong a city, while Scipio himself was uneasy in consequence of the expectation of a successor, who would come in for the glory of having terminated the war, though it was accomplished already by the exertions and danger of another, the minds of all were inclined to peace. 37. The next day the ambassadors being called in again, and with many rebukes for their perfidy, warned that, instructed by so many disasters, they would at length believe in the existence of the gods, and the obligation of an oath. These conditions of the peace were stated to them, that they should enjoy their liberty and live under their own laws. That they should possess such cities and territories as they had enjoyed before the war, and with the same boundaries, and that the Romans should on that day desist from devastation. That they should restore to the Romans all deserters and fugitives, giving up all their ships of war except 10 triremes, with such tamed elephants as they had, and that they should not tame any more. That they should not carry on war in or out of Africa without the permission of the Roman people. That they should make restitution to Massinissa, and form a league with him. That they should furnish corn, and pay for the auxiliaries until the ambassadors had returned from Rome. That they should pay 10,000 talents of silver, in equal annual installments distributed over 50 years. That they should give 100 hostages, according to the pleasure of Scipio, not younger than 14 nor older than 30. That he would grant them a truce on condition that the transports, together with their cargoes, which had been seized during the former truce, were restored. Otherwise they would have no truce, nor any hope of a peace. When the ambassadors who were ordered to bear these conditions home reported them in an assembly, and Gisco had stood forth to dissuade them from the terms, and was being listened to by the multitude, who were at once indisposed for peace and unfit for war, Hannibal, indignant that such language should be held and listened to at such a juncture, laid hold of Gisco with his own hand, and dragged him from his elevated position. This unusual sight in a free state having raised a murmur among the people, the soldier, disconcerted at the liberties which the citizens took, thus addressed them, having left you when 9 years old, I have returned after a lapse of 36 years. I flatter myself I am well acquainted with the qualifications of a soldier, having been instructed in them from my childhood, sometimes by my own situation, and sometimes by that of my country. The privileges, the laws, and customs of the city and the forum you ought to teach me. Having thus apologized for his indiscretion, he discoursed largely concerning the peace, showing how inoppressive the terms were, and how necessary it was. The greatest difficulty was, that of the ships which had been seized during the truce nothing was to be found except the ships themselves, nor was it easy to collect the property. Because those who were charged with having it were opposed to the peace. It was resolved that the ships should be restored, and that the men at least should be looked up. And as to whatever else was missing, that it should be left to Scipio to put a value upon it, and that the Carthaginians should make compensation accordingly in money. There are those who say that Hannibal went from the field of battle to the sea coast, whence he immediately sailed in a ship, which he had ready for the purpose, to King Antiochus. And that when Scipio demanded above everything that Hannibal should be given up to him, answer was made that Hannibal was not in Africa. 38. After the ambassadors returned to Scipio, the quaestors were ordered to give in an account, made out from the public registers, of the public property which had been in the ships, and the owners to make a return of the private property. For the amount of the value 25,000 pounds of silver were required to be paid down, and a truce for 3 months was granted to the Carthaginians. It was added, that during the time of the truce they should not send ambassadors anywhere else than to Rome. And that, whatever ambassadors came to Carthage, they should not dismiss them before informing the Roman general who they were, and what they sought. With the Carthaginian ambassadors, Lucius Veturius Philo, Marcus Marcius Ralla, and Lucius Scipio, brother of the general, were sent to Rome. At the time in which these events took place, the supplies sent from Sicily and Sardinia produced such cheapness of provisions, that the merchant gave up the corn to the mariners for their freight. At Rome alarm was excited at the first intelligence of the renewal of hostilities by the Carthaginians, and Tiberius Claudius was directed to conduct the fleet with speed into Sicily, and cross over from that place into Africa. The other consul, Marcus Servilius, was directed to stay at the city until the state of affairs in Africa was ascertained. Tiberius Claudius, the consul, proceeded slowly with everything connected with the equipment and sailing of the fleet, because the Senate had decided that it should be left to Scipio, rather than to the consul, to determine the conditions on which the peace should be granted. The accounts also of prodigies which arrived just at the time of the news of the revival of the war, had occasioned great alarm. At Cumae the orb of the sun seemed diminished, and a shower of stones fell. And in the territory of Velaturnum the earth sank in great chasms, and trees were swallowed up in the cavities. At Aricia the forum and the shops around it, at Fresino a wall in several places, and a gate, were struck by lightning. And in the Palladium a shower of stones fell. The latter prodigy, according to the custom handed down by tradition, was expiated by a 9 days sacred rite, the rest with victims of the larger sort. Amid these events an unusually great rising of the waters was converted into a prodigy. For the Tiber overflowed its banks to such a degree, that as the circus was under water, the Apollinarian games were got up near the temple of Venus Erycina, without the Colline gate. However, the weather suddenly clearing up on the very day of the celebration, the procession, which had begun to move at the Colline gate, was recalled and transferred to the circus, on its being known that the water had retired thence. The joy of the people and the attraction of the games were increased by the restoration of this solemn spectacle to its proper scene. 39. The consul Claudius, having set out at length from the city, was placed in the most imminent danger by a violent tempest, which overtook him between the ports of Cosa and Laurentum. Having reached Populoniae, where he waited till the remainder of the tempest had spent itself, he crossed over to the island Ilva. From Ilva he went to Corsica, and from Corsica to Sardinia. Here, while sailing round the Montes in Zani, a tempest much more violent in itself, and in a more dangerous situation, dispersed his fleet. Many of his ships were shattered and stripped of their rigging, and some were wrecked. His fleet thus weather-beaten and shattered arrived at Caralesh, where the winter came on while the ships were drawn on shore and refitted. The year having elapsed, and no one proposing to continue him in command, Tiberius Claudius brought back his fleet to Rome in a private capacity. Marcus Servilius set out for his province, having nominated Caius Servilius Geminus as dictator, that he might not be recalled to the city to hold the elections. The dictator appointed Publius Aelius Paetus master of the horse. It frequently happened, that the elections could not be held on account of bad weather, though the days were fixed for them. And, therefore, as the magistrates of the former year retired from their offices on the day before the Ides of March, and fresh ones were not appointed to succeed them, the state was without curule magistrates. Lucius Manlius Torquatus, a pontiff, died this year. Caius Sulpicius Galba was elected in his room. The Roman games were thrice repeated by the curule aediles, Lucius Licinius Lucullus and Quintus Fulvius. Some scribes and runners belonging to the aediles were found, on the testimony of an informer, to have privately conveyed money out of the treasury, and were condemned, not without disgrace to the aedile Lucullus. Publius Aelius Tubero and Lucius Laetorius, plebeian aediles, on account of some informality in their creation, abdicated their office, after having celebrated the games, and the banquet on occasion of the games, in honor of Jupiter. And after having placed in the Capitol 3 statues made out of silver paid as fines. The dictator and master of the horse celebrated the games in honor of Ceres, in conformity with a decree of the Senate. 40. The Roman, together with the Carthaginian ambassadors, having arrived at Rome from Africa, the Senate was assembled at the Temple of Bellona. When Lucius Veturius Philo stated, to the great joy of the Senate, that a battle had been fought with Hannibal, which was decisive of the fate of the Carthaginians, and that a period was at length put to that calamitous war. He added what formed a small accession to their successes, that Vermina, the son of Syphax, had been vanquished. He was then ordered to go forth to the public assembly, and impart the joyful tidings to the people. Then, a thanksgiving having been appointed, all the temples in the city were thrown open, and supplications for 3 days were decreed. The ambassadors of the Carthaginians, and those of King Philip, for they also had arrived, requesting an audience of the Senate, answer was made by the dictator, by order of the fathers, that the new consuls would give them an audience. The elections were then held. The consuls elected were Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus and Publius Aelius Paetus. The praetors elected were Marcus Junius Pennus, to whose lot the city jurisdiction fell, Marcus Valerius Falto, who received Bruttium, Marcus Fabius Buteo, who received Sardinia, and Publius Aelius Tubero, who received Sicily. It was the pleasure of the Senate that nothing should be done respecting the provinces of the consuls, till the ambassadors of King Philip and the Carthaginians had been heard. For they foresaw the termination of one war and the commencement of another. Gnaeus Lentulus, the consul, was inflamed with a strong desire to have the province of Africa, looking forward to an easy victory if there was still war, or, if it was on the point of being concluded, to the glory of having it terminated in his consulate. He therefore refused to allow any business to be transacted before the province of Africa was assigned him. His colleague, who was a moderate and prudent man, giving up his claim to it, for he clearly saw that a contest with Scipio for that honor would be not only unjust but unequal. Quintus Minucius Thermus, and Manius Acilius Glabrio, tribunes of the people, said that Gnaeus Cornelius was endeavoring to effect the same object which had been attempted in vain by the consul Tiberius Claudius the former year. That, by the direction of the Senate, it had been proposed to the people to decide whom they wished to have the command in Africa, and all the 35 tribes had concurred in assigning that command to Publius Scipio. After many discussions, both in the Senate and popular assembly, it was at length determined to leave it to the Senate. The Fathers, therefore, on oath, for so it had been agreed, voted, that as to the provinces, the consuls should settle between themselves, or determine by lots, which of them should have Italy, and which a fleet of 50 ships. That he to whose lot the fleet fell should sail to Sicily, and if peace could not be concluded with the Carthaginians, that he should cross over into Africa. That the consul should act by sea, and Scipio by land, with the same right of command as heretofore. If an agreement should be come to, as to the terms of the peace, that then the plebeian tribunes should consult the commons as to whether they ordered the consul or Publius Scipio to grant the peace. And if the victorious army was to be brought home out of Africa, whom they ordered to bring it. That if they ordered that the peace should be granted by Publius Scipio, and that the army should be brought home likewise by him, then the consul should not pass out of Sicily into Africa. That the other consul, to whose lot Italy fell, should receive 2 legions from Marcus Sextius the praetor. 41. Publius Scipio was continued in command in the province of Africa, with the armies which he then had. To the praetor Marcus Valerius Falto the 2 legions in Bruttium, which Caius Livius had commanded the preceding year, were assigned. Publius Aelius, the praetor, was to receive 2 legions in Sicily from Gnaeus Tremellius. To Marcus Fabius was assigned 1 legion, which Publius Lentulus, propraetor, had commanded, to be employed in Sardinia. Marcus Servilius, the consul of the former year, was continued in command in Etruria, with his own 2 legions likewise. As to Spain, it appeared that Lucius Cornelius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidinus had been there for now several years. It was resolved, therefore, that the consuls should make application to the plebeian tribunes to take the opinion of the people, if they thought proper, as to whom they ordered to have command in Spain. That the person so ordered should form 1 legion of Roman soldiers out of the 2 armies, and also 15 cohorts of the allies of the Latin Confederacy, with which he should occupy the province. That Lucius Cornelius Lentulus and Lucius Manlius Acidinus should convey the old soldiers into Italy. To Cornelius, the consul, was assigned a fleet of 50 ships formed out of the 2 fleets, one of which was under Gnaeus Octavius in Africa, the other employed in protecting the coast of Sicily, under Publius Villius. He was to select such ships as he pleased. That Publius Scipio should still have the 40 ships of war which he before had, or if he wished that Gnaeus Octavius should command it, as he had commanded a fleet there before. That Octavius should be continued in command for a year as propraetor. But if he appointed Laelius to the command of it, Octavius should retire to Rome, and bring with him the ships which the consul did not want. To Marcus Fabius also 10 men of war were assigned for Sardinia. The consuls were directed to enlist 2 city legions, so that the operations of the state might be carried on this year with 14 legions, and 100 men of war. 42. Then the business relating to the ambassadors of Philip and the Carthaginians was considered. It was resolved that the Macedonians should be brought before the Senate first. Their address comprehended a variety of subjects, being employed partly in clearing themselves from the charges relative to the depredations committed against the allies, which the deputies sent to the king from Rome had brought against them. and partly in preferring accusations themselves against the allies of the Roman people, but particularly against Marcus Aurelius, whom they inveighed against with much greater acrimony. For they said that, being one of the 3 ambassadors sent to them, he had stayed behind, and levying soldiers, had assailed them with hostilities contrary to the league, and frequently fought pitched battles with their prefects. And partly in preferring a request that the Macedonians and their general, Sopater, who had served in the army of Hannibal for hire, and having been made prisoners were kept in bondage, should be restored to them. In opposition to these things Marcus Furius, who had been sent from Macedonia for the express purpose by Aurelius, thus argued, he said, that Aurelius, having been left behind, lest the allies of the Roman people, wearied by devastations and injuries, should revolt to the king, had not gone beyond the boundaries of the allies, but had taken measures to prevent plundering parties from crossing over into their lands with impunity. That Sopater was one of those who wore purple, and was related to the king. That he had been lately sent into Africa with 4,000 Macedonians and a sum of money to assist Hannibal and the Carthaginians. The Macedonians, on being interrogated on these points, proceeded to answer in a subtle and evasive manner. But without waiting for the conclusion of their reply they were told, that the king was seeking occasion for war, and that if he persisted he would soon obtain his object. That the treaty had been doubly violated by him, both by offering insults to the allies of the Roman people, by assaulting them with hostilities and arms, and also by aiding their enemies with auxiliaries and money. That Publius Scipio was deemed to have acted properly and regularly in keeping in chains, as enemies, those who had been made prisoners while bearing arms against the Romans. And that Marcus Aurelius had consulted the interest of the state, and the Senate were thankful to him for it, in protecting the allies of the Roman people by arms, since he could not do it by the obligation of the treaty. The Macedonian ambassadors having been dismissed with this unpleasant answer, the Carthaginian ambassadors were called. On observing their ages and dignified appearance, for they were by far the first men of the state, all promptly declared their conviction, that now they were sincere in their desire to effect a peace. Hasdrubal, however, surnamed by his countryman Titus, who had invariably recommended peace, and was opposed to the Barcine faction, was regarded with greater interest than the rest. On these accounts the greater weight was attached to him when transferring the blame of the war from the state at large to the cupidity of a few. After a speech of varied character, in which he sometimes refuted the charges which had been brought, at other times admitted some, lest by impudently denying what was manifestly true their forgiveness might be the more difficult. And then, even admonishing the conscript fathers to be guided by the rules of decorum and moderation in their prosperity, he said, that if the Carthaginians had listened to himself and Hanno, and had been disposed to make a proper use of circumstances, they would themselves have dictated terms of peace, instead of begging it as they now did. That it rarely happened that good fortune and a sound judgment were bestowed upon men at the same time. That the Roman people were therefore invincible, because when successful they forgot not the maxims of wisdom and prudence. And indeed it would have been matter of astonishment did they act otherwise. That those persons to whom success was a new and uncommon thing, proceeded to a pitch of madness in their ungoverned transports in consequence of their not being accustomed to it. That to the Roman people the joy arising from victory was a matter of common occurrence, and was now almost become old-fashioned. That they had extended their empire more by sparing the vanquished than by conquering. The language employed by the others was of a nature more calculated to excite compassion, they represented from what a height of power the Carthaginian affairs had fallen. That nothing, besides the walls of Carthage, remained to those who a little time ago held almost the whole world in subjection by their arms, that, shut up within these, they could see nothing anywhere on sea or land which owned their authority. That they would retain possession of their city itself and their household gods only, in case the Roman people should refrain from venting their indignation upon these, which is all that remains for them to do. When it was manifest that the fathers were moved by compassion, it is said that one of the senators, violently incensed at the perfidy of the Carthaginians, immediately asked with a loud voice, by what gods they would swear in striking the league. Since they had broken their faith with those by whom they swore in striking the former one. By those same, replied Hasdrubal, who have shown such determined hostility to the violators of treaties. 43. The minds of all being disposed to peace, Gnaeus Lentulus, whose province the fleet was, protested against the decree of the Senate. Upon this, Manius Acilius and Quintus Minucius, tribunes of the people, put the question to the people, whether they willed and ordered that the Senate should decree that peace should be made with the Carthaginians. Whom they ordered to grant that peace, and whom to conduct the army out of Africa. All the tribes ordered respecting the peace according as the question had been put. That Publius Scipio should grant the peace, and that he also should conduct the army home. Agreeably to this order, the Senate decreed that Publius Scipio, acting according to the opinion of the 10 deputies, should make peace with the Carthaginian people on what terms he pleased. The Carthaginians then returned thanks to the Senate, and requested that they might be allowed to enter the city and converse with their countrymen who had been made prisoners and were in custody of the state. Observing, that some of them were their relations and friends, and men of rank, and some, persons to whom they were charged with messages from their relations. Having obtained these requests, they again asked permission to ransom such of them as they pleased, when they were desired to give in their names. Having given in a list of about 200, a decree of the Senate was passed to the effect, that the Carthaginian ambassadors should be allowed to take away into Africa to Publius Cornelius Scipio 200 of the Carthaginian prisoners, selecting whom they pleased. And that they should convey to him a message, that if the peace were concluded, he should restore them to the Carthaginians without ransom. The heralds being ordered to go into Africa to strike the league, at their own desire the Senate passed a decree that they should take with them flint stones of their own, and vervain of their own. That the Roman praetor should command them to strike the league, and that they should demand of him herbs. The description of herb usually given to the heralds is taken from the Capitol. Thus the Carthaginians, being allowed to depart from Rome, when they had gone into Africa to Scipio concluded the peace on the terms before mentioned. They delivered up their men of war, their elephants, deserters, fugitives, and 4,000 prisoners, among whom was Quintus Terentius Cullio, a senator. The ships he ordered to be taken out into the main and burnt. Some say there were 500 of every description of those which are worked with oars, and that the sudden sight of these, when burning, occasioned as deep a sensation of grief to the Carthaginians as if Carthage had been in flames. The measures adopted respecting the deserters were more severe than those respecting the fugitives. Those who were of the Latin confederacy were decapitated, the Romans were crucified. 44. The last peace with the Carthaginians was made 40 years before this, in the consulate of Quintus Lutatius and Aulus Manlius. The war commenced 23 years afterwards, in the consulate of Publius Cornelius and Tiberius Sempronius. It was concluded in the 17th year, in the consulate of Gnaeus Cornelius and Publius Aelius Paetus. It is related that Scipio frequently said afterwards, that first the ambition of Tiberius Claudius, and afterwards of Gnaeus Cornelius, were the causes which prevented his terminating the war by the destruction of Carthage. The Carthaginians, finding difficulty in raising the first sum of money to be paid, as their finances were exhausted by a protracted war, and in consequence great lamentation and grief arising in the Senate house. It is said that Hannibal was observed laughing. And when Hasdrubal Hedus rebuked him for laughing amid the public grief, when he himself was the occasion of the tears which were shed, he said, if, as the expression of the countenance is discerned by the sight, so the inward feelings of the mind could be distinguished, it would clearly appear to you that that laughter which you censure came from a heart not elated with joy, but frantic with misfortunes. And yet it is not so ill-timed as those absurd and inconsistent tears of yours. Then you ought to have wept, when our arms were taken from us, our ships burnt, and we were forbidden to engage in foreign wars, for that was the wound by which we fell. Nor is it just that you should suppose that the measures which the Romans have adopted towards you have been dictated by animosity. No great state can remain at rest long together. If it has no enemy abroad it finds one at home, in the same manner as over-robust bodies seem secure from external causes, but are encumbered with their own strength. So far, forsooth, we are affected with the public calamities as they reach our private affairs, nor is there any circumstance attending them which is felt more acutely than the loss of money. Accordingly, when the spoils were torn down from vanquished Carthage, when you beheld her left unarmed and defenseless amid so many armed nations of Africa, none heaved a sigh. Now, because a tribute is to be levied from private property, you lament with one accord, as though at the funeral of the state. How much do I dread lest you should soon be made sensible that you have shed tears this day for the lightest of your misfortunes. Such were the sentiments which Hannibal delivered to the Carthaginians. Scipio, having summoned an assembly, presented Massinissa, in addition to his paternal dominions, with the town of Cirta, and the other cities and territories which had passed from the kingdom of Syphax into the possession of the Romans. He ordered Gnaeus Octavius to conduct the fleet to Sicily and deliver it to Gnaeus Cornelius the consul, and directed the Carthaginian ambassadors to go to Rome, that the arrangements he had made, with the advice of the 10 deputies, might be ratified by the sanction of the fathers and the order of the people. 45. Peace having been established by sea and land, he embarked his troops and crossed over to Lilybaeum in Sicily. Whence, having sent a great part of his soldiers by ships, he himself proceeded through Italy, which was rejoicing, not less on account of the peace than the victory. While not only the inhabitants of the cities poured out to show him honor, but crowds of rustics thronged the roads. He arrived at Rome and entered the city in a triumph of unparalleled splendor. He brought into the treasury 123,000 pounds of silver. He distributed to each of his soldiers 400 asses out of the spoils. By the death of Syphax, which took place but a short time before at Tibur, whither he had been removed from Alba, a diminution was occasioned in the interest of the pageant rather than in the glory of him who triumphed. His death, however, was attended with circumstances which produced a strong sensation, for he was buried at the public expense. Polybius, an author by no means to be despised, asserts that this king was led in the triumph. Quintus Terentius Cullio followed Scipio in his triumph with a cap of liberty on his head, and during the remainder of his life treated him with the respect due to him as the author of his freedom. I have not been able to ascertain whether the partiality of the soldiers or the favor of the people fixed upon him the surname of Africanus, or whether in the same manner as Felix was applied to Sulla, and Magnus to Pompey. In the memory of our fathers, it originated in the flattery of his friends. He was, doubtless, the first general who was distinguished by a name derived from the nation which he had conquered. Afterwards, in imitation of his example, some, by no means his equals in his victories, affixed splendid inscriptions on their statues and gave honorable surnames to their families. Book XXXI. Renewal of the war with Philip, king of Macedon. Successes of Publius Sulpicius, consul, who had the conduct of that war. The Abydenians, besieged by Philip, put themselves to death, together with their wives and children. Lucius Furius, praetor, defeats the Insubrian Gauls who had revolted, and Hamilcar, who stirred up the insurrection, is slain, with 35,000 men. Further operations of Sulpicius, Attalus, and the Rhodians against Philip. 1. It is delightful even to me to have come to the end of the Punic War, as if I myself had borne a share of the toil and danger. For though it by no means becomes a person, who has ventured to promise an entire history of all the Roman affairs, to be fatigued by any particular parts of so extensive a work. Yet when I reflect that 63 years, for so many there are from the first Punic War to the end of the second, have occupied as many of my volumes, as the 487 years. From the building of the city to the consulate of Appius Claudius, who first made war on the Carthaginians, I plainly perceive that, like those who, tempted by the shallows near the shore, walk into the sea, the farther I advance, I am carried, as it were, into a greater depth and abyss. And that my work almost increases on my hands which seem to be diminished by the completion of each of its earlier portions. The peace with Carthage was quickly followed by a war with Macedonia, a war, not to be compared to the former, indeed, either in danger, or in the abilities of the commander, or the valor of the soldiers. But almost more remarkable with regard to the renown of their former kings, the ancient fame of that nation, and the vast extent of their empire, in which they had formerly comprehended a large part of Europe, and the greater part of Asia. The contest with Philip, which had begun about 10 years before, had been intermitted for the 3 last years, the Aetolians having been the occasion both of the war and the peace. The entreaties of the Athenians whom, having ravaged their lands, Philip had driven into their city, excited the Romans to a renewal of the war, left, as they were, disengaged by the Carthaginian peace. And incensed against him as well for his treacherous negotiation of peace with the Aetolians and the other allies in that region, as on account of the auxiliaries sent by him with money into Africa to Hannibal and the Carthaginians. 2. About the same time, ambassadors arrived both from King Attalus, and from the Rhodians, with information that the Macedonian was tampering with the states of Asia. To these embassies an answer was given, that the Senate would give attention to the affairs of Asia. The determination with regard to the making war on him, was left open to the consuls, who were then in their provinces. In the meantime, 3 ambassadors were sent to Ptolemy, king of Egypt, namely, Caius Claudius Nero, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, and Publius Sempronius Titianus, to announce their conquest of Hannibal and the Carthaginians. To give thanks to the king for his faithful adherence to his engagements in the time of their distress, when even the nearest allies of the Romans abandoned them. And to request that if, compelled by ill treatment, they should undertake a war with Philip, he would preserve his former disposition towards the Roman people. In Gaul, about this time, the consul, Publius Aelius, having heard that, before his arrival, the Boians had made inroads on the territories of the allies, levied 2 occasional legions on account of this disturbance. And adding to them 4 cohorts from his own army, ordered Caius Oppius, the praefect, to march with this tumultuary band through Umbria, which is called the Sapinian district, and to invade the territories of the Boians. He himself led his own troops thither openly, over the intervening mountains. Oppius, on entering the same, for some time committed depredations with tolerable success and safety. But afterwards, having pitched on a place near a fort called Mutilum, convenient enough for cutting down the corn, for the crops were now ripe, and setting out without having reconnoitred around, and without establishing armed posts of sufficient strength to protect those who were unarmed and intent on their work, he was suddenly surrounded, together with his foragers, by an unexpected invasion of the Gauls. On this, panic and flight seized even on those who were furnished with weapons. 7,000 men, dispersed through the corn fields, were put to the sword, among whom was the commander himself, Caius Oppius. The rest were driven by terror into the camp, from whence, in consequence of a resolution of the soldiers, they set out on the following night, without any particular commander. And, leaving behind a great part of their baggage, made their way, through woods almost impassable, to the consul, who returned to Rome without having performed anything in his province worth notice, except that he ravaged the lands of the Boians, and made a treaty with the Ingonian Ligurians. 3. The first time he assembled the Senate, it was unanimously ordered that he should propose no other business before that which related to Philip and the complaints of the allies. It was immediately taken into consideration, and a numerous Senate decreed, that Publius Aelius, consul, should send such person as he might think proper, vested with command, to receive the fleet which Gnaeus Octavius was bringing home from Sicily, and pass over to Macedonia. Accordingly Marcus Valerius Lavinus, propraetor, was sent. And, receiving 38 ships from Gnaeus Octavius, near Vibo, he sailed to Macedonia, where, when Marcus Aurelius, the ambassador, had come to him and informed him what numerous forces and what large fleets the king had prepared, and how he was arousing the inhabitants to arms, partly by visiting them himself and partly by ambassadors, not only through all the cities of the continent, but even in the islands. Lavinus was convinced, that the war ought to be undertaken by the Romans with greater vigor, lest, if they were dilatory, Philip might attempt that which had been formerly undertaken by Pyrrhus, who possessed not such large dominions. He therefore desired Aurelius to convey this intelligence by letter to the consuls and to the Senate. 4. Towards the end of this year the Senate, taking into consideration the lands to be given to the veteran soldiers, who, under the conduct and auspices of Publius Scipio, had finished the war in Africa, decreed that Marcus Tunius, praetor of the city, should, if he thought proper, appoint 10 commissioners to survey, and distribute among them, that part of the Samnite and Apulian lands which was the property of the Roman people. For this purpose were appointed, Publius Servilius, Quintus Caecilius Metellus, Caius and Marcus Servilius, both surnamed Geminus, Lucius and Aulus Hostilius Cato, Publius Villius Tapulus, Marcus Fulvius Flaccus, Publius Aelius Paetus, and Quintus Flaminius. At the same time, Publius Aelius presiding at the election of consuls, Publius Sulpicius Galba and Caius Aurelius Cotta were elected. Then were chosen praetors, Quintus Minucius Rufus, Lucius Furius Purpurio, Quintus Fulvius Gillo, Gnaeus Sergius Plancus. The Roman stage games were exhibited, in a sumptuous and elegant manner, by the curule aediles, Lucius Valerius Flaccus, and Lucius Quintius Flaminius, and repeated for 2 days. And a vast quantity of corn, which Scipio had sent from Africa, was distributed by them to the people, with strict impartiality and general satisfaction, at the rate of 4 asses a peck. The plebeian games were thrice repeated entire by the plebeian aediles, Lucius Apustius Fullo, and Quintus Minucius Rufus, the latter of whom was, from the aedileship, elected praetor. There was also a feast of Jove on occasion of the games. 5. In the year 552 from the building of the city, Publius Sulpicius Galba and Caius Aurelius being consuls, within a few months after the conclusion of the peace with the Carthaginians. The war was entered upon against King Philip. This was the first business introduced by the consul, Publius Sulpicius, on the Ides of March, the day on which, in those times, the consulship commenced. And the Senate decreed, that the consul should perform sacrifices with the greater victims, to such gods as they should judge proper, with prayers to this purpose that the business which the Senate and people of Rome had then under deliberation concerning the state, and the entering on a new war, might issue prosperously and happily to the Roman people, the allies, and the Latin confederacy. And that, after the sacrifices and prayers, they should consult the Senate on the state of public affairs, and the provinces. At this time, very opportunely for exciting their minds to war, the letters were brought from Marcus Aurelius, the ambassador, and Marcus Valerius Lavinus, propraetor. A fresh embassy, likewise, arrived from the Athenians, to acquaint them that the king was approaching their frontiers, and that in a short time, not only their lands, but their city also, must fall into his hands, unless they received aid from the Romans. When the consuls had made their report, that the sacrifices had been duly performed, and that the gods had accepted their prayers, that the aruspices had declared that the entrals showed good omens, and that enlargement of territory, victory, and triumph were portended, the letters of Valerius and Aurelius were read, and audience given to the ambassadors of the Athenians. After which, a decree of the Senate was passed, that thanks should be given to their allies, because, though long solicited, they had not, even when in fear of a siege, renounced their fidelity. With regard to sending assistance to them, they resolved, that an answer should be given as soon as the consuls should have cast lots for the provinces. And when the consul to whose lot Macedonia fell should have proposed to the people, that war should be declared against Philip, king of the Macedonians. 6. The province of Macedonia fell by lot to Publius Sulpicius. And he proposed to the people to declare, that they chose and ordered, that on account of the injuries and hostilities committed against the allies of the Roman people, war should be proclaimed against King Philip and the Macedonians under his government. The province of Italy fell to the lot of the other consul, Aurelius. The praetors then cast lots, to Gnaeus Sergius Plancus fell the city jurisdiction, to Quintus Fulvius Gillo, Sicily, to Quintus Minucius Rufus, Bruttium, and to Lucius Furius Purpurio, Gaul. At the first meeting of the people, the proposal concerning the Macedonian war was rejected by almost all the tribes. This was done partly spontaneously, as the people were wearied by the length and severity of the late war, and disgusted with toils and dangers. And partly by Quintus Baebius, tribune of the people, who, pursuing the old practice of criminating the patricians, charged them with multiplying wars one after another, so that the people could never enjoy peace. This proceeding the patricians with difficulty brooked, and the tribune was severely reprehended in the Senate, where each severally urged the consul to call a new assembly, for passing the proposal, to rebuke the backwardness of the people, and to prove to them how much loss and disgrace the delay of this war would occasion. 7. The consul, having assembled the people in the field of Mars, before he dismissed the centuries to the vote, required their attention, and addressed them thus: Citizens, you seem to me not to understand that the question before you is not whether you choose to have peace or war, for Philip, having already commenced hostilities with a formidable force, both on land and sea, allows you not that option. The question is, whether you must transport your legions to Macedonia, or admit the enemy into Italy. How important the difference is, if you never experienced it before, you certainly did in the late Punic War. For who entertains a doubt, but if, when the Saguntines were besieged, and implored our protection, we had assisted them with vigor, as our fathers did the Mamertines, we should have averted the whole weight of the war upon Spain, which, by our dilatory proceedings, we suffered to our extreme loss to fall upon Italy. Nor does it admit a doubt, that we can find this same Philip in Macedonia, after he had entered into an engagement with Hannibal by ambassadors and letters, to cross over into Italy, by sending Lavinus with a fleet to make war aggressively upon him. And what we did at that time, when we had Hannibal to contend with in Italy, do we hesitate to do now, after Hannibal has been expelled Italy, and the Carthaginians subdued? Suppose that we allow the king to experience the same inactivity on our part, while he is taking Athens, as we suffered Hannibal to experience while he was taking Saguntum, it will not be in the 5th month, as Hannibal came from Saguntum, but on the 5th day after he sets sail from Corinth, that he will arrive in Italy. Perhaps you may not consider Philip as equal to Hannibal, or the Macedonians to the Carthaginians, certainly, however, you will allow him equal to Pyrrhus. Equal, do I say? What a vast superiority has the one man over the other, the one nation over the other. Epirus ever was, and is at this day, deemed but an inconsiderable accession to the kingdom of Macedonia. Philip has the entire Peloponnesus under his dominion. Even Argos itself, not more celebrated for its ancient glory than for the death of Pyrrhus. Now compare our situation. How much more nourishing was Italy, how much greater its strength, with so many commanders, so many armies unimpaired, which the Punic War afterwards consumed, when Pyrrhus attacked and shook it and advanced victorious almost to the Roman capital. And not the Tarentines only, and the inhabitants of that tract of Italy which they call the Greater Greece, whom you may suppose to have been led by the similarity of language and name, but the Lucanian, the Bruttian, and the Samnite revolted from us. Do you believe that these would continue quiet and faithful, if Philip should come over to Italy? They subsequently continued faithful, forsooth, during the Punic War. Be assured those states will never fail to revolt from us, except when there is no one to whom they can go over. If you had been annoyed at passing into Africa, you would this day have had Hannibal and the Carthaginians to contend with in Italy. Let Macedonia, rather than Italy, be the seat of war. Let the cities and lands of the enemy be wasted with fire and sword. We have already found by experience, that our arms are more powerful and more successful abroad than at home. Go to the vote with the blessing of the gods, and what the Senate have voted, do you ratify by your order. This resolution is recommended to you, not only by your consul, but even by the immortal gods themselves. Who, when I offered sacrifice, and prayed that the issue of this war might be happy and prosperous to me and to the Senate, to you and the allies and Latin confederates, to our fleets and armies, portended all joyful and prosperous results. 8. After this speech of Sulpicius, being sent to give their votes, they declared for the war as he had proposed. On which, in pursuance of a decree of the Senate, a supplication for 3 days was proclaimed by the consuls. And prayers were offered to the gods at all the shrines, that the war which the people had ordered against Philip might turn out well and happily. The consul Sulpicius inquiring of the heralds, whether they would direct the declaration of the war against King Philip to be made to himself in person, or whether it would be sufficient to publish it in the nearest garrison within the frontiers of his kingdom, they answered, that they would do rightly whichever course they should adopt. The consul received authority from the Senate to send any person whom he thought proper, not being a senator, as ambassador, to denounce war against the king. They then arranged for the armies of the consuls and praetors. The consuls were ordered to levy 2 legions, and to disband the veteran troops. Sulpicius, to whom the management of this new and highly important war had been decreed, was allowed permission to carry with him as many volunteers as he could procure out of the army which Publius Scipio had brought home from Africa. But he was not empowered to take with him any veteran soldier against his will. They ordered that the consul should give to the praetors, Lucius Furius Purpurio and Quintus Minucius Rufus, 5,000 of the allies of the Latin Confederacy. With which forces they should hold, 1, the province of Gaul, the other, Bruttium. Quintus Fulvius Gillo was ordered, in like manner, to select out of the army which Publius Aelius, late consul, had commanded, such as had been the shortest time in the service. Until he also made up 5,000 of the allies and Latin confederates. That this was to be the protection of the province of Sicily. To Marcus Valerius Falto, who, during the former year, had held the province of Campania, as praetor, the command was continued for a year. In order that he might go over, as propraetor, to Sardinia, and choose out of the army there 5,000 of the allies of the Latin Confederacy, who had served the fewest campaigns. The consuls were at the same time ordered to levy 2 legions for the city, which might be sent wherever occasions should require. As there were many states in Italy infected with an attachment to the Carthaginians, which they had formed during the war, and, in consequence, swelling with resentment. The state was to employ during that year 6 Roman legions. 9. In the midst of the preparations for war, ambassadors came from King Ptolemy, who delivered a message, that the Athenians had petitioned the king for aid against Philip. But that although they were their common allies, yet the king would not, except with the sanction of the Roman people, send either fleet or army into Greece, for the purpose of defending or attacking any person. That he would either remain quiet in his kingdom, if the Romans were at leisure to protect their allies, or, if more agreeable to them to be at rest, would himself send such aid as might easily secure Athens against Philip. Thanks were returned to the king by the Senate, and this answer, that it was the intention of the Roman people to protect their allies, that if they should have occasion for any assistance towards carrying on the war, they would acquaint the king. And that they were fully sensible, that the resources of his kingdom were the sure and faithful support of their own state. Presents were then, by order of the Senate, sent to the ambassadors, of 5,000 asses 192 to each. While the consuls were engaged in the levy, and preparing what was necessary for the war, the people, prone to religious observances, especially at the beginning of new wars, after supplications had been already performed, and prayers offered up at all the shrines, lest anything should be omitted that had ever been practiced, ordered, that the consul who was to have the province of Macedonia should vow games and a present to Jove. Licinius, the chief pontiff, occasioned some delay to this public vow, alleging, that it ought not to be fulfilled from promiscuous funds. For as the sum to be named should not be applied to the uses of the war, it should be immediately set apart, and not to be intermixed with other money, and that, unless this were done, the vow could not be properly performed. Although the objection and the author of it were influential, yet the consul was ordered to consult the college of pontiffs, whether a vow could be undertaken at an indeterminate expense. The pontiffs determined, that it could. And that it would be even more in order to do it in that way. The consul, therefore, repeating after the chief pontiff, made the vow in the same words in which those made for 5 years of safety used to be expressed. Only that he engaged to perform the games, and make the offerings, at such expense as the Senate should direct by their vote, at the time when the vow was performed. Before this, the great games so often vowed, were constantly rated at a certain expense, these first at an unspecified amount. 10. While everyone's attention was turned to the Macedonian war, and at a time when people apprehended nothing less, a sudden account was brought of an inroad of the Gauls. The Insubrians, Caenamanians, and Boians, having been joined by the Salians, Ilvatians, and other Ligurian states, and putting themselves under the command of Hamilcar, a Carthaginian, who, having been in the army of Hasdrubal, had remained in those parts, had fallen upon Placentia. And, after plundering the city, and, in their rage, burning a great part of it, leaving scarcely 2,000 men among the flames and ruins, passed the Po, and advanced to plunder Cremona. The news of the calamity which had fallen on a city in their neighborhood, having reached thither, the inhabitants had time to shut their gates, and place guards on the walls, that they might, at least, be besieged before they were taken, and send messengers to the Roman praetor. Lucius Furius Purpurio, who had then the command of the province, had, in pursuance of the decree of the Senate, disbanded the army, excepting 5,000 of the allies and Latin confederacy, and had remained, with these troops, in the nearest district of the province about Ariminum. He immediately informed the Senate, by letter, in what confusion the province was. That, of the 2 colonies which had escaped in the dreadful storm of the Punic War, one was taken and sacked by the present enemy, and the other besieged. Nor was his army capable of affording sufficient protection to the distressed colonists, unless he chose to expose 5,000 allies to be slaughtered by 40,000 invaders, for so many there were in arms. And by such a loss, on his side, to augment the courage of the enemy, already elated on having destroyed 1 Roman colony. 11. This letter having been read, they decreed, that the consul Aurelius should order the army which he had appointed to assemble on a certain day in Etruria, to attend him on the same day at Ariminum. And should either go in person, if the public business would permit, to suppress the tumult of the Gauls, or write to the praetor Lucius Furius, that, as soon as the legions from Etruria came to him, he should send 5,000 of the allies to guard that place in the meantime, and should himself proceed to relieve the colony from the siege. They also determined, that ambassadors should be sent to Carthage, and also into Numidia, to Massinissa, to Carthage, to announce that their countryman, Hamilcar, having been left in Gaul, either with a part of the army formerly commanded by Hasdrubal, or with that of Mago, they did not with certainty know which, was waging war, contrary to the treaty. That he had excited the armies of the Gauls and Ligurians to arms against the Roman people. That, if they wished for peace, they must recall him, and give him up to the Roman people. They were ordered at the same time to tell them, that all the deserters had not been sent back, that a great part of them were said to appear openly in Carthage, who ought to be sought after, and surrendered according to the treaty. Such was the message to the Carthaginians. To Massinissa they were charged with congratulations, on his having not only recovered the kingdom of his father, but enlarged it by the acquisition of the most flourishing parts of Syphax's territories. They were ordered also to acquaint him, that a war had been undertaken against Philip, because he had given aid to the Carthaginians, while, by the injuries which he offered to the allies of the Roman people, he had obliged them to send fleets and armies into Greece, while Italy was blazing with war. And that by thus making them separate their forces, had been the principal cause of their being so late passing over into Africa, and to request him to send to that war supplies of Numidian horsemen. Ample presents were given them to be carried to the king, vases of gold and silver, a purple robe, and a tunic adorned with palms of purple, an ivory scepter, and a robe of state, with a curule chair. They were also directed to assure him, that if he deemed anything further requisite to confirm and enlarge his kingdom, the Roman people, in return for his good services, would exert their utmost zeal to effect it. At this time, 2 ambassadors from Vermina, son of Syphax, came to the Senate apologizing for his mistaken conduct, on account of his youth and want of judgment, and throwing all the blame on the deceitful policy of the Carthaginians, adding, that as Massinissa had from an enemy become a friend to the Romans, so Vermina would also use his best endeavors that he should not be outdone in offices of friendship to the Roman people either by Massinissa, or by any other. And requesting that he might receive from the Senate the title of king, friend, and ally. The answer given to these ambassadors was, that not only his father Syphax, from a friend and ally, had on a sudden, without any reason, become an enemy to the Roman people, but that he himself had made his first essay of manhood in bearing arms against them. He must, therefore, sue to the Roman people for peace, before he could expect to be acknowledged king, ally, and friend. That it was the practice of that people to bestow the honor of such title, in return for great services performed by kings towards them. That the Roman ambassadors would soon be in Africa, to whom the Senate would give instructions to regulate conditions of peace with Vermina, if he would leave the terms of it entirely to the will of the Roman people. And that, if he wished that anything should be added, left out, or altered, he must make a second application to the Senate. The ambassadors sent to Africa on those affairs, were Caius Terentius Varro, Publius Lucretius, and Gnaeus Octavius, each of whom had a quinquireme assigned him. 12. A letter was then read in the Senate, from Quintus Minucius, the praetor, who held the province of Bruttium, that the money had been privately carried off by night out of the treasury of Proserpine at Locri. And that there were no traces to those to whom the charge applied. The Senate was highly incensed at finding that the practice of sacrilege continued, and that even the fate of Plaminius, an example so recent and so conspicuous both of the guilt and of the punishment, did not deter men from it. They ordered the consul, Gnaeus Aurelius, to signify to the praetor in Bruttium, that it was the pleasure of the Senate, that an inquiry be made concerning the robbery of the treasury, according to the method used by Marcus Pomponius, praetor, 3 years before. That the money which could be discovered should be restored, that what was not found should be made up, and that if he thought proper, atonements should be made for the purpose of expiating the violation of the temple, in the manner formerly prescribed by the pontiffs. At the same time, also, prodigies were announced as having happened in many places. It was said, that in Lucania the sky had been seen in a blaze, that at Pravernum, in clear weather, the sun had been of a red color during the whole day. That at Lanuvium, in the temple of Juno Sospita, a very loud noise had been heard in the night. Besides, monstrous births of animals were related to have occurred in many places. In the country of the Sabines, an infant was born whose sex was doubtful, and another was found, 16 years old, of doubtful sex. At Frasino a lamb was born with a swine's head, at Sinuessa, a pig with a human head, and in Lucania, in the land belonging to the state, a foal with 5 feet. All these were considered as horrid and abominable, and as if nature were straying to strange productions. Above all, the people were particularly shocked at the hermaphrodites, which were ordered to be immediately thrown into the sea, as had been lately done with a production of the same monstrous kind. In the consulate of Caius Claudius and Marcus Livius. Notwithstanding they ordered the Decemvirs to inspect the books in regard of that prodigy, and the Decemvirs, from the books, directed the same religious ceremonies which had been performed on an occasion of the same kind. They ordered, besides, a hymn to be sung through the city by thrice 9 virgins, and an offering to be made to imperial Juno. The consul, Caius Aurelius, took care that all these matters were performed according to the direction of the Decemvirs. The hymn was composed by Publius Licinius Tegula, as a similar one had been, in the memory of their fathers, by Livius. 13. All religious scruples were fully removed by expiations. At Locri, too, the affair of the sacrilege had been thoroughly investigated by Quintus Minucius, and the money replaced in the treasury out of the effects of the guilty. When the consuls wished to set out to their provinces, a number of private persons, to whom the third payment became due that year, of the money which they had lent to the public in the consulate of Marcus Valerius and Marcus Claudius, applied to the Senate. The consuls, however, declared that the treasury being scarcely sufficient for the exigencies of a new war, in which a great fleet and great armies must be employed, there were no means of paying them at present. The Senate could not stand against them when they complained, that, if the state intended to use, for the purpose of the Macedonian war, the money which had been lent for the Punic war, as one war constantly arose after another, what would be the issue, but that, in return for their generosity, their property would be confiscated as for some crime. The demands of the private creditors being equitable, and the state being in no capacity of discharging the debt, they decreed a middle course between equity and convenience. Resolving that, whereas many of them mentioned that lands were frequently exposed to sale, and that they themselves wished to become purchasers, they should, therefore, have liberty to purchase any belonging to the public, and which lay within 50 miles of the city. That the consuls should make a valuation of these, and impose on each acre one as an acknowledgment that the land was the property of the public, in order that, when the people should become able to pay, If anyone chose rather to have the money than the land, he might restore it. The private creditors accepted the terms with joy, and that land was called Trientius and Tibulius, because it was given in lieu of the third part of their money. 14. Publius Sulpicius, after making his vows in the Capitol, set out robed from the city with his lictors, and arrived at Brundusium. Where, having formed into legions the veteran soldiers of the African army who were willing to follow him, and chosen his ships out of the fleet of the late consul, Cornelius. He crossed and arrived in Macedonia the day after he had set sail from Brundusium. There he was met by ambassadors from the Athenians, entreating him to relieve them from the siege. Immediately, Caius Claudius Centho was dispatched to Athens, with 20 ships of war, and 1,000 of land forces. For it was not the king himself who carried on the siege of Athens, he was at that time besieging Abydos, after having tried his strength in naval contests against Attalus, and against the Rhodians, without success in either engagement. But, besides the natural presumptuousness of his temper, he acquired confidence from a treaty which he had formed with Antiochus, king of Syria, in which they had divided the wealth of Egypt between them. On which, on hearing of the death of Ptolemy, they were both intent. The Athenians now had entangled themselves in a war with Philip on too trifling an occasion, and at a time when they retained nothing of their former condition but their pride. During the celebration of the mysteries, 2 young men of Acarnania, who were not initiated, unapprised of its being an offense against religion, entered the temple of Ceres along with the rest of the crowd. Their discourse readily betrayed them by their asking some absurd questions. Whereupon, being carried before the presidents of the temple, although it was evident that they went in through mistake, yet they were put to death, as if for a heinous crime. The Acarnanian nation made complaint to Philip of this barbarous and hostile act, and prevailed on him to grant them some aid of Macedonian soldiers, and to allow them to make war on the Athenians. At first this army, after ravaging the lands of Attica with fire and sword, retired to Acarnania with booty of all kinds. This was the first provocation to hostilities. The Athenians afterwards, on their side, entered into a regular war, and proclaimed it by order of the state. For King Attalus and the Rhodians, having come to Aegina in pursuit of Philip, who was retiring to Macedonia, the king crossed over to Piraeus, for the purpose of renewing and confirming his alliance with the Athenians. On entering the city, the whole inhabitants received him, pouring forth with their wives and children to meet him, the priests, with their emblems of religion, and in a manner the gods themselves, called forth from their abodes. 15. Immediately the people were summoned to an assembly, that the king might treat with them in person on such subjects as he chose. But afterwards it was judged more suitable to his dignity to explain his sentiments in writing, than, being present, to be forced to blush either at the recital of his favors to the state, or at the immoderate applause of the multitude, which would overwhelm his modesty with acclamations and other signs of approbation. In the letter which he sent, and which was read to the assembly, was contained first, a recapitulation of his acts of kindness to the state, as his ally, then, of the actions which he had performed against Philip. And lastly, an exhortation to enter immediately on the war, while they had himself, the Rhodians, and the Romans also to assist them. Not omitting to warn them that, if they were backward now, they would hereafter wish in vain for the opportunity which they neglected. They then gave audience to the ambassadors of the Rhodians, to whom they were under a recent obligation for having retaken, and sent home, 4 of their ships of war, which had been lately seized by the Macedonians. War was determined upon against Philip with universal consent. Unbounded honors were conferred on King Attalus, and then on the Rhodians. At that time, mention was made of adding a tribe, which they were to call Attalus, to the 10 ancient tribes. The Rhodian state was presented with a golden crown, as an acknowledgment of its bravery, and the freedom of the city was given to the inhabitants, in like manner as the Rhodians had formerly given it to the Athenians. After this, King Attalus returned to his fleet at Aegina. From Aegina, the Rhodians sailed to Caia, and thence to Rhodes, through the islands, all of which they brought to join in the alliance, except Andrus, Paros, and Cythnus, which were held by Macedonian garrisons. Attalus, having sent messengers to Aetolia, and expecting ambassadors from thence, was detained at Aegina for some time in a state of inaction. Failing also in his endeavors to excite the Aetolians to arms, for they were rejoiced at having made peace with Philip on any terms. Had Attalus and the Rhodians pressed Philip vigorously, they might have acquired the illustrious title of the deliverers of Greece, but by suffering him to pass over again into Hellespontus, and to strengthen himself by seizing the advantageous posts in Greece, they increased the difficulties of the war, and yielded up to the Romans the glory of having conducted and finished it. 16. Philip acted with a spirit more becoming a king, for, though he had found himself unequal to the forces of Attalus and the Rhodians, yet he was not dismayed, even by the Roman war with which he was threatened. Sending Philocles, one of his generals, with 2,000 foot and 200 horse, to ravage the lands of the Athenians, he gave the command of his fleet to Heraclides, to make for Maronia, and marched thither himself by land, with 2,000 foot lightly equipped, and 200 horse. Maronia he took at the first assault, and afterwards, with a good deal of trouble, got possession of Enus, which was at last betrayed to him by Ganymede, the lieutenant of Ptolemy. He then seized on other forts, Cypselus, Doriscos, and Serius. And, advancing from thence to the Chersonesus, received Elias and Alopecanesus, which were surrendered by the inhabitants. Callipolis also, and Medidos, were given up to him, with several forts of but little consequence. The people of Abydos shut their gates against him, not admitting the ambassadors. This siege detained Philip a long time, and it might have been relieved, had not Attalus and the Rhodians been dilatory. The king sent only 300 men for a garrison, and the Rhodians 1 quadrireme from their fleet, although it was lying idle at Tenedos, and afterwards, when the besieged could with difficulty hold out any longer, Attalus, going over in person, did nothing more than show them some hope of relief being near, giving no assistance to these his allies either by land or sea. 17. At first the people of Abydos, by means of engines placed along the walls, not only prevented the approaches by land, but annoyed the enemy's ships in their station. Afterwards a part of the wall being thrown down, and the assailants having penetrated by mines to an inner wall, which had been hastily raised to oppose their entrance, they sent ambassadors to the king about the conditions of the surrender of the city. They demanded permission to send away the Rhodian quadrireme, with the crew, and the troops of Attalus in the garrison, and that they themselves might depart from the city, each with 1 suit of apparel. When Philip's answer afforded no hopes of accommodation, unless they surrendered at discretion, this repudiation of their embassy so exasperated them, at once through indignation and despair, that, seized with the same kind of fury which had possessed the Saguntines, they ordered all the matrons to be shut up in the temple of Diana, and the freeborn youths and virgins, and even the infants with their nurses, in the place of exercise. The gold and silver to be carried into the forum, their valuable garments to be put on board the Rhodian ship, and another from Cyzicum, which lay in the harbor, the priests and victims to be brought, and altars to be erected in the midst. There they appointed a select number, who, as soon as they should see the army of their friends cut off in defending the breach, were instantly to slay their wives and children, to throw into the sea the gold, silver, and apparel that was on board the ships, and to set fire to the buildings, public and private, and to the performance of this deed they were bound by an oath, the priests repeating before them the verses of execration. Those who were of an age capable of fighting then swore that they would not leave their ranks alive unless victorious. These, regardful of the gods, by whom they had sworn, maintained their ground with such obstinacy, that although the night would soon have put a stop to the fight, yet the king, terrified by their fury, first desisted from the fight. The chief inhabitants, to whom the more shocking part of the plan had been given in charge, seeing that few survived the battle, and that these were exhausted by fatigue and wounds, sent the priests, having their heads bound with the fillets of suppliants, at the dawn of the next day to surrender the city to Philip. 18. Before the surrender, one of the Roman ambassadors, who had been sent to Alexandria, Marcus Aemilius, being the youngest of them, on the joint resolution of the 3, on hearing of the present siege, came to Philip, and complained of his having made war on Attalus and the Rhodians. and particularly that he was then besieging Abydos. And on Philip saying that he had been forced into the war by Attalus and the Rhodians commencing hostilities against him, did the people of Abydos, too, said he, commence hostilities against you? To him, who was unaccustomed to hear truth, this language seemed too arrogant to be used to a king, and he answered, Your youth, the beauty of your form, and, above all, the name of Roman, render you too presumptuous. However, my first desire is, that you would observe the treaties, and continue in peace with me. But if you begin an attack, I am, on my part, determined to prove that the kingdom and name of the Macedonians is not less formidable in war than that of the Romans. Having dismissed the ambassador in this manner, Philip got possession of the gold and silver which had been thrown together in a heap, but lost his booty with respect to prisoners, for such violent frenzy had seized the multitude, that, on a sudden, taking up a persuasion that those who had fallen in the battle had been treacherously sacrificed, and upbraiding one another with perjury, especially the priests, who would surrender alive to the enemy those persons whom they themselves had devoted. They all at once ran different ways to put their wives and children to death. And then they put an end to their own lives by every possible method. The king, astonished at their madness, restrained the violence of his soldiers, and said, that he would allow the people of Abydos 3 days to die in. And, during this space, the vanquished perpetrated more deeds of cruelty on themselves than the enraged conquerors would have committed. Nor did any one of them come into his hands alive, except such as chains, or some other insuperable restraint, forbade to die. Philip, leaving a garrison in Abydos, returned to his kingdom. And, just when he had been encouraged by the destruction of the people of Abydos to proceed in the war against Rome, as Hannibal had been by the destruction of Saguntum, he was met by couriers with intelligence that the consul was already in Epirus, and had drawn his land forces to Apollonia, and his fleet to Corcyra, into winter quarters. 19. In the meantime, the ambassadors who had been sent into Africa, on the affair of Hamilcar, the leader of the Gallic army, received from the Carthaginians this answer, that it was not in their power to do more than to inflict on him the punishment of exile, and to confiscate his effects. That they had delivered up all the deserters and fugitives, whom, on a diligent inquiry, they had been able to discover, and would send ambassadors to Rome, to satisfy the Senate on that head. They sent 200,000 measures of wheat to Rome, and the same quantity to the army in Macedonia. From thence the ambassadors proceeded into Numidia, to the king. Delivered to Massinissa the presents and the message according to their instructions, and out of 2,000 Numidian horsemen, which he offered, accepted 1,000. Massinissa superintended in person the embarkation of these, and sent them, with 200,000 measures of wheat, and the same quantity of barley, into Macedonia. Their third commission was with Vermina. He advanced to meet them as far as the utmost limits of his kingdom, and left it to themselves to prescribe such conditions of peace as they thought proper, declaring that he should consider any peace with the Roman people as just and advantageous. The terms were then settled, and he was ordered to send ambassadors to Rome to procure a ratification of the treaty. 20. About the same time, Lucius Cornelius Lentulus, proconsul, came home from Spain. And having laid before the Senate an account of his brave and successful conduct, during the course of many years, demanded that he might be allowed to enter the city in triumph. The Senate gave their opinion that his services were, indeed, deserving of a triumph, but that they had no precedent left them by their ancestors of any person enjoying a triumph, who had not performed the service either of dictator, consul, or praetor. That he had held the province of Spain in quality of proconsul, and not of consul, or praetor. They determined, however, that he might enter the city in ovation. Against this, Tiberius Sempronius Longus, tribune of the people, protested, alleging, that such proceedings would be no more in accordance with the custom of their ancestors, or with any precedent, than the other. But, overcome at length by the unanimous desire of the Senate, the tribune withdrew his opposition, and Lucius Lentulus entered the city in ovation. He carried to the treasury 44,000 pounds weight of silver, and 2,400 pounds weight of gold. To each of the soldiers he distributed, of the spoil, 120 asses. 193. 21. The consular army had, by this time, been conducted from Arretium to Ariminum, and the 5,000 Latin confederates had crossed from Gaul into Etruria. Lucius Furius, therefore, advanced from Ariminum, by forced marches, against the Gauls, who were then besieging Cremona, and pitched his camp at the distance of 1.5 miles from the enemy. Furius had an opportunity of performing a splendid exploit, had he, without halting, led his troops directly to attack their camp. Scattered hither and thither, they were wandering through the country. And the guard, which they had left, was not sufficiently strong, but he was apprehensive that his men were too much fatigued by their hasty march. The Gauls, recalled from the fields by the shouts of their party, returned to the camp without seizing the booty within their reach, and, next day, marched out to offer battle. The Roman did not decline the combat, but had scarcely time to draw up his forces, so rapidly did the enemy advance to the fight. The right brigade, for he had the troops of the allies divided into brigades, was placed in the first line, the 2 Roman legions in reserve. Marcus Furius was at the head of the right brigade, Marcus Caecilius of the legions, and Lucius Valerius Flaccus of the cavalry. These were all lieutenant generals. 2 other lieutenant generals, Gnaeus Laetorius and Publius Titinius, the praetor kept near himself, that, with their assistance, he might observe and take proper measures against all sudden attempts of the enemy. At first, the Gauls, bending their whole force to one point, were in hopes of being able to overwhelm and trample under foot the right brigade, which was in the van. But not succeeding, they endeavored to turn round the flanks, and to surround their enemy's line, which, considering the multitude of their forces, and the small number of the others, seemed easy to be done. On observing this, the praetor, in order to extend his own line, brought up the 2 legions from the reserve, and placed them on the right and left of the brigade which was engaged in the van. Vowing a temple to Jupiter, if he should rout the enemy on that day. To Lucius Valerius he gave orders, to make the horsemen of the 2 legions on one flank, and the cavalry of the allies on the other, charge the wings of the enemy, and not suffer them to come round to his rear. At the same time, observing that the center of the line of the Gauls was weakened, from having extended the wings, he directed his men to make an attack there in close order, and to break through their ranks. The wings were routed by the cavalry, and, at the same time, the center by the foot, and suddenly, being worsted in all parts with great slaughter, the Gauls turned their backs, and fled to their camp in hurry and confusion. The cavalry pursued them as they fled, and the legions, coming up in a short time after, assaulted the camp, from whence there did not escape so many as 6,000 men. There were slain and taken above 35,000, with 70 standards, and above 200 Gallic wagons laden with much booty. Hamilcar, the Carthaginian general, fell in that battle, and 3 distinguished generals of the Gauls. The prisoners taken at Placentia, to the number of 2,000 freemen, were restored to the colony. 22. This was an important victory, and caused great joy at Rome. On receipt of the praetor's letter, a supplication for 3 days was decreed. In that battle, there fell of the Romans and allies 2,000, most of them in the right brigade, against which, in the first onset, the most violent efforts of the enemy had been directed. Although the praetor had brought the war almost to a conclusion, yet the consul, Gnaeus Aurelius, having finished the business which was necessary to be done at Rome, set out for Gaul, and received the victorious army from the praetor. The other consul, arriving in his province towards the end of autumn, passed the winter in the neighborhood of Apollonia. Caius Claudius, and the Roman triremes which had been sent to Athens from the fleet that was laid up at Corcyra, as was mentioned above, arriving at Piraeus, greatly revived the hopes of their allies, who were beginning to give way to despair. For not only did those inroads by land cease, which used to be made from Corinth through Megara, but the ships of the pirates from Chalcis, who had been accustomed to infest both the Athenian sea and coast, were afraid not only to venture round the promontory of Sunium, but even to trust themselves out of the straits of the Euripus. In addition to these came 3 quadriremes from Rhodes, the Athenians having 3 open ships, which they had equipped for the protection of their lands on the coast. While Claudius thought, that if he were able with his fleet to give security to the Athenians it was as much as could be expected at present, a fortunate opportunity was thrown in his way of accomplishing a much more important enterprise. 23. Some exiles driven from Chalcis, by ill treatment received from the king's party, brought intelligence, that the place might be taken without even a contest. For that both the Macedonians, being under no immediate apprehension from an enemy, were straying idly about the country, and that the townsmen, depending on the Macedonian garrison, neglected the guard of the city. Claudius, on this authority, set out, and though he arrived at Sunium early enough to have sailed forward to the entrance of the Strait of Euboea, yet fearing that, on doubling the promontory, he might be descried by the enemy, he lay by with the fleet until night. As soon as it grew dark he began to move, and, favored by a calm, arrived at Chalcis a little before day. And then, approaching the city, on a side where it was thinly inhabited, with a small party of soldiers, and by means of scaling ladders, he got possession of the nearest tower, and the wall on each side. The guards being asleep in some places, and in others no one being on the watch. Thence they advanced to the more populous parts of the town, and having slain the sentinels, and broke open a gate, they gave an entrance to the main body of the troops. These immediately spread themselves throughout the whole city, and increased the tumult by setting fire to the buildings round the forum, by which means both the granaries belonging to the king, and his armory, with a vast store of machines and engines, were reduced to ashes. Then commenced a general slaughter of those who fled, as well as of those who made resistance. And after having either put to the sword or driven out every one who was of an age fit to bear arms, Sopater also, the Acarnanian, who commanded the garrison, being slain, they first collected all the spoils in the forum, and then carried it on board the ships. The prison, too, was forced open by the Rhodians, and those prisoners whom Philip had shut up there, as in the safest custody, were set at liberty. They next pulled down and mutilated the statues of the king. And then, on a signal being given for a retreat, re-embarked and returned to Piraeus, from whence they had set out. If there had been so large a force of Roman soldiers that Chalcis might have been retained and the protection of Athens not neglected, Chalcis and Euripus might have been taken from the king. A most important advantage at the commencement of the war. For as the pass of Thermopylae is the principal barrier of Greece by land, so is the Strait of the Euripus by sea. 24. Philip was then at Demetrius, and as soon as the news arrived there of the calamity which had befallen the city of his allies, although it was too late to carry assistance to those who were already ruined, yet anxious to accomplish what was next to assistance, revenge, he set out instantly with 5,000 foot lightly equipped, and 300 horse. With a speed almost equal to that of racing, he hastened to Chalcis, not doubting but that he should be able to surprise the Romans. Being disappointed in this expectation, and having arrived, with no other result than a melancholy view of the smoking ruins of that friendly city, so few being left, that they were scarcely sufficient to bury those who had fallen in the conflict. With the same rapid haste which he had used in coming, he crossed the Euripus by the bridge, and led his troops through Boeotia to Athens, in hopes that a similar issue would correspond to a similar attempt. And it would have corresponded, had not a scout, one of those whom the Greeks call day runners, 194 because they run through a journey of great length in one day, descrying from his post of observation the king's army in its march, set out at midnight and arrived before them at Athens. The same sleep, and the same negligence, prevailed there which had proved the ruin of Chalcis a few days before. Roused, however, by the alarming intelligence, the praetor of the Athenians, and Dioxippus, commander of a cohort of mercenary auxiliaries, called the soldiers together in the forum, and ordered the trumpets to sound an alarm from the citadel, that all might be informed of the approach of the enemy. On which the people ran from all quarters to the gates, and afterwards to the walls. In a few hours after, and still some time before day, Philip approached the city, and observing a great number of lights, and hearing the noise of the men hurrying to and fro, as usual on such an alarm, he halted his troops, and ordered them to sit down and take some rest, resolving to use open force, since his stratagem had not succeeded. Accordingly he advanced on the side of Dipylos. This gate, being situated in the principal approach of the city, is somewhat larger and wider than the rest. Both within and without the streets are wide, so that the townsmen could form their troops from the forum to the gate, while on the outside a road of about a mile in length, leading to the school of the academy, afforded open room to the foot and horse of the enemy. The Athenians, who had formed their troops within the gate, marched out with Attilus's garrison, and the cohort of Dioxippus, along that road. Which, when Philip observed, thinking that he had the enemy in his power, and was now about to sate himself with their long-wished for destruction, being more incensed against them than any of the Grecian states, he exhorted his men to keep their eyes on him during the fight, and to take notice, that wherever the king was, there the standards and the army ought to be. He then spurred on his horse against the enemy, animated not only with resentment, but with a desire of gaining honor, for he reckoned it a glorious thing to be beheld fighting from the walls, which were filled with an immense multitude, for the purpose of witnessing the engagement. Advancing far before the line, and with a small body of horse, rushing into the midst of the enemy, he inspired his men with great ardor, and the Athenians equally with terror. Having wounded many with his own hand, both in close fight and with missive weapons, and driven them back within the gate, he still pursued them closely. And having made greater slaughter among them while embarrassed in the narrow pass, rash as the attempt was, he yet had an unmolested retreat, because those who were in the towers withheld their weapons lest they should hit their friends, who were mingled in confusion among their enemies. The Athenians, after this, confining their troops within the walls, Philip sounded a retreat, and pitched his camp at Cynosarges, a temple of Hercules, and a school surrounded by a grove. But Cynosarges, and Lyceum, and whatever was sacred or pleasant in the neighborhood of the city, he burned to the ground, and leveled not only the houses, but sepulchres. Nor was anything either in divine or human possession preserved amidst the violence of his rage. 25. Next day, the gates having at first been shut, and afterwards suddenly thrown open, in consequence of a body of Attilus's troops from Aegina, and the Romans from Piraeus, having entered the city, the king removed his camp to the distance of about 3 miles. From thence he proceeded to Eleusis, in hopes of surprising the temple, and a fort which overlooks and surrounds it. But, finding that the watches had not been neglected, and that the fleet was coming from Piraeus to support them, he laid aside the design, and led his troops, first to Megara, and then to Corinth. Where, on hearing that the council of the Achaeans was then sitting at Argos, he went and joined the assembly, unexpected by the Achaeans. They were at the time consulting about a war against Nabis, tyrant of the Lacedaemonians, who, on the command being transferred from Philopoemen to Cycliades, a general by no means his equal, perceiving that the confederates of the Achaeans were falling off, had renewed the war, was ravaging the territories of his neighbors, and had become formidable even to the cities. While they were deliberating what number of men should be raised out of each of the states to oppose this enemy, Philip promised that he would relieve them of that care, as far as concerned Nabis and the Lacedaemonians, and that he would not only secure the lands of their allies from devastation, but transfer the whole terror of the war on Laconia itself, by leading his army thither instantly. This discourse being received with general approbation, he added, "It is but reasonable, however, that while I am employed in protecting your property by my arms, my own should not be deprived of protection. Therefore, if you think proper, provide such a number of troops as will be sufficient to secure Orcus, Chalcis, and Corinth, that my affairs being in a state of safety behind me, I may without anxiety make war on Nabis and the Lacedaemonians." The Achaeans were not ignorant of the tendency of this so kind promise, and of his proffered assistance against the Lacedaemonians. That his purpose was to draw the Achaean youth out of Peloponnesus as hostages, in order to implicate the nation in a war with the Romans. Cycliades, the Achaean praetor, thinking that it was irrelevant to develop the matter by argument, said nothing more than that it was not allowable, according to the laws of the Achaeans, to take any matters into consideration except those on which they had been called together, and the decree for levying an army against Nabis being passed, he dismissed the assembly, after having presided in it with much resolution and public spirit, and until that day having been reckoned among the partisans of the king. Philip, disappointed in a high expectation, after having collected a few voluntary soldiers, returned to Corinth, and from thence into the territories of Athens. 26. In those days in which Philip was in Achaia, Philocles, one of the king's generals, marching from Euboea with 2,000 Thracians and Macedonians, in order to lay waste the territories of the Athenians, crossed the forest of Scythiaron opposite to Eleusis. Dispatching half of his troops, make depredations in all parts of the country, he himself lay concealed with the remainder in a place convenient for an ambush. In order that, if any attack should be made from the fort at Eleusis on his men employed in plundering, he might suddenly fall upon the enemy unawares, and while they were in disorder. His stratagem did not escape discovery, wherefore calling back the soldiers, who had gone different ways in pursuit of booty, and drawing them up in order, he advanced to assault the fort at Eleusis. But being repulsed from thence with many wounds, he formed a junction with Philip on his return from Achaia. The storming of this fort was also attempted by the king in person, but the Roman ships coming from Piraeus, and a body of forces thrown into the fort, compelled him to relinquish the design. On this the king, dividing his army, sent Philocles with one part to Athens, and went himself with the other to Piraeus. That, while his general, by advancing to the walls and threatening an assault, might keep the Athenians within the city, he might be able to make himself master of the harbor, when left with only a slight garrison. But he found the attack of Piraeus no less difficult than that of Eleusis, the same persons for the most part acting in its defense. He therefore hastily led his troops to Athens, and being repulsed by a sudden sally of both foot and horse, who engaged him in the narrow ground, enclosed by the half-ruined wall, which, with 2 arms, joins Piraeus to Athens. He desisted from the assault of the city, and, dividing his forces again with Philocles, set out to complete the devastation of the country. As, in his former ravages, he had employed himself in levelling the sepulchres round the city, so now, not to leave anything unviolated, he ordered the temples of the gods, of which they had one consecrated in every village, to be demolished and burned. The country of Attica afforded ample matter for the exercise of this barbarous rage, being highly embellished with works of that kind, having plenty of indigenous marble, and abounding with artists of exquisite ingenuity. Nor was he satisfied with merely destroying the temples themselves, and overthrowing the images, but he ordered even the stones to be broken, lest, remaining whole, they should give stateliness to the ruins. And then, his rage not being satiated, but no object remaining on which it could be exercised, he retired from the country of the enemy into Boeotia, without having performed in Greece anything else worth mention. 27. The consul, Sulpicius, who was at that time encamped, on the river Opsus, between Apollonia and Dyrrachium, having ordered Lucius Apustius, lieutenant general, thither, sent him with part of the forces to lay waste the enemy's territory. Apustius, after ravaging the frontiers of Macedonia, and having, at the first assault, taken the forts of Coragos, Gerunios, and Orgessos, came to Antipatria, a city situated in a narrow gorge, where, at first inviting the leading men to a conference, he endeavored to entice them to commit themselves to the good faith of the Romans. But finding that from confidence in the size, fortifications, and situation of their city, they paid no regard to his discourse, he attacked the place by force of arms, and took it by assault, then, putting all the young men to death, and giving up the entire spoil to his soldiers, he razed the walls and burned the city. This proceeding spread such terror, that Codrian, a strong and well-fortified town, surrendered to the Romans without a struggle. Leaving a garrison there, he took Ilion by force, a name better known than the town, on account of that of the same name in Asia. As the lieutenant general was returning to the consul with a great quantity of spoil, Athenagoras, one of the king's generals, falling on his extreme rear, in its passage over a river, threw the hindmost into disorder. On hearing the shouting and tumult, Apustius rode back in full speed, ordered the troops to face about, and drew them up in order, arranging the baggage in the center. The king's troops could not support the onset of the Roman soldiers, many of them were slain, and more made prisoners. The lieutenant general, having brought back the army without loss to the consul, was dispatched immediately to the fleet. 28. The war commencing thus brilliantly with this successful expedition, several petty kings and princes, neighbors of the Macedonians, came to the Roman camp, Pleuratus, son of Certilitus, and Amminander, king of the Athemanians. And from the Dardanians, Bato, son of Longarus. This Longarus had, in his own quarrel, supported a war against Demetrius, father of Philip. To their offers of aid, the consul answered, that he would make use of the assistance of the Dardanians, and of Pleuratus, when he should lead his troops into Macedonia. To Amminander he allotted the part of exciting the Aetolians to war. To the ambassadors of Attalus, for they also had come at the same time, he gave directions that the king should wait at Aegina, where he wintered, for the arrival of the Roman fleet. And when joined by that, he should, as before, harass Philip with attacks by sea. To the Rhodians, also, an embassy was sent, to engage them to contribute their share towards carrying on the war. Nor was Philip, who had by this time arrived in Macedonia, remiss in his preparations for the campaign. He sent his son Perseus, then very young, with part of his forces to block up the pass near Pelagonia, appointing persons out of the number of his friends to direct his inexperienced age. Cyathus and Peparethus, no inconsiderable cities, he demolished, lest they should become a prey and prize to the enemy's fleet. Dispatching at the same time ambassadors to the Aetolians, lest that restless nation might change sides on the arrival of the Romans. 29. The assembly of the Aetolians, which they call Panatolium, was to meet on a certain day. In order to be present at this, the king's ambassadors hastened their journey, and Lucius Furius Purpurio also arrived, deputed by the consul. Ambassadors from the Athenians, likewise, came to this assembly. The Macedonians were first heard, as with them the latest treaty had been made. And they declared, that as no change of circumstances had occurred, they had nothing new to introduce, for the same reasons which had induced them to make peace with Philip, after experiencing the unprofitableness of an alliance with the Romans, should engage them to preserve it now that it was established. Do you rather choose, said one of the ambassadors, to imitate the inconsistency, or levity, shall I call it, of the Romans, who ordered this answer to be given to your ambassadors at Rome? Why, Aetolians, do you apply to us, when, without our approbation, you have made peace with Philip? Yet these same people now require that you should, in conjunction with them, wage war against Philip. Formerly, too, they pretended that they took arms on your account, and in your defense against Philip, now they do not allow you to continue at peace with him. To assist Messana, they first embarked for Sicily. And a second time, that they might redeem Syracuse to freedom when oppressed by the Carthaginians. Both Messana and Syracuse, and all Sicily, they hold in their own possession, and have reduced it into a tributary province under their axes and rods. You imagine, perhaps, that in the same manner as you hold an assembly at Naupactus, according to your own laws, under magistrates created by yourselves, at liberty to choose allies and enemies, and to have peace or war at your own option. So the assembly of the states of Sicily is summoned, to Syracuse, or Messana, or Lilybaeum. No, a Roman praetor presides at the meeting, summoned by his command they assemble, they behold him, attended by his lictors seated on a lofty throne, issuing his haughty edicts. His rods are ready for their backs, his axes for their necks, and every year they are allotted a different master. Neither ought they nor can they, wonder at this, when they see all the cities of Italy bending under the same yoke, Rhegium, Tarentum Capua, not to mention those in their own neighborhood, out of the ruins of which their city of Rome grew into power. Capua indeed subsists, the grave and monument of the Campanian people, that entire people having been either cut off or driven into banishment, the mutilated carcass of a city, without senate, without commons, without magistrates. A sort of prodigy, the leaving which to be inhabited, showed more cruelty than if it had been utterly destroyed. If foreigners who are separated from us to a greater distance by their language, manners, and laws, than by the distance by sea and land, are allowed to get footing here, it is madness to hope that anything will continue in its present state. Does the sovereignty of Philip seem in any degree incompatible with your freedom, who, at a time when he was justly incensed against you, demanded nothing more of you than peace? and at present requires no more than the observance of the peace which he agreed to. Accustom foreign legions to these countries, and receive the yoke. Too late, and in vain, will you look for Philip as an ally, when you shall have the Roman as a master. Trifling causes occasionally unite and disunite the Aetolians, Acarnanians, and Macedonians, men speaking the same language. With foreigners, with barbarians, all Greeks have, and ever will have, eternal war, because they are enemies by nature, which is always the same, and not from causes which change with the times. My discourse shall conclude with the same argument with which it began. 3 years since, the same persons, assembled in this same place, determined on peace with the same Philip, contrary to the inclinations of the same Romans, who now wish that the peace should be broken, after it has been adjusted and ratified. In the subject of your deliberation, fortune has made no change, why you should make any, I do not see. 30. Next, after the Macedonians, with the consent and at the desire of the Romans, the Athenians were introduced. Who, having suffered grievously, could, with the greater justice, inveigh against the cruelty and inhumanity of the king. They represented, in a deplorable light, the miserable devastation and spoliation of their fields. Adding, that, they did not complain on account of having, from an enemy, suffered hostile treatment, for there were certain rights of war, according to which, as it was just to act, so it was just to endure. Their crops being burned, their houses demolished, their men and cattle carried off as spoil, were to be considered rather as misfortunes to the sufferer than as ill treatment. But of this they had good reason to complain, that he who called the Romans foreigners and barbarians, had himself so atrociously violated all rights, both divine and human, as, in his former inroad, to have waged an impious war against the infernal gods, in the latter, against those above. That the sepulchres and monuments of all within their country had been demolished, the graves laid open, and the bones left unprotected by the soil. There had been several temples, which, in former times, when their ancestors dwelt in the country in their separate districts, had been consecrated in each of their little forts and villages, and which, even after they were incorporated into one city, they did not neglect or forsake. That around all these temples Philip had scattered his destructive flames, and left the images of the gods lying scorched and mutilated among the prostrated pillars of their fanes. Such as he had rendered the country of Attica, formerly opulent and adorned, such, if he were suffered, would he render Aetolia and the whole of Greece. That the mutilation of their own city, also, would have been similar, if the Romans had not come to its relief, for he had shown the same wicked rage against the gods who are the guardians of the city, and Minerva who presides over the citadel. The same against the temple of Ceres at Eleusis, the same against Jupiter and Minerva at Piraeus. In a word, having been repelled by force of arms not only from their temples, but even from their walls, he had vented his fury on those sacred edifices which were protected by religion alone. They therefore entreated and besought the Aetolians, that, compassionating the Athenians, and with the immortal gods for their leaders, and, under them, the Romans, who, next to the gods, possessed the greatest power, they would take part in the war. 31. The Roman ambassador then replied, the Macedonians first, and afterwards the Athenians, have obliged me to change entirely the method of my discourse. For, on the one hand, the Macedonians, by aggressively introducing charges against the Romans, when I had come prepared to make complaint of the injuries committed by Philip against so many cities in alliance with us, have obliged me to think of defense rather than accusation. And, on the other hand, what have the Athenians, after relating his inhuman and impious crimes against the gods both celestial and infernal, left for me, or any one else, which I can further urge against him? You are to suppose, that the same complaints are made by the Cyanians, Abydenians, Aeneans, Maronites, Thasians, Parians, Samians, Laricenians, Messenians, on the side of Achaia. And complaints, still heavier and more grievous, by those whom he had it more in his power to injure. For as to those proceedings which he censures in us, if they are not deserving of honor, I will admit that they cannot be defended at all. He has objected to us, Rhegium, and Capua, and Syracuse. As to Rhegium, during the war with Pyrrhus, a legion which, at the earnest request of the regions themselves, we had sent thither as a garrison, wickedly possessed themselves of the city which they had been sent to defend. Did we then approve of that deed? Or did we exert the force of our arms against that guilty legion, until we reduced them under our power? And then, after making them give satisfaction to the allies, by their stripes and the loss of their heads, restore to the regions their city, their lands, and all their effects, together with their liberty and laws. To the Syracusans, when oppressed, and that by foreign tyrants, which was a still greater indignity, we lent assistance. And after enduring great fatigues in carrying on the siege of so strong a city, both by land and sea, for almost 3 years, although the Syracusans themselves chose to continue in slavery to the tyrants rather than be taken to us, yet, becoming masters of the place, and by exertion of the same force setting it at liberty, we restored it to the inhabitants. At the same time, we do not deny that Sicily is our province, and that the states which sided with the Carthaginians, and, in conjunction with them, waged war against us, pay us tribute and taxes. On the contrary, we wish that you and all nations should know, that the condition of each is such as it has deserved at our hands, and ought we to repent of the punishment inflicted on the Campanians, of which even they themselves cannot complain. These men, after we had on their account carried on war against the Samnites for near 70 years, with great loss on our side, had united them to ourselves, first by treaty, and then by intermarriages, and the relationships arising thence. And lastly, by the right of citizenship. Yet, in the time of our adversity, were the first of all the states of Italy which revolted to Hannibal, after basely putting our garrison to death, and afterwards, through resentment at being besieged by us, sent Hannibal to attack Rome. If neither their city nor one man of them had been left remaining, who could take offense, or consider them as treated with more severity than they had deserved? From consciousness of guilt, greater numbers of them perished by their own hands, than by the punishments inflicted by us. And while from the rest we took away the town and the lands, still we left them a place to dwell in, we suffered the city which partook not of the guilt to stand uninjured. So that he who should see it this day would find no trace of its having been besieged or taken. But why do I speak of Capua, when even to vanquished Carthage we granted peace and liberty? The greatest danger is, that, by our too great readiness to pardon the conquered, we may encourage others to try the fortune of war against us. Let so much suffice in our defense, and against Philip, whose domestic crimes, whose parricides and murders of his relations and friends, and whose lust, more disgraceful to human nature, if possible, than his cruelty, you, as being nearer to Macedonia, are better acquainted with. As to what concerns yourselves, Aetolians, we entered into a war with Philip on your account, you made peace with him without consulting us. Perhaps you will say, that while we were occupied in the Punic War, you were constrained by fear to accept terms of pacification, from him who at that time possessed superior power. And that on our side, pressed by more urgent affairs we suspended our operations in a war which you had laid aside. At present, as we, having, by the favor of the gods brought the Punic War to a conclusion, have fallen on Macedonia with the whole weight of our power, so you have an opportunity offered you of regaining a place in our friendship and alliance. Unless you choose to perish with Philip, rather than to conquer with the Romans. 32. When these things had been said by the ambassador, the minds of all leaning towards the Romans, Democritus, praetor of the Aetolians, who, it was reported, had received money from the king, assenting in no degree to one party or the other, said, that, in consultations of great and critical importance, nothing was so injurious as haste. That repentance, indeed, generally followed, and that quickly but yet too late and unavailing, because designs carried on with precipitation could not be recalled, nor matters brought back to their original state. The time, however, for determining the point under consideration, which, for his part, he thought should not be too early, might yet immediately be fixed in this manner. As it had been provided by the laws, that no determination should be made concerning peace or war, except in the Panatolic or Pylaic councils. Let them immediately pass a decree, that the praetor, when he chooses to treat respecting war and peace, may have full authority to summon a council, and that whatever shall be then debated and decreed, shall be, to all intents and purposes, legal and valid, as if it had been transacted in the Panatolic or Pilaic assembly. And thus dismissing the ambassadors, with the matter undetermined, he said, that therein he had acted most prudently for the interest of the state. For the Aetolians would have it in their power to join in alliance with whichever of the parties should be more successful in the war. Such were the proceedings in the council of the Aetolians. 33. Meanwhile Philip was making vigorous preparations for carrying on the war both by sea and land. His naval forces he drew together at Demetrius in Thessaly. Supposing that Attalus, and the Roman fleet, would move from Aegina in the beginning of the spring, he gave the command of the fleet and of the sea coast to Heraclides, to whom he had formerly entrusted it. The equipment of the land forces he took care of in person. Considering that he had deprived the Romans of two powerful auxiliaries, the Aetolians on the one side and the Dardanians on the other, by making his son Perseus block up the pass at Pelagonia. The consul was employed, not in preparations, but in the operations of war. He led his army through the country of the Daceretians, conveying the corn untouched which he had brought from his winter quarters, for the fields afforded supplies sufficient for the consumption of the troops. The towns and villages surrendered to him, some through inclination, others through fear, some were taken by assault, others were found deserted, the barbarians flying to the neighboring mountains. He fixed a standing camp at Lycus near the river Bevis, and from thence sent to bring in corn from the magazines of the Daceretians. Philip saw the whole country filled with consternation, and not knowing the designs of the consul, he sent a party of horse to discover whither he was directing his course. The same state of uncertainty possessed the consul. He knew that the king had moved from his winter quarters, but in what direction he had proceeded he knew not. He also had sent horsemen to gain intelligence. These two parties, having set out from opposite quarters, after wandering a long time among the Daceretians, through unknown roads, fell at length into the same track. Neither doubted, as soon as the noise of men and horses was heard at a distance, that the enemy was approaching. Therefore, before they came within sight of each other, they got their arms in readiness, nor, when they saw their foe, was there any delay in engaging. As they happened to be nearly equal in number and valor, being picked men on both sides, they fought during several hours with vigor, until fatigue, both of men and horses, put an end to the fight, without deciding the victory. Of the Macedonians there fell 40 horsemen, of the Romans 35. Still, however, neither did the one party carry back to the king, nor the other to the consul, any certain information in what quarter the camp of his enemy lay. But this was soon made known to them by deserters, whom their recklessness of disposition supplies in all wars in sufficient number to discover the affairs of the contending parties. 34. Philip, judging that he should make some progress towards conciliating the affections of his men, and induce them to face danger more readily on his account, if he bestowed some pains on the burial of the horsemen who fell in that expedition, ordered them to be conveyed into the camp, in order that all might be spectators of the honors paid them at their funeral. Nothing is so uncertain, or so difficult to form a judgment of, as the minds of the multitude. That which seems calculated to increase their alacrity, in exertions of every sort, often creates in them fear and inactivity. Accordingly, those who, being always accustomed to fight with Greeks and Illyrians, had only seen wounds made with javelins and arrows, seldom even by lances, came to behold bodies dismembered by the Spanish sword, some with their arms lopped off, with the shoulder or the neck entirely cut through, head severed from the trunk, and the bowels laid open, with other frightful exhibitions of wounds. They therefore perceived, with horror, against what weapons and what men they were to fight. Even the king himself was seized with apprehensions, having never yet engaged the Romans in a regular battle. Wherefore, recalling his son, and the guard posted at the pass of Pelagonia, in order to strengthen his army by the addition of those troops, he thereby opened a passage into Macedonia for Pleuratus and the Dardanians. Then, taking deserters for guides, he marched towards the enemy with 20,000 foot and 4,000 horse, and at the distance of somewhat more than 1,000 paces from the Roman camp, and near Ithacus. He fortified a hill with a trench and rampart. From this place, taking a view of the Roman station in the valley beneath, he is said to have been struck with admiration, both at the general appearance of the camp, and the regular disposition of each particular part. Then with the disposition of the tents, and the intervals of the passages, and to have declared, that, certainly, that could not be regarded by any as the camp of barbarians. For 2 days, the consul and the king, each waiting for the others making some attempt, kept their troops within the ramparts. On the 3rd day, the Roman led out all his forces, and offered battle. 35. But the king, not daring to risk so hastily a general engagement, sent 400 Trallians, who are a tribe of the Illyrians, as we have said in another place, and 300 Cretans. Adding to this body of infantry an equal number of horse, under the command of Athenagoras, one of his nobles honored with the purple, to make an attack on the enemy's cavalry. When these troops arrived within a little more than 500 paces, the Romans sent out the light infantry, and 2 cohorts of horse, that both cavalry and infantry might be equal in number to the Macedonians. The king's troops expected that the method of fighting would be such as they had been accustomed to, that the horsemen, pursuing and retreating alternately, would at one time use their weapons, at another time turn their backs. That the agility of the Illyrians would be serviceable for excursions and sudden attacks, and that the Cretans might discharge their arrows against the enemy, as they advanced eagerly to the charge. But the onset of the Romans, which was not more vigorous than persevering, entirely disconcerted this method of fighting, for the light infantry, as if they were fighting with their whole line of battle, after discharging their javelins, carried on a close fight with their swords. And the horsemen, when they had once made a charge, stopping their horses, fought, some on horseback, while others dismounted and intermixed themselves with the foot. By this means neither were the king's cavalry, who were unaccustomed to a steady fight, a match for the others. Nor were the infantry, who were only skirmishing and irregular troops, and were besides but half covered with the kind of harness which they used, at all equal to the Roman infantry, who carried a sword and buckler, and were furnished with proper armor, both to defend themselves and to annoy the enemy, nor did they sustain the combat, but fled to their camp, trusting entirely to their speed for safety. 36. After an interval of 1 day, the king, resolving to make an attack with all his forces of cavalry and light-armed infantry, had, during the night, placed in ambush, in a convenient place between the 2 camps, a body of targeteers, whom they called Peltasti, and given orders to Athenagoras and the cavalry, if they found they had the advantage in the open fight, to pursue their success. If otherwise, that they should retreat leisurely, and by that means draw on the enemy to the place where the ambush lay. The cavalry accordingly did retreat. But the officers of the body of targeteers, by bringing forward their men before the time, and not waiting for the signal, as they ought, lost an opportunity of performing considerable service. The Romans, having gained the victory in open fight, and also escaped the danger of the ambuscade, retired to their camp. Next day the consul marched out with all his forces, and offered battle, placing his elephants in the front of the foremost battalions. Of this resource the Romans then for the first time availed themselves, having a number of them which had been taken in the Punic War. Finding that the enemy kept himself quiet behind his entrenchments, he advanced close up to them, upbraiding him with cowardice. And as, notwithstanding, no opportunity of an engagement was afforded, the consul, considering how dangerous foraging must be while the camps lay so near each other, where the cavalry were ready at any moment to attack the soldiers, when dispersed through the country, removed his camp to a place called Ortholophus, distant about 8 miles, where by reason of the intervening distance he could forage with more safety. While the Romans were collecting corn in the adjacent fields, the king kept his men within the trenches, in order to increase both the negligence and confidence of the enemy. But, when he saw them scattered, he set out with all his cavalry, and the auxiliary Cretans, and marching with such speed that the swiftest footmen could, by running, but just keep up with the horse. He planted his standards between the camp of the Romans and their foragers. Then, dividing the forces, he sent one part of them in quest of the marauders, with orders to leave not one alive. With the other, he himself halted, and placed guards on the roads through which the enemy seemed likely to fly back to their camp. And now carnage and flight prevailed in all directions, and no intelligence of the misfortune had yet reached the Roman camp, because those who fled towards the camp fell in with the guards, which the king had stationed to intercept them. And greater numbers were slain by those who were placed in the roads, than by those who had been sent out to attack them. At length, a few effected their escape, through the midst of the enemy's posts, but were so filled with terror, that they excited a general consternation in the camp, rather than brought intelligible information. 37. The consul, ordering the cavalry to carry aid to those who were in danger, in the best manner they could, drew out the legions from the camp, and led them drawn up in a square towards the enemy. The cavalry, taking different ways through the fields, missed the road, being deceived by the various shouts raised in several quarters. Some of them met with the enemy, and battles began in many places at once. The hottest part of the action was at the station where the king commanded, for the guard there was, in numbers both of horse and foot, almost a complete army. And, as they were posted on the middle road, the greatest number of the Romans fell in with them. The Macedonians had also the advantage in this, that the king himself was present to encourage them. And the Cretan auxiliaries, fighting in good order, and in a state of preparation, against troops disordered and irregular, wounded many at a distance, where no such danger was apprehended. If they had acted with prudence in the pursuit, they would have secured an advantage of great importance, not only in regard to the glory of the present contest, but to the general interest of the war. But, greedy of slaughter, and following with too much eagerness, they fell in with the advanced cohorts of the Romans under the military tribunes. The horsemen who were flying, as soon as they saw the ensigns of their friends, faced about against the enemy, now in disorder. So that in a moment's time the fortune of the battle was changed, those now turning their backs who had lately been the pursuers. Many were slain in close fight, many in the pursuit, nor was it by the sword alone that they perished. Several, being driven into morasses, were, together with their horses, swallowed up in the deep mud. The king himself was in danger. For his horse falling, in consequence of a wound, threw him headlong to the ground, and he very narrowly escaped being overpowered while prostrate. He owed his safety to a trooper, who instantly leaped down and mounted the affrighted king on his horse, himself, as he could not on foot keep up with the flying horsemen, was slain by the enemy, who had collected about the place where Philip fell. The king, in his desperate flight, rode about among the morasses, some of which were easily passed and others not. At length, when most men despaired of his ever escaping in safety, he arrived in safety at his camp. 200 Macedonian horsemen perished in that action, about 100 were taken, 80 horses, richly caparisoned, were led off the field, at the same time the spoils of arms were also carried off. 38. There were some who found fault with the king, as guilty of rashness on that day, and with the consul, for want of energy. For Philip, they say, on his part, ought to have avoided coming to action, knowing that in a few days the enemy, having exhausted all the adjacent country, must be reduced to the extremity of want. And that the consul, after having routed the Macedonian cavalry and light infantry, and nearly taken the king himself, ought to have led on his troops directly to the enemy's camp, where, dismayed as they were, they would have made no stand. And that he might have finished the war in a moment's time. This, like most other matters, was easier to be talked about than to be done. For, if the king had brought the whole of his infantry into the engagement, then, indeed, during the tumult, and while, vanquished and struck with dismay, they fled from the field into their entrenchments, and even continued their flight from thence on seeing the victorious enemy mounting the ramparts, the king might have been deprived of his camp. But as some forces of infantry had remained in the camp, fresh and free from fatigue, with outposts before the gates, and guard properly disposed, what would he have done but imitated the rashness of which the king had just now been guilty? By pursuing the routed horse. On the other side, the king's first plan of an attack on the foragers, while dispersed through the fields, would not have been a subject of censure. Could he have satisfied himself with a moderate degree of success, and it is the less surprising that he should have made a trial of fortune, as there was a report, that Pleuratus and the Dardanians had set out from home with very numerous forces, and had already passed into Macedonia. So that if he should be surrounded on all sides by these forces, there was reason to think that the Roman might put an end to the war without stirring from his seat. Philip, however, considered, that after his cavalry had been defeated in 2 engagements, he could with much less safety continue in the same post. Accordingly, wishing to remove from thence, and, at the same time, to keep the enemy in ignorance of his design, he sent a herald to the consul a little before sunset, to demand a truce for the purpose of burying the horsemen. And thus imposing on him, he began his march in silence, about the 2nd watch, leaving a number of fires in all parts of his camp. 39. The consul was now taking refreshment, when he was told that the herald had arrived, and on what business. He gave him no other answer, than that he should be admitted to an audience early the next morning, by which means Philip gained what he wanted the length of that night, and part of the following day, during which he might get the start on his march. He directed his route towards the mountains, a road which he knew the Romans with their heavy baggage would not attempt. The consul, having, at the first light, dismissed the herald with a grant of a truce, in a short time after discovered that the enemy had gone off. But not knowing what course to take in pursuit of them, he remained in the same camp for several days, which he employed in collecting forage. He then marched to Stubera, and brought thither, from Pelagonia, the corn that was in the fields. From thence he advanced to Plavina, not having yet discovered to what quarter the Macedonian had bent his course. Philip, having at first fixed his camp at Bryaneum, marched thence through crossroads, and gave a sudden alarm to the enemy. The Romans, on this, removed from Plavina, and pitched their camp near the river Osphagus. The king also sat down at a small distance, forming his entrenchment on the bank of a river which the inhabitants call Eriginus. Having there received certain information that the Romans intended to proceed to Eordia, he marched away before them, in order to take possession of the defile, and prevent the enemy from making their way, where the roads are confined in narrow straits. There, with great haste, he fortified some places with a rampart, others with a trench, others with stones heaped up instead of walls, others with trees laid across, according as the situation required, or as materials lay convenient. And thus a road, in its own nature difficult, he rendered, as he imagined, impregnable by the works which he drew across every pass. The adjoining ground, being mostly covered with woods, was exceedingly incommodious to the phalanx of the Macedonians, which is of no manner of use, except when they extend their very long spears before their shields, forming as it were a palisade. To perform which, they require an open plain. The Thracians, too, were embarrassed by their lances, which also are of a great length, and were entangled among the branches that stood in their way on every side. The body of Cretans alone was not unserviceable. And yet even these, though, in case of an attack made on them, they could to good purpose discharge their arrows against the horses or riders, where they were open to a wound, yet against the Roman shields they could do nothing. Because they had neither strength sufficient to pierce through them, nor was there any part exposed at which they could aim. Perceiving, therefore, that kind of weapon to be useless, they annoyed the enemy with stones, which lay in plenty in all parts of the valley, the strokes made by these on their shields, with greater noise than injury, for a short time retarded the advance of the Romans. But quickly disregarding these missiles also, some, closing their shields in form of a tortoise, forced their way through the enemy in front. Others having, by a short circuit, gained the summit of the hill, dislodged the dismayed Macedonians from their guards and posts, and even slew the greater part of them, their retreat being embarrassed by the difficulties of the ground. 40. Thus, with less opposition than they had expected to meet, the defile were passed, and they came to Eordia. Then, having laid waste the whole country, the consul withdrew into Elymea. From thence he made an eruption into Orestes, and attacked the city Celatrum, situated in a peninsula. A lake surrounds the walls, and there is but one entrance from the main land along a narrow isthmus. Relying on their situation, the townsmen at first shut the gates, and refused to submit. But afterwards, when they saw the troops in motion, and advancing in the tortoise method, and the isthmus covered by the enemy marching in, they surrendered in terror rather than hazard a struggle. From Selatrum he advanced into the country of the Daceretians, took the city Pelium by storm, carried off the slaves with the rest of the spoil, and discharging the freemen without ransom, restored the city to them. After placing a strong garrison in it, for it was very conveniently situated for making inroads into Macedonia. Having thus traversed the enemy's country, the consul led back his forces into those parts which were already reduced to obedience near Apollonia, from whence the campaign had commenced. Philip's attention had been drawn to other quarters by the Aetolians, Athamenes, and Dardanians, so many were the wars that started up on different sides of him. Against the Dardanians, who were now retiring out of Macedonia, he sent Athenagoras with the light infantry and the greater part of the cavalry, and ordered him to hang on their rear as they retreated. And, by cutting off their hindmost troops, make them more cautious for the future of leading out their armies from home. As to the Aetolians, Democritus, their praetor, the same who at Naupactum had persuaded them to defer passing a decree concerning the war, had in the next meeting roused them to arms. After the report of the battle between the cavalry at Ortholophus, the eruption of the Dardanians and of Pleuratus, with the Illyrians, into Macedonia, of the arrival of the Roman fleet, too, at Aureus. And that Macedonia, besides being beset on all sides by so many nations, was in danger of being invested by sea also. 41. These reasons had brought back Democritus and the Aetolians to the interest of the Romans. Marching out, therefore, in conjunction with Amenander, king of the Athamenes, they laid siege to Circinium. The inhabitants here had shut their gates, whether of their own choice or by compulsion is unknown, as they had a garrison of the king's troops. However, in a few days Circinium was taken and burned. And after great slaughter had been made, those who survived, both freemen and slaves, were carried off amongst other spoil. This caused such terror, as made all those who dwelt round the lake Bebeus abandon their cities and fly to the mountains, and the Aetolians, in the absence of booty, turned away from thence, and proceeded into Perhybia. There they took Ceretii by storm and sacked it unmercifully. The inhabitants of Malaea, making a voluntary submission, were received into alliance. From Perhybia, Amenander advised to march to Gomphi, because that city lies close to Athamenia, and there was reason to think that it might be reduced without any great difficulty. But the Aetolians, for the sake of plunder, directed their march to the rich plains of Thessaly. Amenander following, though he did not approve either of their careless method of carrying on their depredations, or of their pitching their camp in any place which chance presented, without choice, and without taking any care to fortify it. Therefore, lest their rashness and negligence might be the cause of some misfortune to himself and his troops, when he saw them forming their camp in low grounds, under the city Phecidus, he took possession, with his own troops, of an eminence about 500 paces distant, which could be rendered secure by a slight fortification. The Aetolians seemed to have forgotten that they were in an enemy's country, excepting that they continued to plunder, some straggling about half-armed, others spending whole days and nights alike in drinking and sleeping in the camp, neglecting even to fix guards, when Philip unexpectedly came upon them. His approach being announced by those who had fled out of the fields in a fright, Democritus and the rest of the officers were thrown into great confusion. It happened to be midday, and when most of the men after a hearty meal lay fast asleep. Their officers roused them, however, as fast as possible, ordered them to take arms, dispatched some to recall those who were straggling through the fields in search of plunder. And so violent was their hurry, that many of the horsemen went out without their swords, and but few of them put on their corslets. After marching out in this precipitate manner, the whole horse and foot scarcely making up 600, they met the king's cavalry, superior in number, in spirit, and in arms. They were, therefore, routed at the first charge, and having scarcely attempted resistance, returned to the camp in shameful flight. Several were slain, and some taken, having been cut off from the main body of the fugitives. 42. Philip, when his troops had advanced almost to the rampart, ordered a retreat to be sounded, because both men and horses were fatigued, not so much by the action, as at once by the length of their march, and the extraordinary celerity with which they had made it. He therefore dispatched the horsemen by troops, and the companies of light infantry in turn, to procure water and take refreshment. The rest he kept on guard, under arms, waiting for the main body of the infantry, which had marched with less expedition, on account of the weight of their armor. As soon as these arrived, they also were ordered to fix their standards, and, laying down their arms before them, to take food in haste, sending 2, or at most 3, out of each company, to provide water. In the meantime the cavalry and light infantry stood in order, and ready, in case the enemy should make any movement. The Aetolians, as if resolved to defend their fortifications, the multitude which had been scattered about the fields having, by this time, returned to the camp, posted bodies of armed men at the gates, and on the rampart. And from this safe situation looked with a degree of confidence on the enemy, as long as they continued quiet. But, as soon as the troops of the Macedonians began to move, and to advance to the rampart, in order of battle, and ready for an assault, they all quickly abandoned their posts, and fled through the opposite part of the camp, to the eminence where the Athenians were stationed. During their flight in this confusion, many of the Aetolians were slain, and many made prisoners. Philip doubted not that, had there been daylight enough remaining, he should have been able to make himself master of the camp of the Athenians also. But the day having been spent in the fight, and in plundering the camp afterwards, he sat down under the eminence, in the adjacent plain, determined to attack the enemy at the first dawn of the following day. But the Aetolians, under the same apprehensions which had made them desert their camp, dispersed, and fled during the following night. Amminander was of the greatest service. For, by his directions, the Athenians, who were acquainted with the roads, conducted them into Aetolia, whilst the Macedonians pursued them over the highest mountains, through unknown paths. In this disorderly flight, a few, missing their way, fell into the hands of the Macedonian horsemen, whom Philip, at the earliest dawn, on seeing the eminence abandoned, had sent to harass the marching body of the enemy. 43. About the same time also Athenagoras, one of the king's generals, overtaking the Dardanians in their retreat homeward, at first threw their rear into disorder. But these unexpectedly facing about, and forming their line, the fight became like a regular engagement. When the Dardanians began again to advance, the Macedonian cavalry and light infantry harassed those who had no troops of that kind to aid them, and were, besides, burdened with unwieldy arms. The ground, too, favored the assailants, very few were slain, but many wounded, none were taken, because they rarely quit their ranks, but both fight and retreat in a close body. Thus Philip, having checked the proceedings of those two nations by these well-timed expeditions, gained reparation for the damages sustained from the operations of the Romans, the enterprise being as spirited as the issue was successful. An occurrence which accidentally happened to him lessened the number of his enemies on the side of Aetolia. Scopas, a man of considerable influence in his own country, having been sent from Alexandria by King Ptolemy, with a great sum of gold, hired and carried away to Egypt 6,000 foot and 400 horse. Nor would he have suffered one of the young Aetolians to remain at home, had not Democritus, it is not easy to say, whether out of zeal for the good of the nation, or out of opposition to Scopas, for not having secured his interest by presents. By sometimes reminding them of the war which threatened them, at other times, of the solitary condition in which they would be, detained some of them at home by severe reproaches. Such were the actions of the Romans, and of Philip, during that summer. 44. In the beginning of the same summer, the fleet under Lucius Apustius, lieutenant general, setting sail from Corcyra, and passing by Malea, formed a junction with King Attalus, off Cilium, which lies in the district of Hermione. The Athenian state, which had for a long time, through fear, restrained their animosity against Philip within some bounds, in the expectation of approaching aid afforded them, gave full scope to it all. There are never wanting in that city orators, who are ready on every occasion to inflame the people. A kind of men, who, in all free states, and more particularly in that of Athens, where eloquence flourishes in the highest degree, are maintained by the favor of the multitude. These immediately proposed a decree, and the commons passed it, that all the statues and images of Philip, with their inscriptions, and likewise those of all his ancestors, male and female, should be taken down and destroyed. That the festal days, solemnities, and priests, which had been instituted in honor of him or of his predecessors, should all be abolished. And that even the ground where any such statue had been set up, and inscribed to his honor, should be held abominable. And it was resolved, that, for the future, nothing which ought to be erected or dedicated in a place of purity should be there erected. And that the public priests, as often as they should pray for the people of Athens, for their allies, armies, and fleets, so often should they utter curses and execrations against Philip, his offspring, his kingdom, his forces by sea and land, and the whole race and name of the Macedonians. It was added to the decree, that, if any person in future should make any proposal tending to throw disgrace and ignominy on Philip, the people of Athens would ratify it in its fullest extent, if, on the contrary, any one should, by word or deed, endeavor to lessen his ignominy, or to do him honor, that whoever slew him who should have so said or done, should be justified in so doing. Lastly, a clause was annexed, that all the decrees, formerly passed against the Pisistratii, should be in full force against Philip. Thus the Athenians waged war against Philip with writings and with words, in which alone their power consisted. 45. Attalus and the Romans, having, from Hermione, proceeded first to Piraeus, and stayed there a few days, after being loaded with decrees of the Athenians, in which the honors paid to their allies were as extravagant as the expressions of their resentment against their enemy had been, sailed from Piraeus to Andrus, and, coming to an anchor in the harbor called Garelios, sent persons to sound the inclinations of the townsmen, whether they chose voluntarily to surrender their city, rather than run the hazard of an assault. On their answering, that they were not at their own disposal, but that the citadel was occupied by the king's troops, Attalus and the Roman lieutenant general, landing their forces, with everything requisite for attacking towns, made their approaches to the city on different sides. The Roman standards and arms, which they had never seen before, together with the spirit of the soldiers, so briskly approaching the walls, were particularly terrifying to the Greeks. A retreat was immediately made into the citadel, and the enemy took possession of the city. After holding out for 2 days in the citadel, relying more on the strength of the place than on their arms, on the third both they and the garrison surrendered the city and citadel, on condition of their being transported to Delium in Boeotia, and being each of them allowed a single suit of apparel. The island was yielded up by the Romans to King Attalus, the spoil, and the ornaments of the city, they themselves carried off. Attalus, desirous that the island, of which he had got possession, might not be quite deserted, persuaded almost all the Macedonians, and several of the Andrians, to remain there, and, in some time after, those who, according to the capitulation, had been transported to Delium, were induced to return from thence by the promises made them by the king, in which they were disposed the more readily to confide, by the ardent affection which they felt for their native country. From Andrus they passed over to Cythnus. There they spent several days, to no purpose, in assaulting the city, when, at length, finding it scarcely worth the trouble, they departed. At Prasiae, a place on the main land of Attica, 20 barks of the Aeaeans joined the Roman fleet. These were sent to ravage the lands of the Carystians, the rest of the fleet lying at Geriestus, a noted harbor in Euboea, until the Aeaeans returned from Carystus, on which, setting sail all together, and steering their course through the open sea, until they passed by Cyrus, they arrived at the island of Icus. Being detained there for a few days by a violent northerly wind, as soon as the weather was fair, they passed over to Cyathus, a city which had been lately plundered and desolated by Philip. The soldiers, spreading themselves over the country, brought back to the ships corn and what other kinds of provisions could be of use to them. Plunder there was none, nor had the Greeks deserved to be plundered. Directing their course thence to Cassandria, they first came to Mendes, a village on the coast of that state. And, intending from thence to double the promontory, and bring round the fleet to the very walls of the city, a violent tempest arising, they were near being buried in the waves. However, after being dispersed, and a great part of the ships having lost their rigging, they escaped on shore. This storm at sea was an omen of the kind of success which they were to meet on land. For, after collecting their vessels together, and landing their forces, having made an assault on the city, they were repulsed with many wounds, there being a strong garrison of the king's troops in the place. Being thus obliged to retreat without accomplishing their design, they passed over to Canastrum in Pallene, and from thence, doubling the promontory of Torona, conducted the fleet to Acanthus. There they first laid waste the country, then stormed the city itself, and plundered it. They proceeded no farther, for their ships were now heavily laden with booty, but went back to Cyathus, and from Cyathus to Euboea, whence they had first set out. 46. Leaving the fleet there, they entered the Malian Bay with 10 light ships, in order to confer with the Aetolians on the method of conducting the war. Cypericus, the Aetolian, was at the head of the embassy that came to Heraclea, to hold a consultation with the king and the Roman lieutenant general. They demanded of Attalus, that, in pursuance of the treaty, he should supply them with 1,000 soldiers, which number he had engaged for on condition of their taking part in the war against Philip. This was refused to the Aetolians, because on their part they had formerly showed themselves unwilling to march out to ravage Macedonia, at a time when Philip, being employed near Pergamus in destroying by fire everything sacred and profane, they might have compelled him to retire from thence, in order to preserve his own territories. Thus, instead of aid, the Aetolians were dismissed with hopes, the Romans making them large promises. Apustius with Attalus returned to the ships, where they began to concert measures for the siege of Aureus. This city was well secured by fortifications, and also, as an attempt had formerly been made on it, by a strong garrison. After the taking of Andrus, 20 Rhodian ships, all decked vessels, had formed a junction with them, under the command of Agesambrotus. This squadron they sent to the station of Salagium, a promontory of Isthmia, very conveniently situate beyond Demetrius, in order that, if the ships of the Macedonians should attempt any movement, they might act as a defensive force. Heraclides, the king's admiral, kept his fleet there, rather with a view of laying hold of any advantage which the negligence of the enemy might afford him, than with a design of attempting anything by open force. The Romans and King Attalus carried on their attacks against Aureus on different sides. The Romans against the citadel next to the sea, the king's troops against the lower part of the town, lying between the two citadels, where the city is also divided by a wall. As their posts were different, so were their methods of attack. The Romans made their approaches by means of covered galleries, applying also the ram to the walls. The king's troops, by throwing in weapons with the ballista, catapulta, and every other kind of engine, and stones also of immense weight. They formed mines, too, and made use of every expedient, which, on trial, had been found useful in the former siege. On the other side, not only did more Macedonians protect the town and the citadels, than on the former occasion, but they exerted themselves with greater spirit. In consequence of the reprimands which they had received from the king for the misconduct they had committed, and also from remembrance both of his threats and promises with regard to the future. Thus, when time was being consumed there, contrary to their expectation, and there was more hope from a siege and works than from a sudden assault, the lieutenant general thought that in the meantime some other business might be accomplished. Wherefore, leaving such a number of men as seemed sufficient to finish the works, he passed over to the nearest part of the continent, and, arriving unexpectedly, made himself master of Larissa, except the citadel. Not that celebrated city in Thessaly, but another, which they call Cremast. Attalus also surprised Aegilios, where nothing was less apprehended than such an enterprise during the siege of another city. The works at Aureus had now begun to take effect, while the garrison within were almost spent with unremitted toil, keeping watch both by day and night, and also with wounds. Part of the wall, being loosened by the strokes of the ram, had fallen down in many places, and the Romans, during the night, broke into the citadel through the breach which lay over the harbour. Attalus, likewise, at the first light, on a signal given from the citadel by the Romans, himself also assaulted the city, where great part of the walls had been levelled. On which the garrison and townsmen fled into the other citadel, and a surrender was made 2 days after. The city fell to the king, the prisoners to the Romans. 47. The autumnal equinox now approached, and the Euboean Gulf, called Coela, is reckoned dangerous by mariners. Choosing, therefore, to remove thence before the winter storms came on, they returned to Piraeus, from whence they had set out for the campaign. Apustius, leaving their 30 ships, sailed by Malea to Corcyra. The king was delayed during the celebration of the mysteries of Ceres, that he might assist at the solemnities, immediately after which he also retired into Asia, sending home Agesembrotus and the Rhodians. Such, during that summer, were the proceedings, by sea and land, of the Roman consul and lieutenant general, aided by Attalus and the Rhodians, against Philip and his allies. The other consul, Caius Aurelius, on coming into his province and finding the war there already brought to a conclusion, did not dissemble his resentment against the praetor, for having proceeded to action in his absence. Wherefore, sending him away to Etruria, he led on the legions into the enemy's country, and, by laying it waste, carried on the war with more spoil than glory. Lucius Furius, finding nothing in Etruria that could give him employment, and at the same time intent on obtaining a triumph for his success against the Gauls, which he considered would be more easily accomplished in the absence of the consul, who envied and was enraged against him, came to Rome unexpectedly, and called a meeting of the Senate in the temple of Bologna, where, after making a recital of the services which he had performed, he demanded to be allowed to enter the city in triumph. 48. With a great part of the Senate he prevailed, owing to private interest and the importance of his services. The elder part refused him a triumph, both because the army, with which he had acted, belonged to another, and because he had left his province through an ambitious desire of snatching that opportunity of procuring a triumph, but that he had taken this course without any precedent. The senators of consular rank particularly insisted, that he ought to have waited for the consul. For that he might, by pitching his camp near the city, and thereby securing the colony without coming to an engagement, have protracted the affair until his arrival, and that, what the praetor had not done, the Senate ought to do. They should wait for the consul. After hearing the business discussed by the consul and praetor in their presence, they would be able, more correctly, to form judgment on the case. Great part were of opinion, that the Senate ought to consider nothing but the service performed, and whether he had performed it while in office, and under his own auspices. For, when of 2 colonies, which had been opposed, as barriers, to restrain the tumultuous inroads of the Gauls, one had been already sacked and burned, the flames being ready to spread, as if from an adjoining house, to the other colony, which lay so near, what ought the praetor to have done? For if it was improper to enter on any action without the consul, then the Senate had acted wrong in giving the army to the praetor. Because, if they chose that the business should be performed, not under the praetor's auspices, but the consul's, they might have limited the decree in such a manner, that not the praetor, but the consul, should manage it. Or else the consul had acted wrong, who, after ordering the army to remove from Etruria into Gaul, did not meet it at Ariminum, in order to be present at operations, which were not allowed to be performed without him. But the exigencies of war do not wait for the delays and procrastinations of commanders, and battles must be sometimes fought, not because commanders choose it, but because the enemy compels it. The fight itself, and the issue of the fight, is what ought to be regarded now. The enemy were routed and slain, their camp taken and plundered, the colony relieved from a siege, the prisoners taken from the other colony recovered and restored to their friends, and an end put to the war in one battle. And not only men rejoiced at this victory, but the immortal gods also had supplications paid to them, for the space of 3 days, on account of the business of the state having been wisely and successfully, not rashly and unfortunately, conducted by Lucius Furius, praetor. Besides, the Gallic wars were, by some fatality, destined to the Furian family. 49. By means of discourses of this kind, made by him and his friends, the interest of the praetor, who was present, prevailed over the dignity of the absent consul, and the majority decreed a triumph to Lucius Furius. Lucius Furius, praetor, during his office, triumphed over the Gauls. He carried into the treasury 320,000 asses, 195 and 170,000 pounds weight of silver. There were neither any prisoners led before his chariot, nor spoils carried before him, nor did any soldiers follow him. It appeared that everything, except the victory, belonged to the consul. The games which Publius Scipio had vowed when consul in Africa, were then celebrated, in a magnificent manner, and with respect to the lands for his soldiers, it was decreed that whatever number of years each of them had served in Spain or in Africa, he should, for every year, receive 2 acres. And that 10 commissioners should distribute that land. 3 commissioners were then appointed to fill up the number of colonists at Venusia, because the strength of that colony had been reduced in the war with Hannibal, Caius Terentius Varro, Titus Quintius Flamininus, Publius Cornelius, son of Gnaeus Scipio, enrolled the colonists for Venusia. During the same year, Caius Cornelius Cethegus, who in the capacity of proconsul commanded in Spain, routed a numerous army of the enemy in the territory of Sedeta. In which battle, it is said, that 15,000 Spaniards were slain, and 78 military standards taken. The consul Caius Aurelius, on returning from his province to Rome to hold the elections, made heavy complaints, not on the subject on which they had supposed he would, that the Senate had not waited for his coming, nor allowed him an opportunity of arguing the matter with the praetor, but that the Senate had decreed a triumph in such a manner, without hearing the report of any one of those who had taken part in the war, except the person who was to enjoy the triumph, that their ancestors had made it a rule that the lieutenant generals, the military tribunes, the centurions, and even the soldiers, should be present at the triumph, in order that the Roman people might ascertain the reality of his exploits, to whom so high an honor was paid. Now, of that army which fought with the Gauls, had any one soldier, or even a soldier's servant, been present, of whom the Senate could inquire how much of truth or falsehood was in the praetor's narrative. He then appointed a day for the elections, at which were chosen consuls, Lucius Cornelius Lentulus and Publius Villius Tapulus. The praetors were then appointed, Lucius Quintius Flamininus, Lucius Valerius Flaccus, Lucius Villius Tapulus, and Gnaeus Baebius Tamphilus. 50. During that year provisions were remarkably cheap. The curule aediles, Marcus Claudius Marcellus and Sextus Aelius Paetus, distributed among the people a vast quantity of corn, brought from Africa, at the rate of 2 asses a peck. They also celebrated the Roman games in a magnificent manner, repeating them a second day, and erected in the treasury 5 brazen statues out of the money paid as fines. The plebeian games were thrice repeated entire, by the aediles, Lucius Terentius Massa, and Gnaeus Baebius Tamphilus, who was elected praetor. There were also funeral games exhibited that year in the Forum, for the space of 4 days, on occasion of the death of Marcus Valerius Lavinus, by his sons Publius and Marcus, who gave also a show of gladiators, in which 25 pairs fought. Marcus Aurelius Cotta, one of the decemviri of the sacred books, died, and Manius Acilius Glabrio was substituted in his room. It happened that both the curule aediles, who had been created at the elections, were persons who could not immediately undertake the office, for Caius Cornelius Cethegus was elected in his absence, when he was occupying Spain as his province. And Caius Valerius Flaccus, who was present, being flamen dialis, could not take the oath of observing the laws, and no person was allowed to hold any office longer than 5 days without taking the oath. Flaccus petitioned to be excused from complying with the law, on which the Senate decreed, that if the aedile produced a person approved of by the consuls, who would take the oath for him, the consuls, if they thought proper, should make application to the tribunes, that it might be proposed to the people. Lucius Valerius Flaccus, praetor-elect, was produced to swear for his brother. The tribunes proposed to the commons, and the commons ordered that this should be as if the aedile himself had sworn. With regard to the other aedile, likewise, an order of the commons was made. On the tribunes putting the question, what 2 persons they chose should go and take the command of the armies in Spain, in order that Caius Cornelius, curule aedile, might come home to execute his office, and that Lucius Manlius Acidinus might, after many years, retire from the province. The commons ordered Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus and Lucius Tertinius, proconsuls, to command in Spain. Book XXXI. Successes of Titus Quinctius Flamininus against Philip, and of his brother Lucius with the fleet, assisted by Attalus and the Rhodians. Treaty of friendship with the Achaeans. Conspiracy of the slaves discovered and suppressed. The number of the praetors augmented to 6. Defeat of the Insubrian Gauls by Cornelius Cethegus. Treaty of friendship with Nabis, tyrant of Lacedaemon. Capture of several cities in Macedonia. 1. The consuls and praetors, having entered upon office on the Ides of March, cast lots for the provinces. Italy fell to Lucius Cornelius Lentulus, Macedonia to Publius Villius. Of the praetors, the city jurisdiction fell to Lucius Quinctius, Ariminum to Gnaeus Bibius, Sicily to Lucius Valerius, Sardinia to Lucius Villius. The consul Lentulus was ordered to levy new legions. Villius, to receive the army from Publius Sulpicius, and, to complete its number, power was given him to raise as many men as he thought proper. To the praetor Bibius were decreed the legions which Caius Aurelius, late consul, had commanded, with directions that he should keep them in their present situation, until the consul should come with the new army to supply their place. And that, on his arriving in Gaul, all the soldiers who had served out their time should be sent home, except 5,000 of the allies, which would be sufficient to protect the province round Ariminum. The command was continued to the praetors of the former year, to Gnaeus Sergius, that he might superintend the distribution of land to the soldiers who had served for many years in Spain, Sicily, and Sardinia. To Quintus Minucius, that he might finish the inquiries concerning the conspiracies in Bruttium, which, while praetor, he had managed with care and fidelity. That he should also send to Locri, to suffer punishment, those who had been convicted of sacrilege, and who were then in chains at Rome. And that he should take care, that whatever had been carried away from the temple of Proserpine should be replaced with expiations. The Latin festival was repeated in pursuance of a decree of the pontiffs, because ambassadors from Ardea had complained to the Senate, that during the said solemnity they had not been supplied with meat as usual on the Alban Mount. From Suessa an account was brought, that 2 of the gates, and the wall between them, had been struck with lightning. Messengers from Formii related, that the temple of Jupiter had also been struck by lightning. From Ostia, likewise, news came of the like accident having happened to the temple of Jupiter there. It was said, too, that the temples of Apollo and Sancus, at Velaturnum, were struck in like manner. And that in the temple of Hercules, hair had grown, on the statue. A letter was received from Quintus Minucius, propraetor, from Bruttium, that a foal had been born with 5 feet, and 3 chickens with 3 feet each. Afterwards a letter was brought from Macedonia, from Publius Sulpicius, proconsul, in which, among other matters, it was mentioned, that a laurel tree had sprung up on the poop of a ship of war. On occasion of the former prodigies, the Senate had voted, that the consuls should offer sacrifices with the greater victims to such gods as they thought proper. On account of the last prodigy, alone, the aruspices were called before the Senate, and, in pursuance of their answer, the people were ordered by proclamation to perform a supplication for 1 day, and worship was solemnized at all the shrines. 2. This year, the Carthaginians brought to Rome the first payment of the silver imposed on them as a tribute. And the quaestors having reported, that it was not of the proper standard, and that, on the assay, it wanted a 4th part, they made up the deficiency with money borrowed at Rome. On their requesting that the Senate would be pleased to order their hostages to be restored to them, 100 were given up, and hopes were held out with relation to the rest, if they remained in fidelity, to the treaty. They then further requested, that the remaining hostages might be removed from Norba, where they were ill accommodated, to some other place, and they were permitted to remove to Signia and Ferentinum. The request of the people of Gades was likewise complied with, that a governor should not be sent to their city, being contrary to what had been agreed with them by Lucius Marcius Septimus, when they came under the protection of the Roman people. Deputies from Narnia, complaining that they had not their due number of settlers, and that several who were not of their community, had crept in among them, and were conducting themselves as colonists, Lucius Cornelius, the consul, was ordered to appoint 3 commissioners to adjust those matters. The 3 appointed were, Publius and Sextus Aelius, both surnamed Paetus, and Caius Cornelius Lentulus. The favor granted to the Narnians, of filling up their number of colonists, was refused to the people of Causa, who applied for it. 3. The consuls, having finished the business that was to be done at Rome, set out for their provinces. Publius Villius, on coming into Macedonia, found the soldiers in a violent mutiny, which had been previously excited, and not sufficiently repressed at the commencement. They were the 2,000 who, after Hannibal had been vanquished, had been transported from Africa to Sicily, and then, in about a year after, into Macedonia, as volunteers. They denied, however, that this was done with their consent, affirming, that they had been put on board the ships, by the tribunes, contrary to their remonstrances. But, in what manner soever they had become engaged in that service, whether it had been voluntarily undertaken or imposed on them, the time of it was now expired, and it was reasonable that some end should be put to their warfare. For many years they had not seen Italy, but had grown old under arms in Sicily, Africa, and Macedonia. They were now, in short, worn out with labor and fatigue, and were exhausted of their blood by the many wounds they had received. The consul told them, that the grounds on which they demanded their discharge appeared to him to be reasonable, if the demand had been made in a moderate manner, but that neither that, nor any other ground, was a justifying cause of mutiny. Wherefore, if they were contented to adhere to their standards, and obey orders, he would write to the Senate concerning their release, and that what they desired would more easily be obtained by moderation than by turbulence. 4. At this time, Philip was pushing on the siege of Thaumasai, with the utmost vigor, by means of mounds and engines, and was ready to bring up the ram to the walls. When he was obliged to relinquish the undertaking by the sudden arrival of the Aetolians, who, under the command of Archidamus, having made their way into the town between the posts of the Macedonians, never ceased, day or night, making continual sallies, sometimes against the guards, sometimes against the works of the besiegers. They were at the same time favored by the very nature of the place, for Thaumasai stands near the road from Thermopylae, and the Malian Bay as you go through Lamia, on a lofty eminence, hanging immediately over the narrow pass which the Thessalians call Cala. 196 After passing through the craggy grounds of Thessaly, the roads are rendered intricate by the windings of the valleys, and on the near approach to the city, such an immense plain opens at once to view, like a vast sea, that the eye can scarcely reach the bounds of the expanse beneath. From this surprising prospect it was called Thaumasai. 197 The city itself is secured, not only by the height of its situation, but by its standing on a rock, the stone of which had been cut away on all sides. These difficulties, and the prize not appearing sufficient to recompense so much toil and danger, caused Philip to desist from the attempt. The winter also was approaching. He therefore retired from thence, and led back his troops into winter quarters, in Macedonia. 5. There, whilst others, glad of any interval of rest, consigned both body and mind to repose, Philip, in proportion as the season of the year had relieved him from the incessant fatigues of marching and fighting, found his care and anxiety increase the more, when he turned his thoughts towards the general issue of the war. He dreaded, not only his enemies, who pressed him hard by land and sea, but also the dispositions, sometimes of his allies, at others of his own subjects, lest the former might be induced, by hopes of friendship with the Romans, to revolt, and the Macedonians themselves be seized with a desire of innovation. Wherefore, he dispatched ambassadors to the Achaeans, both to require their oath, for it had been made an article of their agreement that they should take an oath prescribed by Philip every year, and at the same time to restore to them Orchomenes, Heraea, and Tryphilia. To the Hellenes he delivered up Elyphra, which city, they insisted, had never belonged to Tryphilia, but ought to be restored to them, having been one of those that were incorporated by the council of the Arcadians for the founding of Megalopolis. These measures had the effect of strengthening his connection with the Achaeans. The affections of the Macedonians he conciliated by his treatment of Heraclides, for, finding that his having countenanced this man had been the cause to him of the utmost unpopularity, he charged him with a number of crimes, and threw him into chains, to the great joy of the people. It was now, if at any time, that he made preparations for the war with a special energy. He exercised both the Macedonian and mercenary troops in arms, and in the beginning of spring sent Athenagoras, with all the foreign auxiliaries and what light armed troops there were, through Epirus into Chaonia, to seize the pass at Antigonia, which the Greeks called Stena. He followed, in a few days, with the heavy troops, and having viewed every situation in the country, he judged that the most advantageous post for fortifying himself was on the river Aeolus. This river runs in a narrow vale, between two mountains, one of which the natives call Erebus, and the other Asnos, affording a passage of very little breadth along the bank. He ordered Athenagoras, with the light infantry, to take possession of Asnos, and to fortify it. His own camp he pitched on Erebus. Those places where the rocks were steep, were defended by guards of a few soldiers only. The less secure he strengthened, some with trenches, some with ramparts, and others with towers. A great number of engines, also, were disposed in proper places, that, by means of weapons thrown from these, they might keep the enemy at a distance. The royal pavilion was pitched on the outside of the rampart, on the most conspicuous eminence, in order, by this show of confidence, to dishearten the foe, and raise the hopes of his own men. 6. The consul, having received intelligence from Charopus of Epirus, on what passed, the king had taken his position with his army, as soon as the spring began to open, left Corcyra, where he had passed the winter, and, sailing over to the continent, led on his army against the enemy. When he came within about 5 miles of the king's camp, leaving the legions in a strong post, he went forward in person with some light troops, to view the nature of the country. And, on the day following, held a council, in order to determine whether he should attempt a passage through the defile occupied by the enemy, notwithstanding the great labor and danger which the proposal involved, or lead round his forces by the same road through which Sulpicius had penetrated into Macedonia the year before. The deliberations on this question had lasted several days, when news arrived, that Titus Quinctius had been elected consul, that he had obtained, by lot, Macedonia as his province, and that, hastening his journey, he had already come over to Corcyra. Valerius Antius says, that Vilius marched into the defile, and that, as he could not proceed straight forward, because every pass was occupied by the king, he followed the course of a valley, through the middle of which the river Aeolus flows. And having hastily constructed a bridge, passed over to the bank where the king's camp was, and fought a battle with him. That the king was routed and driven out of his camp, that 12,000 of the enemy were killed, and 2,200 taken, together with 132 military standards, and 230 horses. He adds, that, during the battle, a temple was vowed to Jupiter in case of success. The other historians, both Greek and Latin, all those at least whose accounts I have read, affirm that nothing memorable was done by Vilius, and that Titus Quinctius, the consul who succeeded him, received from him a war which had yet to be commenced. 7. During the time of these transactions in Macedonia, the other consul, Lucius Lentulus, who had stayed at Rome, held an assembly for the election of censors. Out of many illustrious men who stood candidates, were chosen Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus and Publius Aelius Paetus. These, acting together in perfect harmony, read the list of the Senate, without passing a censure on any one member. They also let to farm the port duties at Capua, and at Puteoli, and of the fort situate where the city now stands, enrolling for this latter place 300 colonists, that being the number fixed by the Senate. They also sold the lands of Capua, which lie at the foot of Mount Tifata. About the same time, Lucius Manlius Acidinus, on his return from Spain, was hindered from entering the city in Ovation by Marcus Porcius Lica, plebeian tribune, notwithstanding he had obtained permission of the Senate. Coming, then, into the city in a private character, he conveyed to the treasury 1,200 pounds weight of silver, and about 30 pounds weight of gold. During this year, Gnaeus Baebius Tamphilus, who had succeeded to the government of the province of Gaul, in the room of Caius Aurelius, consul of the year preceding, having, without proper caution, entered the territories of the Insubrian Gauls, was surprised with almost the whole of his army. He lost above 6,600 men, so great a loss was received from a war which had now ceased to be an object of apprehension. This event called away the consul, Lucius Lentulus, from the city. Who, arriving in the province, which was filled with confusion, and taking the command of the army, which he found dispirited by its defeat, severely reprimanded the praetor, and ordered him to quit the province and return to Rome. Neither did the consul himself perform any considerable service, being called home to preside at the elections, which were obstructed by Marcus Fulvius and Manius Curius, plebeian tribunes, who wished to hinder Titus Quinctius Flamininus from standing candidate for the consulship, after passing through the office of quaestor. They alleged, that the aedileship and praetorship were now held in contempt, and that the nobility did not make their way to the consulship through the regular gradations of offices, thus affording a trial of themselves. But, passing over the intermediate steps, pushed at once from the lowest to the highest. From a dispute in the field of Mars, the affair was brought before the Senate, where it was voted, that when a person sued for any post, which by the laws he was permitted to hold, the people had the right of choosing whoever they thought proper. To this decision of the Senate the tribunes submitted, and thereupon Sextus Aelius Paius and Titus Quinctius Flamininus were elected consuls. Then was held the election of praetors. The persons chosen were, Lucius Cornelius Merilla, Marcus Claudius Marcellus, Marcus Porcius Cato, and Caius Helvius, who had been plebeian aediles. By these the plebeian games were repeated, and, on occasion of the games, a feast of Jupiter was celebrated. The curule aediles, also, Caius Valerius Flaccus, who was Flamen of Jupiter, and Caius Cornelius Cephagus, celebrated the Roman games with great magnificence. Servius and Caius Sulpicius Galba, pontiffs, died this year. In their room were substituted Marcus Aemilius Lepidus and Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio, as pontiffs. 8. The new consuls, Sextus Aelius Paius and Titus Quinctius Flamininus, on assuming the administration, convened the Senate in the Capitol, and the Fathers decreed, that the consuls should settle between themselves or cast lots for the provinces, Macedonia and Italy. That he to whom Macedonia fell should enlist, as a supplement to the legions, 3,000 Roman footmen and 300 horse, and also 5,000 footmen and 500 horsemen belonging to the Latin Confederacy. The army assigned to the other consul was to consist entirely of newly raised men. Lucius Lentulus, consul of the preceding year, was continued in command, and was ordered not to depart from the province, nor to remove the old army, until the consul should arrive with the new legions. The consuls cast lots for the provinces, and Italy fell to Aelius, Macedonia to Quintius. Of the praetors, the lots gave to Lucius Cornelius Merilla the city jurisdiction, to Marcus Claudius, Sicily, to Marcus Porcius, Sardinia, and to Caius Helvius, Gaul. The levying of troops was then begun, for besides the consular armies, the praetors had been ordered also to enlist men, for Marcellus, in Sicily, 4,000 foot and 300 horse of the Latin confederates. For Cato, in Sardinia, 3,000 foot and 200 horse of the same class of soldiers, with directions, that both these praetors, on their arrival in their provinces, should disband the veterans, both foot and horse. The consuls then introduced to the Senate ambassadors from King Attalus. These, after representing that their king gave every assistance to the Roman arms on land and sea, with his fleet and all his forces, and had up to that day executed with zeal and obedience every order of the consuls, added, that they feared it would not be in his power to continue so to do by reason of King Antiochus, for that Antiochus had invaded the kingdom of Attalus, when destitute of protective forces by sea and land. That Attalus, therefore, entreated the conscript fathers, if they chose to employ his army and navy in the Macedonian war, then to send a body of forces to protect his territories. Or if that were not agreeable, to allow him to go home to defend his own possessions, with his fleet and troops. The following answer was ordered to be given to the ambassadors, that it was a cause of gratitude to the Senate that Attalus had assisted the Roman commanders with his fleet and other forces. That they would neither send succors to Attalus, against Antiochus, the ally and friend of the Roman people, nor would they detain the auxiliary troops longer than would be convenient to the king. That it was ever a constant rule with the Roman people, to use the aid of others so far only as was agreeable to the will of those who gave it. and even to leave the commencement and the termination of that aid at the discretion of those who desired that the Romans should be benefited by their help. That they would send ambassadors to Antiochus, to represent to him, that Attalus, with his fleet and army, were, at the present, employed by the Roman people against Philip, their common enemy. And that Antiochus would do that which was gratifying to the Senate if he abstained from the kingdom of Attalus and desisted from the war. For that it was much to be wished, that kings who were allies and friends to the Roman people should maintain friendship between themselves also. 9. When the consul Titus Quinctius had finished the levies, in making which he chose principally such as had served in Spain or Africa, that is, soldiers of approved courage, and when hastening to set forward to his province, he was delayed by reports of prodigies, and the expiations of them. There had been struck by lightning the public road at Veii, a temple of Jupiter at Lanuvium, a temple of Hercules at Ardea, with a wall and towers at Capua, also the edifice which is called Alba. At Arretium, the sky appeared as on fire. At Velitri, the earth, to the extent of 3 acres, sunk down so as to form a vast chasm. From Suessa Aurumca, an account was brought of a lamb born with 2 heads, from Sinuessa, of a swine with a human head. On occasion of these ill omens, a supplication of 1 day's continuance was performed, the consuls gave their attention to divine services, and, as soon as the gods were appeased, set out for their provinces. Aelius, accompanied by Caius Helvius, praetor, went into Gaul, where he put under the command of the praetor the army which he received from Lucius Lentulus, and which he ought to have disbanded, intending to carry on his own operations with the new troops, which he had brought with him. But he effected nothing worth recording. The other consul, Titus Quinctius, setting sail from Brundusium earlier than had been usual with former consuls, reached Corcyra, with 8,000 foot and 800 horse. From this place, he passed over, in a quinquereme, to the nearest part of Epirus, and proceeded, by long journeys, to the Roman camp. Here, having dismissed Vilius, and waiting a few days, until the forces from Corcyra should come up and join him, he held a council, to determine whether he should endeavor to force his way straight forward through the camp of the enemy, or whether, without attempting an enterprise of so great difficulty and danger, he should not rather take a circuitous and safe road, so as to penetrate into Macedonia by the country of the Daceretians and Lycus. The latter plan would have been adopted, had he not feared that, in removing to a greater distance from the sea, the enemy might slip out of his hands. And that if the king should resolve to secure himself in the woods and wilds, as he had done before, the summer might be spun out without anything being effected. It was therefore determined, be the event what it might, to attack the enemy in their present post, disadvantageous as it was. But they more easily resolved on this measure, than devised any safe or certain method of accomplishing it. 10. 40 days were passed in view of the enemy, without making any kind of effort. Hence Philip conceived hopes of bringing about a treaty of peace, through the mediation of the people of Epirus. And a council, which was held for the purpose, having appointed Pausanias, the praetor, and Alexander, the master of the horse, as negotiators, they brought the consul and the king to a conference, on the banks of the river Aeoeus, where the channel was narrowest. The sum of the consul's demands was, that the king should withdraw his troops from the territories of the several states, that, to those whose lands and cities he had plundered, he should restore such of their effects as could be found, and that the value of the rest should be estimated by a fair arbitration. Philip answered, that the cases of the several states differed widely from each other. That such as he himself had seized on, he would set at liberty. But he would not divest himself of the hereditary and just possessions which had been conveyed down to him from his ancestors. If those states, with whom hostilities had been carried on, complained of any losses in the war, he was ready to submit the matter to the arbitration of any state with whom both parties were at peace. To this the consul replied, that the business required neither judge nor arbitrator, for to whom was it not evident that every injurious consequence of the war was to be imputed to him who first took up arms? And in this case Philip, unprovoked by any, had first commenced hostilities against all. When they next began to treat of those nations which were to be set at liberty, the consul named, first, the Thessalians, on which the king, fired with indignation, exclaimed, "What harsher terms, Titus Quinctius! Could you impose on me if I were vanquished?" With these words he retired hastily from the conference, and they were with difficulty restrained by the river which separated them from assaulting each other with missile weapons. On the following day many skirmishes took place between parties sallying from the outposts, in a plain sufficiently wide for the purpose. Afterwards the king's troops drew back into narrow and rocky places, whither the Romans, keenly eager for fighting, penetrated also. These had in their favor order and military discipline, while their arms were of a kind well calculated for protecting their persons. In favor of the enemy were the advantage of ground, and their ballistas and catapultas disposed on almost every rock as on walls. After many wounds given and received on both sides, and numbers being slain, as in a regular engagement, darkness put an end to the fight. 11. While matters were in this state, a herdsman, sent by Charopus, prince of the Epirots, was brought to the consul. He said, that, being accustomed to feed his herd in the forest, then occupied by the king's camp, he knew every winding and path in the neighboring mountains. And that if the consul thought proper to send some troops with him, he would lead them by a road, neither dangerous nor difficult, to a spot over the enemy's head. When the consul heard these things, he sent to Charopus to inquire if he considered that confidence might be placed in the rustic in so important a matter. Charopus ordered an answer to be returned, that he should give just so much credit to this man's account, as should still leave everything rather in his own power than in that of the other. Though the consul rather wished than dared to give the intelligence full belief, and though his mind was possessed by mingled emotions of joy and fear, yet being moved by the confidence due to Charopus, he resolved to put to trial the prospect that was held out to him. In order to prevent all suspicion of the matter, during the 2 following days he carried on attacks against the enemy without intermission, drawing out troops against them in every quarter, and sending up fresh men to relieve the wearied. Then, selecting 4,000 foot and 300 horse, he put them under the command of a military tribune, with directions to advance the horse as far as the nature of the ground allowed. And when they came to places impassable to cavalry, then to post them in some plain. That the infantry should proceed by the road which the guide would show, and that when, according to his promise, they arrived on the height over the enemy's head, then they should give a signal by smoke, but raise no shout. Until the tribune should have reason to think that, in consequence of the signal received from him, the battle was begun. He ordered that the march should take place by night, the moon shining through the whole of it, and employ the day in taking food and rest. The most liberal promises were made to the guide, provided he fulfilled his engagement. He bound him, nevertheless, and delivered him to the tribune. Having thus sent off this detachment, the Roman general exerted himself only the more vigorously in every part to make himself master of the posts of the enemy. 12. On the 3rd day, the Roman party made the signal by smoke, to notify that they had gained possession of the eminence to which they had been directed. And then the consul, dividing his forces into 3 parts, marched up with the main strength of his army, through a valley in the middle, and made the wings on right and left advance to the camp of the enemy. Nor did these advance to meet him with less alacrity. The Roman soldiers, in the ardor of their courage, long maintained the fight on the outside of their works, for they had no small superiority in bravery, in skill, and in the nature of their arms. But when the king's troops, after many of them were wounded and slain, retreated into places secured either by entrenchments or situation, the danger reverted on the Romans, who pushed forward, inconsiderately, into disadvantageous grounds and defile, out of which a retreat was difficult. Nor would they have extricated themselves without suffering for their rashness, had not the Macedonians, first, by a shout heard in their rear, and then by an attack begun on that quarter, been utterly dismayed and confounded at the unforeseen danger. Some betook themselves to a hasty flight, some, keeping their stand, rather because they could find no way for flight than that they possessed spirit to support the engagement, were cut off by the Romans, who pressed them hard both on front and rear. Their whole army might have been destroyed, had the victors continued their pursuit of the fugitives, but the cavalry were obstructed by the narrowness of the passes and the ruggedness of the ground, and the infantry, by the weight of their armor. The king at first fled with precipitation, and without looking behind him. But afterwards, when he had proceeded as far as 5 miles, he began, from recollecting the unevenness of the road, to suspect, what was really the case, that the enemy could not follow him. And halting, he dispatched his attendants through all the hills and valleys to collect the stragglers together. His loss was not more than 2,000 men. The rest of his army, coming to one spot, as if they had followed some signal, marched off, in a compact body, towards Thessaly. The Romans, after having pursued the enemy as far as they could with safety, killing such as they overtook, and despoiling the slain, seized and plundered the king's camp, which, even when it had no defenders, was difficult of access. The following night they were lodged within their own trenches. 13. Next day, the consul pursued the enemy through the same defile through which the river wins its way among the valleys. The king came on the first day to the camp of Pyrrhus, a place so called in Triphylia, a district of Melotis, and on the following day he reached Mount Lingos, an immense march for his army, but his fear impelled him. This ridge of mountains belongs to Epirus, and stretches along between Macedonia and Thessaly. The side next to Thessaly faces the east, that next to Macedonia the north. These hills are thickly clad with woods, and on their summits have open plains and perennial streams. Here Philip remained encamped for several days, being unable to determine whether he should continue his retreat until he arrived in his own dominions, or whether he might venture back into Thessaly. At length, his decision leaned to leading down his army into Thessaly, and, going by the shortest roads to Tricca, he made hasty excursions from thence to all the cities within his reach. The inhabitants who were able to accompany him he summoned from their habitations, and burned the towns, allowing the owners to take with them such of their effects as they were able to carry. The rest became the prey of the soldiers. Nor was there any kind of cruelty which they could have suffered from an enemy, that they did not suffer from these their confederates. These acts were painful to Philip even while he executed them. But as the country was soon to become the property of the foe, he wished to rescue out of it at least the persons of his allies. In this manner were ravaged the towns of Phatium, Iregii, Euhydrium, Eretria, and Palapharsalus. On his coming to Pherai, the gates were shut against him, and as it would necessarily occasion a considerable delay if he attempted to take it by force, and as he could not spare time, he dropped the design, and crossed over the mountains into Macedonia. For he had received intelligence, that the Aetolians too were marching towards him. These, on hearing of the battle fought on the banks of the river of Aeoeus, first laid waste the nearest tracts round Sperchia, and Long Come, as they call it, and then, passing over into Thessaly, got possession of Cymene and Angii at the first assault. From Metropolis they were repulsed by the inhabitants, who, while a part of their army was plundering the country, assembled in a body to defend the city. Afterwards, making an attempt on Calithra, they were attacked by the townsmen in a like manner, but withstood their onset with more steadiness, drove back into the town the party which had sallied, and content with that success, as they had no prospect whatever of taking the place by storm, retired. They then took by assault and sacked the towns of the Uma and Calathas. Acari they gained by surrender. Zinii, through similar apprehensions, was abandoned by the inhabitants. These having forsaken their homes, and going together in a body, fell in with a party which was being marched to Thomicus for the purpose of protecting their foragers. All of whom, an irregular and unarmed multitude, incapable of any resistance, were put to the sword by the troops. The deserted town of Zinii was plundered. The Aetolians then took Cyphera, a fort conveniently situated on the confines of Dolopia. All this the Aetolians performed within the space of a few days. 14. Nor did Amminander and the Athamenes, when they heard of the victory obtained by the Romans, continue inactive. Amminander, having little confidence in his own troops, requested a slight auxiliary force from the consul. And then advancing towards Gomphi, he stormed on his march a place called Pheca, situate between that town and the narrow pass which separates Thessaly from Athemania. He then attacked Gomphi, and though the inhabitants defended it for several days with the utmost vigor, yet, as soon as he had raised the scaling ladders to the walls, the same apprehension, which had operated on others, at length compelled them to surrender. This capture of Gomfi spread the greatest consternation among the Thessalians. Their fortresses of Argenta, Varinus, Thymerus, Liciny, Stimon, and Lampsas surrendered, one after another, with several other garrisons equally inconsiderable. While the Athemanians and Aetolians, delivered from fear of the Macedonians, converted to their own profit the fruits of another's victory, and Thessaly, ravaged by 3 armies at once, knew not which to believe its foe or its friend. The consul marched on, through the pass which the enemy's flight had left open, into the country of Epirus. Though he well knew which party the Epirots, excepting their prince Charopus, were disposed to favor, yet as he saw that, even from the motive of atoning for past behavior, they obeyed his orders with diligence, he regulated his treatment of them by the standard of their present rather than of their former temper, and by this readiness to pardon conciliated their affection for the future. Then, sending orders to Corcyra for the transport ships to come into the Ambrician Bay, he advanced by moderate marches, and on the 4th day pitched his camp on Mount Circetius. Hither he ordered Amminander to come with his auxiliary troops. Not so much as being in want of his forces, as that he might avail himself of them as his guides into Thessaly. With the same purpose, many volunteers of the Epirots also were admitted into the corps of auxiliaries. 15. Of the cities of Thessaly, the first which he attacked was Philoria. The garrison here consisted of 2,000 Macedonians, who at first resisted with the utmost vigor so far as their arms and fortifications could protect them. The assault was carried on without intermission or relaxation either by day or by night, because the consul thought that it would have a powerful effect on the spirits of the rest of the Thessalians, if the first who made trial of the Roman strength were unable to withstand it. And this at the same time subdued the obstinacy of the Macedonians. On the reduction of Philoria, deputies came from Metropolis and Pyrrha, surrendering those cities. To them, on their petition, pardon was granted, Philoria was sacked, and burned. He then proceeded to Aeginium, but finding this place so circumstanced, that, even with a moderate garrison, it was safe, after discharging a few weapons against the nearest advanced guard he directed his march towards the territory of Gomfi, and thence descended into the plains of Thessaly. His army was now in want of everything, because he had spared the lands of the Epirots. He therefore dispatched messengers to learn whether the transports had reached Lucas and the Ambracian Bay, sending the cohorts, in turn, to Ambracia for corn. Now, the road from Gomfi to Ambracia, although difficult and embarrassed, is very short. So that in a few days, provisions having been conveyed from the sea, his camp was filled with an abundant supply of all necessaries. He then marched to Atrax, which is about 10 miles from Larissa, on the river Peneus. The inhabitants came originally from Perhebia. The Thessalians, here, were not in the least alarmed at the first coming of the Romans. And Philip, although he durst not himself advance into Thessaly, yet, keeping his stationary camp in the Vale of Tempe, whenever any place was attempted by the enemy, he sent up reinforcements as occasion required. 16. About the time that Quinctius first pitched his camp opposite to Philip's, at the entrance of Epirus, Lucius, the consul's brother, whom the Senate had commissioned both to the naval command and to the government of the coast, sailed over with 2 quinquiremes to Corcyra. And when he learned that the fleet had departed thence, thinking that no delay ought to be incurred, he followed, and overtook it at the island of Zama. Here he dismissed Lucius Apustius, in whose room he had been appointed, and then proceeded to Malea, but at a slow rate, being obliged, for the most part, to tow the vessels which accompanied him with provisions. From Malea, after ordering the rest to follow with all possible expedition, himself, with 3 light quinquiremes, hastened forward to the Piraeus, and took under his command the ships left there by Lucius Apustius, lieutenant general, for the protection of Athens. At the same time, 2 fleets set sail from Asia, one of 24 quinquiremes, under King Attalus, the other belonging to the Rhodians, consisting of 20 decked ships, and commanded by Agisambrodius. These fleets, joining near the island of Andros, sailed for Euboea, which was separated from them only by a narrow strait. They first ravaged the lands belonging to Carystus. But, judging that city too strong, in consequence of a reinforcement hastily sent from Chalcis, they bent their course to Eretria. Lucius Quinctius also, on hearing of the arrival of King Attalus, came thither with the ships which had lain at the Piraeus, having left orders, that his own ships should, as they arrived, follow him to Euboea. The siege of Eretria was now pushed forward with the utmost vigor. For the three combined fleets carried machines and engines, of all sorts, for the demolition of towns, and the adjacent country offered abundance of timber for the construction of new works. At the beginning the townsmen defended their walls with a good degree of spirit. Afterwards, when they felt the effects of fatigue, a great many being likewise wounded, and a part of the wall demolished by the enemy's works, they became disposed to capitulate. But they had a garrison of Macedonians, of whom they stood in no less dread than of the Romans, and Philocles, the king's general, sent frequent messages from Chalcis, that he would bring them succor in due time, if they could hold out the siege. The hope of this, in conjunction with their fears, obliged them to protract the time longer than was consistent either with their wishes or their strength. However, having learned soon after that Philocles had been repulsed in the attempt, and forced to fly back, in disorder, to Chalcis, they instantly sent deputies to Attalus, to beg pardon and protection. While intent on the prospect of peace, they executed with less energy the duties of war, and kept armed guards in that quarter only where the breach had been made in the wall, neglecting all the rest. Quinctius made an assault by night on the side where it was least apprehended, and carried the town by scalade. The whole multitude of the townsmen, with their wives and children, fled into the citadel, but soon after surrendered themselves prisoners. The quantity of money, of gold and silver, taken was not great. Of statues and pictures, the works of ancient artists, and other ornaments of that kind, a greater number was found than was proportionate either to the size of the city, or its opulence in other particulars. 17. The design on Carystus was then resumed, and the fleet sailed thither. On which the whole body of the inhabitants, before the troops were disembarked, deserted the city and fled into the citadel, whence they sent deputies to beg protection from the Roman general. To the townspeople life and liberty were immediately granted, and it was ordered, that the Macedonians should pay a ransom of 300 drachmas 198 a head, deliver up their arms, and quit the country. After being ransomed for the said amount, they were transported, unarmed, to Boeotia. The combined fleets having, in the space of a few days, taken these two important cities of Euboea, sailed round Sunium, a promontory of Attica, and steered their course to Cenchreae, the grand mart of the Corinthians. In the meantime, the consul found the siege of Atrax more tedious and severe than had been universally expected, and the enemy resisted in the way which they had least anticipated. He had supposed that the whole of the trouble would be in demolishing the wall, and that if he could once open a passage for his soldiers into the city, the consequence would then be, the flight and slaughter of the enemy. As usually happens on the capture of towns. But when, on a breach being made in the wall by the rams, and when the soldiers, by mounting over the ruins, had entered the place, this proved only the beginning, as it were, of an unusual and fresh labor. For the Macedonians in garrison, who were both chosen men and many in number, supposing that they would be entitled to extraordinary honor if they should maintain the defense of the city by means of arms and courage, rather than by the help of walls, formed themselves in a compact body, strengthening their line by an uncommon number of files in depth. These, when they saw the Romans entering by the breaches, drove them back, so that they were entangled among the rubbish, and with difficulty could effect a retreat. This gave the consul great uneasiness. For he considered such a disgrace, not merely as it retarded the reduction of a single city, but as likely to affect materially the whole process of the war, which in general depends much on the influence of events in themselves unimportant. Having therefore cleared the ground, which was heaped up with the rubbish of the half-ruined wall, he brought up a tower of extraordinary height, consisting of many stories, and which carried a great number of soldiers. He likewise sent up the cohorts in strong bodies one after another, to force their way, if possible, through the wedge of the Macedonians, which is called a phalanx. But in such a confined space, for the wall was thrown down to no great extent, the enemy had the advantage, both in the kind of weapons which they used, and in the manner of fighting. When the Macedonians, in close array, stretched out before them their long spears against the target fence which was formed by the close position of their antagonists' shields, and when the Romans, after discharging their javelins without effect, drew their swords, these could neither press on to a closer combat, nor cut off the heads of the spears. And if they did cut or break off any, the shaft, being sharp at the part where it was broken, filled up its place among the points of those which were unbroken, in a kind of palisade. Besides this, the parts of the wall still standing rendered both the flanks of the Macedonians secure, who were not obliged, either in retreating or in advancing to an attack, to pass through a long space, which generally occasions disorder in the ranks. An accidental circumstance also helped to confirm their courage, for as the tower was moved along a bank of not sufficiently solid soil, one of the wheels sinking into a rut made the tower lean in such a manner that it appeared to the enemy as if falling, and threw the soldiers posted on it into consternation and affright. 18. As none of his attempts met any success, the consul was very unwilling to allow such a comparison to be exhibited between the two classes of soldiery and their respective weapons. At the same time, he could neither see any prospect of reducing the place speedily, nor any means of subsisting in winter, at such a distance from the sea, and in regions desolated by the calamities of war. He therefore raised the siege. And as, along the whole coast of Acarnania and Aetolia, there was no port capable of containing all the transports that brought supplies to the army, nor any place which afforded lodgings to the legions, he pitched on Anticyra. In Phocis on the Corinthian Gulf, as most commodiously situated for his purpose. There the legions would be at no great distance from Thessaly, and the places belonging to the enemy, while they would have in front Peloponnesus, separated from them by a narrow sea, on their rear Aetolia and Acarnania. And on their sides, Locris and Boeotia. Phanatia and Phocis he took without resistance at the first assault. The siege of Anticyra gave him not much delay. Then Ambrasus and Hyampolis were taken. Daulis, being situated on a lofty eminence, could not be reduced either by scalade or works, he therefore provoked the garrison, by missile weapons, to make sallies from out the town. Then, by flying at one time, pursuing at another, and engaging in slight skirmishes, he led them into such a degree of carelessness, and such a contempt of him, that at length the Romans, mixing with them as they ran back, entered by the gates, and stormed the town. 6 other fortresses in Phocis, of little consequence, came into his hands, through fear rather than by force of arms. Elatia shut its gates, and the inhabitants seemed determined not to admit within their walls either the army or the general of the Romans, unless compelled by force. 19. While the consul was employed in the siege of Elatia, a prospect opened to him of effecting a business of much more importance, namely, of drawing away the Achaeans from their alliance with Philip to that of the Romans. Cycleades, the head of the faction that favored the interest of Philip, they had now banished, and Aristinus, who wished for a union between his countrymen and the Romans, was praetor. The Roman fleet, with Attalus and the Rhodians, lay at Cenchreae, and were preparing to lay siege to Corinth with their whole combined force. The consul therefore judged it prudent, that, before they entered on that affair, ambassadors should be sent to the Achaean state, with assurances, that if they came over from the king to the side of the Romans, the latter would consign Corinth to them, and annex it to the old confederacy of their nation. Accordingly, by the consul's direction, ambassadors were sent to the Achaeans, by his brother Lucius Quinctius, by Attalus, and by the Rhodians and Athenians, a general assembly being summoned to meet at Sicyon to give them audience. Now, the state of feeling of the Achaeans was by no means uniform. Nabis the Lacedaemonian, their constant and inveterate enemy, was the object of their dread. They dreaded the arms of the Romans. They were under obligations to the Macedonians, for services both of ancient and recent date. But the king himself, on account of his perfidy and cruelty, they looked upon with jealous fear, and not judging from the behavior which he then assumed for the time, they knew that, on the conclusion of the war. They should find him a more tyrannical master. So that every one of them was not only at a loss what opinion he should support in the Senate of his own particular state, or in the general diets of the nation. But, even when they deliberated within themselves, they could not, with any certainty, determine what they ought to wish, or what to prefer. Such was the unsettled state of mind of the members of the assembly, when the ambassadors were introduced and liberty of speaking afforded them. The Roman ambassador, Lucius Calpurnius, spoke first, next the ambassadors of King Attalus. After them those of the Rhodians, and then Philip's. The Athenians were heard the last, that they might refute the discourses of the Macedonians. These inveighed against the king with the greatest acrimony of any, for no others had suffered from him so many and so severe hardships. So great a number of speeches of the ambassadors succeeding each other took up the whole of the day. And about sunset the council was adjourned. 20. Next day the council was convened again, and when the magistrates, according to the custom of the Greeks, gave leave, by their herald, to any person who chose to offer advice, not one stood forth. But they sat a long time, looking on each other in silence. It was no wonder that men, revolving in their minds matters of such contradictory natures, and who found themselves puzzled and confounded, should be involved in additional perplexity by the speeches continued through the whole preceding day, in which the difficulties, on all sides, were brought into view, and stated in their full force. At length Aristinus, the praetor of the Achaeans, not to dismiss the council without any business being introduced, said, Achaeans, where are now those violent disputes, in which, at your feasts and meetings, whenever mention was made of Philip and the Romans, you scarcely refrained from blows? Now, in a general assembly, summoned on that single business, when you have heard the arguments of the ambassadors on both sides, when the magistrates demand your opinions, when the herald calls you to declare your sentiments, you are struck dumb. Although your concern for the common safety be insufficient for determining the matter, cannot the party zeal which has attached you to one side or the other extort a word from any one of you? Especially when none is so obtuse as not to perceive, that the time for declaring and recommending what each either wishes or thinks most advisable, must be at the present moment, that is, before we make any decree. When a decree shall have been once passed, every man even such as previously may have disapproved the measure, must then support it as good and salutary. These persuasions of the praetor, so far from prevailing on any one person to declare his opinion, did not excite, in all that numerous assembly, collected out of so many states, so much as a murmur or a whisper. 21. Then the praetor, Aristinus, again spoke as follows, Chiefs of Achaea, you are not more at a loss for advice, than you are for words, but every one is unwilling to promote the interest of the public at a risk of danger to himself. Were I in a private character, perhaps I too should be silent. But, as praetor, it is my duty to declare, that I see evidently, either that an audience of the council ought not to have been accorded to the ambassadors, or that they ought not to be dismissed from it without an answer. Yet how can I give them an answer, unless by a decree of yours? And, since not one of you who have been called to this assembly either chooses or dares to make known his sentiments, let us examine, as if they were opinions proposed to our consideration, the speeches of the ambassadors delivered yesterday. Supposing the speakers not to have required what was useful to themselves, but to have recommended what they thought most conducive to our advantage. The Romans, the Rhodians and Attalus, request an alliance and friendship with us. And they demand to be assisted by us in the war in which they are now engaged against Philip. Philip reminds us of our league with him, and of the obligation of our oath. He requires only, that we declare ourselves on his side. And says, he will be satisfied if we do not intermeddle in the operations of the war. Does not the reason occur to the mind of any one of you why those, who are not yet our allies, require more than he who is? This arises not from modesty in Philip, nor from the want of it in the Romans. It is fortune, which, while it bestows confidence to requisitions on one side, precludes it on the other. We see nothing belonging to Philip but his ambassador. The Roman fleet lies at Cenchreae, exhibiting to our view the spoils of the cities of Euboea. We behold the consul and his legions, at the distance of a small tract of sea, overrunning Phocis and Locris. You were surprised at Philip's ambassador, Cleomedon, showing such diffidence yesterday in his application to us to take arms on the side of the king against the Romans. But if we, in pursuance of the same treaty and oath, the sacredness of which he inculcated on us, were to ask of him, that Philip should protect us, both from Nabis and his Lacedaemonians, and also from the Romans, he would be utterly unable to find, not only a force with which to protect us, but even an answer to return. As much so in truth as was Philip himself, who endeavored, by promises of waging war against Nabis, to draw away our youth into Euboea. But finding that we would neither decree such assistance to him, nor choose to be embroiled in a war with Rome, forgot that alliance on which he now lays such stress, and left us to Nabis and the Lacedaemonians to be spoiled and plundered. Besides, to me the arguments of Cleomedon appeared utterly inconsistent. He made light of the war with the Romans, and asserted, that the issue of it would be similar to that of the former, which they waged against Philip. If such the case, why does he, at a distance, solicit our assistance, rather than come hither in person, and defend us, his old allies, both from Nabis and from the Romans? Us, do I say? Why, on this showing, has he suffered Eretria and Carystus to be taken? Why so many cities of Thessaly? Why Locris and Phocis? Why does he at present suffer Elatia to be besieged? Did he, either through compulsion, or fear, or choice, quit the straits of Epirus, and those impregnable fastnesses on the river Aeolus, and why, abandoning the pass which he was occupying, did he retire altogether into his own kingdom? If of his own will he gave up so many allies to the ravages of the enemy, what objection can he make to these allies consulting for their own safety? If through fear, he ought to pardon the like fear in us. If he retired defeated by force of arms, let me ask you, Cleomedon, shall we, Achaeans, be able to withstand the Roman arms, which you, Macedonians, have not withstood? Are we to give credit to your assertion, that the Romans do not employ, in the present war, greater forces or greater strength than they did in the former, rather than regard the facts themselves? In the first instance, they aided the Aetolians with a fleet, they sent not to the war either a consul as commander, or a consular army. The maritime cities of Philip's allies were in terror and confusion. But the inland places were so secure against the Roman arms, that Philip ravaged the country of the Aetolians, while they in vain implored succor from those arms. Whereas, in the present case, the Romans, after bringing to a final conclusion the Punic War, which they had supported for 16 years in the bowels, as it were, of Italy, sent not auxiliaries to the Aetolians in their quarrels, but, being themselves principals, made a hostile invasion on Macedonia with land and sea forces at once. Their third consul is now pushing forward the war with the utmost vigor. Sulpicius, engaging the king within the territory of Macedonia itself, has overthrown and put him to flight, and afterwards despoiled the most opulent part of his kingdom. Then, again, when he was in possession of the strait of Epirus, where, from the nature of the ground, his fortifications, and the strength of his army, he thought himself secure, Quinctius drove him out of his camp. Pursued him, as he fled into Thessaly, and, almost in the view of Philip himself, stormed the royal garrisons and the cities of his allies. Supposing that there were no truth in what the Athenian ambassadors mentioned yesterday, respecting the cruelty, avarice, and lust of the king. Supposing the crimes committed, in the country of Attica, against the gods, celestial and infernal, concerned us not all. That we had less to complain of than what the people of Ceus and Abydos, who are far distant from us, have endured, let us then, if you please, forget even our own wounds. Let the murders and ravages committed at Messana, and in the heart of Peloponnesus, the killing of his host Garatines at Cyparissia, almost in the very midst of a feast, in contempt of laws divine and human. The murder of the two Aratus of Sicyon, father and son, though he was wont to call the unfortunate old man his parent. His carrying away the son's wife into Macedonia for the gratification of his vicious appetites, and all his violations of virgins and matrons, let all these, I say, be consigned to oblivion. Let us suppose our business were not with Philip, through dread of whose cruelty you are all thus struck dumb, for what other cause could keep you silent, when you have been summoned to a council. Let us imagine that we are treating with Antigonus, a prince of the greatest mildness and equity, to whose kindness we have all been highly indebted. Would he require us to perform what at the time was impossible? Peloponnesus is a peninsula, united to the continent by the narrow passage of an isthmus particularly exposed and open to the attacks of naval armaments. Now, if 100 decked ships, and 50 lighter open ones, and 30 Aeaean barks, shall begin to lay waste our coasts, and attack the cities which stand exposed, almost on the very shore, shall we then retreat into the inland towns? As if we were not afflicted with an intestine war, though in truth it is rankling in our very bowels. When Nabis and the Lacedaemonians by land, and the Roman fleet by sea, shall press us, whence must I implore the support due from the king's alliance, whence the succors of the Macedonians? Shall we ourselves, with our own arms, defend, against the Roman forces, the cities that will be attacked? Truly, in the former war, we defended Dyme excellently well. The calamities of others afford us abundant examples. Let us not seek how we may render ourselves an example to others. Do not, because the Romans voluntarily desire your friendship, contemn that which you ought to have prayed for, nay, labored with all your might to obtain. But it is insinuated, that they are impelled by fear, in a country to which they are strangers. And that, wishing to shelter themselves under your assistance, they have recourse to your alliance in the hope of being admitted into your harbors, and of their finding supplies of provisions. Now, at sea they are absolute masters, and instantly reduce to subjection every place at which they land. What they request, they have power to enforce. Because they wish to treat you with tenderness, they do not allow you to take steps that must lead you to ruin. Cleomedon lately pointed out, as the middle and safest way, to remain inactive, and abstain from taking up arms, but that is not a middle way, it is no way at all. For, besides the necessity of either embracing or rejecting the Roman alliance, what other consequence can ensue from such conduct, than that, while we show no steady attachment to either side, as if we waited the event with design to adapt our counsels to fortune, we shall become the prey of the conqueror? Contend not then, when it is spontaneously offered to your acceptance, what you ought to have solicited with your warmest prayers. The free option between the two, which you have this day, you will not always have. The same opportunity will not last long, nor will it frequently recur. You have long wished to deliver yourselves out of the hands of Philip, although you have not dared to make the attempt. Those have now crossed the sea, with large fleets and armies, who are able to rescue you to a state of freedom, without any trouble or danger to yourselves. If you reject such persons as allies, you can scarcely be of sane mind. But you must unavoidably have to deal with them either as allies or as enemies. 22. This speech of the praetor was followed by a general murmur, some declaring their approbation, and others vehemently rebuking those who did so. And now, not only individuals, but whole states were engaged in altercation among themselves, and at length among the magistrates, called demiurgi, who are 10 in number, the dispute was taken up with as much warmth as among the multitude. 5 of them declared, that they would propose the question concerning an alliance with Rome, and would take the votes on it. While 5 insisted, that it had been provided by law that neither the magistrates should have power to propose nor the council to pass any decree injurious to the alliance with Philip. This day, also, was spent in contention, and there remained now but 1 day more of the regular time of sitting. For, according to the rule, the decree must be passed on the 3rd day, and as that approached, the zeal of the parties was kindled into such a flame, that scarcely did parents refrain from offering violence to their own sons. There was present a man of Pallene, named Rhesiasus, whose son, Memnon, was a demiurgus, and was of that party which opposed the reading of the decree in taking the votes. This man, for a long time, entreated his son to allow the Achaeans to take proper measures for their common safety, and not, by his obstinacy, to bring ruin on the whole nation. But, finding that his entreaties had no effect, he swore that he would treat him, not as a son, but as an enemy, and would put him to death with his own hand. By these threats he forced him, next day, to join the party that voted for the question being proposed. These, having now become the majority, proposed the question accordingly, while almost every one of the states, openly approving the measure, showed plainly on which side they would vote. Whereupon the Daimians, megalopolitans, with several of the Argives, rose up, and withdrew from the council, which step excited neither wonder nor disapprobation. For when, in the memory of their grandfathers, the megalopolitans had been expelled their country by the Lacedaemonians, Antigonus had reinstated them in their native residence. And, at a later period, when Dyme was taken and sacked by the Roman troops, Philip ordered that the inhabitants, wherever they were in servitude, should be ransomed, and not only restored them to their liberty, but their country. As to the Argives, besides believing that the royal family of Macedonia derived its origin from them, the greater part were attached to Philip by personal acts of kindness and familiar friendship. For these reasons, when the council appeared disposed to order an alliance to be concluded with Rome, they withdrew. And their secession was readily excused, in consideration of the many and recent obligations by which they were bound to the king of Macedon. 23. The rest of the Achaean states, on their opinions being demanded, ratified, by an immediate decree, the alliance with Attalus and the Rhodians. That with the Romans, as it could not be perfected without an order from the people, they deferred until such time as ambassadors could be sent to Rome. For the present it was resolved, that 3 ambassadors should be sent to Lucius Quinctius. And that the whole force of the Achaeans should be brought up to Corinth, which city Quinctius, after taking Cenchreae, was then besieging. The Achaeans accordingly pitched their camp opposite to the gate that leads to Sicyon. The Romans made their approaches on the side of the city which faces Cenchreae, Attalus having drawn his army across the isthmus, towards Lycium, the port on the opposite sea. At first, they did not push forward their operations with any great degree of vigor, because they had hopes of a dissension breaking out between the townsmen and the king's troops. But afterwards, learning that they all were of one mind, that the Macedonians exerted themselves as if in defense of their common country, and that the Corinthians submitted to the orders of Androsthenes, commander of the garrison, as if he were their countryman, and elected by their own suffrages. The assailants had no other hopes but in force, arms, and their works. They therefore brought up their mounds to the walls, though by very difficult approaches. On that side where the Romans attacked, their ram had demolished a considerable part of the wall, and the Macedonians having run together to defend the place thus stripped of its works, a furious conflict ensued between themselves and the Romans. At first, by reason of the enemy's superiority in number, the Romans were quickly repulsed, but being joined by the auxiliary troops of Attalus and the Achaeans, they restored the fight to an equality. So that there was no doubt that they would easily drive the Macedonians and Greeks from their ground. But there were in the town a great multitude of Italian deserters. Some of whom, having been in Hannibal's army, had, through fear of being punished by the Romans, followed Philip. Others, having been sailors, had lately quitted the fleets, and gone over, in hopes of more honorable employment, despair of safety, therefore, in case of the Romans getting the better. Inflamed these to a degree which might rather be called madness than courage. Opposite to Sicyon is the promontory of Juno Acrea, as she is called, stretching out into the main, the passage to Corinth being about 7 miles. To this place Philocles, one of the king's generals, led, through Boeotia, 1,500 soldiers. And there were barks from Corinth ready to take these troops on board, and carry them over to Lycium. Attalus, on this, advised to burn the works, and raise the siege immediately. Quinctius was for persisting more obstinately in the attempt. However, when he saw the king's troops posted at the gates, and that the sallies of the besieged could not easily be withstood, he came over to the opinion of Attalus. Thus, their design proving fruitless, they dismissed the Achaeans, and returned to their ships. Attalus steered to Piraeus, the Romans to Corcyra. 24. While the naval forces were thus employed, the consul, having encamped before Elatia, in Phocis, first endeavored, by conferring with the principal inhabitants, to bring them over, and by their means to effect his purpose. But on their answering that they had nothing in their power, because the king's troops were more numerous and stronger than the townsmen, he assaulted the city on all sides at once with arms and engines. A battering ram having been brought up, shattered a part of the wall that reached from one tower to another, and this falling with a prodigious noise and crash, left much of the town exposed. On this a Roman cohort made an assault through the breach, while at the same time the townsmen, quitting their several posts, ran together from all parts to the place, which was endangered by the attack of the enemy. At the same time others of the Romans climbed over the ruins of the wall, and brought up scaling ladders to the parts that were standing. As the conflict attracted the eyes and attention of the enemy to one particular spot, the walls were scaled in several places, by which means the soldiers easily entered the town. The noise and tumult which ensued so terrified the enemy, that quitting the place, which they had crowded together to defend, they all fled in panic to the citadel, accompanied by the unarmed multitude. The consul having thus become master of the town, gave it up to be plundered, and then sent messengers into the citadel, offering the king's troops their lives, on condition of their laying down their arms, and departing. To the Elatians he offered their liberty, which terms being agreed to, in a few days after he got possession of the citadel. 25. In consequence of Philocles, the king's general, coming into Achaia, not only Corinth was delivered from the siege, but the city of Argos was betrayed into his hands by some of the principal inhabitants. After they had first sounded the minds of the populace. They had a custom, that, on the first day of assembly, their praetors, for the omen's sake, should pronounce the names, Jupiter, Apollo, and Hercules. In addition to which, a rule had been made, that, along with these they should join the name of King Philip. After the conclusion of the alliance with the Romans, the herald did not make that addition. On which a murmur spread through the multitude, who would add the name of Philip, and insisting that the respect, due by law, should be paid as before, until at length the name was given out amidst universal approbation. On the encouragement afforded by this favorable disposition, Philocles was invited, who seized in the night a strong post called Larissa, seated on a hill which overhangs the city, and in which he placed a garrison. At the dawn of day, however, and as he was proceeding in order of battle to the forum, at the foot of the hill he was met by a line of troops, drawn up to oppose him. This was a body of Achaeans, lately posted there, consisting of about 500 young men, selected out of all the states. Their commander was Aeneas of Dyme. The king's general sent a person to recommend to them to evacuate the city, because they were not a match for the townsmen alone, who held the same sentiments as the Macedonians. Much less when these were joined by the Macedonians, whom even the Romans had not withstood at Corinth. This at first had no effect, either on the commander, or his men, and when they, soon after, perceived the Argives also in arms, coming, in a great body, from the opposite side, perceiving that their destruction was inevitable, they yet seemed determined to run every hazard, if their leader would persevere. But Aeneas, unwilling that the flower of the Achaean youth should be lost, together with the city, made terms with Philocles, that they should have liberty to retire, while himself remained armed with a few of his dependents. In the position which he had occupied. To a person sent by Philocles to inquire what he meant, he only answered, standing with his shield held out before him, that he meant to die in arms in defense of the city entrusted to his charge. Philocles then ordered some Thracians to throw their javelins at him and his attendants, and they were all put to death. Thus, notwithstanding the alliance concluded by the Achaeans with the Romans, two of their cities, and those of the greatest consequence, Argos and Corinth, were still in the hands of Philip. Such were the services performed during that summer by the land and sea forces of Rome employed in Greece. 26. In Gaul, the consul Sextus Aelius did nothing worth mention, though he had 2 armies in the province, one, which he had retained under their standards, although it ought to have been disbanded. And of this, which had served under Lucius Cornelius, proconsul, he had given the command to Caius Helvius, the praetor, the other he had brought with him into the province. He spent nearly the whole summer in compelling the people of Cremona and Placentia to return to their colonies, from whence they had been driven to various places by the calamities of war. While Gaul, beyond expectation, remained quiet through the whole year, an insurrection of the slaves was very near taking place in the neighborhood of the city. The hostages, given by the Carthaginians, were kept in custody at Caesarea. As they were the children of the principal families, they were attended by a great multitude of slaves. To this number many were added, in consequence of the late African war, and by the Caesians themselves having bought, from among the spoil, several of those which had been captured. Having conspired together, they sent some of their number to engage in the cause the slaves of the country round Caesarea, and then those at Norba and Circeii. When everything was fully prepared, they determined, during the games which were soon to be solemnized at the first mentioned place, to attack the people while intent on the show. And when Caesarea had been taken in the midst of the slaughter and unexpected turmoil, then to seize on Norba and Circeii. Information of this atrocious plot was brought to Rome, to Lucius Cornelius Merilla, the city praetor. 2 slaves came to him before daylight, and disclosed to him in order the whole proceedings and intentions of the conspirators. The praetor, ordering them to be guarded in his own house, summoned a meeting of the Senate, and having laid before them the information of the discoverers, he was ordered to go himself to the spot, and examine into and crush the conspiracy. Setting out, accordingly, with 5 lieutenant generals, he compelled such as he found in the country to take the military oath, to arm, and follow him. Having by this tumultuary kind of levy armed about 2,000 men, while all were ignorant of his destination, he came to Caesarea. There the leaders of the conspiracy were instantly apprehended, on which, the remainder fled from the city. But parties were sent through the country to search them out. The services of the 2 who made the discovery, and of 1 free person employed, were highly meritorious. The Senate ordered a present to the latter of 100,000 asses. 199 to the slaves, 25,000 asses 200 each, and their freedom. The price was paid to their owners out of the treasury. Not long after, intelligence was received, that other slaves, belonging to the remains of the conspiracy, had formed a design of seizing Praeneste. The praetor, Lucius Cornelius, went thither, and inflicted punishment on near 500 persons concerned in that wicked scheme. The public were under apprehensions that the Carthaginian hostages and prisoners fomented these plots. Watches were, therefore, kept at Rome in all the streets, which the inferior magistrates were ordered to go round and inspect. While the triumvirs of the prison, called the quarry, were to keep a stricter guard than usual. Circular letters were also sent by the praetor to all the Latin states, directing that the hostages should be confined within doors, and not at any time allowed the liberty of going into public. And that the prisoners should be kept bound with fetters, of not less than 10 pounds weight, and confined in no other place of custody than the common jail. 27. In this year, ambassadors from King Attalus made an offering, in the capital, of a golden crown of 256 pounds weight, and returned thanks to the Senate, because Antiochus, influenced by the authority of the Romans, had withdrawn his troops out of the territories of Attalus. During the same summer, 200 horsemen, 10 elephants, and 200,000 pecks of wheat, arrived from King Massinissa for the army in Greece. From Sicily also, and Sardinia, large supplies of provisions were sent, with clothing for the troops. Sicily was then governed by Marcus Marcellus, Sardinia by Marcus Porcius Cato, a man of acknowledged integrity and purity of conduct, but deemed too severe in punishing usury. He drove the usurers entirely out of the island, and restricted or abolished the contributions, usually paid by the allies, for maintaining the dignity of the praetors. The consul, Sextus Aelius, coming home from Gaul to Rome to hold the elections, elected consuls, Caius Cornelius Cethegus and Quintus Minucius Rufus. 2 days after was held the election of praetors. And this year, for the first time, 6 praetors were appointed, in consequence of the increase of the provinces, and the extension of the bounds of the empire. The persons elected were, Lucius Manlius Vulso, Caius Sempronius Teditinus, Marcus Sergius Silas, Marcus Helvius, Marcus Minucius Rufus, and Lucius Attilius. Of these Sempronius and Helvius were, at the time, plebeian aediles. The curule aediles were Quintus Minucius Thermus and Tiberius Sempronius Longus. The Roman games were 4 times repeated during this year. 28. On Caius Cornelius and Quintus Minucius becoming consuls, the first business of all was the arrangement of the provinces of the consuls and praetors. Those of the praetors were the first settled, because that could be transacted by the lots. The city jurisdiction fell to Sergius, the foreign to Minucius. Attilius obtained Sardinia, Manlius, Sicily, Sempronius, the hither Spain, and Helvius, the farther. When the consuls were preparing to cast lots for Italy and Macedonia, Lucius Oppius and Quintus Fulvius, plebeian tribunes, stood in their way, alleging that Macedonia was a very distant province, and that the principal cause which had hitherto retarded the progress of the war, was, that when it was scarcely entered upon, and just at the commencement of operations, the former consul was always recalled. This was the 4th year since the declaration of war against Macedonia. The greater part of 1 year Sulpicius spent in seeking the king and his army. Vilius, on the point of engaging the enemy, was recalled without anything having been done. Quinctius was detained at Rome, for the greater part of his year, by business respecting religion. Nevertheless, he had so conducted affairs, that had he come earlier into the province, or had the cold season been at a greater distance, he might have put an end to hostilities. He was then just going into winter quarters. But it was stated that he had brought the war into such a state, that if he were not prevented by an intercessor, he seemed likely to complete it in the course of the ensuing summer. By such arguments the tribunes so far prevailed, that the consuls declared that they would abide by the directions of the Senate, if the tribunes would agree to do the same. Both parties having, accordingly, left the consultation perfectly free, a decree was passed, appointing the 2 consuls to the government of the province of Italy. Titus Quinctius was continued in command, until a successor should accede by a decree of the Senate. To each, 2 legions were decreed. And they were ordered, with these, to carry on the war with the Cisalpine Gauls, who had revolted from the Romans. A reinforcement of 5,000 foot and 300 horse was ordered to be sent into Macedonia to Quinctius, together with 3,000 seamen. Lucius Quinctius Flamininus was continued in the command of the fleet. To each of the praetors for the 2 Spains were granted 8,000 foot, of the allies and Latins, and 400 horse, so that they might discharge the veteran troops in their provinces. They were further directed to fix the bounds which should divide the hither from the farther province. 2 additional lieutenant generals were sent to the army in Macedonia, Publius Sulpicius and Publius Vilius, who had been consuls in that province. 29. It was thought necessary, that before the consuls and praetors went abroad, some prodigies should be expiated. For the temples of Vulcan and Summinus 201 at Rome, and a wall and a gate at Frigeli, had been struck by lightning. At Fresino, light had shone forth during the night. At Asculum, a lamb had been born with 2 heads and 5 feet. At Formii, 2 wolves entering the town had torn several persons who fell in their way. And, at Rome, a wolf had made its way, not only into the city, but into the capital. Caius Acilius, plebeian tribune, caused an order to be passed, that 5 colonies should be led out to the sea coast. 2 to the mouths of the rivers Vulturnus and Laturnus, 1 to Puteoli and 1 to the fort of Salernum. To these was added Buxentum. To each colony 300 families were ordered to be sent. The commissioners appointed to conduct them thither, and who were to hold the office for 3 years, were Marcus Servilius Geminus, Quintus Minucius Thermus, and Tiberius Sempronius Longus. As soon as the levies, and such other business, religious and civil, as required their personal attendance, was finished, both the consuls set out for Gaul. Cornelius took the direct road towards the Insubrians, who were then in arms, and had been joined by the Cenamannians. Quintus Minucius turned his route to the left side of Italy, and leading away his army to the lower sea, to Genoa, opened the campaign with an invasion of Liguria. 2 towns, Clastidium and Latubium, both belonging to the Ligurians, and 2 states of the same nation, Celala and Serdicium, surrendered to him. And now, all the states on this side of the Po, except the Boians among the Gauls and the Ovatians among the Ligurians, were reduced to submission. No less, it is said, than 15 towns and 20,000 men surrendered themselves. He then led his legions into the territory of the Boians. 30. The Boian army had, not very long before, crossed the Po and joined the Insubrians and Caenamanians. For, having heard that the consuls intended to act with their forces united, they wished to increase their own strength by this junction. But when information reached them that one of the consuls was ravaging the country of the Boians, a dispute instantly arose. The Boians demanded that all, in conjunction, should carry succor to those who were attacked, while the Insubrians positively refused to leave their country defenseless. In consequence of this dissension, the armies separated. The Boians went to defend their own territory, and the Insubrians, with the Caenamanians, encamped on the banks of the river Mincius. About 5 miles below this spot, the consul Cornelius pitched his camp close to the same river. Sending emissaries hence into the villages of the Caenamanians, and to Brixia, the capital of their tribe, he learned with certainty that their young men had taken arms without the approbation of the elders, and that the Caenamanians had not joined in the revolt of the Insubrians by any public authority. On which he invited to him the principal of the natives, and endeavored to contrive in concert with them that the Caenamanians should separate from the Insubrians, and either march away and return home, or come over to the side of the Romans. This he was not able to effect, but so far, he received solemn assurances that, in case of a battle, they would either stand inactive, or, should any occasion offer, would even assist the Romans. The Insubrians knew not that such an agreement had been concluded, but they harbored in their mind some kind of suspicion, that the fidelity of their confederates was wavering. Wherefore, in forming their troops for battle, not daring to entrust either wing to them, lest, if they should treacherously give ground, they might cause a total defeat, they placed them in reserve behind the line. At the beginning of the fight, the consul vowed a temple to Juno Sospita, provided the enemy should, on that day, be routed and driven from the field. On which the soldiers raised a shout, declaring, that they would ensure to their commander the completion of his vow, and at the same time an attack was made on the enemy. The Insubrians did not stand even the first onset. Some writers affirm, that the Caenamanians, falling on their rear during the heat of the engagement, caused as much disorder there as prevailed in their front, and that, thus assailed on both sides, 35,000 of them were slain. 5,700 taken prisoners, among whom was Hamilcar, a Carthaginian general, who had been the cause of the war. And that 130 military standards and above 200 wagons were taken. On this, the towns of the Gauls, which had joined in the revolt of the Insubrians, surrendered to the Romans. 31. The other consul, Minucius, had at first traversed the territories of the Boians, with widespread ravaging parties. But afterwards, when that people left the Insubrians, and came home to defend their own property, he kept his men within their camp, expecting to come to a regular engagement with the enemy. Nor would the Boians have declined a battle, if their spirits had not been depressed by hearing of the defeat of the Insubrians. Upon this, deserting their commander and their camp, they dispersed themselves through the several towns, each wishing to take care of his own effects. Thus they changed the enemy's method of carrying on the war, for, no longer hoping to decide the matter by a single battle, he began again to lay waste the lands, burn the houses, and storm the villages. At this time, Clastidium was burned, and the legions were led thence against the Ilvatian Ligurians, who alone refused to submit. That state, also, on learning that the Insubrians had been defeated in battle, and the Boians so terrified that they had not dared to try the fortune of an engagement, made a submission. Letters from the consuls, containing accounts of their successes, came from Gaul to Rome at the same time. Marcus Sergius, city praetor, read them in the Senate, and afterwards, by direction of the fathers, in an assembly of the people. On which a supplication, of 4 days' continuance, was decreed. 32. It was by this time winter. And while Titus Quinctius, after the reduction of Alatia, had his winter quarters distributed in Phocis and Locris, a violent dissension broke out at Opus. One faction invited to their assistance the Aetolians who were nearest at hand. The other, the Romans. The Aetolians arrived first, but the other party, which was the more powerful, refused them admittance, and, dispatching a courier to the Roman general, held the city until his arrival. The citadel was possessed by a garrison belonging to the king, and they could not be prevailed on to retire from thence, either by the threats of the people of Opus, or by the authority of the Roman consul's commands. What prevented their being immediately attacked was, the arrival of an envoy from the king, to solicit the appointing of a time and place for a conference. This was granted to the king with great reluctance. Not that Quinctius did not wish to see war concluded under his own auspices, partly by arms, and partly by negotiation, for he knew not, yet, whether one of the new consuls would be sent out as his successor, or whether he should be continued in the command. A point which he had charged his friends and relations to labor for with all their might. But he thought that a conference would answer this purpose. That it would put it in his power to give matters a turn towards war, in case he remained in the province, or towards peace, if he were to be removed. They chose for the meeting a part of the seashore, in the Malian Gulf, near Nicaea. Thither Philip came from Demetrius, with 5 barks and 1 ship of war. He was accompanied by some principal Macedonians, and an Achaean exile, named Cycliades, a man of considerable note. With the Roman general, were King Amminander, Dionysodorus, ambassador from King Attalus, Agesambrotus, commander of the Rhodian fleet, Phineas, praetor of the Aetolians, and 2 Achaeans, Aristinus and Xenophon. Attended by these, the Roman general advanced to the brink of the shore, when the king had come forward to the prow of his vessel, as it lay at anchor, and said, "If you will come on the shore, we shall mutually speak and hear with more convenience." This the king refused, and on Quinctius asking him, "Whom do you fear?" With the haughty spirit of royalty, he replied, "Fear I have none, but of the immortal gods, but I have no confidence in the faith of those whom I see about you, and least of all in the Aetolians." "That danger," said the Roman, "is equal to all in common who confer with an enemy, if no confidence subsists." "But, Titus Quinctius," replied the king, "if treachery be intended, the prizes of perfidy are not equal, namely, Philip and Phineas. For it will not be so difficult for the Aetolians to find another praetor, as for the Macedonians to find another king in my place." Silence then ensued. 33. The Roman expected that he who solicited the conference should open it. And the king thought that he who was to prescribe, not he who received, terms of peace, ought to begin the conference. At length the Roman said, that his discourse should be very simple. For he would only mention those articles, without which there could be no conditions of peace. These were, that the king should withdraw his garrisons from all the cities of Greece. That he should deliver up to the allies of the Roman people the prisoners and deserters, should restore to the Romans those places in Illyricum of which he had possessed himself by force, since the peace concluded in Epirus. And to Ptolemy, king of Egypt, the cities which he had seized since the death of Ptolemy Philopator. These were the terms which he required, on behalf of himself and the Roman people, but it was proper that the demands of the allies, also, should be heard. The ambassador of King Attalus demanded restitution of the ships and prisoners taken in the sea fight at Ceus. And that Nicephorium, and the temple of Venus, which Philip had pillaged and defaced, should be restored as though they had not been injured. The Rhodians laid claim to Pereae, a tract on the continent, lying opposite to their island, which from early times had been under their jurisdiction. And they required that the garrisons should be withdrawn from Tassus, Bargiliae, and Euroma, and from Cestus and Abydos on the Hellespont. That Perinthus should be restored to the Byzantines, in right of their ancient title, and that all the seaport towns and harbors of Asia should be free. The Achaeans demanded the restoration of Corinth and Argos. Phineas nearly repeated the demands made by the Romans, that the troops should withdraw out of Greece, and the Aetolians be put in possession of the cities which had formerly been under their dominion. He was followed by Alexander, a man of eminence among the Aetolians, and, considering his country, not uneloquent. He said, that he had long kept silence, not because he expected that any business would be effected in that conference, but because he was unwilling to interrupt any of the allies in their discourse. He asserted, that Philip was neither treating for peace with sincerity, and that he had never waged war with true courage, at any time, that in negotiating, he was insidious and fraudulent. While in war he never fought on equal ground, nor engaged in regular battles, but, skulking about, burned and pillaged towns, and, when worsted, destroyed the prizes of victory. But not in that manner did the ancient kings of Macedon behave. They decided the fate of the war in the field, and spared the towns as far as they were able, in order to possess the more opulent empire. For what sort of conduct was it, to destroy the objects for the possession of which the contest was waged, and thereby leave nothing to himself but fighting? Philip had, in the last year, desolated more cities of his allies in Thessaly, than all the enemies that Thessaly ever had. On the Aetolians themselves he had made greater depredations, when he was in alliance with them, than since he became their enemy. He had seized on Lysimachia, after dislodging the praetor and garrison of the Aetolians. Ceus also, a city belonging to their government, he razed from the foundation. With the same injustice he held possession of Thebes in Thyotis, of Aquinas, Larissa, and Pharsalus. 34. Philip, provoked by this discourse of Alexander, pushed his ship nearer to the land, that he might be the better heard, and began to speak with much violence, particularly against the Aetolians. But Aeneas, interrupting him, said that the business depended not upon words, he must either conquer in war, or submit to his superiors. That, indeed, is evident, said Philip, even to the blind, reflecting on Aeneas, who had a disorder in his eyes, for he was naturally fonder of such pleasantries than became a king. And even in the midst of serious business, did not sufficiently restrain himself from ridicule. He then began to express great indignation at the Aetolians assuming as much importance as the Romans, and insisting on his evacuating Greece. People who could not even tell what were its boundaries. For, of Aetolia itself, a large proportion, consisting of the Agrians, Apodiotians, and Amphilochians, was no part of Greece. Have they just ground of complaint against me for not refraining from war with their allies, when themselves, from the earliest period, follow, as an established rule, the practice of suffering their young men to carry arms against those allies, withholding only the public authority of the state? While very frequently contending armies have Aetolian auxiliaries on both sides. I did not seize on Ceus by force, but assisted my friend and ally, Prusias, who was besieging it, and Lysimachia I rescued from the Thracians. But since necessity diverted my attention from the guarding of it to this present war, the Thracians have possession of it. So much for the Aetolians. To Attalus and the Rhodians I in justice owe nothing. For not to me, but to themselves, is the commencement of hostilities to be attributed. However, out of respect to the Romans, I will restore Perea to the Rhodians, and to Attalus his ships, and such prisoners as can be found. As to what concerns Nicephorium, and the temple of Venus, what other answer can I make to those who require their restoration? Than that I will take on myself the trouble and expense of replanting them the only way in which woods and groves which have been cut down can be restored, since it is thought fit that, between kings, such kinds of demands should be made and answered. The last part of his speech was directed to the Achaeans, wherein he enumerated, first, the kindnesses of Antigonus. Then, his own towards their nation, desiring them to consider the decrees themselves had passed concerning him, which comprehended every kind of honor, divine and human. And to these he added their late decree, by which they had confirmed the resolution of deserting him. He inveighed bitterly against their perfidy, but told them, that nevertheless he would give them back Argos. With regard to Corinth, he would consult with the Roman general. And would, at the same time, inquire from him, whether he thought it right, that he, Philip, should evacuate only those cities which, being captured by himself, were held by the right of war. Or those, also, which he had received from his ancestors. 35. The Achaeans and Aetolians were preparing to answer, but, as the sun was near setting, the conference was adjourned to the next day. And Philip returned to his station whence he came, the Romans and allies to their camp. On the following day, Quinctius repaired to Nicaea, which was the place agreed on, at the appointed time. But neither Philip, nor any messenger from him, came for several hours. At length, when they began to despair of his coming, his ship suddenly appeared. He said, that, the terms enjoined were so severe and humiliating, that, not knowing what to determine, he had spent the day in deliberation. But the general opinion was, that he had purposely delayed the business until late, that the Achaeans and Aetolians might not have time to answer him, and this opinion he himself confirmed, by desiring that time might not be consumed in altercation. And, to bring the affair to some conclusion, that the others should retire, and leave him to converse with the Roman general. For some time this was not admitted, lest the allies should appear to be excluded from the conference. Afterwards, on his persisting in his desire, the Roman general, with the consent of all, taking with him Appius Claudius, a military tribune, advanced to the brink of the coast, and the rest retired. The king, with the 2 persons whom he had brought the day before, came on shore, where they conversed a considerable time in private. What account of their proceedings Philip gave to his people is not well known. What Quinctius told the allies was, that Philip was willing to cede to the Romans the whole coast of Illyricum, and to give up the deserters and prisoners, if there were any. That he consented to restore to Attalus his ships, and the seamen taken with them, and to the Rhodians the tract which they call Pereae. That he refused to evacuate Iasus and Bargiliae. To the Aetolians he was ready to restore Pharsalus and Larissa. Thebes he would not restore, and that he would give back to the Achaeans the possession, not only of Argos, but of Corinth also. This arrangement pleased none of the parties. Neither those to whom the concessions were to be made, nor those to whom they were refused, for on that plan, they said, more would be lost than gained. Nor could the grounds of contention ever be removed, but by his withdrawing his forces from every part of Greece. 36. These expressions, delivered with eagerness and vehemence by every one in the assembly, reached the ears of Philip, though he stood at a distance. He therefore requested of Quinctius, that the whole business might be deferred until the next day, and then he would, positively, either prevail on the allies, or suffer himself to be prevailed on by them. The shore at Thronium was appointed for their meeting, and there they assembled early. Philip began with entreating Quinctius, and all who were present, not to harbor such sentiments as must embarrass a negotiation of peace. And then desired time, while he could send ambassadors to Rome, to the Senate, declaring, that he would either obtain a peace on the terms mentioned, or would accept whatever terms the Senate should prescribe. None by any means approved of this. They said, he only sought a delay, and leisure to collect his strength. But Quinctius observed, that such an objection would have been well founded, if it were then summer and a season fit for action. As matters stood, and the winter being just at hand, nothing would be lost by allowing him time to send ambassadors. For, without the authority of the Senate, no agreement which they might conclude with the king would be valid. And besides, they would by this means have an opportunity, while the winter itself would necessarily cause a suspension of arms, to learn the authoritative decision of the Senate. The other chiefs of the allies came over to this opinion, and a cessation of hostilities for 2 months being granted, they resolved that each of their states should send an ambassador with the necessary information to the Senate. And in order that it should not be deceived by the misrepresentations of Philip. To the above agreement for a truce, was added an article, that all the king's troops should be immediately withdrawn from Phocis and Locris. With the ambassadors of the allies, Quinctius sent Amminander, king of Athemania. And, to add a degree of splendor to the embassy, a deputation from himself, composed of Quintus Fabius, the son of his wife's sister, Quintus Fulvius, and Appius Claudius. 37. On their arrival at Rome, the ambassadors of the allies were admitted to audience before those of the king. Their discourse, in general, was filled up with invectives against Philip. What produced the greatest effect on the minds of the Senate was, that, by pointing out the relative situations of the lands and seas in that part of the world, they made it manifest to every one, that if the king held Demetrius in Thessaly, Chalcis in Euboea, and Corinth in Achaia, Greece could not be free. And they added, that Philip himself, with not more insolence than truth, used to call these the fetters of Greece. The king's ambassadors were then introduced, and when they were beginning a long harangue, a short question cut short their discourse whether he was willing to yield up the 3 above-mentioned cities. They answered, that they had received no specific instructions on that head, on which they were dismissed, the negotiation being left unsettled. Full authority was given to Quinctius to determine everything relative to war and peace. As this demonstrated clearly that the Senate were not weary of the war, so he, who was more earnestly desirous of conquest than of peace, never afterwards consented to a conference with Philip. And even gave him notice that he would not admit any embassy from him, unless it came with information that he was retiring from the whole of Greece. 38. Philip now perceived that he must decide the matter in the field, and collect his strength about him from all quarters. Being particularly uneasy in respect to the cities of Achaia, a country so distant from him, and also of Argos, even more, indeed, than of Corinth, he resolved, as the most advisable method, to put the former into the hands of Nabis, tyrant of Lacedaemon, in trust, as it were, on the terms, that if he should prove successful in the war, Nabis should redeliver it to him. If any misfortune should happen, he should keep it himself. Accordingly, he wrote to Philocles, who had the command in Corinth and Argos, to have a meeting with the tyrant. Philocles, besides coming with a valuable present, added to that pledge of future friendship between the king and the tyrant, that it was Philip's wish to unite his daughters in marriage to the sons of Nabis. The tyrant, at first, refused to receive the city on any other conditions than that of being invited to its protection by a decree of the Argives themselves, but afterwards, hearing that in a full assembly they had treated the name of the tyrant not only with scorn, but even with abhorrence, he thought he had now a sufficient excuse for plundering them. And he accordingly desired Philocles to give him possession of the place as soon as he pleased. Nabis was admitted into the city in the night, without the privity of any of the inhabitants, and, at the first light, seized on the higher parts of it and shut the gates. A few of the principal people having made their escape, during the first confusion, the properties of all who were absent were seized as booty, those who were present were stripped of their gold and silver, and loaded with exorbitant contributions. Such as paid these readily were discharged, without personal insult and laceration of their bodies, but such as were suspected of hiding or reserving any of their effects, were mangled and tortured like slaves. He then summoned an assembly, in which he promulgated 2 measures. One for an abolition of debts, the other for a distribution of the land, in shares, to each man 2 firebrands in the hands of those who were desirous of revolution, for inflaming the populace against the higher ranks. 39. The tyrant, when he had the city of Argos in his power, never considering from whom or on what conditions he had received it, sent ambassadors to Alatia, to Quinctius, and to Attalus, in his winter quarters at Aegina, to tell them that he was in possession of Argos, and that if Quinctius would come hither, and consult with him, he had no doubt but that everything might be adjusted between them. Quinctius, in order that he might deprive Philip of that stronghold, along with the rest, consented to come. Accordingly, sending a message to Attalus, to leave Aegina, and meet him at Sicyon, he set sail from Anticyra with 10 quinquiremes, which his brother, Lucius Quinctius, happened to have brought a little before from his winter station at Corcyra, and passed over to Sicyon. Attalus was there before him, who, representing that the tyrant ought to come to the Roman general, not the general to the tyrant, brought Quinctius over to his opinion, which was, that he should not enter the city of Argos. Not far from it, however, was a place called Mycenaca, and there the parties agreed to meet. Quinctius came, with his brother and a few military tribunes, Attalus, with his royal retinue, and Nicostratus the praetor of the Achaeans, with a few of the auxiliary officers, and they there found Nabis waiting with his whole army. He advanced, armed and attended by his armed guards, almost to the middle of the interjacent plain. Quinctius unarmed, with his brother and 2 military tribunes, the king was accompanied by one of his nobles, and the praetor of the Achaeans, unarmed likewise. The tyrant, when he saw the king and the Roman general unarmed, opened the conference, with apologizing for having come to the meeting armed himself, and surrounded with armed men. He had no apprehensions, he said, from them, but only from the Argive exiles. When they then began to treat of the conditions of their friendship, the Roman made 2 demands. one, that the war with the Achaeans should be put an end to, the other, that he should send him aid against Philip. He promised the aid required, but, instead of a peace with the Achaeans, a cessation of hostilities was obtained, to last until the war with Philip should be concluded. 40. A debate concerning the Argives, also, was set on foot by King Attalus, who charged Nabis with holding their city by force, which was put into his hands by the treachery of Philocles. While Nabis insisted, that he had been invited by the Argives themselves to afford them protection. The king required a general assembly of the Argives to be convened, that the truth of that matter might be known. To this the tyrant did not object. But the king alleged, that the Lacedaemonian troops ought to be withdrawn from the city, in order to render the assembly free, and that the people should be left at liberty to declare their real sentiments. The tyrant refused to withdraw them, and the debate produced no effect. To the Roman general, 600 Cretans were given by Nabis, who agreed with the praetor of the Achaeans to a cessation of arms for 4 months, and thus they departed from the conference. Quinctius proceeded to Corinth, advancing to the gates with the cohort of Cretans, in order that it might be evident to Philocles, the governor of the city, that the tyrant had deserted the cause of Philip. Philocles himself came out to confer with the Roman general, and, on the latter exhorting him to change sides immediately, and surrender the city, he answered in such a manner as showed an inclination rather to defer than to refuse the matter. From Corinth, Quinctius sailed over to Anticyra, and sent his brother thence, to sound the disposition of the people of Acarnania. Attalus went from Argos to Sicyon. Here, on one side, the state added new honors to those formerly paid to the king. And, on the other, the king, besides having on a former occasion, redeemed for them, at a vast expense, a piece of land sacred to Apollo, unwilling to pass by the city of his friends and allies without a token of munificence, made them a present of 10 talents of silver, 202 and 10,000 bushels of corn, and then returned to Cenchreae to his fleet. Nabis, leaving a strong garrison at Argos, returned to Lacedaemon, and, as he himself had pillaged the men, he sent his wife to Argos to pillage the women. She invited the females to her house, sometimes singly, and sometimes several together, who were united by family connection. And partly by fair speeches, partly by threats, stripped them, not only of their gold, but, at last, even of their garments, and every article of female attire. Book 33. Titus Quinctius Flamininus, proconsul, gains a decisive victory over Philip at Cynocephaly. Caius Sempronius Titianus, praetor, cut off by the Celtiberians. Death of Attalus, at Pergamus. Peace granted to Philip, and liberty to Greece. Lucius Furius Purpurio and Marcus Claudius Marcellus, consuls, subdue the Boian and Insubrian Gauls. Triumph of Marcellus. Hannibal, alarmed at an embassy from Rome concerning him, flies to Antiochus, king of Syria, who was preparing to make war on the Romans. 1. Such were the occurrences of the winter. In the beginning of spring, Quinctius, having summoned Attalus to Alatia, and being anxious to bring under his authority the nation of the Boeotians, who had until then been wavering in their dispositions, marched through Phocis, and pitched his camp at the distance of 5 miles from Thebes, the capital of Boeotia. Next day, attended by 1 company of soldiers, and by Attalus, together with the ambassadors, who had come to him in great numbers from all quarters, he proceeded towards the city, having ordered the spearmen of 2 legions, being 2,000 men, to follow him at the distance of 1 mile. About midway, Antipholus, praetor of the Boeotians, met him. The rest of the people stood on the walls, watching the arrival of the king and the Roman general. Few arms and few soldiers appeared around them, the hollow roads, and the valleys concealing from view the spearmen, who followed at a distance. When Quinctius drew near the city, he slackened his pace, as if with intention to salute the multitude, who came out to meet him, but the real motive of his delaying was, that the spearmen might come up. The townsmen pushed forward, in a crowd, before the lictors, not perceiving the band of soldiers who were following them close, until they arrived at the general's quarters. Then, supposing the city betrayed and taken, through the treachery of Antipholus, their praetor, they were all struck with astonishment and dismay. It was now evident that no room was left to the Boeotians for a free discussion of measures in the assembly, which was summoned for the following day. However, they concealed their grief, which it would have been both vain and unsafe to have discovered. 2. When the assembly met, Attalus first rose to speak, and he began his discourse with a recital of the kindnesses conferred by his ancestors and himself on the Greeks in general, and on the Boeotians in particular. But, being now too old and infirm to bear the exertion of speaking in public, he lost his voice and fell. And for some time, while they were carrying him to his apartments, for he was deprived of the use of one half of his limbs, the proceedings of the assembly were for a short time suspended. Then Aristinus spoke on the part of the Achaeans, and was listened to with the greater attention, because he recommended to the Boeotians no other measures than those which he had recommended to the Achaeans. A few words were added by Quinctius, extolling the good faith rather than the arms and power of the Romans. A resolution was then proposed, by Dicaeurchus of Plataea, for forming a treaty of friendship with the Roman people, which was read. And no one daring to offer any opposition, it was received and passed by the suffrages of all the states of Boeotia. When the assembly broke up, Quinctius made no longer stay at Thebes than the sudden accident to Attalus made necessary. When it appeared that the force of the disorder had not brought the king's life into any immediate danger, but had only occasioned a weakness in his limbs, he left him there, to use the necessary means for recovery, and returned to Alatia, from whence he had come. Having now brought the Boeotians, as formerly the Achaeans, to join in the confederacy, while all places were left behind him in a state of tranquility and safety, he bent his whole attention towards Philip, and the remaining business of the war. 3. Philip, on his part, as his ambassadors had brought no hopes of peace from Rome, resolved, as soon as spring began, to levy soldiers through every town in his dominions, but he found a great scarcity of young men. For successive wars, through several generations, had very much exhausted the Macedonians, and, even in the course of his own reign great numbers had fallen, in the naval engagements with the Rhodians and Attalus, and in those on land with the Romans. Mere youths, therefore, from the age of 16, were enlisted, and even those who had served out their time, provided they had any remains of strength, were recalled to their standards. Having, by these means, filled up the numbers of his army about the vernal equinox, he drew together all his forces to Chios, he encamped them there in a fixed post, and, exercising the soldiers every day, waited for the enemy. About the same time Quinctius left Alatia, and came by Thronium and Scarphia to Thermopylae. There he held an assembly of the Aetolians, which had been summoned to meet at Heraclea, to determine with what number of auxiliaries they should follow the Roman general to the war. On the third day, having learned the determination of the allies, he proceeded from Heraclea to Zinii, and, pitching his camp on the confines between the Aeneans and Thessalians, waited for the Aetolian auxiliaries. The Aetolians occasioned no delay. 600 foot and 400 horse, under the command of Aeneas, speedily joined him, and then Quinctius, to show plainly what he had waited for, immediately decamped. On passing into the country of Thyotis, he was joined by 500 Cretans of Gortinium, whose commander was Sabines, with 300 Apollonians, armed nearly in the same manner. And not long after, by Amminander, with 1,200 Athamenean foot. 4. Philip, being informed of the departure of the Romans from Alatia, and considering that, on the approaching contest, his kingdom was at hazard, thought it advisable to make an encouraging speech to his soldiers. In which, after he had expatiated on many topics often alluded to before, respecting the virtues of their ancestors, and the military fame of the Macedonians, he touched particularly on those considerations which at the time threw the greatest damp on their spirits, and on those by which they might be animated to some degree of confidence. To the defeat thrice suffered at the narrow passes near the river Aeoeus, by the phalanx of the Macedonians, he opposed the repulse given by main force to the Romans at Atrax, and even with respect to the former case, when they had not maintained possession of the pass leading into Epirus, he said, the first fault was to be imputed to those who had been negligent in keeping the guards, and the second to the light infantry and mercenaries in the time of the engagement, but that, as to the phalanx of the Macedonians, it had stood firm on that occasion, and would forever remain invincible, on equal ground, and in regular fight. This body consisted of 16,000 men, the prime strength of the army, and of the kingdom. Besides these, he had 2,000 targeteers, called peltasti. Of Thracians, and Illyrians of the tribe called Trallians, the like number of 2,000, and of hired auxiliaries, collected out of various nations, about 1,000, and 2,000 horse. With this force the king waited for the enemy. The Romans had nearly an equal number, in cavalry alone they had a superiority, by the addition of the Aetolians. 5. Quinctius, having decamped to Thebes in Thyotis, and having received encouragement to hope that the city would be betrayed to him by Timon, a leading man in the state, came up close to the walls with only a small number of cavalry and some light infantry. So entirely were his expectations disappointed, that he was not only obliged to maintain a fight with the enemy who sallied out against him, but would have incurred a fearful conflict had not both infantry and cavalry been called out hastily from the camp, and come up in time. Not meeting with that success which he had too inconsiderately expected, he desisted from any further attempt to take the city at present. He had received certain information of the king being in Thessaly. But as he had not yet discovered into what part of it he had come, he sent his soldiers round the country, with orders to cut timber and prepare palisades. Both Macedonians and Greeks had palisades. But the latter had not adopted the most convenient mode of using them, either with respect to carriage, or for the purpose of strengthening their fortifications. They cut trees both too large and too full of branches for a soldier to carry easily along with his arms, and after they had fenced their camp with a line of these, the demolition of their palisade was no difficult matter. For the trunks of large trees appearing to view, with great intervals between them, and the numerous and strong shoots affording the hand a good hold, 2, or at most 3 young men, uniting their efforts, used to pull out one tree, which, being removed, a breach was opened as wide as a gate, and there was nothing at hand with which it could be stopped up. But the Romans cut light stakes, mostly of one fork, with 3, or at the most 4 branches, so that a soldier, with his arms slung at his back, can conveniently carry several of them together. And then they stick them down so closely, and interweave the branches in such a manner, that it cannot be seen to what main stem any branch belongs. Besides which, the boughs are so sharp, and wrought so intimately with each other, as to leave no room for a hand to be thrust between. Consequently an enemy cannot lay hold of anything capable of being dragged out, or, if that could be done, could he draw out the branches thus intertwined, and which mutually bind each other. And even if, by accident, one should be pulled out, it leaves but a small opening, which is very easily filled up. 6. Next day Quinctius, causing his men to carry palisades with them, that they might be ready to encamp on any spot, marched forward a short way, and took post about 6 miles from Pheræ. Whence he sent scouts to discover in what part of Thessaly the king was, and what appeared to be his intention. Philip was then near Larissa, and as soon as he learnt that the Roman general had removed from Thebes, being equally impatient for a decisive engagement, he proceeded towards the enemy, and pitched his camp about 4 miles from Pheræ. On the day following, some light troops went out from both camps, to seize on certain hills, which overlooked the city. When, nearly at equal distance from summit which was intended to be seized, they came within sight of each other, they halted. And sending messengers to their respective camps for directions, how they were to proceed on this unexpected meeting with the enemy, waited their return in quiet. For that day, they were recalled to their camps, without having commenced any engagement. On the following day, there was a battle between the cavalry, near the same hills, in which the Aetolians bore no small part, and in which the king's troops were defeated, and driven into their camp. Both parties were greatly impeded in the action, by the ground being thickly planted with trees, by the gardens, of which there were many in a place so near the city, and by the roads being enclosed between walls, and in some places shut up. The commanders, therefore, were equally desirous of removing out of that quarter. And, as if by a preconcerted scheme, they both directed their route to Scotussa, Philip with the hope of getting a supply of corn there, the Roman intending to get before the enemy and destroy the crops. The armies marched the whole day without having sight of each other in any place, the view being intercepted by a continued range of hills between them. The Romans encamped at Eretria, in Thyotis, Philip, on the river Onchestus. But though Philip lay at Melambius, in the territory of Scotussa, and Quinctius near Thetidium, in Pharsalia, neither party knew with any certainty where his antagonist was. On the third day, there first fell a violent rain, which was succeeded by darkness equal to that of night, and this confined the Romans to their camp, through fear of an ambuscade. 7. Philip, intent on hastening his march, and in no degree deterred by the clouds, which after the rain lowered over the face of the country, ordered his troops to march, and yet so thick a fog had obscured the day, that neither the standard-bearers could see the road, nor the soldiers the standards. So that all, led blindly by the shouts of uncertain guides, fell into disorder, like men wandering by night. When they had passed over the hills called Cynocephaly, where they set a strong guard of foot and horse, they pitched their camp. Although the Roman general stayed at Thetidium, yet he detached troops of horse and 1,000 foot, to find out where the enemy lay. Warning them, however, to beware of ambuscades, which the darkness of the day would cover, even in an open country. When these arrived at the hills, where the enemy's guard was posted, struck with mutual fear, both parties stood, as if deprived of the power of motion. They then sent back messengers to their respective commanders. And when the first surprise subsided, they proceeded to action without more delay. The fight was begun by small advanced parties, and afterwards the numbers of the combatants were increased by reinforcements of men, who supported those who gave way. In this contest the Romans, being far inferior to their adversaries, sent message after message to the general, that they were being overpowered. On which he hastily sent 500 horse and 2,000 foot, mostly Aetolians, under the command of 2 military tribunes, who relieved them, and restored the fight. The Macedonians, distressed in turn by this change of fortune, sent to beg succor from their king. But as, on account of the general darkness from the fog, he had expected nothing less, on that day, than a battle, and had therefore sent a great number of men, of every kind, to forage, he was, for a considerable time, in great perplexity, and unable to form a resolution. Subsequently, as the messengers still continued to urge him, and the covering of clouds was now removed from the tops of the mountains, and the Macedonian party was in view, having been driven up to the highest summit, and trusting for safety rather to the nature of the ground than to their arms, he thought it necessary, at all events, to hazard the whole, in order to prevent the loss of a part, for want of support. And, accordingly, he sent up Athenagoras, general of the mercenary soldiers, with all the auxiliaries, except the Thracians, joined by the Macedonian and Thessalian cavalry. On their arrival, the Romans were forced from the top of the hill, and did not face about until they came to the level plain. The principal support which saved them from being driven down in disorderly flight, was the Aetolian horsemen. The Aetolians were then by far the best cavalry in Greece. In infantry, they were surpassed by some of their neighbors. 8. This affair was represented as more successful than the advantage gained in the battle could warrant. 4 people came, one after another, and calling out that the Romans were flying in a panic. So that, though reluctant and hesitating declaring it a rash proceeding, and that he liked not either place or the time, yet he was prevailed upon to draw out his whole force to battle. The Roman general did the same, induced by necessity, rather than by the favorableness of the occasion. Leaving the right wing as a reserve, having the elephants posted in front, he, with the left, and all the right infantry, advanced against the enemy. At the same time reminding his men, that they were going to fight the same Macedonians whom they had fought in the passes of Epirus, fenced, as they were, with mountains and rivers, and whom, after conquering the natural difficulties of the ground, they had dislodged and vanquished. The same, whom they had before defeated under the command of Publius Sulpicius, when they opposed their passage to Eordia. That the kingdom of Macedonia had been hitherto supported by its reputation, not by real strength. And that even that reputation had, at length, vanished. Quinctius soon reached his troops, who stood in the bottom of the valley. And they, on the arrival of their general and the army, renewed the fight, and, making a vigorous onset, compelled the enemy again to turn their backs. Philip, with the targeteers, and the right wing of infantry, the main strength of the Macedonian army, called by them the phalanx, advanced at a quick pace, having ordered Nicanor, one of his courtiers, to bring up the rest of his forces with all speed. At first, on reaching the top of the hill, from a few arms and bodies lying there, he perceived that there had been an engagement on the spot, and that the Romans had been repulsed from it. When he likewise saw the fight now going on close to the enemy's works, he was elated with excessive delight. But presently, observing his men flying back, and that the panic was on the other side, he was much embarrassed, and hesitated for some time, whether he should cause his troops to retire into the camp. Then, as the enemy approached, he was sensible that his party, besides the losses which they suffered as they fled, must be entirely lost, if not speedily succored. And as, by this time, even a retreat would be unsafe, he found himself compelled to put all to hazard, before he was joined by the other division of his forces. He placed the cavalry and light infantry that had been engaged, on the right wing, and ordered the targeteers, and the phalanx of Macedonians, to lay aside their spears, which their great length rendered unserviceable, and to manage the business with their swords, at the same time, that his line might not be easily broken. He lessened the extent of the front 1/2, and doubled the files within so that it might be deeper than it was broad. He ordered them also to close their files, so that man might join with man and arms with arms. 9. Quinctius, having received among the standards and ranks those who had been engaged with the enemy, gave the signal by sound of trumpet. It is said, that such a shout was raised as was seldom heard at the beginning of any battle, for it happened, that both armies shouted at once. Not only the troops then engaged, but also the reserves, and those who were just then coming into the field. The king, fighting from the higher ground, had the better on the right wing, by means chiefly of the advantage of situation. On the left, all was disorder and confusion, particularly when that division of the phalanx, which had marched in the rear, was coming up. The center stood intent on the fight as on a spectacle which in no way concerned them. The phalanx, just arrived, a column rather than a line of battle, and fitter for a march than for a fight, had scarcely mounted the top of the hill, before these could form. Quinctius, though he saw his men in the left wing giving way, charged the enemy furiously, first driving on the elephants against them, for he judged that one part being routed would draw the rest after. The affair was no longer doubtful. The Macedonians, repelled by the first shock of the elephants, instantly turned their backs, and the rest, as had been foreseen, followed them in their retreat. Then, one of the military tribunes, forming his design in the instant, took with him 20 companies of men, left that part of the army which was evidently victorious, and making a small circuit, fell on the rear of the enemy's right wing. Any army whatever, thus charged from the rear, must have been thrown into confusion. But to that confusion which under such circumstances would be common to all armies, there was in this case an additional cause. The phalanx of the Macedonians, being heavy, could not readily face about, nor would they have been suffered to do it by their adversaries in front, who, although they gave way to them a little before, on this new occasion pressed them vigorously. Besides, they lay under another inconvenience in respect of the ground, for, by pursuing the retreating enemy down the face of the hill, they had left the top to the party who came round on their rear. Thus attacked on both sides, they were exposed for some time to great slaughter, and then betook themselves to flight, most of them throwing away their arms. 10. Philip, with a small party of horse and foot, ascended a hill somewhat higher than the rest, to take a view of the situation of his troops on the left. Then, when he saw them flying in confusion, and all the hills around glittering with Roman standards and arms, he withdrew from the field. Oinctius, as he was pressing on the retreating enemy, observed the Macedonians suddenly raising up their spears, and not knowing what they meant thereby, he ordered the troops to halt. Then, on being told that this was the practice of the Macedonians when surrendering themselves prisoners, he was disposed to spare the vanquished. But the troops, not being apprised, either of the enemy having ceased fighting, or of the general's intention, made a charge on them, and the foremost having been cut down, the rest dispersed themselves and fled. Philip hastened in disorderly flight to Tempe, and there halted one day at Gani, to pick up any who might have survived the battle. The victorious Romans rushed into the Macedonian camp with hopes of spoil, but found it, for the most part, plundered already by the Aetolians. 8,000 of the enemy were killed on that day, 5,000 taken. Of the victors, about 700 fell. If any credit is to be attached to Valerius Antius, who on every occasion exaggerates numbers enormously, the killed of the enemy on that day amounted to 40,000. The prisoners taken, in which article the deviation from truth is less extravagant, to 5,700, with 249 military standards. Claudius also asserts that 32,000 of the enemy were slain, and 4,300 taken. We have not given entire credit, even to the smallest of those numbers, but have followed Polybius, a safe authority with respect to all the Roman affairs, but especially those which were transacted in Greece. 11. Philip having collected, after the flight, such as, having been scattered by the various chances of the battle, had followed his steps, and having sent people to Larissa to burn the records of the kingdom, lest they should fall into the hands of the enemy, retired into Macedonia. Quinctius set up to sale a part of the prisoners and booty, and part he bestowed on the soldiers. And then proceeded to Larissa, without having yet received any certain intelligence to what quarter Philip had bade ken himself, or what were his designs. To this place came a herald from the king, apparently to obtain a truce, until those who had fallen in battle should be removed and buried, but in reality to request permission to send ambassadors. Both were obtained from the Roman general, who, besides, added this message to the king, not to be too much dejected. This expression gave much offense, particularly to the Aetolians, who were become very assuming, and who complained, that the general was quite altered by success. Before the battle, he was accustomed to transact all business, whether great or small, in concert with the allies, but they had, now, no share in any of his counsels. He conducted all affairs entirely by his own judgment, and was even seeking an occasion of ingratiating himself personally with Philip, in order that, after the Aetolians had labored through all hardships and difficulties of the war, the Roman might assume to himself all the merit and all the fruits of a peace. Certain it is, that he had treated them with less respect than formerly, but they did not know why they were thus slighted. They imagined that he was actuated by an expectation of presents from the king, though he was of a spirit incapable of yielding to any such passion of the mind. But he was, with good reason, displeased at the Aetolians, on account of their insatiable greediness for plunder, and of their arrogance in assuming to themselves the honor of the victory, a claim so ill-founded, as to offend the ears of all. Besides, he foresaw that, if Philip were removed out of the way, and the strength of the kingdom of Macedonia entirely broken, the Aetolians would necessarily be regarded as the masters of Greece. For these reasons, he intentionally did many things to lessen their importance and reputation in the judgment of the other states. 12. A truce for 15 days was granted to the Macedonians, and a conference with the king himself appointed. Before the day arrived on which this was to be held, the Roman general called a council of the allies, and desired their opinions respecting the terms of peace, proper to be prescribed. Amminander, king of Athemania, delivered his opinion in a few words. That, the conditions of peace ought to be adjusted in such a manner, as that Greece might have sufficient power, even without the interference of the Romans, to maintain the peace, and also its own liberty. The address of the Aetolians was more harsh. For after a few introductory observations on the justice and propriety of the Roman general's conduct, in communicating his plans of peace to those who had acted with him as allies in the war, they insisted, that he was utterly mistaken. If he supposed that he could leave the peace with the Romans, or the liberty of Greece, on a permanent footing, unless Philip was either put to death or banished from his kingdom. Both which he could easily accomplish, if he chose to pursue his present success. Quinctius, in reply, said, that the Aetolians, in giving such advice, attended not either to the maxims of the Roman policy, or to the consistency of their own conduct. For, in all the former councils and conferences, wherein the conditions of peace were discussed, they never once urged the pushing of the war to the utter ruin of the Macedonian, and, as to the Romans, besides that they had, from the earliest periods, observed the maxim of sparing the vanquished, they had lately given a signal proof of their clemency in the peace granted to Hannibal and the Carthaginians. But, not to insist on the case of the Carthaginians, how often had the confederates met Philip himself in conference, yet that it had never been urged that he should resign his kingdom, and, because he had been defeated in battle. Was that a reason that their animosity should become implacable? Against an armed foe, men ought to engage with hostile resentment. Towards the vanquished, the loftiest spirit was ever the most merciful. The kings of Macedonia were thought to be dangerous to the liberty of Greece. Suppose that kingdom and nation extirpated, the Thracians, Illyrians, and in time the Gauls, nations unsubjugated and savage, would pour themselves into Macedonia first, and then into Greece. That they should not, by removing inconveniences which lay nearest, open a passage to others greater and more grievous. Here he was interrupted by Aeneas, praetor of the Aetolians, who solemnly declared, that, if Philip escaped now, he would soon raise a new and more dangerous war. On which Quinctius said, "Cease wrangling, when you ought to deliberate. The king shall be bound down by such conditions as will not leave it in his power to raise a war." 13. The convention was then adjourned, and next day, the king came to the pass at the entrance of Tempe, the place appointed for a conference. And the third day following was fixed for introducing him to a full assembly of the Romans and allies. On this occasion Philip, with great prudence, intentionally avoided the mention of any of those conditions, without which peace could not be obtained, rather than suffer them to be extorted after discussion. And declared, that he was ready to comply with all the articles which, in the former conference, were either prescribed by the Romans or demanded by the allies, and to leave all other matters to the determination of the Senate. Although he seemed to have hereby precluded every objection, even from the most inveterate of his enemies, yet, all the rest remaining silent, Aeneas, the Aetolian, said to him, "What? Philip, do you at last restore to us Pharsalus and Larissa, with Cremast, Aquinas, and Thebes in Thyotis?" On Philip answering, that he would give no obstruction to their retaking the possession of them, a dispute arose between the Roman general and the Aetolians about Thebes. For Quinctius affirmed, that it became the property of the Roman people by the laws of war. Because when, before the commencement of hostilities, he marched his army thither, and invited the inhabitants to friendship, they, although at full liberty to renounce the king's party, yet preferred an alliance with Philip to one with Rome. Aeneas alleged, that, in consideration of their being confederates in the war, it was reasonable, that whatever the Aetolians possessed before it began, should be restored. And that, besides, there was, in the first treaty, a provisional clause of that purport, by which the spoils of war, of every kind that could be carried or driven, were to belong to the Romans. And that the lands and captured cities should fall to the Aetolians. Yourselves, replied Quinctius, annulled the conditions of that treaty, at the time when ye deserted us, and made peace with Philip. But supposing it still remained in force, yet that clause could affect only captured cities. Now, the states of Thessaly submitted to us by a voluntary act of their own. These words were heard by their allies with universal approbation. But to the Aetolians they were both highly displeasing at the present, and proved afterwards the cause of a war, and of many great disasters attending it. The terms settled with Philip were, that he should give his son Demetrius, and some of his friends, as hostages. Should pay 200 talents 203 and send ambassadors to Rome, respecting the other articles, for which purpose there should be a cessation of arms for 4 months. An engagement was entered into, that, in case the Senate should refuse to conclude a treaty, his money and hostages should be returned to Philip. It is said, that one of the principal reasons which made the Roman general wish to expedite the conclusion of a peace, was, that he had received certain information of Antiochus intending to commence hostilities, and to pass over into Europe. 14. About the same time, and, as some writers say, on the same day, the Achaeans defeated Androsthenes, the king's commander, in a general engagement near Corinth. Philip, intending to use this city as a citadel, to awe the states of Greece, had invited the principal inhabitants to a conference. Under pretense of agreeing with them as to the number of horsemen which the Corinthians could supply towards the war, and these he detained as hostages. Besides the force already there, consisting of 500 Macedonians and 800 auxiliaries of various kinds, he had sent thither 1,000 Macedonians, 1,200 Illyrians, and of Thracians and Cretans, for these served in both the opposite armies, 800. To these were added Boeotians, Thessalians, and Acarnanians, to the amount of 1,000, all carrying bucklers. With as many of the young Corinthians themselves, as filled up the number of 6,000 men under arms, a force which inspired Androsthenes with a confident wish to decide the matter in the field. Nicostratus, praetor of the Achaeans, was at Sicyon, with 2,000 foot and 100 horse. But seeing himself so inferior, both in the number and kind of troops, he did not go outside the walls. The king's forces, in various excursions, were ravaging the lands of Pellene, Phliasis, and Cleone. At last, reproaching the enemy with cowardice, they passed over into the territory of Sicyon, and, sailing round Achaia, laid waste the whole coast. As the enemy, while thus employed, spread themselves about too widely and too carelessly, the usual consequence of too much confidence, Nicostratus conceived hopes of attacking them by surprise. He therefore sent secret directions to all the neighboring states, as to what day, and what number from each state, should assemble in arms at Apollorus, a place in the territory of Stymphalia. All being in readiness at the time appointed, he marched thence immediately, and, without the knowledge of any one as to what he was contemplating, came by night through the territory of the Phliasians to Cleone. He had with him 5,000 foot, of whom 204 were light-armed, and 300 horse. With this force he waited there, having dispatched scouts to watch on what quarter the enemy should make their irregular inroads. 15. Androsthenes, utterly ignorant of all these proceedings, set out from Corinth, and encamped on the Nemea, a river running between the confines of Corinth and Sicyon. Here, dismissing one half of his troops, he divided the remainder into 3 parts, and ordered all the cavalry of each part to march in separate divisions, and ravage, at the same time, the territories of Pellene, Sicyon, and Phlius. Accordingly, the 3 divisions set out by different roads. As soon as Nicostratus received intelligence of this at Cleone, he instantly sent forward a numerous detachment of mercenaries, to seize a pass at the entrance into the territory of Corinth. And he himself quickly followed, with his troops in 2 columns, the cavalry proceeding before the head of each, as advanced guards. In one column marched the mercenary soldiers and light infantry. In the other, the shield-bearers of the Achaeans and other states, who composed the principal strength of the army. Both infantry and cavalry were now within a small distance of the camp, and some of the Thracians had attacked parties of the enemy, who were straggling and scattered over the country, when the sudden alarm reached their tents. The commander was thrown into the utmost perplexity. For, having never had a sight of the Achaeans, except occasionally on the hills before Sicyon, when they did not venture to come down into the plains, he had never imagined that they would come so far as Cleone. He ordered the stragglers to be recalled by sound of trumpet, commanded the soldiers to take arms with all haste, and, marching out of the gate at the head of thin battalions, drew up his line on the bank of the river. His other troops, having scarcely had time to be collected and formed, did not withstand the enemy's first onset. The Macedonians had surrounded their standards in by far the greatest numbers, and now kept the prospect of victory a long time doubtful. At length, being left exposed by the flight of the rest, and pressed by 2 bodies of the enemy on different sides, by the light infantry on their flank, and by the shield-bearers and targeteers in front, and seeing victory declare against them, they at first gave ground. Soon after, being vigorously pushed, they turned their backs, and most of them, throwing away their arms and having lost all hope of defending their camp, made the best of their way to Corinth. Nicostratus sent the mercenaries in pursuit of these. And the auxiliary Thracians against the party employed in ravaging the lands of Sicyon, occasioned great carnage in both instances, greater almost than occurred in the battle itself. Of those who had been ravaging Pallene and Phlius, some, returning to their camp, ignorant of all that had happened, and without any regular order, fell in with the advanced guards of the enemy, where they expected their own. Others, from the bustle which they perceived, suspecting what was really the case, fled and dispersed themselves in such a manner, that, as they wandered up and down, they were cut off by the very peasants. There fell, on that day, 1,500, 300 were made prisoners. All Achaia was thus relieved from their great alarm. 16. Before the battle at Cynocephaly, Lucius Quinctius had invited to Corcyra some chiefs of the Acarnanians, the only state in Greece which had continued to maintain its alliance with the Macedonians. And there made some kind of scheme for a change of measures. Two causes, principally, had retained them in friendship with the king. One was a principle of honor, natural to that nation, the other, their fear and hatred of the Aetolians. A general assembly was summoned to meet at Lucas, but neither did all the states of Acarnania come thither, nor were those who did attend agreed in opinion. However, the magistrates and leading men prevailed so far, as to get a decree passed, thus privately, for joining in alliance with the Romans. This gave great offense to those who had not been present. And, in this ferment of the nation, Androcles and Echedemus, two men of distinction among the Acarnanians, being commissioned by Philip, had influence enough in the assembly, not only to obtain the repeal of the decree for an alliance with Rome, but also the condemnation, on a charge of treason, of Arcesilas and Biener, both men of the first rank in Acarnania, who had been the advisers of that measure. And to deprive Zeuxidas, the praetor, of his office, for having put it to the vote. The persons condemned took a course apparently desperate, but successful in the issue, for, while their friends advised them to yield to the necessity of the occasion, and withdraw to Corcyra, to the Romans, they resolved to present themselves to the multitude. And either, by that act, to mollify their resentment, or endure whatever might befall them. When they had introduced themselves into a full assembly, at first, a murmur arose, expressive of surprise. But presently silence took place, partly from respect to their former dignity, partly from commiseration of their present situation. Having been also permitted the liberty of speaking, at first they addressed the assembly in a suppliant manner. But, in the progress of their discourse, when they came to refute the charges made against them, they spoke with that degree of confidence which innocence inspires. At last, they even ventured to utter some complaints, and to charge the proceedings against them with injustice and cruelty. And this had such an effect on the minds of all present, that, with one consent, they annulled all the decrees passed against them. Nevertheless, they came to a resolution, to renounce the friendship of the Romans, and return to the alliance with Philip. 17. These decrees were passed at Lucas, the capital of Acarnania, the place where all the states usually met in council. As soon, therefore, as the news of this sudden change reached the Lieutenant General Flamininus, in Corcyra, he instantly set sail with the fleet for Lucas. And coming to an anchor at a place called Heraeus, advanced thence towards the walls with every kind of machine used in the attacking of cities. Supposing that the first appearance of danger might bend the minds of the inhabitants to submission. But seeing no prospect of effecting anything, except by force, he began to erect towers and sheds, and to bring up the battering rams to the walls. The whole of Acarnania, being situated between Aetolia and Epirus, faces towards the west and the Sicilian Sea. Leucadia, now an island, separated from Acarnania by a shallow strait which was dug by the hand, was then a peninsula, united on its eastern side to Acarnania by a narrow isthmus. This isthmus was about 500 paces in length, and in breadth not above 120. At the entrance of this narrow neck stands Lucas, stretching up part of a hill which faces the east and Acarnania. The lower part of the town is level, lying along the sea, which divides Leucadia from Acarnania. Thus it lies open to attacks, both from the sea and from the land, for the channel is more like a marsh than a sea, and all the adjacent ground is solid enough to render the construction of works easy. In many places, therefore, at once the walls fell down, either undermined, or demolished by the ram. But the spirit of the besieged was as invincible as the town itself was favorably situated for the besiegers. Night and day they employed themselves busily in repairing the shattered parts of the wall. And, stopping up the breaches that were made, fought the enemy with great spirit, and showed a wish to defend the walls by their arms rather than themselves by the walls. And they would certainly have protracted the siege to a length unexpected by the Romans, had not some exiles of Italian birth, who resided in Lucas, admitted a band of soldiers into the citadel, notwithstanding which, when those troops ran down from the higher ground with great tumult and uproar, the Leucadians, drawing up in a body in the forum, withstood them for a considerable time in regular fight. Meanwhile the walls were scaled in many places, and the besiegers, climbing over the rubbish, entered the town through the breaches. And now the lieutenant general himself surrounded the combatants with a powerful force. Being thus hemmed in, many were slain, the rest laid down their arms and surrendered to the conqueror. In a few days after, on hearing of the battle at Cynocephaly, all the states of Acarnania made their submission to the lieutenant general. 18. About this time, fortune, depressing the same party in every quarter at once, the Rhodians, in order to recover from Philip the tract on the continent called Pereae, which had been in possession of their ancestors, sent thither their praetor Pisistratus, with 800 Achaean foot, and about 1,900 men, made up of auxiliaries of various nations. These were Gauls, Nisuetans, Pisuetans, Tamians, Arians from Africa, and Laodiceans from Asia. With this force Pisistratus seized by surprise Tendeba, in the territory of Stratonius, a place exceedingly convenient for his purpose, without the knowledge of the king's troops who had held it. A reinforcement of 1,000 Achaean foot and 100 horse, called out for the same expedition, came up at the very time, under a commander called Theoxenus. Dinocrates, the king's general, with design to recover the fort, marched his army first to Tendeba, and then to another fort called Astragon, which also stood in the territory of Stratonius. Then, calling in all the garrisons, which were scattered in many different places, and the Thessalian auxiliaries from Stratonius itself, he led them on to Alabanda, where the enemy lay. The Rhodians were no way averse from a battle, and the camps being pitched near each other both parties immediately came into the field. Dinocrates placed 500 Macedonians on his right wing, and the Agrians on his left. The center he formed of the troops which he had drawn together out of the garrisons of the forts, these were mostly Carians, and he covered the flanks with the cavalry, and the Cretan and Thracian auxiliaries. The Rhodians had on the right wing the Achaeans, on the left mercenary soldiers, and in the center a chosen band of infantry, a body of auxiliaries composed of troops of various nations. The cavalry and what light infantry they had, were posted on the wings. During that day both armies remained on the banks of a rivulet, which ran between them, and, after discharging a few javelins, they retired into their camps. Next day, being drawn up in the same order, they fought a more important battle than could have been expected, considering the numbers engaged. For there were not more than 3,000 infantry on each side, and about 100 horse, but they were not only on an equality with respect to numbers, and the kind of arms which they used, but they also fought with equal spirit and equal hopes. First, the Achaeans crossing the rivulet, made an attack on the Agrians, then the whole line passed the river, almost at full speed. The fight continued doubtful a long time, the Achaeans, 1,000 in number, drove back the 400 from their position. Then the left wing giving way, all exerted themselves against the right. On the Macedonians no impression could be made, so long as their phalanx preserved its order, each man clinging as it were to another, but when, in consequence of their flank being left exposed, they endeavored to turn their spears against the enemy, who were advancing upon that side, they immediately broke their ranks. This first caused disorder among themselves, they then turned their backs, and at last, throwing away their arms, and flying with precipitation, made the best of their way to Bargiliae. To the same place Dinocrates also made his escape. The Rhodians continued the pursuit as long as the day lasted, and then retired to their camp. There is every reason to believe, that, if the victors had proceeded with speed to Stratonius, that city would have been gained without a contest. But the opportunity for effecting this was neglected, and the time wasted in taking possession of the forts and villages in Perea. In the meantime, the courage of the troops in garrison at Stratonius revived. And shortly after, Dinocrates, with the troops which had escaped from the battle, came into the town, which, after that, was besieged and assaulted without effect, nor could it be reduced until a long time after that, when Antiochus took it. Such were the events that took place in Thessaly, in Achaia, and in Asia, all about the same time. 19. Philip was informed that the Dardanians, in contempt of the power of his kingdom, shaken as at that time it was, had passed the frontiers, and were spreading devastation through the upper parts of Macedonia, on which, though he was hard-pressed in almost every quarter of the globe, fortune on all occasions defeating his measures and those of his friends, yet, thinking it more intolerable than death to be expelled from the possession of Macedonia, he made hasty levies through the cities of his dominions. And, with 6,000 foot and 500 horse, defeated the enemy by a surprise near Stobi in Paeonia. Great numbers were killed in the fight, and greater numbers of those who were scattered about in quest of plunder. As to such as found a road open for flight, without having even tried the chance of an engagement, they hastened back to their own country. After this enterprise executed with a degree of success beyond what he met in the rest of his attempts, and which raised the drooping courage of his people, he retired to Thessalonica. Seasonable as was the termination of the Punic War, in extricating the Romans from the danger of a quarrel with Philip, the recent triumph over Philip happened still more opportunely, when Antiochus, in Syria, was already making preparations for hostilities. For besides that it was easier to wage war against them separately than if both had combined their forces together, Spain had a little before this time, risen in arms in great commotion. Antiochus, though he had in the preceding summer reduced under his power all the states in Coele Syria belonging to Ptolemy, and retired into winter quarters at Antioch, yet allowed himself no relaxation from the exertions of the summer. For resolving to exert the whole strength of his kingdom, he collected a most powerful force, both naval and military. And in the beginning of spring, sending forward by land his two sons, Ardus and Mithridates, at the head of the army, with orders to wait for him at Sardis, he himself set out by sea with a fleet of 100 decked ships, besides 200 lighter vessels, barks and flyboats, designing to attempt the reduction of all the cities under the dominion of Ptolemy along the whole coast of Caria and Cilicia. And, at the same time, to aid Philip with an army and ships, for as yet that war had not been brought to a conclusion. 20. The Rhodians, out of a faithful attachment to the Roman people, and an affection for the whole race of the Greeks, have performed many honorable exploits, both on land and sea, but never was their gallantry more eminently conspicuous than on this occasion, when, nowise dismayed at the formidable magnitude of the impending war, they sent ambassadors to tell the king that he should not double the tribute of Caledonii, which is a promontory of Cilicia, rendered famous by an ancient treaty between the Athenians and the king of Persia. That if he did not confine his fleet and army to that boundary, they would meet him there and oppose not out of any ill will, but because they would not suffice to join Philip and obstruct the Romans, who were resisting liberty to Greece. At this time Antiochus was pushing the siege of Coracesium with his works, for, after he had possession of Zephyrium, Soli, Aphrodisias, and Caracas, and doubling Anamurium, another promontory of Cilicia, had taken Selinus. When all these, and the other fortresses on that coast, had, either through fear or inclination, submitted without resistance, Coracesium shut its gates, and gave him a delay which he did not expect. Here an audience was given to the ambassadors of the Rhodians, and although the purport of their embassy was such as might kindle passion in the breast of a king, yet he stifled his resentment, and answered that he would send ambassadors to Rhodes, and would give them instructions to renew the old treaties, made by him and his predecessors, with that state, and to assure them, that they need not be alarmed at his approach, that it would involve no injury or fraud either to them or their allies. For that he was not about to violate the friendship subsisting between himself and the Romans, both his own late embassy to that people, and the Senate's answers and decrees, so honorable to him, were a sufficient evidence. Just at that time his ambassadors happened to have returned from Rome, where they had been heard and dismissed with courtesy, as the juncture required, the event of the war with Philip being yet uncertain. While the king's ambassadors were haranguing to the above purpose, in an assembly of the people at Rhodes, a courier arrived with an account of the battle at Cynocephaly having finally decided the fate of the war. Having received this intelligence, the Rhodians, now freed from all apprehensions of danger from Philip, resolved to oppose Antiochus with their fleet. Nor did they neglect another object that required their attention. The protection of the freedom of the cities in alliance with Ptolemy, which were threatened with war by Antiochus. For, some they assisted with men, others by forewarning them of the enemy's designs. By which means they enabled the Caunians, Myndians, Halicarnassians, and Samians to preserve their liberty. It were needless to attempt enumerating all the transactions as they occurred in that quarter, when I am scarcely equal to the task of recounting those which immediately concern the war in which Rome was engaged. 21. At this time King Attalus, having fallen sick at Thebes, had been carried thence to Pergamus, died at the age of 71 after he had reigned 44 years. To this man fortune had given nothing which could inspire hopes of a throne except riches. By a prudent, and, at the same time, a splendid use of these, he begot, in himself first, and then in others, an opinion, that he was not undeserving of a crown. Afterwards, having in one battle utterly defeated the Gauls, which nation was then the more terrible to Asia, as having but lately made its appearance there, he assumed the title of king. And ever after exhibited a spirit equal to the dignity of that name. He governed his subjects with the most perfect justice, and observed an unvarying fidelity towards his allies, gentle and bountiful to his friends, affectionate to his wife and 4 sons, who survived him. And he left his government established on such solid and firm foundations, that the possession of it descended to the 3rd generation. While this was the posture of affairs in Asia, Greece, and Macedonia, the war with Philip being scarcely ended, and the peace certainly not yet perfected, a desperate insurrection took place in the farther Spain. Marcus Helvius was governor of that province. He informed the Senate by letter, that 2 chieftains, Calca and Lucinus, were in arms, that Calca was joined by 17 towns, and Lucinus by the powerful cities of Carmo and Bardo. And that the people of the whole sea-coast, who had not yet manifested their disposition, were ready to rise on the first motion of their neighbors. On this letter being read by Marcus Sergius, city praetor, the Senate decreed, that, as soon as the election of praetors should be finished, the one to whose lot the government of Spain fell should, without delay, consult the Senate respecting the commotions in that province. 22. About the same time the consuls came home to Rome, and, on their holding a meeting of the Senate in the temple of Bologna, and demanding a triumph, in consideration of their successes in the war, Caius Atinius Labio, and Caius Ursanius, plebeian tribunes, insisted that the consuls should propose their claims of a triumph separately, for they would not suffer the question to be put on both jointly, lest equal honors might be conferred where the merits were unequal. Minucius urged, that they had both been appointed to the government of one province, Italy, and that, through the course of their administration, his colleague and himself had been united in sentiments and in counsels. To which Cornelius added, that, when the Boians were passing the Po, to assist the Insubrians and Caenamanians against him, they were forced to return to defend their own country, from his colleague ravaging their towns and lands. In reply the tribunes acknowledged, that the services performed in the war by Cornelius were so great, that no more doubt could be entertained respecting his triumph than respecting the ascribing of glory to the immortal gods. Nevertheless they insisted, that neither he nor any other member of the community should possess such power and influence as to be able, after obtaining the honor that was due to himself, to bestow the same distinction on a colleague, who immodestly demanded what he had not deserved. The exploits of Quintus Minucius in Liguria were trifling skirmishes, scarcely deserving mention, and in Gaul he had lost great numbers of soldiers. They mentioned even military tribunes, Titus Juventius and Gnaeus Labio, of the 4th legion, the plebeian tribune's brother, who had fallen in unsuccessful conflict, together with many other brave men, both citizens and allies, and they asserted that pretended surrenders of a few towns and villages, fabricated for the occasion, had been made, without any pledge of fidelity being taken. These altercations between the consuls and tribunes lasted 2 days. At last the consuls, overcome by the obstinacy of the tribunes, proposed their claims separately. 23. To Gnaeus Cornelius a triumph was unanimously decreed, and the inhabitants of Placentia and Cremona added to the applause bestowed on the consul, by returning him thanks, and mentioning, to his honor, that they had been delivered by him from a siege. And that very many of them, when in the hands of the enemy, had been rescued from captivity. Quintus Minucius just tried how the proposal of his claim would be received, and finding the whole Senate averse from it, declared, that by the authority of his office of consul, and pursuant to the example of many illustrious men, he would triumph on the Alban Mount. Caius Cornelius, being yet in office, triumphed over the Insubrian and Caenamanian Gauls. He produced a great number of military standards, and earned in the procession abundance of Gallic spoils in captured chariots. Many Gauls of distinction were led before his chariot, and along with them, some writers say, Hamilcar, the Carthaginian general. But what, more than all, attracted the eyes of the public, was a crowd of Cremonian and Placentian colonists, with caps of liberty on their heads, following his chariot. He carried in his triumph 237,500 asses 205 and of silver denarii, stamped with a chariot, 79,000. 206 he distributed to each of his soldiers 70 asses 207 to a horseman and a centurion double that sum. Quintus Minucius, consul, triumphed on the Alban Mount, over the Ligurian and Boian Gauls. Although this triumph was less respectable, in regard to the place and the fame of his exploits, and because all knew the expense was not issued from the treasury. Yet, in regard of the number of standards, chariots, and spoils, it was nearly equal to the other. The amount of the money also was nearly equal. 254,000 asses 208 were conveyed to the treasury, and of silver denarii, stamped with a chariot, 53,200. 209 he likewise gave to the soldiers, horsemen, and centurions, severally, the same sums that his colleague had given. 24. After the triumph, the election of consuls came on. The persons chosen were Lucius Furius Purpurio and Marcus Claudius Marcellus. Next day, the following were elected praetors: Quintus Fabius Buteo, Tiberius Sempronius Longus, Quintus Minucius Thermus, Manius Acilius Glabrio, Lucius Apustius Fullo, and Caius Laelius. Toward the close of this year, a letter came from Titus Quinctius, with information that he had fought a pitched battle with Philip in Thessaly, and that the army of the enemy had been routed and put to flight. This letter was read by Sergius, the praetor, first in the Senate and then, by the direction of the Fathers, in a general assembly, and supplications of 5 days' continuance were decreed on account of those successes. Soon after arrived the ambassadors, both from Titus Quinctius and from the king. The Macedonians were conducted out of the city to the Villa Publica, where lodgings and every other accommodation were provided for them, and an audience of the Senate was given them in the Temple of Bologna. Not many words passed. For the Macedonians declared, that whatever terms the Senate should prescribe, the king was ready to comply with them. It was decreed, that, conformably to ancient practice, 10 ambassadors should be appointed, and that, in council with them, the general, Titus Quinctius, should grant terms of peace to Philip. And a clause was added, that, in the number of these ambassadors, should be Publius Sulpicius and Publius Villius, who in their consulship had held the province of Macedonia. On the same day the inhabitants of Ussa having presented a petition, praying that the number of their colonists might be enlarged. An order was accordingly passed, that 1,000 should be added to the list, with a provision, that no persons should be admitted into that number who, at any time since the consulate of Publius Cornelius and Tiberius Sempronius, had been partisans of the enemy. 25. This year the Roman games were exhibited in the circus, and on the stage, by the curule aediles, Publius Cornelius Scipio and Gnaeus Manlius Vulso, with an unusual degree of splendor, and were beheld with the greater delight. In consequence of the late successes in war. They were thrice repeated in Tyre, and the plebeian games 7 times. These were exhibited by Manius Acilius Glabrio and Caius Laelius, who also, out of the money arising from fines, erected 3 brazen statues, to Ceres, Liber, and Libera. Lucius Furius and Marcus Claudius Marcellus, having entered on the consulship, when the distribution of the provinces came to be agitated, and the Senate appeared disposed to vote Italy the province of both, exerted themselves to get that of Macedonia put to the lot along with Italy. Marcellus, who of the two was the more eager for that province, by assertions that the peace was merely a feigned and delusive one, and that, if the army were withdrawn thence, the king would renew the war, caused some perplexity in the minds of the Senate. The consuls would probably have carried the point, had not Quintus Marcius Rex and Caius Antinius Labio, plebeian tribunes, declared, that they would enter their protest, unless they were allowed, before any further proceeding, to take the sense of the people, whether it was their will and order that peace be concluded with Philip. This question was put to the people in the capital, and every one of the 35 tribes voted on the affirmative side. The public found the greater reason to rejoice at the ratification of the peace with Macedonia, as melancholy news was brought from Spain. And a letter was made public, announcing that the proconsul, Caius Sempronius Tititanus, had been defeated in battle in the hither Spain, that his army had been utterly routed and dispersed, and several men of distinction slain in the fight. That Tititanus, having been grievously wounded, and carried out of the field, expired soon after. Italy was decreed the province of both consuls, in which they were to employ the same legions which the preceding consuls had. And they were to raise 4 new legions, 2 for the city, and 2 to be in readiness to be sent whithersoever the Senate should direct. Titus Quinctius Flamininus was ordered to continue in the government of his province, with the army of 2 legions, then on the spot. The former prolongation of his command was deemed sufficient. 26. The praetors then cast lots for their provinces. Lucius Apustius Fullo obtained the city jurisdiction, Manius Acilius Glabrio, that between natives and foreigners, Quintus Fabius Buteo, farther Spain, Quintus Minucius Thermus, hither Spain, Caius Laelius, Sicily. Tiberius Sempronius Longus, Sardinia. To Quintus Fabius Buteo and Quintus Minucius, to whom the government of the 2 Spains had fallen, it was decreed, that the consuls, out of the 4 legions raised by them, should give 1 each whichever they thought fit, together with 4,000 foot and 300 horse of the allies and Latin confederates. And those praetors were ordered to repair to their provinces at the earliest possible time. This war in Spain broke out in the 5th year after the former had been ended, together with the Punic War. The Spaniards now, for the first time, had taken arms in their own name, unconnected with any Carthaginian army or general. Before the consuls stirred from the city, however, they were ordered, as usual, to expiate the reported prodigies. Publius Villius, a Roman knight, on the road to Sabinia, had been killed by lightning, together with his horse. The temple of Feronia, in the Capinatian district, had been struck by lightning. At the temple of Moneta, the shafts of 2 spears had taken fire and burned. A wolf, coming in through the Esquiline gate, and running through the most frequented part of the city, down into the Forum, passed thence through the Tuscan and Malian streets, and scarcely receiving a stroke, made its escape out of the Capenian gate. These prodigies were expiated with victims of the larger kinds. 27. About the same time Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus, who had held the government of hither Spain before Sempronius Tititanus, entered the city in ovation, pursuant to a decree of the Senate, and carried in the procession 1,515 pounds weight of gold, 20,000 of silver, and in coin, 34,550 denarii. 210 Lucius Stratinius, from the farther Spain, without making any pretensions to a triumph, carried into the treasury 50,000 pounds weight of silver. And out of the spoils taken, built 2 arches in the cattle market, at the fronts of the Temple of Fortune and Mother Matuta, and 1 in the Great Circus, and on these arches placed gilded statues. These were the principal occurrences during the winter. At this time Quinctius was in winter quarters at Elatia. Among many requests, made to him by the allies, was that of the Boeotians, namely, that their countrymen, who had served in the army with Philip, might be restored to them. With this Quinctius readily complied. Not because he thought them very deserving, but that, as King Antiochus was already suspected, he judged it advisable to conciliate every state in favor of the Roman interest. It quickly appeared how very little gratitude existed among the Boeotians. For they not only sent persons to give thanks to Philip for the restoration of their fellows, as if that favor had been conferred on them by him, and not by Quinctius and the Romans. But, at the next election, raised to the office of Boeotarch a man named Brachillas, for no other reason than because he had been commander of the Boeotians serving in the army of Philip. Passing by Xanthippus, Pisistratus, and the others, who had promoted the alliance with Rome. These men were both offended at the present and alarmed about the future consequences, for if such things were done when a Roman army lay almost at their gates, what would become of them when the Romans should have gone away to Italy, and Philip, from a situation so near, should support his own associates, and vent his resentment on those who had been of the opposite party? 28. It was resolved, while they had the Roman army near at hand, to take off Brachillas, who was the principal leader of the faction which favored the king. And they chose an opportunity for the deed, when, after having been at a public feast, he was returning to his house inebriated, and accompanied by some of his debauched companions, who, for the sake of merriment, had been admitted to the crowded entertainment. He was surrounded and assassinated by 6 men, of whom 3 were Italians and 3 Aetolians. His companions fled, crying out for help, and a great uproar ensued among the people, who ran up and down, through all parts of the city, with lights. But the assassins made their escape through the nearest gate. At the first dawn, a full assembly was called together in the theatre, by the voice of a crier, as if in consequence of a previous appointment. Many openly clamored that Brachillas was killed by those detestable wretches who accompanied him, but their private conjectures pointed to Xanthippus, as author of the murder. It was resolved, however, that those who had been in company with him should be seized and examined in their presence. While they were under examination, Xanthippus, with his usual composure, came into the assembly, for the purpose of averting the charge from himself. Yet said, that people were mistaken in supposing that so daring a murder was the act of such effeminate wretches as those who were charged with it, urging many plausible arguments to the same purpose. By which behavior he led several to believe, that, if he were conscious of guilt, he would never have presented himself before the multitude, or, without being challenged by any, have made any mention of the murder. Others were convinced that he intended, by thus unblushingly exposing himself to the charge, to throw off all suspicion from himself. Soon after, those men who were innocent were put to the torture. And, taking the universal opinion as having the effect of evidence, they named Xanthippus and Pisistratus, but they produced no proof to show that they knew anything of the matter. Xanthippus, however, accompanied by a man named Stratonidas, fled by night to Tanagra, alarmed by his own conscience rather than by the assertion of men who were privy to no one circumstance of the affair. Pisistratus, despising the informers, remained at Thebes. A slave of Xanthippus had carried messages backwards and forwards, and had been entrusted with the management of the whole business. From this man Pisistratus dreaded a discovery. And by that very dread forced him, against his will, to make one. He sent a letter to Xanthippus, desiring him to put out of the way the slave who was privy to their crime. For he did not believe him as well qualified for the concealment of the fact as he was for the perpetration of it. He ordered the bearer of this letter to deliver it to Xanthippus as soon as possible. But he, not finding an opportunity of meeting him, put it into the hands of the very slave in question, whom he believed to be the most faithful to his master of any. And added, that it came from Pisistratus respecting a matter of the utmost consequence to Xanthippus. Struck by consciousness of guilt, the slave, after promising to deliver the letter, immediately opened it. And, on reading the contents, fled in a fright to Thebes and laid the information before the magistrate. Xanthippus, alarmed by the flight of his slave, withdrew to Athens, where he thought he might live in exile with greater safety. Pisistratus, after being examined several times by torture, was put to death. 29. This murder exasperated the Thebans, and all the Boeotians, to the most rancorous animosity against the Romans, for they considered that Xanthippus, one of the first men of the nation, had not been party to such a crime without the instigation of the Roman general. To recommence a war, they had neither strength nor a leader. But they had recourse to private massacres, as being next to war, and cut off many of the soldiers, some as they came to lodge in their houses, others as they wandered about their winter quarters, or were on leave of absence for various purposes. Some were killed on the roads by parties lying in wait in lurking places, others were seduced and carried away to inns, which were left uninhabited, and there put to death. At last they committed these crimes, not merely out of hatred, but likewise from a desire of booty, for the soldiers on furlough generally carried money in their purses for the purpose of trading. At first a few at a time, afterwards greater numbers used to be missed, until all Boeotia became notorious for those practices, and a soldier went beyond the bounds of the camp with more timidity than into an enemy's country. Quinctius then sent deputies round the states, to make inquiry concerning the murders committed. The greatest number of murders were found to have been committed about the lake called Copais. There the bodies were dug out of the mud, and drawn up out of the marsh, having had earthen jars or stones tied to them, so as to be dragged to the bottom by the weight. Many deeds of this sort were discovered to have been perpetrated at Acrophia and Caronia. Quinctius at first insisted that the persons guilty should be given up to him, and that, for 500 soldiers, for so many had been cut off, the Boeotians should pay 500 talents. 211 neither of these requisitions being complied with, and the states only making verbal apologies, declaring, that none of those acts had been authorized by the public. Quinctius first sent ambassadors to Athens and Achaia, to satisfy the allies, that the war which he was about to make on the Boeotians was conformable to justice and piety. And then, ordering Publius Claudius to march with one half of the troops to Acrophia, he himself, with the remainder, invested Caronia. And these two bodies marching by different roads from Alatia, laid waste all the country through which they passed. The Boeotians, dismayed by these losses, while every place was filled with fugitives, and while the terror became universal, sent ambassadors to the camp, and as these were refused admittance, the Achaeans and Athenians came to their assistance. The Achaeans had the greater influence as intercessors, inasmuch as they were resolved, in case they could not procure peace for the Boeotians, to join them in the war. Through the mediation of the Achaeans, however, the Boeotians obtained admission and an audience of the Roman general, who, ordering them to deliver up the guilty, and to pay 30 talents to 12 as a fine, granted them peace, and raised the siege. 30. A few days after this, the 10 ambassadors arrived from Rome, in pursuance of whose counsel, peace was granted to Philip on the following conditions, that all the Grecian states, as well those in Asia as those in Europe, should enjoy liberty. And their own laws, that from such of them as had been in the possession of Philip, he should withdraw his garrisons, particularly from the following places in Asia: Eurymus, Pedice, Bargilii, Iasus, Marina, Abydos. And from Thasus and Perindus, for it was determined that these likewise should be free, that with respect to the freedom of Caius, Quinctius should write to Prusias, king of Bithynia, the resolutions of the Senate. And of the 10 ambassadors, that Philip should return to the Romans the prisoners and deserters, and deliver up all his decked ships, excepting 5 and the royal galley of a size almost unmanageable, being moved by 16 banks of oars, that he should not keep more than 500 soldiers, nor any elephant, that he should not wage war beyond the bounds of Macedonia without permission from the Senate, that he should pay to the Roman people 1,000 talents, 213 1/2 at present, the other by installments, within 10 years. Valerius Antius writes, that there was imposed on him an annual tribute of 4,000 pounds weight of silver, for 10 years, and an immediate payment of 20,000 pounds weight. The same author says that an article was expressly inserted, that he should not make war on Eumenes, Attilus's son, who had lately come to the throne. For the performance of these conditions hostages were received, among whom was Demetrius, Philip's son. Valerius Antius adds, that the island of Aegina, and the elephants, were given as a present to Attalus, who was absent. To the Rhodians, Stratonius, and other cities of Curia which had been in the possession of Philip, and to the Athenians, the islands of Paros, Imbros, Delos, and Syros. 31. While all the other states of Greece expressed their approbation of these terms of peace, the Aetolians alone, in private murmurs, made severe strictures on the determination of the 10 ambassadors. They said, it consisted merely of an empty piece of writing varnished over with a fallacious appearance of liberty. For why should some cities be put into the hands of the Romans without being named, while others were particularized, and ordered to be enfranchised without such consignment? Unless the intent was, that those in Asia, which, from their distant situation, were more secure from danger, should be free, but those in Greece, not being even mentioned by name, should be made their property, Corinth, Chalcis, and Orium. With Eretria, and Demetrius. Nor was this charge entirely without foundation, for there was some hesitation with respect to Corinth, Chalcis, and Demetrius. Because, in the decree of the Senate in pursuance of which the 10 ambassadors had been sent from Rome, all Greece and Asia, except these 3, were expressly ordered to be set at liberty. But, with regard to these, ambassadors were instructed, that, whatever measures the exigencies of the state might render expedient, they should determine to pursue in conformity to the public good and their own honor. King Antiochus was one of whom they did not doubt that, so soon as he was satisfied that his forces were adequate, he would cross over into Europe. And they were unwilling to let these cities, the possession of which would be so advantageous to him, lie open to his occupation. Quinctius, with the 10 ambassadors, sailed from Elatia to Anticyra, and thence to Corinth. Here the plans they had laid down respecting the liberation of Greece were discussed for about 3 days in a council of the 10 ambassadors. Quinctius frequently urged, that every part of Greece ought to be set at liberty, if they wished to refute the cavils of the Aetolians, if they wished, that sincere affection and respect for the Roman nation should be universally entertained. Or if they wished to convince the world that they had crossed the sea with the design of liberating Greece, and not of transferring the sovereignty of it from Philip to themselves. The Macedonians alleged nothing in opposition to the arguments made use of in favor of the freedom of the cities. But, they thought it safer for those cities themselves that they should remain, for a time, under the protection of Roman garrisons, than be obliged to receive Antiochus for a master in the room of Philip. Their final determination was, that Corinth be restored to the Achaeans, but that a Roman garrison should continue in the citadel, and that Chalcis and Demetrius be retained, until their apprehensions respecting Antiochus should cease. 32. The stated solemnity of the Isthmian Games was at hand. These have ever been attended by very numerous meetings, as well on account of the universal fondness entertained by this nation for exhibitions of skill in arts of every kind, as well as of contests in strength and swiftness of foot. As also, because of the convenience of the locality, which furnishes commercial advantages of all kinds by its 2 opposite seas, and by which it had obtained the character of a rendezvous for all the population of Asia and Greece. But on this occasion, all were led thither not only for their ordinary purposes, but by an eager curiosity to learn what was thenceforward to be the state of Greece, and what their own condition. While many at the same time not only formed opinions within themselves but uttered their conjectures in conversation. Scarcely any supposed that the Romans, victorious as they were, would withdraw from the whole of Greece. They took their seats, as spectators, and a herald, preceded by a trumpeter, according to custom, advanced into the center of the theatre, where notice of the commencement of the games is usually made, in a solemn form of words. Silence being commanded by sound of trumpet, he uttered aloud the following proclamation: the Senate and people of Rome, and Titus Quinctius, their general, having subdued King Philip and the Macedonians, do hereby order that the following states be free, independent, and ruled by their own laws: the Corinthians, Phocians, and all the Locrians, the island of Euboea, and the Magnesians, the Thessalians, Parabibians, and the Achaeans of Thyotis. He then read a list of all the states which had been under subjection to King Philip. The joy occasioned by hearing these words of the herald was so great, that the people's minds were unable to conceive the matter at once. Scarcely could they believe that they had heard them. And they looked at each other, marveling as at the empty illusion of a dream. Each inquired of his neighbors about what immediately concerned himself, altogether distrusting the evidence of his own ears. As everyone desired not only to hear, but to see the messenger of liberty, the herald was called out again, and he again repeated the proclamation. When they were thus assured of the reality of the joyful tidings, they raised such a shout, and clapping of hands, and repeated them so often, as clearly to show that of all blessings none is more grateful to the multitude than liberty. The games were then proceeded through with hurry, for neither the thoughts nor eyes of any attended to the exhibitions, so entirely had the single passion of joy preoccupied their minds, as to exclude the sense of all other pleasures. 33. But, when the games were finished, every one eagerly passed towards the Roman general. So that by the crowd rushing to one spot, all wishing to come near him, and to touch his right hand, and throwing garlands and ribbons, he was in some degree of danger. He was then about 33 years of age. And besides the vigor of youth, the grateful sensations excited by so eminent a harvest of glory, increased his strength. Nor was the general exultation exhausted in the presence of all the assembly, but, through the space of many days, was continually revived by sentiments and expressions of gratitude. There was a nation in the world, they said, which, at its own expense, with its own labor, and at its own risk, waged wars for the liberty of others. And this was performed, not merely for contiguous states, or near neighbors, or for countries that made parts of the same continent. But they even crossed the seas for the purpose, that no unlawful power should subsist on the face of the whole earth, but that justice, right, and law should everywhere have sovereign sway. By one sentence, pronounced by a herald, all the cities of Greece and Asia had been set at liberty. To have conceived hopes of this, argued a daring spirit, to have carried it into effect, was a proof of the most consummate bravery in good fortune. 34. Quinctius and the 10 ambassadors then gave audience to the embassies of the several kings, nations, and states. First of all, the ambassadors of King Antiochus were called. Their proceedings, here, were nearly the same as at Rome. A mere display of words unsupported by facts. But the answer given them was not ambiguous as formerly, during the uncertainty of affairs, and while Philip was unsubdued. For the king was required in express terms to evacuate the cities of Asia, which had been in possession either of Philip or Ptolemy. Not to meddle with the free cities, or ever take arms against them, and to be in a state of peace and equality with all the cities of Greece wherever they might be. Above all, it was insisted on, that he should neither come himself into Europe, nor transport an army thither. The king's ambassadors being dismissed, a general convention of the nations and states was immediately held. And the business was dispatched with the greater expedition, because the resolutions of the 10 ambassadors mentioned the several states by name. To the people of Orestes, a district of Macedonia, in consideration of their having been the first who came over from the side of the king, their own laws were granted. The Magnesians, Parabibians, and Dolopians were likewise declared free. To the nation of the Thessalians, besides the enjoyment of liberty, the Achaean part of Thyotis was granted, excepting Thiotian Thebes and Pharsalus. The Aetolians, demanding that Pharsalus and Lucas should be restored to them in conformity to the treaty, were referred to the Senate, but the council united to these, by authority of a decree, Phocis and Locris. Places which had formerly been annexed to them. Corinth, Tryphilia, and Heraea, another city of Peloponnesus, were restored to the Achaeans. The 10 ambassadors were inclined to give Orium and Eretria to King Eumenes, son of Attalus. But Quinctius dissenting, the matter came under the determination of the Senate, and the Senate declared those cities free, adding to them Charistus. Lycus and Parthenia, Illyrian states, each of which had been under subjection to Philip, were given to Pleuratus. Amminander was ordered to retain possession of the forts, which he had taken from Philip during the war. 35. When the convention broke up, the 10 ambassadors, dividing the business among them, set out by different routes to give liberty to the several cities within their respective districts. Publius Lentulus went to Bargiliae. Lucius Stertinius, to Hephaestia, Thasus, and the cities of Thrace, Publius Villius and Lucius Terentius to King Antiochus, and Gnaeus Cornelius to Philip. The last of these, after executing his commission with respect to smaller matters, asked Philip, whether he was disposed to listen to advice, not only useful but highly salutary. To which the king answered that he was, and would give him thanks besides, if he mentioned anything conducive to his advantage. He then earnestly recommended to him, since he had obtained peace with the Romans, to send ambassadors to Rome to solicit their alliance and friendship. Lest, in case of Antiochus pursuing any hostile measure, he might be suspected of having lain in wait and seized the opportunity of the times for reviving hostilities. This meeting with Philip was at Tempe in Thessaly. And on his answering that he would send ambassadors without delay, Cornelius proceeded to Thermopylae, where all the states of Greece are accustomed to meet in general assembly on certain stated days. This is called the Pylaic Assembly. Here he admonished the Aetolians, in particular, constantly and firmly to cultivate the friendship of the Roman people. But some of the principal of these interrupted him with complaints, that the disposition of the Romans towards their nation was not the same since the victory, that it had been during the war. While others censured them with greater boldness, and in a reproachful manner asserted, that, without the aid of the Aetolians, the Romans could neither have conquered Philip, nor even have made good their passage into Greece. To such discourses the Roman forbore giving an answer, lest the matter might end in an altercation, and only said, that if they sent ambassadors to Rome, everything that was reasonable would be granted to them. Accordingly, they passed a decree for such mission, agreeably to his direction. In this manner was the war with Philip concluded. 36. While these transactions passed in Greece, Macedonia, and Asia, a conspiracy among the slaves had well nigh made Etruria an hostile province. To examine into and suppress this, Manius Acilius the praetor, whose province was the administration of justice between natives and foreigners, was sent at the head of one of the 2 city legions. A number of them, who were by this time formed in a body, he reduced by force of arms, killing and taking many. Some, who had been the ringleaders of the conspiracy, he scourged with rods and then crucified, some he returned to their masters. The consuls repaired to their provinces. Just as Marcellus entered the frontiers of the Boians, and while his men were fatigued with marching the whole length of the day, and as he was pitching his camp on a rising ground, Corilam, a chieftain of the Boians, attacked him with a very numerous force, and slew 3,000 of his men. Several persons of distinction fell in that tumultuary engagement. Amongst others, Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus and Marcus Junius Silanus, prefects of the allies, and Aulus Ogulnius and Publius Claudius, military tribunes in the 2nd legion. The Romans, notwithstanding, had courage enough to finish the fortification of their camp, and to defend it, in spite of an assault made on it by the enemy, elated by their success in the field. Marcellus remained for some time in the same post, until he could tend the wounded, and revive the spirits of his men after such a disheartening blow. The Boians, a nation remarkably impatient of delay, and quickly disgusted at a state of inaction, separated, and withdrew to their several forts and villages. Marcellus then, suddenly crossing the Po, led his legions into the territory of Comum, where the Insubrians, after rousing the people of the country to arms, lay encamped. The fierce Boian Gauls attacked him on his march, and their first onset was so vigorous, as to make a considerable impression on his van. On perceiving which, and fearing lest, if his men once gave way, they would be dislodged, he brought up a cohort of Marsians against the enemy, and ordered every troop of the Latin cavalry to charge them. The first and second charges of these having checked the enemy in their furious attack, the other troops in the Roman line, resuming courage, advanced briskly on the foe. The Gauls no longer maintained the contest, but turned their backs and fled in confusion. Valerius Antius relates, that in that battle above 40,000 men were killed, 507 military standards taken, with 432 chariots, and a great number of gold chains, one of which, of great weight, Claudius says, was deposited as an offering to Jupiter, in his temple in the Capitol. The camp of the Gauls was taken and plundered the same day, and the town of Comum was reduced in a few days after. In a little time, 28 forts came over to the consul. There is a doubt among writers, whether the consul led his legions first against the Boians, or against the Insubrians, so as to determine whether the successful battle obliterated the disgrace of the defeat, or whether the victory obtained at Comum was tarnished by the disaster incurred among the Boi. 37. Soon after those matters had passed with such variety of fortune, Lucius Furius Purpurio, the other consul, came into the country of the Boians, through the Sabinian tribe. He proceeded almost to the fort of Mutilus, when, beginning to apprehend that he might be enclosed between the Boians and Ligurians, he marched back by the road by which he came. And, making a long circuit, through an open and therefore safe country, arrived at the camp of his colleague. After this junction of their forces, they overran the territory of the Boians, spreading devastation as far as the city of Felcina. This city, with the other fortresses, and almost all the Boians, excepting only the young men who kept arms in their hands for the sake of plunder, and had at that time withdrawn into remote woods, made submission. The army was then led away against the Ligurians. The Boians thought that the Romans, as they were supposed to be at a great distance, would be the more careless in keeping their army together, and thereby afford an opportunity of attacking them unawares, with this expectation. They followed them by secret paths through the forests. They did not overtake them, and therefore, passing the Pus suddenly in ships, they ravaged all the country of the Levans and Libuans. Whence, as they were returning with the spoil of the country, they fell in with the Roman army on the borders of Liguria. A battle was begun with more speed, and with greater fury, than if the parties had met with their minds prepared, and at an appointed time and place. On this occasion it appeared to what degree of violence anger can stimulate men. For the Romans fought with such a desire of slaughter, rather than of victory, that they scarcely left one of the enemy to carry the news of their defeat. On account of these successes, when the letters of the consuls were brought to Rome, a supplication for 3 days was decreed. Soon after, Marcellus came to Rome, and had a triumph decreed him by an unanimous vote of the Senate. He triumphed, while in office, over the Insubrians and Comans. The prospect of a triumph over the Boians he left to his colleague, because his own arms had been unfortunate in that country, those of his colleague, successful. Large quantities of spoils, taken from the enemy, were carried in the procession in captured chariots, and many military standards. Also, 320,000 asses of brass, 234,000 of silver denarii, 215 stamped with a chariot. 80 asses, 216 were bestowed on each foot soldier, and thrice that value on each horseman and centurion. 38. During that year, King Antiochus, after having spent the winter at Ephesus, took measures for reducing, under his dominion, all the cities of Asia, which had formerly been members of the empire. As to the rest, being either situated in plains, or having neither walls, arms, nor men in whom they could confide, he supposed they would, without difficulty, receive the yoke. But Smyrna and Lampsacus openly asserted their independence, yet there was a danger that if what they claimed were conceded to these, the rest of the cities in Aetolia and Ionia would follow the example of Smyrna, and those on the Hellespont that of Lampsacus. Wherefore he sent an army from Ephesus to invest Smyrna, and ordered the troops, which were at Abydos, to leave there only a small garrison, and to go and lay siege to Lampsacus. Nor did he only alarm them by an exhibition of force. By sending ambassadors, to make gentle remonstrances, and reprove the rashness and obstinacy of their conduct, he endeavored to give them hopes that they might soon obtain the object of their wishes. But not until it should appear clearly, both to themselves and to all the world, that they had gained their liberty through the kindness of the king, and not by any violent efforts of their own. In answer to which, they said, that Antiochus ought neither to be surprised nor displeased, if they did not very patiently suffer the establishment of their liberty to be deferred to a distant period. He himself, with his fleet, set sail from Ephesus in the beginning of spring, and steered towards the Hellespont. His army he transported to Matatus, a city in the Chersonese, and there joined his land and sea forces together. The inhabitants having shut their gates, he surrounded the walls with his troops, and when he was just bringing up his machines to the walls, a capitulation was entered into. This diffused such fear through the inhabitants of Cestus and the other cities of the Chersonese, as induced them to submit. He then came, with the whole of his united forces, by land and sea, to Lysimachia. Which finding deserted, and almost buried in ruins, for the Thracians had, a few years before, taken, sacked, and burned it, he conceived a wish to rebuild a city so celebrated, and so commodiously situated. Accordingly, extending his care to every object at once, he set about repairing the walls and houses, ransomed some of the Lysimachians who were in captivity, sought out and brought home others who had fled and dispersed themselves through the Chersonese and Hellespontus, enrolled new colonists, whom he invited by prospects of advantages, and used every means to repeople it fully. At the same time, that all fear of the Thracians might be removed, he went, in person, with 1/2 of the land forces, to lay waste the nearest provinces of Thrace. Leaving the other half, and all the crews of the ships, employed in the repairs of the city. 39. About this time Lucius Cornelius, who had been commissioned by the Senate to accommodate the differences between the kings Antiochus and Ptolemy, stopped at Selymbria. And, of the 10 ambassadors, Publius Lentulus from Bargiliae, and Publius Villius and Lucius Terentius from Thasus, came to Lysimachia. Hither came, likewise, Lucius Cornelius from Selymbria, and a few days after Antiochus from Thrace. His first meeting with the ambassadors, and an invitation which he afterwards gave them, were friendly and hospitable. But when the business entrusted to them and the present state of Asia, came to be treated of, the minds of both parties were exasperated. The Romans did not scruple to declare, that every one of his proceedings, from the time when he set sail from Syria, was displeasing to the Senate. And they required restitution to be made, to Ptolemy, of all the cities which had been under his dominion. For, as to what related to the cities which had been in the possession of Philip, and which Antiochus, taking advantage of a season when Philip's attention was turned to the war with Rome, had seized into his own hands, it would surely be an intolerable hardship, if the Romans were to have undergone such toils and dangers, on land and sea, for so many years, and Antiochus to appropriate to himself the prizes of the war. But, though his coming into Asia might be passed over unnoticed by the Romans, as a matter not pertaining to them, yet when he proceeded so far as to pass over into Europe with all his land and naval forces, how much was this short of open war with the Romans? Doubtless, had he even passed into Italy, he would deny that intention. But the Romans would not wait to give him an opportunity of doing so. 40. To this the king replied, that he wondered how it was, that the Romans were in the habit of diligently inquiring what ought to be done by King Antiochus, but never considered how far they themselves ought to advance on land or sea. Asia was no concernment of the Romans, in any shape, nor had they any more right to inquire what Antiochus did in Asia, than Antiochus had to inquire what the Roman people did in Italy. With respect to Ptolemy, from whom they complained that cities had been taken, there was a friendly connection subsisting between him and Ptolemy, and he was taking measures to effect speedily a connection of affinity also. Neither had he sought to acquire any spoils from the misfortunes of Philip, nor had he come into Europe against the Romans, but to recover the cities and lands of the Chersonese, which, having been the property of Lysimachus, 217 he considered as part of his own dominion. Because, when Lysimachus was subdued, all things belonging to him became, by the right of conquest, the property of Seleucus. That, at times, when his predecessors were occupied by cares of different kinds, Ptolemy first, and afterwards Philip, usurping the rights of others, possessed themselves of several of these places. But who could doubt that the Chersonese and the nearest parts of Thrace belonged to Lysimachus? To restore these to their ancient state, was the intent of his coming, and to build Lysimachia anew, it having been destroyed by an inroad of the Thracians, in order that his son, Seleucus, might have it for the seat of his empire. 41. These disputes had been carried on for several days, when a rumor reached them, but without any sufficiently certain authority, that Ptolemy was dead. Which prevented the conferences coming to any issue, for both parties made a secret of their having heard it. And Lucius Cornelius, who was charged with the embassy to the two kings, Antiochus and Ptolemy, requested to be allowed a short space of time, in which he could have a meeting with the latter. Because he wished to arrive in Egypt before any change of measures should take place in consequence of the new succession to the crown, while Antiochus believed that Egypt would be his own, if at that time he should take possession of it. Wherefore, having dismissed the Romans, and left his son Seleucus, with the land forces, to finish the rebuilding of Lysimachia, as he had intended to do, he sailed, with his whole fleet, to Ephesus. Sent ambassadors to Quinctius to treat with him about an alliance, assuring him that the king would attempt no innovations, and then, coasting along the shore of Asia, proceeded to Lycia. Having learned at Patari that Ptolemy was living, he dropped the design of sailing to Egypt, but nevertheless steered toward Cyprus. And, when he had passed the promontory of Caledonium, was detained some little time in Pamphylia, near the river Eurymedon, by a mutiny among his rowers. When he had sailed thence as far as the headlands, as they are called, of Saris, such a dreadful storm arose as almost buried him and his whole fleet in the deep. Many ships were broken to pieces, and many cast on shore. Many swallowed so entirely in the sea, that not one man of their crews escaped to land. Great numbers of his men perished on this occasion, not only persons of mean rank, rowers and soldiers, but even of his particular friends in high stations. When he had collected the relics of the general wreck, being in no capacity of making an attempt on Cyprus, he returned to Seleucia, with a far less numerous force than he had set out with. Here he ordered the ships to be hauled ashore, for the winter was now at hand, and proceeded to Antioch, where he intended to pass the winter. In this posture stood the affairs of the kings. 42. At Rome, in this year, for the first time, were created offices called triumviri epulones. 218. These were Caius Licinius Lucullus, who, as tribune, had proposed the law for their creation, Publius Manlius, and Publius Porcius Lica. These triumvirs, as well as the pontiffs, were allowed by law the privilege of wearing the purple-bordered gown. The body of the pontiffs had this year a warm dispute with the city quaestors, Quintus Fabius Labio and Lucius Aurelius. Money was wanted, an order having been passed for making the last payment to private persons of that which had been raised for the support of the war. And the quaestors demanded it from the augurs and pontiffs, because they had not contributed their share while the war subsisted. The priests in vain appealed to the tribunes. And the contribution was exacted for every year in which they had not paid. During the same year 2 pontiffs died, and others were substituted in their room, Marcus Marcellus, the consul, in the room of Caius Sempronius Titidinus, who had been a praetor in Spain. And Lucius Valerius, in the room of Marcus Cornelius Cethegus. An augur also, Quintius Fabius Maximus, died very young, before he had attained to any public office, but no augur was appointed in his place during that year. The consular election was then held by the consul Marcellus. The persons chosen were, Lucius Valerius Flaccus and Marcus Porcius Cato. Then were elected praetors, Caius Fabricius Lucinus, Caius Atinius Labio, Gnaeus Manlius Vulso, Appius Claudius Nero, Publius Manlius, and Publius Porcius Lica. The curule aediles, Marcus Fulvius Nobilior and Caius Flaminius, made a distribution to the people of 1,000,000 pecks of wheat, at the price of 2 asses. This corn the Sicilians had brought to Rome, out of respect to Caius Flaminius and his father, and he gave share of the credit to his colleague. The Roman games were solemnized with magnificence, and exhibited thrice entire. The plebeian aediles, Gnaeus Domitius Enobarbus and Caius Scribonius, chief curio, brought many farmers of the public pastures to trial before the people. 3 of these were convicted. And out of the money accruing from fines imposed on them, they built a temple of Faunus in the island. The plebeian games were exhibited for 2 days, and there was a feast on occasion of the games. 43. Lucius Valerius Flaccus and Marcus Porcius, on the Ides of March, the day of their entering into office, consulted the Senate respecting the provinces. Who resolved, that, whereas the war in Spain was grown so formidable, as to require a consular army in commander. It was their opinion, therefore, that the consuls should either settle between themselves, or cast lots, for hither Spain and Italy as their provinces. That he to whom Spain fell should carry with him 2 legions, 5,000 of the Latin confederates, and 500 horse, together with a fleet of 20 ships of war. That the other consul should raise 2 legions. For these would be sufficient to maintain tranquility in the province of Gaul, as the spirits of the Insubrians and Boians had been broken the year before. The lots gave Spain to Cato, and Italy to Valerius. The praetors then cast lots for their provinces. To Caius Fabricius Luscinus fell the city jurisdiction, Caius Atinius Labio obtained the foreign, Gnaeus Manlius Vulso, Sicily, Appius Claudius Nero, farther Spain. Publius Porcius Lica, Pisa, in order that he might be at the back of the Ligurians, and Publius Manlius was sent into hither Spain, as an assistant to the consul. Quinctius was continued in command for the year, as apprehensions were entertained, not only of Antiochus and the Aetolians, but likewise of Nabis, tyrant of Lacedaemon. And it was ordered that he should have 2 legions, for which, if there was any necessity for a further supply, the consuls were ordered to raise recruits, and send them into Macedonia. Appius Claudius was permitted to raise, in addition to the legion which Quintius Fabius had commanded, 2,000 foot and 200 horse. The like number of new raised foot and horse was assigned to Publius Manlius for hither Spain. And the legion was given to him which had been under the command of Minucius, the praetor. To Publius Porcius Lica, for Etruria, near Pisa, were decreed 2,000 foot and 500 horse, out of the army in Gaul. Sempronius Longus was continued in command in Sardinia. 44. The provinces being thus distributed, the consuls, before their departure from the city, were ordered, in accordance with a decree of the pontiffs, to proclaim a sacred spring, which Aulus Cornelius Mamula, praetor, had vowed in pursuance of a vote of the Senate, and an order of the people, in the consulate of Gnaeus Servilius and Caius Flaminius. It was celebrated 21 years after the vow had been made. About the same time, Caius Claudius Pulcher, son of Appius, was chosen and inaugurated into the office of augur, in the room of Quintus Fabius Maximus, who died the year before. While people, in general, wondered that, though Spain had arisen in arms, they were neglecting the war, a letter was brought from Quintus Minucius, announcing that he had fought a pitched battle with the Spanish generals, Budar and Bisasus, near the town of Tura, and had gained the victory, that 12,000 of the enemy were slain. Their general, Budar, taken, and the rest routed and dispersed. After the reading of this letter less alarm prevailed with respect to Spain, where a very formidable war had been apprehended. The whole anxiety of the public was directed towards King Antiochus, especially after the arrival of the 10 ambassadors. These, after relating the proceedings with Philip, and the conditions on which peace had been granted him, gave information, that there still subsisted a war of no less magnitude to be waged with Antiochus. That he had come over into Europe with a very numerous fleet and a powerful army. That, had not a delusive prospect of an opportunity of invading Egypt, raised by a more delusive rumor, diverted him to another quarter, all Greece would have quickly been involved in the flames of war. Nor would even the Aetolians remain quiet, a race as well restless by nature as full of anger against the Romans. That, besides, there was another evil, of a most dangerous nature, lurking in the bowels of Greece, Nabis, tyrant at present of Lacedaemon, but who would soon if suffered, become tyrant of all Greece. Equaling in avarice and cruelty all the tyrants most remarkable in history. For, if he were allowed to keep possession of Argos, which served as a citadel commanding the Peloponnesus, when the Roman armies should be brought home to Italy, Greece would have been in vain delivered out of bondage to Philip. Because, instead of that king, who, supposing no other difference, resided at a distance, she would have for a master, a tyrant, close to her side. 45. On this intelligence being received from men of such respectable authority, and who had, besides, examined into all the matters which were reported, the Senate, although they deemed the business relating to Antiochus the more important, yet, as the king had, for some reason or other, gone home into Syria, they thought that the affair respecting the tyrant ought to be more promptly attended to. After debating, for a long time, whether they should judge the grounds which they had at present sufficient whereon a declaration of war should be decreed, or whether they should empower Titus Quinctius to act, In the case respecting Nabis the Lacedaemonian, in such manner as he should judge conducive to the public interest. They left it in his hands. For they thought the business of such a nature, that whether expedited or delayed, it could not very materially affect the general interest of the Roman people. It was deemed more important to endeavor to discover what line of conduct Hannibal and the Carthaginians would pursue, in case of a war breaking out with Antiochus. Persons of the faction which opposed Hannibal wrote continually to their several friends, among the principal men in Rome, that messages and letters were sent by Hannibal to Antiochus, and that envoys came secretly from the king to him. That, as some wild beasts can never be tamed, so the disposition of this man was irreclaimable and implacable. That he sometimes complained, that the state was debilitated by ease and indolence, and lulled by sloth into a lethargy, from which nothing could rouse it but the sound of arms. These accounts were deemed probable, when people recollected the former war, which had not more been carried on than at first set on foot by the efforts of that single man. Besides, he had by a recent act provoked the resentment of many men in power. 46. The order of judges possessed, at that time, absolute power in Carthage, and this was owing chiefly to their holding the office during life. The property, character, and life of every man was in their disposal. He who incurred the displeasure of one of that order, found an enemy in every one of them, nor were accusers wanting in a court where the justices were disposed to condemn. While they were in possession of this despotism, for they did not exercise their exorbitant power constitutionally, Hannibal was elected praetor and he summoned the quaestor before him. The quaestor disregarded the summons, for he was of the opposite faction. And besides, as the practice was that, after the quaestorship men were advanced into the order of judges, the most powerful of all, he already assumed a spirit suited to the powers which he was shortly to possess. Hannibal, highly offended sent an officer to apprehend the quaestor, and, bringing him forth into an assembly of the people, he made heavy charges not against him alone, but on the whole order of judges. In consequence of whose arrogance and power neither the magistracy nor the laws availed anything. Then perceiving that his discourse was with willing ears attended to, and that the conduct of those men was incompatible with the freedom of the lowest classes, he proposed a law, and procured it to be enacted. That the judges should be elected annually. And that no person should hold the office 2 years successively. But, whatever degree of favor he acquired among the commons by this proceeding, he roused, in a great part of the nobility, an equal degree of resentment. To this he added another act, which, while it was for the advantage of the people, provoked personal enmity against himself. The public revenues were partly wasted through neglect, partly embezzled, and divided among some leading men and magistrates. Insomuch, that there was not money sufficient for the regular annual payment of the tribute to the Romans, so that private persons seemed to be threatened with a heavy tax. 47. When Hannibal had informed himself of the amount of the revenues arising from taxes and port duties, for what purposes they were issued from the treasury, what proportion of them was consumed by the ordinary expenses of the state, and how much was alienated by embezzlement, he asserted in an assembly of the people, that if payment were enforced of the residuary funds, the taxes might be remitted to the subjects. And that the state would still be rich enough to pay the tribute to the Romans, which assertion he proved to be true. But now those persons who, for several years past, had maintained themselves by plundering the public, were greatly enraged. As if this were ravishing from them their own property, and not as dragging out of their hands their ill-gotten spoil. Accordingly, they instigated the Romans against Hannibal, who were seeking a pretext for indulging their hatred against him. A strenuous opposition was, however, for a long time made to this by Scipio Africanus, who thought it highly unbecoming the dignity of the Roman people to make themselves a party in the animosities and charges against Hannibal. To interpose the public authority among factions of the Carthaginians, not deeming it sufficient to have conquered that commander in the field, but to become as it were his prosecutors 219 in a judicial process, and preferring an action against him. Yet at length the point was carried, that an embassy should be sent to Carthage to represent to the Senate there, that Hannibal, in concert with King Antiochus, was forming plans for kindling a war. 3 ambassadors were sent, Caius Servilius, Marcus Claudius Marcellus, and Quintus Terentius Cullio. These, when they had arrived at Carthage, by the advice of Hannibal's enemies, ordered, that any who inquired the cause of their coming should be told, that they came to determine the dispute subsisting between the Carthaginians and Massinissa, king of Numidia. And this was generally believed. But Hannibal was not ignorant that he was the sole object aimed at by the Romans, and that, though they had granted peace to the Carthaginians, their war against him, individually, remained irreconcilable. He therefore determined to give way to fortune and the times, and having already made every preparation for flight, he showed himself that day in the Forum, in order to guard against suspicion. And, as soon as it grew dark, went in his common dress to one of the gates, with his 2 attendants, who knew nothing of his intention. 48. Finding horses in readiness at a spot where he had ordered, he traversed by night a district which the Africans denominated Byzantium, and arrived, in the morning of the following day, at a castle of his own between Acala and Thapsus. There a ship, ready fitted out and furnished with rowers, took him on board. In this manner did Hannibal leave Africa, lamenting the misfortunes of his country oftener than his own. He sailed over, the same day, to the island of Cercina, where he found in the port a number of merchant ships, belonging to the Phoenicians, with their cargoes. And on landing was surrounded by a concourse of people, who came to pay their respects to him, on which he gave orders that, in answer to any inquiries, it should be said that he had been sent as ambassador to Tyre. Fearing, however, lest some of these ships might sail in the night to Thapsus or Adrumetum, and carry information of his having been seen at Cercina, he ordered a sacrifice to be prepared, and the masters of the ships, with the merchants, to be invited to the entertainment, and that the sails and yards should be collected out of the ships to form a shade on shore for the company at supper, as it happened to be the middle of summer. The feast of the day was as sumptuous, and well attended, as the time and circumstances allowed, and the entertainment was prolonged, with plenty of wine, until late in the night. As soon as Hannibal saw an opportunity of escaping the notice of those who were in the harbor, he set sail. The rest were fast asleep, nor was it early, next day, when they arose from their sleep, full of the illness of intoxication. And then, when it was too late, they set about replacing the sails in the ships, and fitting up the rigging, which employed several hours. At Carthage, those who were accustomed to visit Hannibal met in a crowd, at the porch of his house. And when it was publicly known that he was not to be found, the whole multitude assembled in the Forum, eager to gain intelligence of the man who was considered as the first in the state. Some surmised that he had fled, as the case was. Others, that he had been put to death through the treachery of the Romans. And there was visible in the expression of their countenances, that variety which might naturally be expected in a state divided into factions, whereof each supported a different interest. At length intelligence was brought, that he had been seen at Cercina. 49. The Roman ambassadors represented to the council, that proof had been laid before the Senate at Rome, that formerly King Philip had been moved, principally by the instigation of Hannibal, to make war on the Roman people. And that lately, Hannibal had, besides, sent letters and messages to King Antiochus, that he had entered into plans for driving Carthage to revolt, and that he had now gone no whither but to King Antiochus. That he was a man who would never be content, until he had excited war in every part of the globe. That such conduct ought not to be suffered to pass with impunity, if the Carthaginians wished to convince the Roman people that none of those things were done with their consent, or with the approbation of the state. The Carthaginians answered, that they were ready to do whatever the Romans required them. Hannibal, after a prosperous voyage, arrived at Tyre, where, as a man illustrated by every description of honors, he was received by those founders of Carthage, as if in a second native country, and here he stayed a few days. He then sailed to Antioch, where, hearing that the king had already left the place, he procured an interview with his son, who was celebrating the solemnity of the games at Daphne, and who treated him with much kindness, after which, he set sail without delay. At Ephesus, he overtook the king, who was still hesitating in his mind, and undetermined respecting a war with Rome, but the arrival of Hannibal proved an incentive of no small efficacy to the prosecution of that design. At the same time, The inclinations of the Aetolians also were alienated from the Roman alliance in consequence of the Senate having referred to Quinctius their ambassadors, who demanded Pharsalus and Lucas, and some other cities. In conformity with the first treaty. Book XXXIV. The Oppian law, respecting the dress of the women, after much debate, repealed, notwithstanding it was strenuously supported by Marcus Porcius Cato, the consul. The consul's successes in Spain. Titus Quinctius Flamininus finishes the war with the Lacedaemonians and the tyrant Nabis, makes peace with them, and restores liberty to Argos. Separate seats at the public games, for the first time, appointed for the senator. Colonies sent forth. Marcus Porcius Cato triumphs on account of his successes in Spain. Further successes in Spain against the Boians and Insubrian Gauls. Titus Quinctius Flamininus, having subdued Philip, king of Macedonia, and Nabis, the Lacedaemonian tyrant, and restored all Greece to freedom, triumphs for 3 days. Carthaginian ambassadors bring intelligence of the hostile designs of Antiochus and Hannibal. 1. Amid the serious concerns of important wars, either scarcely brought to a close or impending, an incident intervened, trivial indeed to be mentioned, but which, through the zeal of the parties concerned, issued in a violent contest. Marcus Fidenates and Lucius Valerius, plebeian tribunes, proposed to the people the repealing of the Oppian law. This law, which had been introduced by Caius Oppius, plebeian tribune, in the consulate of Quintus Fabius and Tiberius Sempronius, during the heat of the Punic War, enacted that no woman should possess more than half an ounce of gold, or wear a garment of various colors, or ride in a carriage drawn by horses, in a city, or any town, or any place nearer thereto than 1 mile, except on occasion of some public religious solemnity. Marcus and Publius Junius Brutus, plebeian tribunes, supported the Oppian law, and declared, that they would never suffer it to be repealed. While many of the nobility stood forth to argue for and against the motion proposed. The capital was filled with crowds, who favored or opposed the law. Nor could the matrons be kept at home either by advice or shame, nor even by the commands of their husbands. But beset every street and pass in the city, beseeching the men as they went down to the forum, that in the present flourishing state of the commonwealth, when the private fortune of all was daily increasing, they would suffer the women to have their former ornaments of dress restored. This throng of women increased daily, for they arrived even from the country towns and villages, and they had at length the boldness to come up to the consuls, praetors, and magistrates, to urge their request. One of the consuls, however, they found especially inexorable, Marcus Porcius Cato, who, in support of the law proposed to be repealed, spoke to this effect. 2. If, Romans, every individual among us had made it a rule to maintain the prerogative and authority of a husband with respect to his own wife, we should have less trouble with the whole sex. But now, our privileges, overpowered at home by female contumacy, are, even here in the forum, spurned and trodden under foot, and because we are unable to withstand each separately, we now dread their collective body. I was accustomed to think it a fabulous and fictitious tale, that, in a certain island, the whole race of males was utterly extirpated by a conspiracy of the women. But the utmost danger may be apprehended equally from either sex, if you suffer cabals, assemblies, and secret consultations to be held. Scarcely, indeed, can I determine, in my own mind, whether the act itself, or the precedent that it affords, is of more pernicious tendency. The latter of these more particularly concerns us consuls, and the other magistrates, the former, yourselves, my fellow citizens. For, whether the measure proposed to your consideration be profitable to the state or not, is to be determined by you, who are about to go to the vote. As to the outrageous behavior of these women, whether it be merely an act of their own, or owing to your instigations, Marcus Fidenates and Lucius Valerius, it unquestionably implies culpable conduct in magistrates. I know not whether it reflects greater disgrace on you, tribunes, or on the consuls, on you certainly, if you have, on the present occasion, brought these women hither for the purpose of raising tribunician seditions. On us, if we suffer laws to be imposed on us by a secession of women, as was done formerly by that of the common people. It was not without painful emotions of shame, that I, just now, made my way into the forum through the midst of a band of women. Had I not been restrained by respect for the modesty and dignity of some individuals among them, rather than of the whole number, and been unwilling that they should be seen rebuked by a consul, I should have said to them, "What sort of practice is this, of running out into public, besetting the streets, and addressing other women's husbands? Could not each have made the same request to her husband at home? Are your blandishments more seducing in public than in private, and with other women's husbands, than with your own? Although if the modesty of matrons confined them within the limits of their own rights, it did not become you, even at home, to concern yourselves about what laws might be passed or repealed here. Our ancestors thought it not proper that women should perform any, even private business, without a director, but that they should be ever under the control of parents, brothers, or husbands. We, it seems, suffer them, now, to interfere in the management of state affairs, and to introduce themselves into the forum, into general assemblies, and into assemblies of election. For, what are they doing, at this moment, in your streets and lanes? What, but arguing, some in support of the motion of the plebeian tribunes, others, for the repeal of the law? Will you give the reins to their intractable nature, and their uncontrolled passions, and then expect that themselves should set bounds to their licentiousness, when you have failed to do so? This is the smallest of the injunctions laid on them by usage or the laws, all which women bear with impatience. They long for liberty, or rather, to speak the truth, for unbounded freedom in every particular. For what will they not attempt, if they now come off victorious? 3. Recollect all the institutions respecting the sex, by which our forefathers restrained their undue freedom, and by which they subjected them to their husbands. And yet, even with the help of all these restrictions, you can scarcely keep them within bounds. If, then, you suffer them to throw these off one by one, to tear them all asunder, and, at last, to be set on an equal footing with yourselves, can you imagine that they will be any longer tolerable by you? The moment they have arrived at an equality with you, they will have become your superiors. But, forsooth, they only object to any new law being made against them. They mean to deprecate, not justice, but severity. Nay, their wish is, that a law which you have admitted, established by your suffrages, and confirmed by the practice and experience of so many years to be beneficial, should now be repealed. That is, that, by abolishing one law, you should weaken all the rest. No law perfectly suits the convenience of every member of the community. The only consideration is, whether, upon the whole, it be profitable to the greater part. If because a law proves obnoxious to a private individual, that circumstance should destroy and sweep it away, to what purpose is it for the community to enact general laws, which those, with reference to whom they were passed, could presently repeal? I should like, however, to hear what this important affair is which has induced the matrons thus to run out into public in this excited manner, scarcely restraining from pushing into the forum and the assembly of the people. Is it to solicit that their parents, their husbands, children, and brothers may be ransomed from captivity under Hannibal? By no means, and far be ever from the Commonwealth so unfortunate a situation. Yet, even when such was the case, you refused this to their prayers. But it is not duty, nor solicitude for their friends, it is religion that has collected them together. They are about to receive the Idaean mother, coming out of Phrygia from Pessinus. What motive, that even common decency will allow to be mentioned, is pretended for this female insurrection? Why, say they, that we may shine in gold and purple. That, both on festal and common days, we may ride through the city in our chariots, triumphing over vanquished and abrogated law, after having captured and wrested from you your suffrages. And that there may be no bounds to our expenses and our luxury. 4. Often have you heard me complain of the profuse expenses of the women, often of those of the men. And that not only of men in private stations, but of the magistrates, and that the state was endangered by two opposite vices, luxury and avarice, those pests, which have been the ruin of all great empires. These I dread the more, as the circumstances of the Commonwealth grow daily more prosperous and happy, as the empire increases. As we have now passed over into Greece and Asia, places abounding with every kind of temptation that can inflame the passions. And as we have begun to handle even royal treasures, so much the more do I fear that these matters will bring us into captivity, rather than we them. Believe me, those statues from Syracuse were brought into this city with hostile effect. I already hear too many commending and admiring the decorations of Athens and Corinth, and ridiculing the earthen images of our Roman gods that stand on the fronts of their temples. For my part, one prefer these gods, propitious as they are, and I hope will continue to be, if we allow them to remain in their own mansions. In the memory of our fathers, Pyrrhus, by his ambassador Aeneas, made trial of the dispositions, not only of our men, but of our women also, by offers of presents. At that time the Oppian law, for restraining female luxury, had not been made. And yet not one woman accepted a present. What, think you, was the reason? That for which our ancestors made no provision by law on this subject, there was no luxury existing which needed to be restrained. As diseases must necessarily be known before their remedies, so passions come into being before the laws which prescribe limits to them. What called forth the Licinian law, restricting estates to 500 acres, but the unbounded desire for enlarging estates? What the Cincian law, concerning gifts and presents, but that the plebeians 220 had become vassals and tributaries to the Senate? It is not therefore in any degree surprising, that no want of the Oppian law, or of any other, to limit the expenses of the women, was felt at that time, when they refused to receive gold and purple that was thrown in their way, and offered to their acceptance. If Aeneas were now to go round the city with his presents, he would find numbers of women standing in the public streets to receive them. There are some passions, the causes or motives of which I can no way account for. For that should not be lawful for you which is permitted to another, may perhaps naturally excite some degree of shame or indignation. Yet, when the dress of all is alike, why should any one of you fear, lest she should not be an object of observation? Of all kinds of shame, the worst, surely, is the being ashamed of frugality or of poverty. But the law relieves you with regard to both, since that which you have not it is unlawful for you to possess. This equalization, says the rich matron, is the very thing that I cannot endure. Why do not I make a figure, distinguished with gold and purple? Why is the poverty of others concealed under this cover of a law, so that it should be thought that, if the law permitted, they would have such things as they are not now able to procure? Romans, do you wish to excite among your wives an emulation of this sort, that the rich should wish to have what no other can have, and that the poor, lest they should be despised as such, should extend their expenses beyond their means? Be assured, that when a woman once begins to be ashamed of what she ought not to be ashamed of, she will not be ashamed of what she ought. She who can, will purchase out of her own purse, she who cannot, will ask her husband. Unhappy is the husband, both he who complies with the request, and he who does not, for what he will not give himself, he will see given by another. Now, they openly solicit favors from other women's husbands. And, what is more, solicit a law and votes. From some they obtain them, although, with regard to yourself, your property, or your children, they would be inexorable. So soon as the law shall cease to limit the expenses of your wife, you yourself will never be able to do so. Do not suppose that the matter will hereafter be in the same state in which it was before the law was made on the subject. It is safer that a wicked man should even never be accused, than that he should be acquitted. And luxury, if it had never been meddled with, would be more tolerable than it will be, now, like a wild beast, irritated by having been chained, and then let loose. My opinion is, that the Oppian law ought, on no account, to be repealed. Whatever determination you may come to, I pray all the gods to prosper it. 5. After him the plebeian tribunes, who had declared their intention of protesting, added a few words to the same purport. Then Lucius Valerius spoke thus in support of the measure which he himself had introduced: if private persons only had stood forth to argue for and against the proposition which we have submitted to your consideration, I for my part, thinking enough to have been said on both sides, would have waited in silence for your determination. But since a person of most respectable judgment, the consul, Marcus Porcius, has reprobated our motion, not only by the influence of his opinion, which, had he said nothing, would carry very great weight, but also in a long and careful discourse. It becomes necessary to say a few words in answer. He has spent more words in rebuking the matrons, than in arguing against the measure proposed, and even went so far as to mention a doubt, whether the matrons had committed the conduct which he censured in them spontaneously or at our instigation. I shall defend the measure, not ourselves, for the consul threw out those insinuations against us, rather for argument's sake than as a serious charge. He has made use of the terms cabal and sedition. And, sometimes, secession of the women, because the matrons had requested of you, in the public streets, that, in this time of peace, when the commonwealth is flourishing and happy, you would repeal a law that was made against them during a war. And in times of distress. I know that these and other similar strong expressions, for the purpose of exaggeration, are easily found, and, mild as Marcus Cato is in his disposition, yet in his speeches he is not only vehement, but sometimes even austere. What new thing, let me ask, have the matrons done in coming out into public in a body on an occasion which nearly concerns themselves? Have they never before appeared in public? I will turn over your own Antiquities 2:21 and quote them against you. Hear, now how often they have done the same, and always to the advantage of the public. In the earliest period of our history, even in the reign of Romulus, when the capital had been taken by the Sabines, and a pitched battle was fought in the Forum, was not the fight stopped by the interposition of the matrons between the two armies? When, after the expulsion of the kings, the legions of the Volscians, under the command of Marcius Coriolanus, were encamped at the fifth stone, did not the matrons turn away that army, which would have overwhelmed this city? Again, when Rome was taken by the Gauls, whence was the city ransomed? Did not the matrons, by unanimous agreement, bring their gold into the public treasury? In the late war, not to go back to remote antiquity, when there was a want of money, did not the funds of the widows supply the treasury? And when even new gods were invited hither to the relief of our distressed affairs, did not the matrons go out in a body to the seashore to receive the Idaean mother? The cases, you will say, are dissimilar. It is not my purpose to produce similar instances, it is sufficient that I clear these women of having done anything new. Now, what nobody wondered at their doing in cases which concerned all in common, both men and women, can we wonder at their doing in a case peculiarly affecting themselves? But what have they done? We have proud ears, truly, if, though masters disdain not the prayers of slaves, we are offended at being asked a favor by honorable women. 6. I come now to the question in debate, with respect to which the consul's argument is twofold, for, first, he is displeased at the thought of any law whatever being repealed. And then, particularly, of that law which was made to restrain female luxury. His former argument, in support of the laws in general, appeared highly becoming of a consul. And that on the latter, against luxury, was quite conformable to the rigid strictness of his morals. There is, therefore, a danger lest, unless I shall show what, on each subject, was inconclusive, you may probably be led away by error. For while I acknowledge, that of those laws which are instituted, not for any particular time, but for eternity, on account of their perpetual utility, not one ought to be repealed. Unless either experience evince it to be useless, or some state of the public affairs render it so, I see, at the same time, that those laws which particular seasons have required, are mortal, if I may use the term, and changeable with the times. Those made in peace are generally repealed by war, those made in war, by peace, as in the management of a ship, some implements are useful in good weather, others in bad. As these two kinds are thus distinct in their nature, of which kind does that law appear to be which we now propose to repeal? Is it an ancient law of the kings, coeval with the city itself? Or, what is next to that, was it written in the 12 tables by the Decemvirs, appointed to form a code of laws? Is it one, without which our ancestors thought that the honor of the female sex could not be preserved? And, therefore, have we also reason to fear, that, together with it, we should repeal the modesty and chastity of our females? Now, is there a man among you who does not know that this is a new law, passed not more than 20 years ago, in the consulate of Quintus Fabius and Tiberius Sempronius? And as, without it, our matrons sustained, for such a number of years, the most virtuous characters, what danger is there of their abandoning themselves to luxury on its being repealed? For, if that law had been passed for the purpose of setting a limit to the passions of the sex, there would be reason to fear lest the repeal of it might operate as an incitement to them. But the real reason of its being passed, the time itself will show. Hannibal was then in Italy, victorious at Cannae. He already held possession of Tarentum, of Arpi, of Capua, and seemed ready to bring up his army to the city of Rome. Our allies had deserted us. We had neither soldiers to fill up the legions, nor seamen to man the fleet, nor money in the treasury. Slaves, who were to be employed as soldiers, were purchased on condition of their price being paid to the owners at the end of the war. The farmers of the revenues had declared, that they would contract to supply corn and other matters, which the exigencies of the war required, to be paid for at the same time. We gave up our slaves to the oar, in numbers proportioned to our properties, and paid them out of our own incomes. All our gold and silver, in imitation of the example given by the senators, we dedicated to the use of the public. Widows and minors lodged their money in the treasury. It was provided by law that we should not keep in our houses more than a certain quantity of wrought gold or silver, or more than a certain sum of coined silver or brass. At such a time as this, were the matrons so eagerly engaged in luxury and dress, that the Oppian law was requisite to repress such practices. When the Senate, because the sacrifice of Ceres had been omitted, in consequence of all the matrons being in mourning, ordered the mourning to end in 30 days. Who does not clearly see, that the poverty and distress of the state, requiring that every private person's money should be converted to the use of the public, enacted that law, with intent that it should remain in force so long only as the cause of enacting the law should remain? For if all the decrees of the Senate and orders of the people, which were then made to answer the necessities of the times, are to be of perpetual obligation, why do we refund their money to private persons? Why do we contract for public works for ready money? Why are not slaves brought to serve in the army? Why do not we, private subjects, supply rowers as we did then? 7. Shall, then, every other class of people, every individual, feel the improvement in the condition of the state, and shall our wives alone reap none of the fruits of the public peace and tranquility? Shall we men have the use of purple, wearing the purple-bordered gown in magistracies and priests' offices? Shall our children wear gowns bordered with purple? Shall we allow the privilege of wearing the toga praetexta to the magistrates of the colonies and borough towns, and to the very lowest of them here at Rome, the superintendents of the streets? And not only of wearing such an ornament of distinction while alive, but of being buried with it when dead, and shall we interdict the use of purple to women alone? And when you, the husband, may wear purple in your great coat, will you not suffer your wife to have a purple mantle? Shall your horse be more splendidly caparisoned than your wife is clothed? But with respect to purple, which will be worn out and consumed, I can see an unjust, indeed, but still a sort of reason, for parsimony. But with respect to gold, in which, excepting the price of the workmanship, there is no waste, what objection can there be? It rather serves as a reserve fund for both public and private exigencies, as you have already experienced. He says there will be no emulation between individuals, when no one is possessed of it. But, in truth, it will be a source of grief and indignation to all, when they see those ornaments allowed to the wives of the Latin confederates of which they themselves have been deprived. When they see those riding through the city in their carriages, and decorated with gold and purple, while they are obliged to follow on foot, as if the seat of empire were in the country of the others, not in their own. This would hurt the feelings even of men, and what do you think must be its effect on those of weak women, whom even trifles can disturb? Neither offices of state, nor of the priesthood, nor triumphs, nor badges of distinction, nor military presents, nor spoils, can fall to their share. Elegance of appearance, and ornaments, and dress, these are the women's badges of distinction. In these they delight and glory, these our ancestors called the women's world. What else do they lay aside when in mourning, except their gold and purple? And what else do they resume when the mourning is over? How do they distinguish themselves on occasion of public thanksgivings and supplications, but by adding unusual splendor of dress? But then, it may be said, if you repeal the Oppian law, should you choose to prohibit any of those particulars which the law at present prohibits, you will not have it in your power. Your daughters, wives, and even the sisters of some, will be less under control. The bondage of women is never shaken off without the loss of their friends. And they themselves look with horror on that freedom which is purchased with the condition of the widow or the orphan. Their wish is, that their dress should be under your regulation, not under that of the law. And it ought to be your wish to hold them in control and guardianship, not in bondage, and to prefer the title of father or husband to that of master. The consul just now made use of some invidious terms, calling it a female sedition and secession. Because, I suppose, there is danger of their seizing the sacred mount, as formerly the angry plebeians did, or the Aventine. Their feeble nature must submit to whatever you think proper to enjoin. And, the greater power you possess, the more moderate ought you to be in the exercise of your authority. 8. Although all these considerations had been urged against the motion and in its favor, the women next day poured out into public in much greater numbers. And in a body beset the doors of the tribunes who had protested against the measure of their colleagues. Nor did they retire until this intervention was withdrawn. There was then no further doubt but that every one of the tribes would vote for the repeal of the law. Thus was this law annulled, in the 20th year after it had been made. The consul Marcus Porcius, as soon as the Oppian law was abolished, sailed immediately, with 25 ships of war, of which 5 belonged to the allies, to the port of Luna, where he ordered the troops to assemble. And having sent an edict along the sea coast, to collect ships of every description, at his departure from Luna he left orders that they should follow him to the harbor of Pyrenees, as he intended to proceed thence against the enemy with his collective fleet. They accordingly, after sailing by the Ligurian mountains and the Gallic Bay, congregated together on the day appointed. From thence they went to Rhoda, and forcibly dislodged a garrison of Spaniards that were in that fortress. From Rhoda they proceeded with a favorable wind to Emporii, and there landed all the forces, excepting the crews of the ships. 9. At that time, as at present, Emporii consisted of 2 towns, separated by a wall. One was inhabited by Greeks from Phocea, whence the Massilians also derived their origin, the other by Spaniards. The Greek town, being open towards the sea, had but a small extent of wall, not above 400 paces in circuit. But the Spanish town, being farther back from the sea, had a wall 3,000 paces in circumference. A third kind of inhabitants was added by the deified Caesar settling a Roman colony there, after the final defeat of the sons of Pompey. At present they are all incorporated in one mass, the Spaniards first, and, at length, the Greeks, having been adopted into the Roman citizenship. Whoever had, at that period, observed the Greeks exposed on one side to the open sea, and on the other to the Spaniards, a fierce and warlike race, would have wondered by what cause they were preserved. Deficient in strength, they guarded against danger by regular discipline, of which, among even more powerful people, the best preservative is fear. That part of the wall which faced the country, they kept strongly fortified, having but one gate, at which some one of the magistrates was continually on guard. During the night, a third part of the citizens kept watch on the walls, posting their watches, and going their rounds, not merely from the force of custom, or in compliance with the law, but with as much vigilance as if an enemy were at their gates. They never admitted any Spaniard into the city, nor did they go outside the walls without precaution. The passage to the sea was open to every one, but, through the gate, next to the Spanish town, none ever passed, but in a large body. These were generally the 3rd division, which had watched on the walls the preceding night. The cause of their going out was this: the Spaniards, ignorant of maritime affairs, were fond of trafficking with them, and glad of an opportunity of purchasing, for their own use, the foreign goods, which the others imported in their ships. And, at the same time, of finding a market for the produce of their lands. The desire of this mutual intercourse caused the Spanish town to be freely open to the Greeks. They were thus the more protected as being sheltered under the friendship of the Romans, which they cultivated with as much cordial zeal, though not possessed of equal resources, as the Massilians. On this account they received the consul, and his army, with kindness and cordiality. Cato stayed there a few days, until he could learn what force the enemy had, and where they lay. And, not to be idle during even that short delay, he spent the whole time in exercising his men. It happened to be the season of the year when the Spaniards had the corn in their barns. He therefore ordered the purveyors not to purchase any corn, and sent them home to Rome, saying, that the war would maintain itself. Then, setting out from Emporii, he laid waste the lands of the enemy with fire and sword, spreading terror and flight through the whole country. 10. At the same time, as Marcus Helvius was going home from farther Spain, with an escort of 6,000 men, given him by the praetor, Appius Claudius, the Celtiberians, with a very numerous force, met him near the city of Illiturgi. Valerius says, that they had 20,000 effective men, that 12,000 of them were killed, the town of Illiturgi taken, and all the adult males put to the sword. Helvius, soon after, arrived at the camp of Cato. And as the region was now free from enemies, he sent back the escort to farther Spain, and proceeded to Rome, where, on account of his successful services, he entered the city with an ovation. He carried into the treasury, of silver bullion, 14,000 pounds weight, of coined, 17,023 denarii, 222 and Oscan 223 denarii, 120,438. 224. The reason for which the Senate refused him a triumph was, because he fought under the auspices, and in the province, of another. He had returned, moreover, 2 years after the expiration of his office, because after he had resigned the government of the province to Quintus Minucius, he was detained there during the succeeding year. By a severe and tedious sickness he therefore entered the city in ovation, only 2 months before his successor, Quintus Minucius, enjoyed a triumph. The latter also brought into the treasury 34,800 pounds weight of silver, 78,000 denarii, 225 and of Oscan denarii 278,000. 226. 11. Meanwhile, in Spain, the consul lay encamped at a small distance from Emporii. Thither came 3 ambassadors from Bielastiges, chieftain of the Illergetians, one of whom was his son, representing, that their fortresses were besieged and that they had no hopes of being able to hold out, unless the Roman troops came to their assistance. 3,000 men, they said, would be sufficient, and they added, that, if such a force came to their aid, the enemy would not keep their ground. To this the consul answered, that he was truly concerned for their danger and their fears, but that he had by no means so great an amount of forces, as that, while there lay in his neighborhood such a powerful force of the enemy, with whom he daily expected a general engagement, he could safely diminish his strength by dividing his troops. The ambassadors, on hearing this, threw themselves at the consul's feet, and with tears conjured him not to forsake them at such a perilous juncture. For, if rejected by the Romans, to whom could they apply? They had no other allies, no other hope on earth. They might have escaped the present hazard, if they had consented to forfeit their faith, and to conspire with the rest. But no menaces, no appearances of danger, had been able to shake their constancy, because they hoped to find in the Romans abundant succor and support. If there was no further prospect of this, if it was refused them by the consul, they called gods and men to witness, that reluctantly and under compulsion they must change sides, to avoid such sufferings as the Saguntines had undergone, and that they would perish together with the other states of Spain, rather than alone. 12. They were thus dismissed on that day without any positive answer. During the following night, the consul's thoughts were greatly perplexed and divided. He was unwilling to abandon these allies, yet equally so to diminish his army, which might either oblige him to decline a battle, or occasion danger in an engagement. He was firmly resolved, however, not to lessen his forces, lest he should in the meantime suffer some disgrace from the enemy, and therefore he judged it expedient, instead of real succor, to hold out hopes to the allies. For he considered that, in many cases, but especially in war, mere appearances have had all the effect of realities, and that a person, under a firm persuasion that he can command resources, virtually has them. That by that very confidence he was ensured in his hopes and efforts. Next day he told the ambassadors, that although he was afraid to lend a part of his forces to others, and so to weaken his own, yet that he was giving more attention to their circumstances and danger than to his own. He then gave orders to the third part of the soldiers of every cohort, to make haste and prepare victuals, which they were to carry with them on board ships, and that the vessels should be got in readiness against the third day. He desired 2 of the ambassadors to carry an account of these proceedings to Bielastiges and the Ilergetians, but, by kind treatment and presents, he prevailed on the chieftain's son to remain with him. The ambassadors did not leave the place until they saw the troops embarked on board the ships. Then reporting this at home as a matter of certainty, they spread, not only among their own people, but likewise among the enemy, a confident assurance of the approach of Roman succors. 13. The consul, when a specious appearance had been sufficiently exhibited, ordered the soldiers to be recalled from the ships. And, as the season of the year now approached when it would be proper to enter on action, he pitched a winter camp at the distance of 3 miles from Emporii. From this post he frequently led out his troops to ravage the enemy's country. Sometimes to one quarter, sometimes to another, as opportunity offered, leaving only a small guard in the camp. They generally began their march in the night, that they might proceed as far as possible from the camp, and surprise the enemy unawares. And this practice disciplined the new-raised soldiers, and great numbers of the enemy were cut off, so that they no longer dared to venture beyond the walls of their forts. When he had made himself thoroughly acquainted with the temper of the enemy, and of his own men, he ordered the tribunes and the prefects, with all the horsemen and centurions, to be called together, and addressed them thus: "The time is arrived, which you have often wished for, when you might have an opportunity of displaying your valor. Hitherto you have waged war rather as marauders than as regular troops, you shall now meet your enemies hand to hand, in regular fight. Henceforward you will have it in your power, instead of pillaging country places, to exhaust the treasures of cities. Our fathers, at a time when the Carthaginians had in Spain both commanders and armies, and had themselves neither commander nor soldiers there, nevertheless insisted on its being an article of treaty, that the river Iberus should be the boundary of their empire. Now, when 2 praetors of the Romans, when a consul, and 3 armies are employed in Spain, and, for near 10 years past, no Carthaginian has been in either of its provinces, yet we have lost that empire on the hither side of the Iberus. This it is your duty to recover by your valor and arms, and to compel this nation, which is in a state rather of giddy insurrection than of steady warfare, to receive again the yoke which it has shaken off." After thus generally exhorting them, he gave notice, that he intended to march by night to the enemy's camp, and then dismissed them to take refreshment. 14. At midnight, after having given his attention to the auspices, he began his march, that he might take possession of such ground as he chose, before the enemy should observe him. Having led his troops beyond their camp, he formed them in order of battle, and at the first light sent 3 cohorts close to their very ramparts. The barbarians, surprised at the Romans appearing on their rear, ran hastily to arms. In the meantime, the consul observed to his men, "Soldiers, you have no room for hope, but in your own courage, and I have, purposely, taken care that it should be so. The enemy are between us and our camp, behind us is an enemy's country. What is most honorable, is likewise safest, namely, to place all our hopes in our own valor." He then ordered the cohorts to retreat, in order to draw out the barbarians by the appearance of flight. Everything happened as he had expected. The enemy, thinking that the Romans retired through fear, rushed out of the gate, and filled the whole space between their own camp and the line of their adversaries. While they were hastily marshalling their troops, the consul, who had all his in readiness, and in regular array, attacked them when in disorder. He caused the cavalry from both wings to advance first to the charge, but those on the right were immediately repulsed, and, retiring in disorder, spread confusion among the infantry also. On seeing this, the consul ordered 2 chosen cohorts to march round the right flank of the enemy, and show themselves on their rear, before the two lines of infantry could close. The alarm which this gave the enemy, which had been thrown to a disadvantage by the cowardice of the Roman horse, restored the fight to an equality. But such a panic had taken possession of both the cavalry and infantry of the right wing, that the consul laid hold of several with his own hand, and turned them about with their faces to the enemy. As long as the fight was carried on with missile weapons, success was doubtful, and on the right wing, where the disorder and flight had first began, the Romans with difficulty kept their ground. On their left wing, the barbarians were both hard pressed in front, and looked back, with timidity, at the cohorts that threatened their rear. But when, after discharging their iron darts and large javelins, they drew their swords, the battle, in a manner, began anew. They were no longer wounded by random blows from a distance, but, closing foot to foot, placed all their hope in courage and strength. 15. When the consul's men were now spent with fatigue, he reanimated their courage by bringing up into the fight some subsidiary cohorts from the second line. These formed a new front, and being fresh themselves, and with fresh weapons attacking the wearied enemy in the form of a wedge, by a furious onset they first forced their way through them. And then, when they were once broken, scattered them and put them to flight. They returned towards their camp across the fields with all the speed they could make. When Cato saw the rout become general, he rode back to the second legion, which had been posted in reserve, and ordered the standards to be borne before it, and that it should advance in quick motion, and attack the camp of the enemy. If any of them, through too much eagerness, pushed forward beyond his rank, he himself rode up and struck them with his javelin, and also ordered the tribunes and centurions to chastise them. By this time the camp of the enemy was attacked, though the Romans were kept off from the works by stones, poles, and weapons of every sort. But, on the arrival of the fresh legion, the assailants assumed new courage, and the enemy fought with redoubled fury in defense of their rampart. The consul attentively examined every place himself, that he might break in at that quarter where he saw the weakest resistance. At a gate on the left, he observed that the guard was thin, and thither he led the first-rank men and spearmen of the second legion. The party posted at the gate were not able to withstand their assault. While the rest, seeing the enemy within the rampart, abandoned the defense of the camp, and threw away their standards and arms. Great numbers were killed at the gates, being stopped in the narrow passages by the throng of their own men. And the soldiers of the second legion cut off the hindmost, while the rest were plundering the camp. According to the account of Valerius Antius, there were above 40,000 of the enemy killed on that day. Cato himself, who was certainly no disparager of his own merits, says that a great many were killed, but he specifies no number. 16. The conduct of Cato on that day is judged deserving of commendation in three particulars. First, in leading round his army so far from his camp and fleet, as to fight the battle in the very middle of the enemy, that his men might look for no safety but in their courage. Secondly, in throwing the cohorts on the enemy's rear. Thirdly, in ordering the second legion, when all the rest were disordered by the eagerness of their pursuit, to advance at a full pace to the gate of the camp, in compact and regular order under their standards. He delayed not to improve his victory, but having sounded a retreat, and brought back his men laden with spoil, he allowed them a few hours of the night for rest, and then led them out to ravage the country. They spread their depredations the wider, as the enemy were dispersed in their flight, and this circumstance, no less than the defeat of the preceding day, obliged the Spaniards of Emporii, and those of their neighborhood, to make a submission. Many also, belonging to other states, who had made their escape to Emporii, surrendered, all of whom the consul received with kindness, and after refreshing them with victuals and wine, dismissed to their several homes. He quickly decamped thence, and wherever the army proceeded on its march, he was met by ambassadors, surrendering their respective states. So that, by the time when he arrived at Tarraco, all Spain on this side of the Ebro was in a state of perfect subjection. And the Roman prisoners, and those of their allies and the Latin confederates, who by various chances had fallen into the hands of the enemies in Spain, were brought back by the barbarians, as an offering to the consul. A rumor afterward spread abroad, that Cato intended to lead his army into Turdetania, and it was given out, with equal falsehood, that he meant to proceed to the remote inhabitants of the mountains. On this groundless, unauthenticated report, 7 forts of the Phrygians revolted, but the Roman, marching thither, reduced them to subjection without any battle worthy of narration. Not very long after, when the consul returned to Tarraco, and before he removed to any other place, the same persons revolted again. They were again subdued, but, on this second reduction, met not the same mild treatment. They were all sold by auction, that they might not any oftener disturb the peace. 17. In the meantime, the praetor, Publius Manlius, having received the army from Quintius Minucius, whom he had succeeded, and joined to it the old army of Appius Claudius Nero, from farther Spain, marched into Turdetania. Of all the Spaniards, the Turdetanians are reckoned the least warlike, nevertheless, relying on their great numbers, they went to oppose the march of the Romans. The cavalry, having been sent forward, at once broke their line. And with the infantry there was hardly any conflict. The veteran soldiers, well acquainted with the enemy and their manner of fighting, effectually decided the battle. This engagement, however, did not terminate the war. The Turgulans hired 10,000 Celtiberians, and prepared to carry on the war with foreign troops. The consul, meanwhile, alarmed at the rebellion of the Phrygians, and suspecting that the other states would act in like manner when occasion offered, took away their arms from all the Spaniards on this side of the Iberus. Which proceeding affected them so deeply, that many laid violent hands on themselves, this fierce race considering that, without arms, life was of no value. When this was reported to the consul, he summoned before him the senators of every one of the states, to whom he spoke thus: "It is not more our interest than it is your own, that you should not rebel. Since your insurrections have, hitherto, always drawn more misfortune on the Spaniards than labor on the Roman armies. To prevent such things happening in future, I know but one method, which is, to put it out of your power to rebel. I wish to effect this in the gentlest way, and that you would assist me therein with your advice. I will follow none with greater pleasure than what yourselves shall offer." They all remaining silent, he told them that he would give them a few days' time to consider the matter. When, on being called together, even in the second meeting, they uttered not a word, in one day he razed the walls of all their fortresses. And marching against those who had not yet submitted, he received in every country, as he passed through, the submission of all the neighboring states. Segestica alone, an important and opulent city, he reduced by works and engines. 18. Cato had greater difficulties to surmount, in subduing the enemy, than had those commanders who came first into Spain, for this reason, that the Spaniards, through disgust at the Carthaginian government, came over to their side. Whereas he had the task of enforcing their submission to slavery, in a manner, after they had been in full enjoyment of liberty. Besides, he found the whole province in a state of commotion. Insomuch, that some were in arms, and others were compelled to join in the revolt by being besieged, nor would they have been able to hold out any longer if they had not received timely succor. But so vigorous was the spirit and capacity of the consul, that there was no kind of business, whether great or small, which he did not himself attend to and perform. And he not only planned and ordered, but generally executed in person such measures as were expedient, nor did he practice a more strict and rigorous discipline over any one than over himself. In spare diet, watching, and labor, he vied with the meanest of his soldiers, nor, excepting the honor of his post, and the command, had he any peculiar distinction above the rest of the army. 19. The Celtiberians, summoned forth by the enemy for hire, as above mentioned, rendered the war in Turdetania more difficult to the praetor, Publius Manlius. The consul, therefore, in compliance with a letter from the praetor, led his legions thither. The Celtiberians and Turdetanians were lying in separate camps at the approach of the Romans, who began immediately to skirmish with the Turdetanians, making attacks on their advanced guards. And they constantly came off victorious from every engagement, however rashly undertaken. The consul ordered some military tribunes to enter into a conference with the Celtiberians, and to offer them their choice of 3 proposals: first, to come over, if they wished it, to the Romans, and receive double the pay for which they had agreed with the Turdetanians; the second, to depart to their own homes, on receiving assurance, under the sanction of the public faith, that it should not operate to their injury that they had joined the enemies of the Romans. The third was, that, if they were absolutely determined on war, they should appoint a day and place to decide the matter with him by arms. The Celtiberians desired a day's time for consideration, and an assembly was held, but in great confusion, from the Turdetanians mingling in it, so that no resolution could be come to. Although it was uncertain whether there was to be war or peace with the Celtiberians, the Romans, nevertheless, just as though the latter were determined on, brought provisions from the lands and forts of the enemy, and soon ventured to go within their fortifications, relying on private truces, as they would on a common intercourse established by authority. When the consul found that he could not entice the enemy to a battle, he first led out a number of cohorts, lightly accoutred, in regular order, to ravage a part of the country which was yet unhurt. Then hearing that all the baggage of the Celtiberians was deposited at Saguntia, he proceeded thither to attack that town, but was unable, notwithstanding, to provoke them to stir. Paying, therefore, his own troops and those of Minucius, he left the bulk of his army in the praetor's camp, and, with 7 cohorts, returned to the Iberus. 20. With that small force he took several towns. The Sidonians, Ossitanians, and Suessitanians came over to his side. The Lasitanians, a remote and wild nation, still remained in arms. Partly through their natural ferocity, and partly through consciousness of guilt, in having laid waste, by sudden incursions, the country of the allies, while the consul and his army were employed in the war with the Turdetanians. He therefore marched to attack their capital, not only with the Roman cohorts, but also with the troops of the allies, who were justly incensed against them. The town was stretched out into considerable length, but had not proportionable breadth. At the distance of about 400 paces from it he halted, and leaving there a party composed of chosen cohorts, he charged them not to stir from that spot until he himself should come to them. And then he led round the rest of the men to the farther side of the town. The greater part of his auxiliary troops were Suessitanians, and these he ordered to advance and assault the wall. The Lasitanians, knowing their arms and standards, and remembering how often they had themselves, with impunity, committed every kind of outrage and insult in their territory, how often defeated and routed them in pitched battles, hastily threw open a gate, and all, in one body, rushed out against them. The Suessitanians scarcely stood their shout, much less their onset. And the consul, on seeing this happen, just as he had foreseen, galloped back under the enemy's wall to his cohorts, brought them up quickly to that part of the city where all was silence and solitude. In consequence of the Lasitanians having sallied out on the Suessitanians, and took possession of every part of it before the Lasitanians returned, who, having nothing now left but their arms, soon surrendered themselves also. 21. The conqueror marched thence, without delay, to the fort of Virgium. This was, almost entirely, a receptacle of robbers and plunderers, and thence incursions were made on the peaceable parts of the province. One of the principal inhabitants deserted out of the place to the consul, and endeavored to excuse himself and his countrymen, alleging, that the management of affairs was not in their hands. For the robbers, having gained admittance, had reduced the fort entirely under their own power. The consul ordered him to return home, and pretend some plausible reason for having been absent. And then, when he should see him advancing to the walls, and the robbers intent on defending the city, to seize the citadel with such men as favored his party. This was executed according to his directions. The double alarm, from the Romans scaling the walls in front, and the citadel being seized on their rear, at once entirely confounded the barbarians. The consul, having taken possession of the place, ordered, that those who had secured the citadel should, with their relations, be set at liberty, and enjoy their property. The rest of the natives he commanded the quaestor to sell. And he put the robbers to death. Having restored quiet in the province, he settled the iron and silver mines on such a footing, that they produced a large revenue. And, in consequence of the regulations then made, the province daily increased in riches. On account of these services performed in Spain, the Senate decreed a supplication for 3 days. 22. During this summer, the other consul, Lucius Valerius Flaccus, fought a pitched battle with a body of the Boians in Gaul, near the forest of Latani, and gained a complete victory. 8,000 of the Gauls are said to have been slain. The rest, desisting from further opposition, retired quietly to their several villages and lands. During the remainder of the summer, the consul kept his army near the Po, at Placentia and Cremona, and repaired the buildings in these cities which had been demolished in the war. While the affairs of Italy and Spain were in this posture, Titus Quinctius had spent the winter in Greece, in such a manner, that excepting the Aetolians, who neither had gained rewards of victory adequate to their hopes, nor were capable of being long contented with a state of quiet, all Greece, being in full enjoyment of the blessings of peace and liberty, were highly pleased with their present state. And they admired not more the Roman general's bravery in arms, than his temperance, justice, and moderation in victory. And now a decree of the Senate was brought to him, containing a denunciation of war against Nabis the Lacedaemonian. On reading it, Quinctius summoned a convention of deputies from all the allied states, to be held, on a certain day, at Corinth. Whither when many persons of the first rank came together, from all quarters, forming a very full assembly, from which even the Aetolians were not absent, he addressed them in this manner, the Romans and Greeks. In the war which they waged against Philip, were united in affections and counsels, and they had each no less their separate reasons for entering into it. For he had violated friendship with the Romans, first by aiding our enemies, the Carthaginians. And then by attacking our allies here, and, towards you, his conduct was such, that even if we had been willing to forget our own injuries, those offered by him to you would have constituted a sufficient occasion of war. But the business to be considered this day has relation wholly to yourselves, for the subject which I propose to your consideration is, whether you choose to suffer Argos, which, as you know, has been seized by Nabis, to remain under his dominion. Or whether you judge it reasonable, that a city of such high reputation and antiquity, seated in the center of Greece, should be restored to liberty, and placed in the same state with the rest of the cities of Peloponnesus and of Greece. This question, as you see, merely respects yourselves. It concerns not the Romans in any decree, excepting so far as the one city being left in subjection to tyranny hinders their glory, in having liberated Greece, from being full and complete. If, however, you are not moved by regard for that city, nor by the example, nor by the danger of the contagion of that evil spreading wider, we, for our parts, shall rest content. On this subject I desire your opinions, resolved to abide by whatever the majority of you shall determine. 23. After the address of the Roman general, the several deputies proceeded to give their opinions. The ambassador of the Athenians extolled, to the utmost of his power, and expressed the greatest gratitude for the kindness of the Romans towards Greece, in having, when applied to for assistance, brought them succors against Philip. And now, without being applied to, voluntarily offering assistance against the tyrant Nabis. He at the same time severely censured the conduct of some, who, in their discourses, depreciated those kindnesses, and propagated evil surmises of the future, when it would better become them rather to return thanks for the past. It was evident that this was pointed at the Aetolians, wherefore Alexander, deputy of that nation, having first inveighed against the Athenians, who, having formerly been the most strenuous supporters of liberty, now betrayed the general cause, for the sake of recommending themselves by flattery. He then complained that, the Achaeans, formerly soldiers of Philip, and lately, on the decline of his fortune, deserters from him, had regained possession of Corinth, and were so acting as that they might acquire Argos. While the Aetolians, who had first opposed their arms to Philip, who had always been allies of the Romans, and who had stipulated by treaty, that, on the Macedonian being conquered, the lands and cities should be theirs, were defrauded of Ascanius and Pharsalus. He charged the Romans with insincerity, because, while they put forth empty professions of establishing liberty, they held possession of Demetrius and Chalcis by their garrisons. Though, when Philip hesitated to withdraw his garrisons from those places, they always urged against him that the Grecians would never be free while Demetrius, Chalcis, and Corinth were in the hands of the others. And, lastly, that they named Argos and Nabis merely as a pretext for remaining in Greece, and keeping their armies there. Let them carry away their legions to Italy. And the Aetolians were ready to undertake either that Nabis should voluntarily withdraw his forces from Argos, on terms, or they would compel him by force of arms to comply with the unanimous judgment of Greece. 24. This arrogant speech called up, first, Aristinus, praetor of the Achaeans, who said, "Forbid it, Jupiter, supremely good and great, and imperial Juno, the tutelar deity of Argos. That city should be staked as a prize between the Lacedaemonian tyrant and the Aetolian plunderers, under such unhappy circumstances, that its being retaken by you should be productive of more calamitous consequences than its capture by him. Titus Quinctius, the sea lying between us, does not secure us from those robbers. What then will become of us, should they procure themselves a stronghold in the center of Peloponnesus? They have nothing Grecian but the language, as they have nothing human but the shape. They live under customs and rites more brutally savage than any barbarians, nay, than wild beasts themselves. Wherefore, Romans, we beseech you, not only to recover Argos from Nabis, but also to establish the affairs of Greece on such a footing, as to leave these countries adequately secured from the robberies of the Aetolians." The rest concurring in these censures on the Aetolians, the Roman general said, that he had himself intended to have answered them, but that he perceived all so highly incensed against those people, that the general resentment required rather to be appeased than irritated. Satisfied, therefore, with the sentiments entertained of the Romans, and of the Aetolians, he would simply put this question: what was the general opinion concerning war with Nabis, in case of his refusing to restore Argos to the Achaeans? When all had pronounced for war, he recommended to them, to send in their shares of auxiliary troops, each state in proportion to its ability. He even sent an ambassador to the Aetolians, rather to make them disclose their sentiments, which was the actual result, than with any hope of obtaining their concurrence. He gave orders to the military tribunes, to bring up the army from Alatia. To the ambassadors of Antiochus, who, at this time, proposed to treat of an alliance, he answered, that he could say nothing on the subject in the absence of the 10 ambassadors. They must go to Rome, and apply to the Senate. 25. As soon as the troops arrived from Alatia, Quinctius set out to lead them towards Argos. When near Cleone he was met by the praetor, Aristinus, with 10,000 Achaean foot and 1,000 horse. And having joined forces, they pitched their camp at a small distance from thence. Next day they marched down into the plains of Argos, and fixed their post about 4 miles from that city. The commander of the Lacedaemonian garrison was Pythagoras, the tyrant's son-in-law, and his wife's brother, who, on the approach of the Romans, posted strong guards in both the citadels, for Argos has 2, and in every other place that was commodious for defense or exposed to danger. But, while thus employed, he could by no means dissemble the dread inspired by the approach of the Romans, and, to the alarm from abroad, was added an insurrection within. There was an Argive, named Damocles, a youth of more spirit than prudence, who held conversations, with proper persons, on a design of expelling the garrison. At first, with the precaution of imposing an oath, but afterwards, through his eager desire to add strength to the conspiracy, he estimated people's sincerity with too little caution. While he was in conference with his accomplices, an officer, sent by the commander of the garrison, summoned him to appear before him, and he perceived that his design was betrayed. On which, exhorting the conspirators, who were present, to take arms with him, rather than be tortured to death, he went on with a few companions towards the forum, crying out to all who wished the preservation of the state, to follow him as the vindicator and author of their liberty. He could prevail on none to join him, for they saw no prospect of any attainable advantage, and much less any sufficiently powerful support. While he exclaimed in this manner, the Lacedaemonians surrounded him and his party, and put them to death. Many others were afterwards seized, the greater part of whom were executed, and the remaining few thrown into prison. During the following night, great numbers, letting themselves down from the walls by ropes, came over to the Romans. 26. As these men affirmed, that if the Roman army had been at the gates, this commotion would not have ended without effect, and that, if the camp was brought nearer, the Argives would not remain inactive. Quinctius sent some horsemen and infantry, lightly accoutred, who, meeting at the Silurabes, a place of exercise, less than 300 paces from the city, a party of Lacedaemonians, who sallied out of a gate, engaged them, and, without much difficulty, drove them back into the town. And the Roman general encamped on the very spot where the battle had been fought. There he passed one day, on the lookout if any new commotion might arise. But perceiving that the inhabitants were quite depressed by fear, he called a council concerning the besieging of Argos. All the deputies of Greece, except Aristinus, were of one opinion, that, as that city was the sole object of the war, with it the war should commence. This was by no means agreeable to Quinctius. But he listened, with evident marks of approbation, to Aristinus, arguing in opposition to the joint opinion of all the rest. While he himself added, that, as the war was undertaken in favor of the Argives, against the tyrant, what could be less proper than to leave the enemy in quiet, and lay siege to Argos? For his part, he was resolved to point his arms against the main object of the war, Lacedaemon and the tyrant. He then dismissed the meeting, and sent out light-armed cohorts to collect forage. Whatever was ripe in the adjacent country, they reaped, and brought together, and what was green they trod down and destroyed, that the enemy might not subsequently get it. He then proceeded over Mount Parthenius, and, passing by Tegea, encamped on the third day at Carii, where he waited for the auxiliary troops of the allies, before he entered the enemy's territory. 1,500 Macedonians came from Philip, and 400 horsemen of the Thessalians, and now the Roman general had no occasion to wait for more auxiliaries, having abundance. But he was obliged to stop for supplies of provisions, which he had ordered the neighboring cities to furnish. He was joined also by a powerful naval force. Lucius Quinctius had already come from Lucas, with 40 ships. 18 ships of war had arrived from the Rhodians, and King Eumenes was cruising among the Cyclades, with 10 decked ships, 30 barks, and smaller vessels of various sorts. Of the Lacedaemonians themselves, also, a great many, who had been driven from home by the cruelty of the tyrants, came into the Roman camp, in hopes of being reinstated in their country. For the number was very great of those who had been banished by the several despots, during many generations since they first got Lacedaemon into their power. The principal person among the exiles was Agesipulus, to whom the sovereignty of Lacedaemon belonged in right of his birth, but who had been driven out when an infant by Lycurgus, after the death of Cleomenes, who was the first tyrant of Lacedaemon. 27. Although Nabis was enclosed between such powerful armaments on land and sea, and, on a comparative view of his own and his enemy's strength, could scarcely conceive any degree of hope. Yet he did not desist from the war, but brought, from Crete, 1,000 chosen young men of that country in addition to 1,000 whom he had before. He had, besides, under arms, 3,000 mercenary soldiers, and 10,000 of his countrymen, with the peasants, who belonged to the fortresses. He fortified the city with a ditch and rampart. And lest any intestine commotion should arise, curbed the people's spirits by fear, punishing them with extreme severity, as he could not hope for good wishes towards a tyrant. As he had his suspicions respecting some of the citizens, he drew out all his forces to a field called Dramos, the course, and ordered the Lacedaemonians to be called to an assembly without their arms. He then formed a line of armed men round the place where they were assembled, observing briefly, that he ought to be excused, if, at such a juncture, he feared and guarded against everything that might happen. And that, if the present state of affairs subjected any to suspicion, it was their advantage to be prevented from attempting any design, rather than to be punished for attempting it. He therefore intended, he said, to keep certain persons in custody, until the storm, which then threatened, should have passed over. And would discharge them as soon as the enemy should have been driven away, from whom the danger would be less, when proper precaution was taken against internal treachery. He then ordered the names of about 80 of the principal young men to be called over, and as each answered to his name, he put them in custody. On the night following, they were all put to death. Some of the Helotes, a race of rustics, who have been feudal vassals even from the earliest times, being charged with an intention to desert, they were driven with stripes through all the streets, and put to death. The terror which this excited so confounded the multitude, as to deter them from all attempts to effect a revolution. He kept his forces within the fortifications, knowing that he was not a match for the enemy in the field. And, besides, he was afraid to leave the city, while all men's minds were in a state of such suspense and uncertainty. 28. Quinctius, when all his preparations were now sufficiently made, decamped. And, on the second day, came to Salasia, on the river Aeneas, on the spot where it is said Antigonus, king of Macedonia, fought a pitched battle with Cleomenes, tyrant of Lacedaemon. Being told that the ascent from thence was difficult, and the passes narrow, he made a short circuit by the mountains, sending forward a party to make a road, and came, by a tolerably broad and open passage, to the river Eurotas, where it flows almost immediately under the walls of the city. Here, the tyrant's auxiliary troops attacked the Romans, while they were forming their camp, together with Quinctius himself, who, with a division of cavalry and light troops, had advanced beyond the rest, and threw them into a state of alarm and confusion. Not expecting anything of the kind, as no one had opposed them throughout their whole march, and they had passed, as it were, through a friendly territory. The disorder lasted a considerable time, the infantry calling for aid on the cavalry, and the cavalry on the infantry, each having but little confidence in himself. At length, the foremost ranks of the legions came up. And no sooner had the cohorts of the vanguard taken part in the fight, than those who had lately been an object of dread were driven back in terror into the city. The Romans, retiring so far from the wall as to be out of the reach of weapons, stood there for some time in battle array, and then, none of the enemy coming out against them, retired to their camp. Next day Quinctius led on his army in regular order along the bank of the river, past the city, to the foot of the mountain of Menelaus, the legionary cohorts marching in front, and the cavalry and light infantry bringing up the rear. Nabis kept his mercenary troops, on whom he placed his whole reliance, in readiness, and drawn up in a body, within the walls, intending to attack the rear of the enemy. And, as soon as the last of their troops passed by, these rushed out of the town, from several places at once, with as great fury as the day before. The rear was commanded by Appius Claudius, who having beforehand prepared his men to expect such an event, that it might not come upon them unawares, instantly made his troops face about, and presented an entire front to the enemy. A regular engagement, therefore, took place, as if two complete lines had encountered, and it lasted a considerable time. But at length Nabis's troops betook themselves to flight, which would have been attended with less dismay and danger, if they had not been closely pressed by the Achaeans, who were well acquainted with the ground. These made dreadful havoc, and dispersing them entirely, obliged the greater part to throw away their arms. Quinctius encamped near Amyclae. And afterwards, when he had utterly laid waste all the pleasant and thickly inhabited country round the city, not one of the enemy venturing out of the gates, he removed his camp to the river Eurotas. From thence he ravaged the valley lying under Taygetus, and the country reaching as far as the sea. 29. About the same time, Lucius Quinctius got possession of the towns on the sea coast, of some, by their voluntary surrender. Of others, by fear or force. Then, learning that the Lacedaemonians made Gythium the repository of all their naval stores, and that the Roman camp was at no great distance from the sea, he resolved to attack that town with his whole force. It was, at that time, a place of considerable strength, well furnished with great numbers of native inhabitants and settlers from other parts, and with every kind of warlike stores. Very seasonably for Quinctius, when commencing an enterprise of no easy nature, King Eumenes and the Rhodian fleet came to his assistance. The vast multitude of seamen, collected out of the three fleets, finished in a few days all the works requisite for the siege of a city so strongly fortified, both on the land side and on that next the sea. Covered galleries were soon brought up. The wall was undermined, and, at the same time, shaken with battering rams. By the frequent shocks given with these, one of the towers was thrown down, and, by its fall, the adjoining wall on each side was laid flat. The Romans, on this, attempted to force in, both on the side next the port, to which the approach was more level than to the rest, hoping to divert the enemy's attention from the more open passage, and, at the same time, to enter the breach caused by the falling of the wall. They were near effecting their design of penetrating into the town, when the assault was suspended by the prospect which was held out of the surrender of the city. This however, was subsequently dissipated. Dexagoridas and Gorgopas commanded there, with equal authority. Dexagoridas had sent to the Roman general a message that he would give up the city. And, after the time and the mode of proceeding had been agreed on, he was slain as a traitor by Gorgopas, and the defense of the city was maintained with redoubled vigor by this single commander. The further prosecution of the siege would have been much more difficult, had not Titus Quinctius arrived with a body of 4,000 chosen men. He showed his army in order of battle, on the brow of a hill at a small distance from the city. And, on the other side, Lucius Quinctius plied the enemy hard with his engines, both on the quarter of the sea, and of the land, on which Gorgopas was compelled to adopt that proceeding, which, in the case of another, he had punished with death. After stipulating for liberty to carry away the soldiers whom he had there as a garrison, he surrendered the city to Quinctius. Previous to the surrender of Gythium, Pythagoras, who had been left as commander at Argos, having entrusted the defense of the city to Timocrates of Pallene, with 1,000 mercenary soldiers and 2,000 Argives, came to Lacedaemon and joined Nabis. 30. Although Nabis had been greatly alarmed at the first arrival of the Roman fleet, and the surrender of the towns on the sea coast, yet, as long as Gythium was held by his troops he had quieted his apprehensions with that scanty hope. But when he heard that Gythium, too, was given up to the Romans, and saw that he had no room for any kind of hope on the land, where every place round was in the hands of the enemy, and that he was totally excluded from the sea, he considered that he must yield to fortune. He first sent a messenger into the Roman camp, to learn whether permission would be given to send ambassadors. This being consented to, Pythagoras came to the general, with no other commission than to propose a conference between that commander and the tyrant. A council was summoned on the proposal, and every one present agreeing in opinion that a conference should be granted, a time and place were appointed. They came, with moderate escorts, to some hills in the interjacent ground. And leaving their cohorts there, in posts open to the view of both parties, they went down to the place of meeting, Nabis attended by a select party of his bodyguards. Quinctius by his brother, King Eumenes, Sosilaus, the Rhodian, Aristinus, praetor of the Achaeans, and a few military tribunes. 31. Then the tyrant, having the choice given him either to speak first or to listen, began thus, Titus Quinctius, and you who are present. If I could collect from my own reflections the reason of your having either declared or actually made war against me, I should have waited in silence the issue of my destiny. But in the present state of things, I could not repress my desire of knowing, before I am ruined, the cause for which my ruin is resolved on. And in truth, if you were such men as the Carthaginians are represented to be, men who considered the obligation of faith, pledged in alliances, as in no degree sacred, I should not wonder if you were the less scrupulous with respect to your conduct towards me. But, instead of that, when I look at you, I perceive that you are Romans, men who allow treaties to be the most solemn of religious acts, and faith, pledged therein, the strongest of human ties. Then, when I look back at myself, I am confident I am one who, as a member of the community, am, in common with the rest of the Lacedaemonians, included in a treaty subsisting with you, of very ancient date. And likewise have, lately, during the war with Philip, concluded anew, in my own name, a personal friendship and alliance with you. But it appears I have violated and cancelled that treaty, by holding possession of the city of Argos. In what manner shall I defend this? By the consideration of the fact, or of the time. The consideration of the fact furnishes me with a twofold defense, for, in the first place, in consequence of an invitation from the inhabitants themselves, and of their voluntary act of surrender, I accepted the possession of that city, and did not seize it by force. In the next place, I accepted it, when the city was in league with Philip, not in alliance with you. Then the consideration of the time acquits me, inasmuch as when I was in actual possession of Argos, the alliance was entered into between you and me, and you stipulated that I should send you aid against Philip. Not that I should withdraw my garrison from that city. In this dispute, therefore, so far as it relates to Argos, I have unquestionably the advantage, both from the equity of the proceeding, as I gained possession of a city which belonged not to you, but to your enemy. And as I gained it by its own voluntary act, and not by forcible compulsion, and also from your own acknowledgment, since, in the articles of our alliance, you left Argos to me. But then, the name of tyrant, and my conduct, are strong objections against me, that I call forth slaves to a state of freedom, that I carry out the indigent part of the populace, and give them settlements in lands. With respect to the title by which I am styled, I can answer thus, that, let me be what I may, I am the same now that I was at the time when you yourself, Titus Quinctius, concluded an alliance with me. I remember, that I was then styled king by you, now, I see, I am called tyrant. If, therefore, I had since altered the style of my office, I might have an account to render of my fickleness, as you choose to alter it, that account should be rendered by you. As to what relates to the augmenting the number of the populace, by giving liberty to slaves, and the distribution of lands to the needy. On this head, too, I might defend myself by a reference to time. These measures, of what complexion soever they are, I had practiced before you formed friendship with me, and received my aid in the war against Philip. But, if I did these same things, at this moment, I would not say to you, how did I thereby injure you, or violate the friendship subsisting between us? But that, in so doing, I acted agreeably to the practice and institutions of my ancestors. Do not estimate what is done at Lacedaemon by the standard of your own laws and constitution. There is no necessity for comparing particular institutions, you are guided in your choice of a horseman, by the quantity of his property. In your choice of a foot soldier, by the quantity of his property. And your plan is, that a few should abound in wealth, and that the body of the people should be in subjection to them. Our lawgiver did not choose that the administration of government should be in the hands of a few, such as you call a senate. Or that this or that order of citizens should have a superiority over the rest, but he considered that, by equalizing the property and dignity of all, he should multiply the number of those who were to bear arms for their country. I acknowledge that I have enlarged on these matters, beyond what consists with the conciseness customary with my countrymen, and that the sum of the whole might be comprised in few words, that, since I first commenced a friendship with you, I have given you no just cause to repent it. 32. The Roman general answered, we never contracted any friendship or alliance with you, but with Pelops, the right and lawful king of Lacedaemon, whose authority, while the Carthaginian, Gallic, and other wars, succeeding one another, kept us constantly employed, the tyrants, who after him held Lacedaemon under forced subjection, usurped into their own hands, as did you also during the late war with Macedonia. For what could be less fitting, than that we, who were waging war against Philip, in favor of the liberty of Greece, should contract friendship with a tyrant, and a tyrant the most cruel and violent towards his subjects that ever existed? But, even supposing that you had not either seized or held Argos by iniquitous means, it would be incumbent on us, when we are giving liberty to all Greece, to reinstate Lacedaemon also in its ancient freedom, and the enjoyment of its own laws, which you just now spoke of, as if you were a rival of Lycurgus. Shall we take pains to make Philip's garrisons evacuate Tassus and Bargilii? And shall we leave Lacedaemon and Argos, those two most illustrious cities, formerly the lights of Greece, under your feet, that their continuance in bondage may tarnish our title of deliverers of Greece? But the Argives took part with Philip, we excuse you from taking any concern in that cause, so that you need not be angry with them on our behalf. We have received sufficient proof, that the guilt of that proceeding is chargeable on two only, or, at most, 3 persons, and not on the state. Just, indeed, as in the case of the invitation given to you and to your army, and your reception into the citadel, not one step was taken by public authority. We know, that the Thessalians, Phocians, and Locrians, with unanimous consent, joined in espousing the cause of Philip, yet we have given liberty to them in common with the rest of Greece. How then can you suppose we shall conduct ourselves towards the Argives, who are acquitted of having publicly authorized misconduct? You said, that your inviting slaves to liberty, and the distribution of lands among the indigent, were objected to you as crimes, and crimes, surely, they are, of no small magnitude. But what are they in comparison with those atrocious deeds, that are daily perpetrated by you and your adherents, in continual succession? Show us a free assembly of the people, either at Argos or Lacedaemon, if you wish to hear a true recital of the crimes of the most abandoned tyranny. To omit all other instances of older date, what a massacre did your son-in-law, Pythagoras, make at Argos almost before my eyes? What another did you yourself perpetrate, when I was nearly within the confines of the Lacedaemonians? Now, give orders, that the persons whom you took out of the midst of an assembly, and committed to prison, after declaring, in the hearing of all your countrymen, that you would keep them in custody, be produced in their chains. That their wretched parents may know that those are alive, for whom, under a false impression, they are mourning. Well, but you say, though all these things were so, Romans, how do they concern you? Can you say this to the deliverers of Greece, to people who crossed the sea, and have maintained a war on sea and land, to effect its deliverance? Still you tell us, you have not directly violated the alliance, or the friendship established between us. How many instances must I produce of your having done so? But I will not go into long detail, I will bring the matter to a short issue. By what acts is friendship violated? Most effectually by these two, by treating our friends as foes, and by uniting yourself with our enemies. Each of these has been done by you. For Messene, which had been united to us in friendship, by one and the same bond of alliance with Lacedaemon, you, while professing yourself our ally, reduced to subjection by force of arms, though you knew it was in alliance with us. And you contracted with Philip, our professed enemy, not only an alliance, but even an affinity, through the intervention of his general, Philocles, and waging actual war against us, with your piratical ships, you made the sea round Malea unsafe. And you captured and slew more Roman citizens almost than Philip himself. And to our ships conveying provisions to our armies the coast of Macedonia itself was less dangerous, than the promontory of Malea. Cease, therefore, to vaunt your good faith, and the obligations of treaties. And, dropping a popular style of discourse, speak as a tyrant, and as an enemy. 33. Aristinus then began, at first to advise, and afterwards even to beseech Nabis, while it was yet in his power, and he had the opportunity, to consider what was best for himself and his interests. He then mentioned the names of several tyrants in the neighboring states who had resigned their authority, and restored liberty to their people, and afterwards spent among their fellow citizens not only a secure but an honored old age. These observations having been reciprocally made and listened to, the approach of night broke up the conference. Next day Nabis said, that he was willing to cede Argos, and withdraw his garrison, since such was the desire of the Romans, and to deliver up the prisoners and deserters. And if they demanded anything further, he requested that they would set it down in writing, that he might deliberate on it with his friends. Thus the tyrant gained time for consultation. And Quinctius also, on his part, called a council, to which he summoned the chiefs of the allies. The greatest part were of opinion, that they ought to persevere in the war, and that the tyrant should be altogether got rid of. Otherwise the liberty of Greece would never be secure. That it would have been much better never to have entered on the war than to drop it after it was begun. For this would be a kind of approbation of his tyrannical usurpation, and which would establish him more firmly, as giving the countenance of the Roman people to his ill-acquired authority. And that he would quickly spirit up many in other states to plot against the liberty of their countrymen. The wishes of the general himself tended rather to peace, for he saw that, as the enemy was shut up in the town, nothing remained but a siege, and that must be very tedious. For it was not Gythium that they must besiege, though even that place had been gained by capitulation, not by assault, but Lacedaemon, a city most powerful in men and arms. The only hope which they could have formed was, that, on the first approach of their army, dissensions and insurrections might have been raised within, but, though the standards had been seen to advance almost to the gates, not one person had stirred. To this he added, that Vilius the ambassador, returning from Antiochus, brought intelligence, that the peace was an unsound one, and that the king had come over into Europe with a much more powerful armament by sea and land than before. Now, if the army should be engaged in the siege of Lacedaemon, with what other forces could the war be maintained against a king of his great power and strength? These arguments he urged openly. But beneath all this there lay a concealed anxiety lest one of the new consuls should be appointed to the province of Greece, and then the honor of terminating the war, in which he had proceeded so far, must be yielded to a successor. 34. Finding that he could not, by opposition, make any alteration in the sentiments of the allies, by pretending to go over to their opinion, he led them all into a concurrence in his plan. Be it so, said he, and may success attend us, let us lay siege to Lacedaemon, since that is your choice. However, as a business so slow in its progress, as you know the besieging of cities to be, very often wears out the patience of the besiegers sooner than that of the besieged, you ought at once to make up your minds to this. That we must pass the winter under the walls of Lacedaemon. If this delay involved only toil and danger, I would recommend to you to prepare your minds and bodies to support these. But, in the present case, vast expenses also will be requisite for the construction of works, for machines and engines, sufficient for the siege of so great a city. And for procuring stores of provisions for the winter to serve you and us, therefore, to prevent your being suddenly disconcerted, or shamefully deserting an enterprise which you had engaged in. I think it will be necessary for you to write home to your respective states, and learn what degree of spirit and of strength each possesses. Of auxiliary troops I have a sufficient number, and to spare, but the more numerous we are, the more numerous will be our wants. The country of the enemy has nothing left but the naked soil. Besides, the winter is at hand, which will render it difficult to convey what we may stand in need of from distant places. This speech first turned their thoughts to the domestic evils prevailing in their several states. The indolence of those who remained at home, the envy and misrepresentations to which those who were serving abroad were liable, that a state of freedom was a difficult one in which to procure unanimity. The want of public funds, and people's backwardness to contribute out of their private property. Their inclinations being thus suddenly changed, they gave full power to the general, to do whatever he judged conducive to the general interest of the Roman people and their allies. 35. Then Quinctius, consulting only his lieutenant generals and military tribunes, drew up the following conditions on which peace should be made with the tyrant, that there should be a suspension of arms for 6 months, between Nabis on one part, and the Romans, King Eumenes, and the Rhodians on the other. That Titus Quinctius and Nabis should immediately send ambassadors to Rome, in order that the peace might be ratified by authority of the Senate. That, whatever day a written copy of these conditions should be delivered to Nabis, on that day should the armistice commence. And, within 10 days after, his garrisons should be withdrawn from Argos, and all other towns in the territory of the Argives, all which towns should be entirely evacuated, restored to freedom, and delivered to the Romans. That no slave, whether belonging to the king, the public, or a private person, be removed out of any of them, and if any had been removed before, that they be faithfully restored to their owners. That he should return the ships, which he had taken from the maritime states, and should not have any other than 2 barks, and these to be navigated with no more than 16 oars. That he should restore to all the states in alliance with the Roman people, the prisoners and deserters in his hands, and to the Messenians, all the effects that could be discovered, and which their possessors could own. That he should, likewise, restore to the exiled Lacedaemonians their children, and their wives, who chose to follow their husbands, provided that no woman should be obliged, against her will, to go with her husband into exile. That such of the mercenary soldiers of Nabis as had deserted him, and gone either to their own countries or to the Romans, should have all their effects faithfully returned to them. That he should hold possession of no city in the island of Crete. And that such as were then in his possession should be given up to the Romans. That he should not form any alliance, or wage war, with any of the Cretan states, or with any other. That he should withdraw all his garrisons from those cities, which he should give up, and which had put themselves, and their country, under the dominion and protection of the Roman people. And should take care that, in future, he should restrain both himself and his subjects from molesting them. That he should not build any town or fort in his own, or any other territory. That, to secure the performance of these conditions, he should give 5 hostages, such as the Roman general should choose, and among them his own son, and should pay, at present, 100 talents of silver. And 50 talents, annually, for 8 years. 36. These articles were put into writing, and sent into Lacedaemon, the camp having been removed, and brought nearer to the town. The tyrant saw nothing in them that gave him much satisfaction, excepting that, beyond his hopes, no mention had been made of bringing back the exiles. But what mortified him most of all, was, the depriving him of his shipping, and of the maritime towns, for the sea had been a source of great profit to him. His piratical vessels having continually infested the whole coast from the promontory of Malea. Besides, he found in the young men of those towns recruits for his army, who made by far the best of his soldiers. Though he discussed those conditions in private with his confidential friends, yet, as the ministers in the courts of kings, faithless in other respects, are particularly so with respect to the concealing of secrets. Rumor soon made them all public. The public, in general, expressed not so great a disapprobation of the whole of the terms, as did individuals, of the articles particularly affecting themselves. Those who had the wives of the exiles in marriage, or had possessed themselves of any of their property, were provoked, as if they were to lose what was their own, and not to make restitution of what belonged to others. The slaves, who had been set at liberty by the tyrant, perceived plainly, not only that their enfranchisement would be annulled, but that their servitude would be much more severe than it had been before, when they should be again put under the power of their incensed masters. The mercenary soldiers were dissatisfied, because, in consequence of a peace, their pay would cease, and they knew also, that they could not return among their own countrymen, who detested not tyrants more than they did their abettors. 37. They at first spoke of these matters, in their circles, with murmurs of discontent, and afterwards, suddenly ran to arms. From which tumultuous proceeding, the tyrant perceived that the passions of the multitude were of themselves sufficiently inflamed, and immediately ordered a general assembly to be summoned. Here he explained to them the terms which the Romans strove to impose, to which he falsely added others, more severe and humiliating. While, on the mention of each particular, sometimes the whole assembly, sometimes different parties, raised a shout of disapprobation, he asked them, what answer they wished him to give, or what they would have him do. On which all, as it were with one voice, cried out, to give no answer, to continue the war. And they began, as is common with a multitude, every one to encourage the rest, to keep up their spirits, and cherish good hopes, observing, that, fortune favors the brave. Animated by these expressions, the tyrant assured them, that Antiochus, and the Aetolians, would come to their assistance, and that he had, in the meantime, resources abundantly sufficient for the maintenance of a siege. The very mention of peace had vanished from the minds of all, and unable to contain themselves longer in quiet, they ran out in parties against the advanced guards of the enemy. The sally of these few skirmishers, and the weapons which they threw, immediately removed all doubt from the Romans that the war was to continue. During the 4 following days, several slight encounters took place, at first without any decisive result. But, on the 5th day after, in a kind of regular engagement, the Lacedaemonians were beaten back into the town, in such a panic, that several Roman soldiers, pressing close on the rear of the fugitives, entered the city through open spaces, not secured with a wall, of which, at that time, there were several. 38. Then Quinctius, having, by this repulse, effectually checked the sallies of the enemy, and being fully convinced that he had now no alternative, but must besiege the city, sent persons to bring up all the marine forces from Gythium. And, in the meantime, rode himself, with some military tribunes, round the walls, to take a view of the situation of the place. In former times, Sparta had no wall. Of late, the tyrants had built walls in the places where the ground was open and level, but the higher places, and those more difficult of access, they secured by placing guards of soldiers instead of fortifications. When he had sufficiently examined every circumstance, having resolved on making a general assault, he surrounded the city with all his forces, the number of which, Romans and allies, horse and foot, naval and land forces, all together, amounted to 50,000 men. Some brought scaling ladders, some firebrands, some other matters, wherewith they might not only assail the enemy, but strike terror. The orders were, that on raising the shout, all should advance at once, in order that the Lacedaemonians, being alarmed at the same time in every quarter, might be at a loss where, first, to make head, or whither to bring aid. The main force of his army he formed in 3 divisions, and ordered one to attack on the side of the Phoebium, another on that of the Dictinium, and the third near a place called Heptagonii, all which are open places without walls. Though surrounded on all sides by such a violent alarm, the tyrant, at first, attentive to every sudden shout and hasty message, either ran up himself, or sent others, wherever the greatest danger pressed. But, afterwards, he was so stunned by the horror and confusion that prevailed all around, as to become incapable either of giving proper directions, or of hearing what was said, and to lose, not only his judgment, but almost his reason. 39. For some time the Lacedaemonians maintained their ground against the Romans, in the narrow passes, and 3 armies, on each side, fought, at one time, in different places. Afterwards, when the heat of the contest increased, the contest was, by no means, an equal one, for the Lacedaemonians fought with missile arms, against which the Roman soldiers, by means of their large shields, easily defended themselves. And many of their blows either missed, or were very weak. For, the narrowness of the place causing them to be closely crowded together, they neither had room to discharge their weapons with a previous run, which gives great force to them, nor clear and steady footing while they made their throw of those. Therefore, discharged against the front of the Romans, none pierced their bodies, few even their shields. But several were wounded by those who surrounded them from higher places. And presently, when they advanced a little, they were hurt unawares, both with javelins, and tiles also thrown from the tops of the houses. On this they raised their shields over their heads. And joining them so close together as to leave no room for injury from such random casts, or even for the insertion of a javelin, by a hand within reach, they pressed forward under cover of this tortoise fence. For some time the narrow streets, being thronged with a multitude of their own soldiers, and also of the enemy, considerably retarded the progress of the Romans. But when once, by gradually pushing back the enemy, they gained the wider streets of the city, the impetuosity of their attack could no longer be withstood. While the Lacedaemonians, having turned their backs, fled precipitately to the higher places, Nabis, being utterly confounded, as if the town were already taken, began to look about for a way to make his escape. Pythagoras, while in other respects he displayed the spirit and conduct of a general, was now the sole means of saving the city from being taken. For he ordered the buildings nearest to the wall to be set on fire. And these being instantly in a blaze, those who, on another occasion, would have brought help to extinguish the fire, now helping to increase it, the roofs tumbled on the Romans. And not only fragments of the tiles, but also the half-burned timber, reached the soldiers, the flames spread wide, and the smoke caused a degree of terror even greater than the danger. In consequence, the Romans who were without the city, and were just then making the principal attack, retired from the wall. And those who were within, fearing lest the fire, rising behind them, should put it out of their power to rejoin the rest of the army, began to retreat. Whereupon Quinctius, seeing how matters stood, ordered a general retreat to be sounded. Thus, being at length recalled from a city which they had nearly taken, they returned to their camp. 40. Quinctius, conceiving greater hopes from the fears of the enemy than from the immediate effect of his operations, kept them in a continual alarm during the 3 succeeding days. Sometimes harassing them with assaults, sometimes enclosing several places with works, so as to leave no passage open for flight. These menaces had such an effect on the tyrant that he again sent Pythagoras to solicit peace. Quinctius, at first, rejected him with disdain, ordering him to quit the camp, but afterwards, on his suppliant entreaties, and throwing himself at his feet, he admitted him to an audience. The purport of his discourse, at first, was an offer of implicit submission to the will of the Romans, but this availed nothing, being considered as nugatory and indecisive. The business was, at length, brought to this issue, that a truce should be made on the conditions delivered in writing a few days before, and the money and hostages were accordingly received. While the tyrant was kept shut up by the siege, the Argives, receiving frequent accounts, one after another, that Lacedaemon was on the point of being taken, and having themselves resumed courage on the departure of Pythagoras, with the strongest part of his garrison, looked now with contempt on the small number remaining in the citadel. And, being headed by a person named Archippus, drove the garrison out. They gave Timocrates, of Pallene, leave to retire, with solemn assurance of sparing his life, in consideration of the mildness which he had shown in his government. In the midst of this rejoicing, Quinctius arrived, after having granted peace to the tyrant, dismissed Eumenes and the Rhodians from Lacedaemon, and sent back his brother, Lucius Quinctius, to the fleet. 41. The Nemean Games, the most celebrated of all the festivals, and their most splendid public spectacle, had been omitted, at the regular time, on account of the disasters of the war. The state now, in the fullness of their joy, ordered them to be celebrated on the arrival of the Roman general and his army, and appointed the general, himself, president of the games. There were many circumstances which heightened their happiness. Their countrymen, whom Pythagoras, lately, and, before that, Nabis, had carried away, were brought home from Lacedaemon. Those who on the discovery of the conspiracy by Pythagoras, and when the massacre was already begun, had fled from home, now returned. They saw their liberty restored, after a long interval, and beheld, in their city, the Romans, the authors of its restoration, whose only view, in making war on the tyrant, was the support of their interest. The freedom of the Argives was, also, solemnly announced, by the voice of a herald, on the very day of the Nemean Games. Whatever pleasure the Achaeans felt on Argos being reinstated in the general council of Achaia, it was, in a great measure, alloyed by Lacedaemon being left in slavery, and the tyrant close at their side. As to the Aetolians, they loudly railed at that measure in every meeting. They remarked, that, the war with Philip was not ended until he evacuated all the cities of Greece. But Lacedaemon was left to the tyrant, while the lawful king, who had been, at the time, in the Roman camp, and others, the noblest of the citizens, must live in exile, so that the Roman nation was become a partisan of Nabis in his tyranny. Quinctius led back his army to Elatia, whence he had set out to the Spartan war. Some writers say, that the tyrant's method of carrying on hostilities was not by sallies from the city, but that he encamped in the face of the Romans. And that, after he had declined fighting a long time, waiting for succors from the Aetolians, he was forced to come to an engagement, by an attack which the Romans made on his foragers, when, being defeated in that battle, and beaten out of his camp, he sued for peace, after 15,000 of his men had been killed, and more than 4,000 made prisoners. 42. Nearly at the same time, arrived at Rome a letter from Titus Quinctius, with an account of his proceedings at Lacedaemon, and another, out of Spain, from Marcus Porcius, the consul. Whereupon the Senate decreed a supplication, for 3 days, in the name of each. The other consul, Lucius Valerius, as his province had remained quiet since the defeat of the Boians at the wood of Litana, came home to Rome to hold the elections. Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus, a second time, and Tiberius Sempronius Longus, were elected consuls. The fathers of these two had been consuls in the first year of the Second Punic War. The election of praetors was then held, and the choice fell on Publius Cornelius Scipio, 2 Gnaeus Corneliuses, Merenda and Blasio, Gnaeus Domitius Enobarbus, Sextus Digitius, and Titus Juventius Thalna. As soon as the elections were finished, the consul returned to his province. The inhabitants of Ferentinum, this year, laid claim to a privilege unheard of before. That Latins, giving in their names for a Roman colony, should be deemed citizens of Rome. Some colonists, who had given in their names for Puteoli, Salernum, and Buccentum, assumed, on that ground, the character of Roman citizens. But the Senate determined that they were not. 43. In the beginning of the year, wherein Publius Scipio Africanus, a second time, and Tiberius Sempronius Longus were consuls, 2 ambassadors from the tyrant Nabis came to Rome. The Senate gave them audience in the temple of Apollo, outside the city. They entreated that a peace might be concluded on the terms settled with Quinctius, and obtained their request. When the question was put concerning the provinces, the majority of the Senate were of opinion, that as the wars in Spain and Macedonia were at an end, Italy should be the province of both the consuls. But Scipio contended that one consul was sufficient for Italy, and that Macedonia ought to be decreed to the other, that there was every reason to apprehend a dangerous war with Antiochus, for he had already, of his own accord, come into Europe. And how did they suppose he would act in future, when he should be encouraged to a war, on one hand, by the Aetolians, avowed enemies of their state, and stimulated, on the other, by Hannibal, a general famous for his victories over the Romans? While the consular provinces were in dispute, the praetors cast lots for theirs. The city jurisdiction fell to Gnaeus Domitius, the foreign, to Titus Juventius, farther Spain, to Publius Cornelius, hither Spain, to Sextus Digitius. Sicily, to Gnaeus Cornelius Blasio, Sardinia, to Gnaeus Cornelius Merenda. It was resolved, that no new army should be sent into Macedonia, but that the one which was there should be brought home to Italy by Quinctius, and disbanded. That the army which was in Spain, under Marcus Porcius Cato, should likewise be disbanded, that Italy should be the province of both the consuls, and that they should raise 2 city legions. So that, after the disbanding of the armies, mentioned in the resolution of the Senate, there should be in all 8 Roman legions. 44. A sacred spring had been celebrated, in the preceding year, during the consulate of Marcus Porcius and Lucius Valerius. But Publius Licinius, one of the pontiffs, having made a report, first, to the college of pontiffs, and afterwards, under the sanction of the college, to the Senate, that it had not been duly performed, they resolved that it should be celebrated anew, under the direction of the pontiffs. And that the great games, vowed together with it, should be exhibited at the same expense which was customary. That the sacred spring should be deemed to comprehend all the cattle born between the calends of March and the day preceding the calends of May, in the year of the consulate of Publius Cornelius Scipio and Tiberius Sempronius Longus. Then followed the election of censors. Sextus Aelius Paetus, and Caius Cornelius Cethegus, being created censors, named as prince of the Senate the consul Publius Scipio, whom the former censors likewise had appointed. They passed by only 3 senators in the whole, none of whom had enjoyed the honor of a curule office. They obtained, on another account, the highest degree of credit with that body. For, at the celebration of the Roman games, they ordered the curule aediles to set apart places for the senators, distinct from those of the people, whereas, hitherto, all the spectators used to sit promiscuously. Of the knights, also, very few were deprived of their horses, nor was severity shown towards any rank of men. The gallery of the Temple of Liberty, and the Villa Publica, were repaired and enlarged by the same censors. The sacred spring, and the votive games, were celebrated, pursuant to the vow of Servius Sulpicius Galba, when consul. While everyone's thoughts were engaged by the shows then exhibited, Quintus Plaminius, who, for the many crimes against gods and men committed by him at Locri, had been thrown into prison, procured men who were to set fire by night to several parts of the city at once, in order that, while the town was thrown into consternation by this nocturnal disturbance, the prison might be broken open. But this plot was disclosed by some of the accomplices, and the affair was laid before the Senate. Plaminius was thrown into a lower dungeon, and there put to death. 45. In this year colonies of Roman citizens were settled at Puteoli, Volturnum, and Liternum, 300 men in each place. Colonies of Roman citizens were likewise established at Salernum and Buccentum. The lands allotted to them had formerly belonged to the Campanians. Tiberius Sempronius Longus, who was then consul, Marcus Servilius, and Quintus Minucius Thermus, were the triumviri who settled the colony. Other commissioners also, Decius Junius Brutus, Marcus Baebius Tamphilus, and Marcus Helvius, led a colony of Roman citizens to Sipontum, into a district which had belonged to the Arpinians. To Tempsa, likewise, and to Crotto, colonies of Roman citizens were led out. The lands of Tempsa had been taken from the Bruttians, who had formerly expelled the Greeks from them. Crotto was possessed by Greeks. In ordering these establishments, there were named, for Crotto, Gnaeus Octavius, Lucius Aemilius Paulus, and Caius Platorius, for Tempsa, Lucius Cornelius Merilla, and Caius Salonius. Several prodigies were observed at Rome that year, and others reported, from other places. In the Forum, Comitium, and Capitol, drops of blood were seen, and several showers of earth fell, and the head of Vulcan was surrounded with a blaze of fire. It was reported that a stream of milk ran in the river at Interamna, that, in some reputable families at Ariminum, children were born without eyes and nose, and one, in the territory of Picenum, that had neither hands nor feet. These prodigies were expiated according to an order of the pontiffs, and the 9 days festival was celebrated, because the Hadrians had sent intelligence that a shower of stones had fallen in their fields. 46. In Gaul, Lucius Valerius Flaccus, proconsul, in a pitched battle near Mediolanum, completely overthrew the Insubrian Gauls, and the Boians, who, under the command of Dorolacus, had crossed the Po, to rouse the Insubrians to arms. 10,000 of the enemy were slain. About this time his colleague, Marcus Porcius Cato, triumphed over Spain. He carried in the procession 25,000 pounds weight of unwrought silver, 103,000 silver denarii, 227,540 of Oscan silver, 228, and 1,400 pounds weight of gold. Out of the booty, he distributed to each of his soldiers 270 asses, 229 and 3 times that amount to each horseman. Tiberius Sempronius, consul, proceeding to his province, led his legions, first, into the territory of the Boians. At this time Boiarix their chieftain, with his 2 brothers, after having drawn out the whole nation into the field to renew the war, pitched his camp in the open country. That it might be evident that he was prepared to fight in case the enemy should pass the frontiers. When the consul understood what a numerous force and what a degree of resolution the enemy had, he sent an express to his colleague, requesting him, if he thought proper, to hasten to join him. Adding, that he would act on the defensive and defer engaging in battle, until his arrival. The same reason which made the consul wish to decline an action, induced the Gauls, whose spirits were raised by the backwardness of their antagonists, to bring it on as soon as possible. That they might finish the affair before the 2 consuls should unite their forces. However, during 2 days, they did nothing more than stand in readiness for battle, if any should come out against them. On the 3rd, they advanced furiously to the rampart, and assaulted the camp on every side at once. The consul immediately ordered his men to take arms, and kept them quiet, under arms, for some time, both to add to the foolish confidence of the enemy, and to arrange his troops at the gates, through which each party was to sally out. The 2 legions were ordered to march by the 2 principal gates, but, in the very pass of the gates, the Gauls opposed them in such close bodies as to stop up the way. The fight was maintained a long time in these narrow passes. Nor were their hands or swords much employed in the business, but pushing with their shields and bodies, they pressed against each other, the Romans struggling to force their standards beyond the gates, the Gauls, to break into the camp, or, at least, to hinder the Romans from issuing forth. However, neither party could make the least impression on the other, until Quintus Victorius, a first centurion, and Caius Atinius, a military tribune, the former of the 2nd, the latter of the 4th legion, had taken a course often tried in desperate conflicts. Snatching the standards from the officers who carried them, and throwing them among the enemy. In the struggle to recover the standards, the men of the 2nd legion first made their way out of the gate. 47. These were now fighting on the outside of the rampart, the 4th legion still entangled in the gate, when a new alarm arose on the opposite side of the camp. The Gauls had broke in by the Quaestorian gate, and had slain the quaestor, Lucius Postumius, surnamed Timpanus, with Marcus Atinius and Publius Sempronius, prefects of the allies, who made an obstinate resistance. And also, near 200 soldiers. The camp in that part had been taken, when a cohort of those who are called extraordinaries, having been sent by the consul to defend the Quaestorian gate, killed some who had got within the rampart, drove out the rest, and opposed others who were attempting to break in. About the same time, the 4th Legion, and 2 cohorts of extraordinaries, burst out of the gate, and thus there were 3 battles, in different places, round the camp. While the various kinds of shouts raised by them, called off the attention of the combatants from their own immediate conflict to the uncertain casualties which threatened their friends. The battle was maintained until midday with equal strength, and with nearly equal hopes. At length, the fatigue and heat so far got the better of the soft relaxed bodies of the Gauls, who are incapable of enduring thirst, as to make most of them give up the fight. And the few who stood their ground, were attacked by the Romans, routed, and driven to their camp. The consul then gave the signal for retreat, on which the greater part retired. But some, eager to continue the fight, and hoping to get possession of the camp, pressed forward to the rampart, on which the Gauls, despising their small number, rushed out in a body. The Romans were then routed in turn, and compelled, by their own fear and dismay, to retreat to their camp, which they had refused to do at the command of their general. Thus now flight and now victory alternated on both sides. The Gauls, however, had 11,000 killed, the Romans but 5,000. The Gauls retreated into the heart of their country, and the consul led his legions to Placentia. Some writers say, that Scipio, after joining his forces to those of his colleague, overran and plundered the country of the Boians and Ligurians, as far as the woods and marshes suffered him to proceed. Others, that, without having effected anything material, he returned to Rome to hold the elections. 48. Titus Quinctius passed the entire winter season of this year at Alatia, where he had established the winter quarters of his army, in adjusting political arrangements, and reversing the measures which had been introduced in the several states under the arbitrary domination of Philip and his deputies, who crushed the rights and liberties of others, in order to augment the power of those who formed a faction in their favor. Early in the spring he came to Corinth, where he had summoned a general convention. Ambassadors having attended from every one of the states, so as to form a numerous assembly, he addressed them in a long speech, in which, beginning from the first commencement of friendship between the Romans and the nation of the Greeks, he enumerated the proceedings of the commanders who had been in Macedonia before him, and likewise his own. His whole narration was heard with the warmest approbation, except when he came to make mention of Nabis. And then they expressed their opinion, that it was utterly inconsistent with the character of the deliverer of Greece to have left seated, in the center of one of its most respectable states, a tyrant, who was not only insupportable to his own country, but a terror to all the states in his neighborhood. Whereupon Quinctius, not unacquainted with this tendency of their feelings, freely acknowledged, that, if the business could have been accomplished without the entire destruction of Lacedaemon, no mention of peace with the tyrant ought ever to have been listened to. But that, when it was not possible to crush him otherwise than by the utter ruin of this most important city, it was judged more eligible to leave the tyrant in a state of debility, stripped of almost every kind of power to do injury to any, than to suffer the city, which must have perished in the very process of its delivery being effectuated, to sink under remedies too violent for it to support. 49. To the recital of matters past, he subjoined, that his intention was to depart shortly for Italy, and to carry with him all his troops, that they should hear, within 10 days, of the garrisons having evacuated Demetrius, and that Chalcis, the citadel of Corinth, should be before their own eyes evacuated to the Achaeans, that all the world might know whose habit it was to deceive, that of the Romans or the Aetolians, who had spread insinuations, that the cause of liberty had been unwisely entrusted to the Romans, and that they had only received as their masters the Romans in exchange for the Macedonians. But they were men who never scrupled what they either said or did. The rest of the nations he advised to form their estimate of friends from deeds, not from words, and to satisfy themselves whom they ought to trust, and against whom they ought to be on their guard, to use their liberty with moderation, for, when regulated by prudence, it was productive of happiness both to individuals and to states. But, when pushed to excess, it became not only obnoxious to others, but to the possessors of it themselves an unbridled and headstrong impulse. He recommended, that those at the head of affairs, and all the several ranks of men in each particular state, should cultivate harmony between themselves, and that all should direct their views to the general interest of the whole. For, while they acted in concert, no king or tyrant would be sufficiently powerful against them, but discord and dissension gave every advantage to those who might plot against them. As the party worsted in a domestic dispute generally join themselves with foreigners, rather than submit to a countryman of their own. He then exhorted them, as the arms of others had procured their liberty, and the good faith of foreigners had restored it to them, to apply now their own diligent care to the watching and guarding of it. That the Roman people might perceive that those on whom they had bestowed liberty were deserving of it, and that their kindness had not been ill-placed. 50. On hearing these admonitions, such as parental tenderness might dictate, every one present shed tears of joy, and they affected his feelings to such a degree as to interrupt his discourse. For some time a confused noise prevailed, from those who were expressing their approbation of his words, and charging each other to treasure up those expressions in their minds and hearts, as if they had been uttered by an oracle. Then silence ensuing, he requested of them to make diligent search for such Roman citizens as were in servitude among them, and to send them into Thessaly to him, within 2 months. Observing, that, it would not be honorable to themselves, that, in a land restored to liberty, its deliverers should remain in servitude. To this all exclaimed with acclamations that they returned him thanks on this account in addition to others, that they had been reminded of the discharge of a duty so indispensably incumbent on their gratitude. There was a vast number of these who had been made prisoners in the Punic War, and sold by Hannibal when their countrymen refused to ransom them. That they were very numerous, is proved by what Polybius says, that this business cost the Achaeans 100 talents 230, though they had fixed the price to be paid for each captive, to the owner, so low as 500 denarii. 231 for, at that rate, there were 1,200 in Achaia. Calculate now, in proportion to this, how many were probably in all Greece. 51. Before the convention broke up, they saw the garrison march down from the citadel of Corinth, proceed forward to the gate, and depart. The general followed them, accompanied by the whole assembly, who, with loud acclamations, blessed him as their preserver and deliverer. At length, taking leave of these, and dismissing them, he returned to Alatia by the same road through which he came. He then sent Appius Claudius, lieutenant general, with all the troops, ordering him to march through Thessaly and Epirus, and to wait for him at Oricum, whence he intended to embark the army for Italy. He also wrote to his brother, Lucius Quinctius, lieutenant general, and commander of the fleet, to collect thither transport ships from all the coasts of Greece. He himself proceeded to Chalcis. And, after sending away the garrisons, not only from that city, but likewise from Orium and Eretria, he held there a congress of the Euboean states, whom he reminded of the condition in which he had found their affairs, and of that in which he was leaving them. And then dismissed the assembly. He then proceeded to Demetrius, and removed the garrison. Accompanied by all the citizens, as at Corinth and Chalcis, he pursued his route into Thessaly, where the states were not only to be set at liberty, but also to be reduced from a state of utter anarchy and confusion into some tolerable order. For they had been thrown into confusion, not only through the faults of the times, and the violence and licentiousness of royalty, but also through the restless disposition of the nation, from the earliest times, even to our days. Have never conducted any election, or assembly, or council, without dissensions and tumult. He chose both senators and judges, with regard, principally, to their property, and made that party the most powerful in the state to whom it was most important that all things should be tranquil and secure. 52. When he had completed these regulations in Thessaly, he went on, through Epirus, to Oricum, whence he intended to take his passage. From Oricum all the troops were transported to Brundusium. From this place to the city, they passed the whole length of Italy, in a manner, like a triumph, the captured effects which they brought with them forming a train as large as that of the troops themselves. When they arrived at Rome, the Senate assembled outside the city, to receive from Quinctius a recital of his services, and, with high satisfaction, a well-merited triumph was decreed him. His triumph lasted 3 days. On the first day were carried in procession, armor, weapons, brazen and marble statues of which he had taken greater numbers from Philip than from the states of Greece. On the second, gold and silver wrought, unwrought, and coined. Of unwrought silver, there were 18,000 pounds weight, and of wrought, 270,000, consisting of many vessels of various sorts, most of them engraved, and several of exquisite workmanship. Also a great many others made of brass, and besides these, 10 shields of silver. The coined silver amounted to 84,000 of the Attic coin, called tetradrachmas, containing each of silver about the weight of 4 denarii. 232 of gold there were 3,714 pounds, and 1 shield wholly of gold, and of the gold coin called philippics, 14,514. 233 on the third day were carried golden crowns, presented by the several states, in number 114, then the victims. Before his chariot went many illustrious persons, captives and hostages, among whom were Demetrius, son of King Philip, and Armens, a Lacedaemonian, son of the tyrant Nabis. Then Quinctius himself rode into the city, followed by a numerous body of soldiers, as the whole army had been brought home from the province. Among these he distributed 250 asses, 234 to each footman, double to a centurion, triple to a horseman. Those who had been redeemed from captivity added to the grandeur of the procession, walking after him with their heads shaven. 53. In the latter part of this year Quintus Aelius Tubero, plebeian tribune, in pursuance of a decree of the Senate, proposed to the people, and the people ordered, that 2 Latin colonies should be settled, one in Bruttium, the other in the territory of Thurium. For making these settlements commissioners were appointed, who were to hold the office for 3 years, for Bruttium, Quintus Naevius, Marcus Minucius Rufus, and Marcus Furius Crassipes. And for the district of Thurium, Gnaeus Manlius, Quintus Aelius, and Lucius Apustius. The assemblies of election to these 2 appointments were held in the capital by Gnaeus Domitius, city praetor. Several temples were dedicated this year, one of Juno Sospita, in the herb market, vowed and contracted for 4 years before, in the time of the Gallic War, by Gnaeus Cornelius, consul, and the same person, now censor, performed the dedication. Another of Faunus, the building of which had been agreed for 2 years before, and a fund formed for it out of fines estreated by the aediles, Caius Scribonius and Gnaeus Domitius, the latter of whom, now city praetor, dedicated it. Quintus Marcius Ralla, constituted commissioner for the purpose, dedicated the temple of Fortuna Primigenia, on the Quirinal hill. Publius Sempronius Sophus had vowed this temple 10 years before, in the Punic War. And, being afterward censor, had employed persons to build it. Caius Servilius, Duumber, also dedicated a temple of Jupiter, in the island. This had been vowed in the Gallic War, 6 years before, by Lucius Furius Purpurio, who afterwards, when consul, contracted for the building. Such were the transactions of that year. 54. Publius Scipio came home from his province of Gaul to choose new consuls. The consular comitia were accordingly held, in which Lucius Cornelius Merilla and Quintus Minucius Thermus were chosen. Next day were chosen praetors, Lucius Cornelius Scipio, Marcus Fulvius Nobilior, Caius Scribonius, Marcus Valerius Messala, Lucius Porcius Licinus, and Caius Flaminius. The curule aediles of this year, Caius Attilius Serenus and Lucius Scribonius, first exhibited the Megaletian theatrical games. At the Roman games, celebrated by these aediles, the senators, for the first time, sat separate from the people, which, as every innovation usually does, gave occasion to various observations. Some considered this as an honor, shown at length to that most respectable body, and which ought to have been done long before. While others contended, that every addition made to the grandeur of the Senate was a diminution of the dignity of the people. And that all such distinctions as set the orders of the state at a distance from each other, were equally subversive of liberty and concord. During 558 years, they asserted, all the spectators had sat promiscuously. What reason then had now occurred, on a sudden, that should make the senators disdain to have the commons intermixed with them in the theatre? Or make the rich disdain the poor man as a fellow spectator? It was an unprecedented gratification of pride and overbearing vanity, never even desired, and never instituted, by the Senate of any other nation. It is said, that even Africanus himself at last became sorry for having proposed that matter in his consulship, so difficult is it to bring people to approve of any alteration of ancient customs. They are always naturally disposed to adhere to old practices, except those which experience evidently condemns. 55. In the beginning of the year, which was the consulate of Lucius Cornelius and Quintus Minucius, such frequent reports of earthquakes were brought, that people grew weary, not only of the matter itself, but of the religious rites enjoined in consequence. For neither could the Senate be convened, nor the business of the public be transacted, the consuls were so constantly employed in sacrifices and expiations. At last, the Decemvirs were ordered to consult the books. And, in pursuance of their answer, a supplication was performed during 3 days. People offered prayers at all the shrines, with garlands on their heads. And an order was published, that all the persons belonging to one family should pay their worship together. And the consuls, by direction of the Senate, published an edict, that, on any day whereon religious rites should be ordered, in consequence of the report of an earthquake, no person should report another earthquake on that day. Then the consuls first, and afterwards the praetors, cast lots for their provinces. Cornelius obtained Gaul, Minucius, Liguria, Caius Scribonius, the city jurisdiction, Marcus Valerius, the foreign, Lucius Cornelius, Sicily. Lucius Porcius, Sardinia, Caius Flaminius, hither Spain, and Marcus Fulvius, farther Spain. 56. While the consuls supposed that, for that year, they should have no employment of a military kind, a letter was brought from Marcus Cincius, who was commander at Pisae, announcing, that 20,000 armed Ligurians, in consequence of a conspiracy of that whole nation, formed in the meetings of their several districts, had first wasted the lands of Luna, and then, passing through the territory of Pisae, had overrun the whole sea-coast. In consequence of this intelligence, the consul Minucius, whose province Liguria was, by direction of the Senate, mounted the rostrum, and published orders, that, the 2 legions, enlisted the year before, should, on the 10th day from that, attend him at Arretium. And mentioned his intention of levying 2 legions for the city in their stead. He likewise gave notice to the magistrates and ambassadors of such of the allies, and of the Latin confederates, as were bound to furnish soldiers, to attend him in the capital. Of these he wrote out a list, amounting to 15,000 foot and 500 horse, proportioning the contingent of each state to the number of its young men, and ordered those present to go directly from the spot to the gate of the city. And, in order to expedite the business, to proceed to raise the men. To Fulvius and Flaminius were assigned, to each 3,000 Roman foot, and a reinforcement of 100 horse, with 5,000 foot of the Latin allies, and 200 horse. And orders were given to those praetors, to disband the old troops immediately on their arrival in their provinces. Although great numbers of the soldiers belonging to the city legions had made application to the plebeian tribunes, to take cognizance of the cases of such men as claimed exemption from the service, on account either of having served out their time, or of bad health. Yet a letter from Tiberius Sempronius banished all thoughts of such proceeding. For in this it was announced that 15,000 of the Ligurians had come into the lands of Placentia, and wasted them with fire and sword, to the very walls of that city and the bank of the Po. And that the Boian nation were looking out for an occasion to rebel. In consequence of this information, the Senate passed a vote, that there was a Gallic tumult subsisting, and that it would be improper for the plebeian tribunes to take cognizance of the claims of the soldiers, so as to prevent their attending, pursuant to the proclamation. And they added an order, that the Latin confederates, who had served in the army of Publius Cornelius and Tiberius Sempronius, and had been discharged by those consuls, should reassemble. on whatever day and in whatever place of Etruria the consul Lucius Cornelius should appoint. And that the consul Lucius Cornelius, on his way to his province, should enlist, arm, and carry with him all such persons as he should think fit, in the several towns and countries through which he was to pass. And should have authority to discharge such of them, and at such times, as he might judge proper. 57. After the consuls had finished the levies, and were gone to their provinces, Titus Quinctius demanded, that the Senate should receive an account of the regulations which he in concert with the 10 ambassadors, had settled. And, if they thought proper, ratify them by their authority. He told them, that they would accomplish this the more easily, if they were first to give audience to the ambassadors, who had come from all parts of Greece, and a great part of Asia, and to those from the 2 kings. These embassies were introduced to the Senate by the city praetor, Caius Scribonius, and all received kind answers. As the discussion of the affair with Antiochus required too much time, it was referred to the 10 ambassadors, some of whom had conferred with the king in Asia, or at Lysimachia. Directions were given to Titus Quinctius, that, in conjunction with these, he should listen to the representations of the king's ambassadors, and should give them such answer as comported with the dignity and interest of the Roman people. At the head of the embassy were Menippus and Hegesianax, the former of whom said, that he could not conceive what intricacy there was in the business of their embassy, as they came simply to ask friendship and conclude an alliance. Now, there were 3 kinds of treaties, by which kings and states formed friendships with each other. 1. When terms were dictated to a people vanquished in war. For after all their possessions have been surrendered to him who has proved superior in war, he has the sole power of judging and determining what portion of them the vanquished shall hold, and of what they shall be deprived. The second, when parties, equally matched in war, conclude a treaty of peace and friendship on terms of equality, for then demands are proposed and restitution made, reciprocally, in a convention. And if, in consequence of the war, confusion has arisen with respect to any parts of their properties, the matter is adjusted on the footing either of ancient right or of the mutual convenience of the parties. The third kind was, when parties who had never been foes, met to form a friendly union by a social treaty. These neither dictate nor receive terms, for that is the case between a victor and a party vanquished. As Antiochus came under this last description, he wondered, he said, that the Romans should think it becoming to dictate terms to him. As to which of the cities of Asia they chose should be free and independent, which should be tributary, and which of them the king's troops and the king himself should be prohibited to enter. That a peace of this kind might be ratified with Philip, who was their enemy, but not a treaty of alliance with Antiochus, their friend. 58. To this Quinctius answered, since you choose to deal methodically, and enumerate the several modes of contracting alliances, I also will lay down 2 conditions, without which you may tell your king. That there are no means of contracting any friendship with the Roman people. 1. That, he does not choose that we should concern ourselves in the affairs of the cities in Asia, he must himself keep entirely out of Europe. The other, that if he does not confine himself within the limits of Asia, but passes over into Europe, the Romans will think themselves at full liberty to maintain the friendships which they have already formed with the states of Asia. And also to contract new ones. On this Hegesianax exclaimed, that this proposition was unworthy to be listened to, as its tendency was to exclude Antiochus from the cities of Thrace and the Chersonese, places which his great-grandfather, Seleucus, had acquired with great honor, after vanquishing Lysimachus in war and killing him in battle, and had left to his successors. And part of which, after they had been seized by the Thracians, Antiochus had, with equal honor, recovered by force of arms, as well as others which had been deserted, as Lysimachia, for instance, he had repeopled, by calling home the inhabitants. And several, which had been destroyed by fire, and buried in ruins, he had rebuilt at a vast expense. What kind of resemblance was there, then, in the cases of Antiochus being ejected from possessions so acquired and so recovered? And of the Romans refraining from intermeddling with Asia, which had never been theirs? Antiochus wished to obtain the friendship of the Romans, but so that its acquisition would be to his honor, and not to his shame. In reply to this, Quinctius said, since we are deliberating on what would be honorable, and which, indeed with a people who held the first rank among the nations of the world, and with so great a king, ought to be the sole, or at least the primary object of regard. Tell me, I pray you, which do you think more honorable, to wish to give liberty to all the Grecian cities in every part of the world, or to make them slaves and vassals? Since Antiochus thinks it conducive to his glory, to reduce to slavery those cities, which his great-grandfather held by the right of arms, but which his grandfather or father never occupied as their property, while the Roman people, having undertaken the patronage of the liberty of the Greeks, deem it incumbent on their faith and constancy not to abandon it. As they have delivered Greece from Philip, so they have it in contemplation to deliver, from Antiochus, all the states of Asia which are of the Grecian race. For colonies were not sent into Aeolia and Ionia to be enslaved to kings, but with design to increase the population, and to propagate that ancient race in every part of the globe. 59. When Hegesianax hesitated, and could not deny, that the cause of liberty carried a more honorable semblance than that of slavery, Publius Sulpicius, who was the eldest of the 10 ambassadors, said, let us cut the matter short. Choose one of the two conditions clearly propounded just now by Quinctius, or deem it superfluous to negotiate about an alliance. But Menippus replied, we neither will, nor can, accede to any proposition by which the dominions of Antiochus would be diminished. Next day, Quinctius brought into the Senate house all the ambassadors of Greece and Asia, in order that they might learn the dispositions entertained by the Roman people, and by Antiochus, towards the Grecian states. He then acquainted them with his own demands, and those of the king, and desired them to assure their respective states, that the same disinterested zeal and courage, which the Roman people had displayed in defense of their liberty against the encroachments of Philip, they would, likewise, exert against those of Antiochus, if he should refuse to retire out of Europe. On this, Menippus earnestly besought Quinctius and the Senate, not to be hasty in forming their determination, which, in its effects, might disturb the peace of the whole world, to take time to themselves, and allow the king time for consideration. That, when informed of the conditions proposed, he would consider them, and either obtain some relaxation in the terms, or accede to them for the sake of peace. Accordingly, the business was deferred entire, and a resolution passed, that the same ambassadors should be sent to the king who had attended him at Lysimachia, Publius Sulpicius, Publius Villius, and Publius Aelius. 60. Scarcely had these begun their journey, when ambassadors from Carthage brought information, that Antiochus was evidently preparing for war, and that Hannibal was employed in his service, which gave reason to fear, that a Punic war might break out at the same time. Hannibal, on leaving his own country, had gone to Antiochus, as was mentioned before, and was held by the king in high estimation, not so much for his other qualifications, as because, to a person who had long been revolving schemes for a war with Rome, there could not be any fitter participator of his counsels on such a subject. His opinion was always one and the same, that the war should be carried on in Italy, because Italy would supply a foreign enemy both with men and provisions. But, if it were left in quiet, and the Roman people were allowed to employ the strength and forces of Italy, in making war beyond the limits of that country, no king or nation would be able to cope with them. He demanded, for himself, 100 decked ships, 10,000 foot, and 1,000 horse. With this force, he said, he would first repair to Africa. And he had confident hopes, that he should be able to prevail on the Carthaginians to revive hostilities. If they should hesitate, he would raise a war against the Romans in some part of Italy. That the king ought to cross over into Europe with all the rest of his force, and keep his army in some part of Greece, not to pass over immediately into Italy, but to be in readiness to do so, which would sufficiently conduce to the imposing character and the reported magnitude of the war. 61. When he had brought the king to agree in his opinion, he judged it necessary to predispose the minds of his countrymen to the same. But he durst not send a letter, lest it might, by some accident, be intercepted, and his plans by that means, be discovered. He had found at Ephesus a Tyrian called Aristo, and in several less important commissions, had discovered him to possess a good degree of ingenuity. This man he now loaded with presents and promises of rewards which were confirmed by the king himself, and sent him to Carthage with messages. He told him the names of the persons whom it was necessary that he should see, and furnished him with secret tokens, by which they would know, with certainty, that the messages came from him. On this Aristo's appearing at Carthage, the reason of his coming was not discovered by Hannibal's friends sooner than by his enemies. At first, the subject was bruited about in their circles and at their tables. And at last some persons declared in the Senate that the banishment of Hannibal answered no purpose, if while resident in another country, he was still able to propagate designs for changing the administration, and disturbing the quiet of the state by his intrigues. That a Tyrian stranger, named Aristo, had come with a commission from Hannibal and King Antiochus. That certain men daily held secret conferences with him, and were concocting that in private, the consequences of which would soon break out, to the ruin of the public. This produced a general outcry, that Aristo ought to be summoned, and examined respecting the reason of his coming. And if he did not disclose it, to be sent to Rome, with ambassadors accompanying him, that they had already suffered enough of punishment in atonement of the headstrong rashness of one individual. That the faults of private citizens should be at their own risk, and the state should be preserved free, not only from guilt, but even from the suspicion of it. Aristo, being summoned, contended for his innocence, and urged, as his strongest defense, that he had brought no letter to any person whatever, but he gave no satisfactory reason for his coming, and was chiefly embarrassed by the fact which they urged, that he had conversed solely with men of the Barcine faction. A warm debate ensued, some earnestly pressing, that he should be immediately seized as a spy, and kept in custody, while others insisted, that there were not sufficient grounds for such violent measures. That, putting strangers into confinement, without reason, was a step that afforded a bad precedent, for that the same would happen to the Carthaginians at Tyre and other marts, where they frequently traded. The question was adjourned on that day. Aristo practiced on the Carthaginians a Carthaginian artifice. For having early in the evening hung up a written tablet, in the most frequented place of the city, over the tribunal where the magistrates daily sat, he went on board his ship at the third watch, and fled. Next day, when the Sephites had taken their seats to administer justice, the tablet was observed, taken down, and read. Its contents were, that Aristo came not with a private commission to any person, but with a public one to the elders. By this name they called the Senate. The imputation being thus thrown on the state, less pains were taken in searching into the suspicions harbored of a few individuals. However, it was determined, that ambassadors should be sent to Rome, to represent the affair to the consuls and the Senate, and, at the same time, to complain of the injuries received from Massinissa. 62. When Massinissa observed that the Carthaginians were looked on with jealousy by others, and were full of dissensions among themselves, the nobles being suspected by the Senate, on account of their conferences with Aristo, and the Senate by the people, in consequence of the information given by the same Aristo, he thought that, at such a conjuncture, he might successfully encroach on their rights. And accordingly he laid waste their country along the sea-coast, and compelled several cities, which were tributary to the Carthaginians, to pay their taxes to him. This tract they call Emporia. It forms the shore of the Lesser Syrtis, and has a fertile soil. One of its cities is Leptis, which paid a tribute to the Carthaginians of a talent a day. At this time, Massinissa not only ravaged that whole tract, but, with respect to a considerable part of it, disputed the right of possession with the Carthaginians. And when he learned that they were sending to Rome, both to justify their conduct, and, at the same time, to make complaints of him, he likewise sent ambassadors to Rome, to load them with suspicions, and to discuss the right to the taxes. The Carthaginians were heard first, and their account of the Tyrian stranger gave the Senate no small uneasiness, as they dreaded being involved in war with Antiochus and the Carthaginians at the same time. What contributed chiefly to strengthen a suspicion of evil designs, was, that though they had resolved to seize Aristo, and send him to Rome, they had not placed a guard either on himself or his ship. Then began the controversy with the king's ambassadors, on the claims of the territory in dispute. The Carthaginians supported their cause by a boundary claim, urging that it must belong to them, as being within the limits which Scipio, after conquering the country, had fixed as the boundaries which should be under Carthaginian rule. And also, by the acknowledgement of the king, who, when he was going in pursuit of Afer, a fugitive from his kingdom, then hovering about Cyrene, with a party of Numidians, had solicited as a favor a passage through that very district, as being confessedly a part of the Carthaginian dominions. The Numidians insisted, that they were guilty of misrepresentation with respect to the limits fixed by Scipio. And if a person chose to recur to the real origin of their property, what title had the Carthaginians to call any land in Africa their own, foreigners and strangers, to whom had been granted precariously, for the purpose of building a city? As much ground as they could encompass with the cuttings of a bull's hide. Whatever acquisitions they had made beyond Bursa, their original settlement, they held by fraud and violence. For, in relation to the land in question, so far were they from being able to prove uninterrupted possession, from the time when it was first acquired, that they cannot even prove that they ever possessed it for any considerable time. As occasions offered, sometimes they, sometimes the kings of Numidia, had held the dominion of it, and the possession of it had always been held by the party which had the greatest armed force. They requested the Senate to suffer the matter to remain on the same footing on which it stood before the Carthaginians became enemies to the Romans, or the king of Numidia their friend and ally. And not to interfere, so as to hinder whichever party was able, from keeping possession. The Senate resolved to tell the ambassadors of both parties, that they would send persons into Africa to determine the present controversy between the people of Carthage and the king. They accordingly sent Publius Scipio Africanus, Caius Cornelius Cethegus, and Marcus Minucius Rufus. Who, after viewing the ground, and hearing what could be said on both sides, left everything in suspense, their opinions inclining neither to one side nor the other. Whether they acted in this manner from their own judgment, or because they had been so instructed, is by no means so certain as it is, that as affairs were circumstanced, it was highly expedient to leave the dispute undecided, for, had the case been otherwise, Scipio alone, either from his own knowledge of the business, or the influence which he possessed, and to which he had a just claim on both parties, could, with a nod, have ended the controversy.